7 years since the last Counter-Strike major on North American soil, but today, that all changes. 2,683 days. The USA has been patiently waiting, and today, we welcome you to the Blast TV Austin Major 2025. By we, I mean myself, Rare Spears, joined by Pimp and Dupree for what is going to be a banger opening day for the first major in CS2 on North American soil. Dupree, how are you feeling to be here?
Feeling super excited. Usually I'm playing here, but right now I'm working at desk. This is great for me to be here. And if I go back to January when I did my first gig and then coming here and expecting to be here, I didn't do that. So it's an honor to be here.
It's a pleasure to have you. Pimp, I'm always joined by you, but it's also a pleasure to be in a major with you, in North America, no less.
It's funny that you say that. When we're off cam for you say something else, but I'm also, in fact, happy to be here. It's good to be back to America. Good to be back, having a CS2 major on American soil, and I expect it to be a banger of 3.5 weeks of pure fun.
Now, Dupree, when we talk about North American majors, you've had some great success. You've also had some not so great success in years gone by. Do you want to tell people a brief history of Dupree in America for majors?
Well, in Atlanta, I hoisted the trophy. That was my first
did?
major win. That was the first one out of the 5-1. And then, it was Atlanta became like this city for us that was like legendary for us. Like every time we came back to Atlanta when we played other tournaments, it felt like we had this Atlanta buff. And then obviously we came back for doing it another time. I think that would be in 18, maybe for the Boston one, and then the whole thing changed a little bit. The fact that I was going in for an Auburn decision now because Device is taking a kind of a medical leave, so I decided to go for an Auburn. And the whole idea about going to that tournament as an Auburn with the expectations of that didn't really pan out that well, and we ended up getting totally demolished and eliminated in group stage. So yeah, I've tried both things.
Yeah, you've ever tried a major, Jacob?
Yeah, I have, but you don't want to talk about that. So you can just swiftly move on. I've been there 6 times being eliminated in the group stage.
Isn't it crazy to think the last time we were in the US for a major was back in 2018, right? And what happened there? There was a little bit of a Cinderella run, to say the least.
Some may say that, a team called Cloud9 had a pretty good time there. I remember Tarek and the boys, really doing what no one thought would be possible. And then, of course, that also created all these memes about FaZe Clan, about Karrigan, about Nico having never won a major. You think back to that one as the big missed opportunity. So a lot of history when it comes to majors in America.
A hell of a lot of history and a lot going to be written on the coming weeks because there's a couple of changes obviously coming into this new major cycle. First time we're going to be having 32 teams returning, which means there is going to be an extra stage on the cards as well, which is where we find ourselves today in stage 1 of the Austin Major. We can take a look at exactly how teams are going to be progressing through this as well. It is a Swiss format, Jacob. I'm sure that a lot of people at home are familiar, but for maybe some of the major newbies, do you want to explain exactly how you progress onto the next stage?
Yeah, I mean, it can be a little bit complicated, but we can also simplify it to a point saying the following. If you win 3 games, you advance to the next stage. As simple as that. And if you lose 3 games, you are eliminated from the tournament. Now, the first couple of games is best of 1s, but every time you're playing a game where you can either advance or get eliminated, it turns into a best of 3 as well. So it's quite simple. Also for the teams, as you can see, they all start on 0-0, and you can only face teams with the same score as yourself. So as you win your first game, you're playing against another winner, and if you lose your first game, you're playing against another loser.
It's funny when we talk about the best of 1 side of things, right? Because coming into kind of this new system of Counter-Strike into the beginning of this year, obviously this is only the second time we have the major at the kind of crescendo right at the end of the halves of the season. We're not so familiar with best of 1s anymore. It's been a hell of a lot of best of 3s. How does that change things in your opinion, Dupree, for the teams coming in here today?
I mean, the Swiss team is not unfamiliar territory for any of the teams coming here, but what is unfamiliar for them is the best of 1s, as you mentioned, which is probably the random factor of this tournament. And also looking at best of 1s, it's like you need to get off to a good start. Like if you can maybe only make 1 or 2 mistakes at most, like crucial mistakes that will actually end up giving you a really bad situation for the game. So I think the teams coming to this one, when they start the tournament today, when they're 0-0, and they like in the blink of an eye, they can be down 2-0 or up 2-0, but they can also be in a deficit where they're actually down 0-2. So they can start the tournament off by being very confident, and they can go into the tournament feeling, okay, we got everything under control. But in the blink of an eye, they can see that everything is just fumbling in front of their eyes.
Does it give more potential for upsets then, I'm guessing?
Yeah, yes and no. Personally, I don't buy into it completely. I think it's a different skill. A best of 1 is obviously not as thorough as a best of 3. You need to show a little bit less skill, but it's also a skill to be there when it matters the most. So I don't really buy into it that much. I will also say in stage 1, a lot of the teams coming in, they're playing online tournaments, they're playing tier 3, tier 2 Counter-Strike, and they're more used to playing best of 1 games than some of the top dogs as well. So it does create a scenario where they're maybe more used to being there from the get-go, having to win those best of 1s, where if you're Falcons, if you're FaZe, if you're Na'Vi or one of the favorites, they've only played best of 3 so far. Vitality have never played a best of 1 with their lineup, right? So they are going to do something they've never tried before. So in that regard, maybe that changes a little bit.
Is the streak going to end here? That's the question we're going to be asking in, about 8 days' time? We've got plenty of time to be talking about that in the future. Let's talk about some of the teams that are waiting in the wings. So obviously we're going to be beginning in Stage 1, which means Stage 2 does await in 4 days' time. Once again, this is exactly how it's going to be panning out as we move on forwards to each of those 3 stages prior to playoffs. Then we have the 8 teams that are indeed waiting in Stage 2. I feel like Falcons... Should we explain why they're in that stage rather than in Stage 3?
Yeah, I mean, the invites and the VIS ranking had a cutoff point, and at that time, Falcons weren't as good as they are now. Recently, they've had an awful lot of success. Obviously, bringing in m0NESY have really helped out that lineup to a point where we consider them to be the 2nd best team in the world as of right now. However, when the VIS rankings were determined for this tournament, they weren't, so that's why they are in Stage 2. Together with a team like FaZe Clan as well. You look at Simple, you look at Karrigan, you look at a team with that much history. They were in the final last time we had a major in Shanghai as well. They also entered Stage 2, so a lot of firepower coming in early in the tournament.
And I believe that if you look at the other teams in the group, I think Virtus.pro is also a team you need to look at. It's a team with a lot of good players on. It's a team that people have had a lot of expectations on. And also when they brought in Electronic, everyone was talking about that this is actually going to be a VP that's going to work really well. When they decided to get rid of Jane because they felt like things didn't work out the way they wanted to. And I don't think that ever since they've gotten Electronic into that in-game position that they have played worse than they have done in the last. I think it just looks like there's like a chemistry issue. He seems to be really frustrated with his players. He seems to expect too much of them, and it's still somewhat of a young team. It's a team that has a lot of players on with a lot of, I wouldn't say past history of great results, but it's actually players that people have expected a lot from.
Yes.
And then moving on to a team like Furia, it's also, it's kind of the same thing with VP. It's a team that has had a lot of success in the past, but then they have just seemed to not get into a position where they don't really seem to get the result that they want, and they decided to go for quite a crazy change in terms of putting Fallen back, putting him into like an anchor position and moving off the op, which is, that is kind of characteristic for him for so many years.
Yeah, I wanted to pick your brain about another crazy scenario that Jacob already touched upon, the whole FaZe situation at the moment with Sinful coming in. Obviously, you've had quite a lot of past history playing against the Devil himself. What did you think when you saw that move happening, branded as kind of the Hail Mary move, where Karrigan still see this as an opportunity for them to be going all the way, making it to playoffs and being in contention for the trophy? The
whole FaZe discussion is something we've touched on a lot, and FaZe is at a point where they just needed to make a change. Like, they've made so many poor results that now they needed to try and do something. And I think it reminds me a lot of the same situation we had in the Falcons when we had created really poor results and we just needed to get some kind of spark, and we decided to bring in Simple for the Shanghai major. And it kind of reminds me of the same thing here. And I'm still worried. I'm not going to say... Simple is a great player. Like we can never say anything against this guy, but I don't think he has what it takes to bring FaZe back, and I don't think Simple is going to go back to the top player that he once was. I simply just don't think it's going to be possible. Yeah, you agreeing with that sentiment, Jacob?
I think from what we saw in Dallas, he's definitely shaky. He's definitely a little bit out of form, so to speak. He was hogging a lot of walls, failing a lot of nades, etc. But I have been following Simple, offline as well. He's playing a lot of FaZe. He's been boot camping with FaZe. I know it's maybe a little bit far-fetched to conclude anything from his FaZe games, but he is trending upwards. He has, better and better performances. He's playing more and more hours. So, I mean, if there's one thing I learned is to never count out Simple. Now, I do agree, I don't have FaZe winning the tournament. I don't have Simple coming back to being the best player in the world, but he can definitely contribute in a positive way.
Whenever I was talking to him back at IM Dallas, he was saying, his biggest concern was actually the nade lineups. It's like there's so much to learn in such a short space of time. But I've got to respect FaZe for making that decision, right? We always look at teams and go, they need to make a change, which we might be looking at a certain team called Na'Vi. Were you hoping that they might make a little bit of a shift up before coming into the major, or does it make sense that they're sticking with that lineup?
I think it makes sense to give it one final go for Na'Vi, one final chance of proving they can still play Counter-Strike at a higher level. But it's fun to think about when we headed into the Shanghai major where they didn't do well. They were one of the favorites to win. They were arguably the best team of 2024. And nowadays, Peter, we're looking at a team that is not even in the conversation about being a top 5, top 4 team anymore. So they have to perform here, otherwise changes will happen.
And I was looking at Na'Vi for maybe the last 3 or 4 months, and I was seeing the issues they had. There was this controversial clip that was shown that they had argues within the team, and they were saying like bad stuff with each other or arguing. And I remember that I defended Na'Vi saying that this is very characteristic for a team that has been winning. They won the major, and they've had a really good streak in Counter-Strike 2, and now they need to like kind of reinvent themselves. They need to go back and look at what actually worked for them and what they need to get back to. But I'm I'm starting to have my doubts if they're ever going to find it. Are they ever going to find back to that form that they know they can have?
You remember what we observed at the very first tournament of the year, Freya? You know, the body language, all the whining, all the complaining, the desk slams. It feels like that trend, you know, that way they started off the season, the way they started off the year in Copenhagen, playing at the bouncy, they've just continued down that road. Whenever you see the body language, whenever you see clips from Navi as well, it's always frustrations, it's always uncontrolled emotions. And we saw that a little bit in 24, but you were winning a lot, so they were able to contain it. It feels like right now, whenever they're losing grasp of the game, everyone just starts to spin out of control. And something tells me that they haven't found a solution for that yet. And if you can't solve that, then you got to change or you got to find someone else to do the job for you.
But isn't that the worrying sign, right? You are literally citing the first tournament of this season.
Yeah.
And they've done nothing. There has been no change since then. Obviously, I'm playing devil's advocate. I don't know what.
I'm sure they've had a lot of talks, you know.
Yeah, lots of talks that clearly haven't really been working too efficiently. What's that like, Peter, when you're in a team where, you know, maybe the mental isn't so stable? There are frustrations brewing. You can see it coming out outside of the server, right? Like, I mean, it's $1 million question. What is the best remedy for that situation?
I think sometimes the best thing is that you just fake it till you make it. You try and limit your frustrations towards whatever is happening, and you try and just prove to be the best version of yourself all the time. I think if you can try and limit your frustrations, you will also try and get away from what is actually your inner problem. Because if, let's say that obviously there could be different issues to the Navi right now. Is it the way that they're leading troops? Is it because they're getting frustrated, or does some people feel like people are not contributing the way they should? There's so many unanswered questions to why Navi is struggling right now. But obviously the frustration part is what we can see from the outside, and that is what actually seems to be one of their core issues, that they get frustrated with each other. And I'm sure that Blade has been, we've seen what Blade can do and what Blade has done to this team, saying that we need to try and limit all these kind of things because it affects us in a way, and he is not satisfied with his place. And I think that if Navi do not make a really good result here, I am 100% sure that we're going to see changes after the major.
Yeah, I think I would co-sign on that as well. Let's go back to the stage 3 graphic of the teams that are going to be waiting in that third stage, because there's some other big names that we do need to touch upon as well. Not least, Vitality, Dupree. The streak stays alive for now. Is it going to continue here?
The one thing that I think Vitality is going to be afraid of, according to the streak, is the best of ones. I think that is the greatest danger to their streak. But I mean, Vitality is coming into this tournament by playing the best Counter-Strike that we've seen in many, many years. And I think that they are also aware of the pressure that is on them. They know that they can only go to this tournament and have, if they can go here and fail, that is like apart from winning, they can only fail. Like, if they go out in the semis, that will be a failed groups, an even bigger fail. Not going to happen, obviously. But Vitality is scaring me a little bit right now on a personal note, because, you know, we talked back in Astralis about that no one is going to recreate what we have done. And Vitality, sure, they're not there yet, but they're moving there, right? So for me to be in a position right now where I get to watch someone try and copy what we have done, maybe to a greater extent, that is kind of frightening.
I love how candid you are with that. Like, I thought you were going to say, you know, I'm kind of scared for them because I've been in that Astralis situation and I've obviously seen it unravel, seen it come to an end. No, you're just scared of your history.
Oh, yeah,
being erased, yeah.
That's how it is, right? You know, you got to take care of yourself.
Do you think the streak is going to end here at some point, Jacob?
I don't think so, to be completely honest.
Really?
Yeah, no, not really. I mean, they came into IM Dallas a couple of weeks ago where they took a vacation leading into the tournament. It was clear to see they weren't in form, clear to see they played their B game, C game. No one was able to beat them. A couple of teams came close, you know, but that's the thing with Vitality right now. Even when they're playing close games, they always find a way to win. Now they have time to practice, they have time to boot camp, they have time to prepare for this tournament. They're entering in stage 3 as well, which means the preparation in terms of watching some of the teams from stage 1, stage 2, Falcons in particular. They can't hide anything if they want to make it. So I think Vitality have everything they need right now in order to perform at a high level. And we did see in Dallas that even when they're playing the second best brand of Counter-Strike, or even the third best brand of Counter-Strike, aka their C game, they're still the best team in the world.
I strongly believe that Vitality is going to win it all. I mean, I think they're in a position right now where, like, they want to finish this season in style.
Yeah.
And I've been there with Astralis. I was there with Vitality as well. When you get to a major and you know that you are the favorite, sure, there can be a lot of expectation, the pressure, like, it mounts on you and it will be more difficult. But you've also learned by, like, dealing with this pressure throughout the entire season. And Vitality have done it multiple times. You know, they've had the Grand Slam pressure on them. They've had the streak, which is still going. And now they come to the majors. This is like the final hurdle for them to actually make the defining era that everyone is talking about.
One final question, because I've been, you know, borderline berating the Vitality players with this question when we're talking about the streaks. Like, is it on your mind? How much do you care about it? And they've always got the answer of, you know, it's not on our mind. It's just a number at the end of the day. Is that true, though, Dupree? You played with some of those Vitality players. Do you think maybe that's in the back of their mind, you know, just ticking away that it could end?
I think it's been on their mind, and I still think it is, but it's in a different way now. I think it was on their mind when they were about to beat the Liquid. the Liquid streak, when they got over that hurdle, I think they come to a point where, okay, the next one we need to beat is the 61, like the 1x60 that NIP has. And, that is like so far in the future that if they cannot focus on that, if they put the focus on that, that's not going to matter. I think by now, they're just going to see how far they can go. Like, they literally take one game at a time. So I think that the pressure of the streak has kind of faded back into the back of their minds. Now they don't think too much about it, but I'm sure they did think about it when they were going through.
Already beaten that streak. NIP had a shit ton of online games, a shit ton of best of 1 games in that one as well, whereas Vitality have won all their games in best of 3 and online as well. So in that regard, I don't think it plays a factor at all. And, in reality, they're entering the stage 3 right here. So they have to play 3 games in that group stage in order to progress into the playoff. Then they have to play 3 games in the playoff. And by all you mean, you play 6 games and you win the major. So in that regard, there's still a long time for them to do.
You make it sound so damn easy,
Yeah, well,
Jacob.
it is for Vitality.
Is it going to be easy for Team Liquid? What are you thinking about them waiting in the wings of stage 3?
I'm worried. I'm very worried after what I saw at IEM Dallas. I think they came in as a bit of an underdog in a sense because they didn't play the tournament leading up to it. We didn't see them at the Blast Rivals. And, they made the change with Shuhei coming into the lineup. And we thought that was going to give them some guidance. It was going to give them a direction, so to speak. But I didn't see much in Dallas. And I'm a little bit worried that when you enter stage 3, well, you're joined by 8 teams who played well in stage 2. Falcons are going to join you. FaZe most likely are going to join you. And what I saw in Dallas was a team that still haven't figured it out. I've read some interviews with Nefla as well saying that, he doesn't feel comfortable anymore and he can't really find his footing within Liquid as well. So for me, I'm worried that there will be a bit of a no-show here.
I totally agree with Jacob. Like, it seems like Liquid is just lacking direction, and it's been like that for a while. They come into this tournament without like an actual coach. They've decided to get rid of Mitha, and who's been the coach for a long time, and the confidence is not really there for Liquid. Like the interviews from NAF just showing like Liquid is going to like reconsider what's going to happen after the major in case of a bad result. So it's not like they go into the major believing in things. Maybe there is like this spark of hope that they are players from NA. They're an organization that has been thriving in NA for a long time. The whole idea of coming to play in NA is important for them. They have a huge player, like a fan base over here. So if they can use that energy that potentially going all the way to like a playoff thing, then anything can happen. But I don't think getting there is going to be easy for Liquid.
Definitely not going to be an easy feat, of course, as we move on and upwards towards the playoffs. It's going to be 8 teams gracing the stage in the Moody Arena. Obviously, that best of 3 in that grand final as well. Top 8 teams, though, Jacob. Any bold predictions that you want to make here yet?
I think Vitality is going to win the major by not losing a game. To be completely honest, I don't know if that's a bold prediction considering how they're playing right now. I would love to say that one of these teams in stage 1 will make it all the way to the playoff. I would love to see that happen. I would love to see some of these, more less known teams make a deep playoff run, but I'm not sure who that is going to be. It's not going to be Complexity with a stand-in. OG, I don't think have the level for it. Maybe Heroic could be a ballsy prediction to be part of the playoff, but I don't know, Peter. I think we have a major right now, and I think we have a circuit where the top 5 is pretty set. We have 5 teams who are playing Counter-Strike at a very high level, and then from top 6 all the way down to 32, that's pretty open.
I just hope that we can get semifinals where we have Vitality, Falcons, Mouse, and Spirit. That is like the top 4 teams of the entire Counter-Strike community right now. So I think you talked about the whole thing that we get a team from stage 1. I don't personally believe that. Not that they're not good enough, but I also need to empathize on the fact that if you are going from stage 1 all the way to playoff, you've been playing so much Counter-Strike. You've been using your brain for so long. It's actually something that is very underestimated in the fact that sure, Counter-Strike is just a video game, but you also get so exhausted from playing it. And if you play here, let's say that you go 3-2, you advance to the next stage, and you need to play the day after, you play another stage, and then eventually maybe you go to 3rd stage, and then the playoffs. And you've been playing non-stop Counter-Strike for like 2.5 weeks before you even reach playoffs. And that is not something to be taken lightly. Sure, they want to go there, but it's definitely going to be exhausting.
The play is devil's advocate on that one. We also do hear teams, not complaining, but saying that it can be tough to enter a tournament late.
Yeah.
So you're coming in stage 3, your Team Liquid, you came from Dallas not playing well, and all of a sudden you're facing a stage 1 team who's been playing for a week and a half and are fully customized to this setup.
Yep.
They're comfortable, they've been here, no jet lag, no nothing. That can also be a tough task. So I agree with your point right here, but it goes both ways.
Should we talk about how the teams are distributed coming into stage 1 as well? Because truly a global game in the essence of we have 6 teams coming in from Europe to be beginning off this stage 1. It makes sense in terms of the distribution of how, the tiers are kind of weighted in Counter-Strike traditionally.
You can get very technical with it, but at the end of the day, it's a semblance and I guess an expression of where the best teams are located at the moment. So obviously Europe have most slots distributed to the region because European Counter-Strike right now is at its strongest. Now, if we were in a scenario where NA Counter-Strike were owning or Asian Counter-Strike were owning, which is not the case, then more slots could be distributed to their regions. But it's basically a picture-perfect, outlook on where the strongest teams are from right now, and that's also why most slots are allocated towards the European region.
And I think it's been like that for a long time. I think throughout Counter-Strike history, Europe has always been like the strongest one. We've had a stint where the NA scene were also capable of making some really good results and creating some really good teams. I think that has kind of faded out a little, but so Europe has always been like the king of Counter-Strike in that sense compared to other titles in esports where it's more likely into Asia. So to see that Europe gets the majority of spots is also obviously very, very, very favorable in that situation. But I think what is great about the major is that you get the representative of all the regions. Like, it's not like you just leave regions out. You get to get teams from every region to actually compete. It's like a world championship in some sense. Like, everyone is actually inside the game.
Yes. 3 spots in, I guess, the home soil of this major in Austin in North America. Tell me about some of these teams that we see coming from the North American region.
I mean, Complexity is the big one. We see them in stage 1. We see them in the opening game. Unfortunately for them, they're playing with a stand-in. Junior coming in instead of Halsek causes some visa issues, which obviously is a bummer, to be completely honest, because Complexity have shown us they can play decent Counter-Strike. I know the new lineup without Elise got off to a very poor start. I think they lost 6, 7, 8 games in a row, but then they got it together. They started to play on a good level. So for them to lose Halsek heading into this major is a bummer, to be completely honest, because I had them as a clear-cut favorite to go 3-0 and a clear-cut favorite to make stage 2. I still think they will, but they probably have to struggle and fight a bit more for it.
Yeah, it must be so tough to first of all be Halsek, but also be the rest of his team. Going into a major and then having these visa issues, that means you have to play with a stand-in. And the interview from Juna saying that they have actually been practicing for a couple of weeks. It's not like he just has been brought in from the streets and then to play. So they have actually done some kind of practice. And he also mentioned what you mentioned with Simple, that the hardest part for him to get into the team was actually learning all the utility, which apparently is a difficult part of Counter-Strike right now, right? But on the other side, I think NRG is a team that I mean, I don't have much expectations with them. But for me, like on a personal level, looking at NRG being led by Nitro, it's a guy that I have been competing against for like so long. So to see him coming back to major, having his stint in Valorant, coming back and now playing a major in North America, and it also has some kind of, the whole Captain America history.
I hope he brings out that jersey, but NRG version of it, obviously. Wildcard as well, obviously last major, they kind of made a real name for themselves, right? So it's great to see them returning again here.
Kind of going a bit under the radar, I think it's a decent team, and every time they show up at a tournament, they may not get the results that they want, they may not get, a nice placement, but when you look at the games and when you look at how they conduct themselves on the server, they always remain somewhat competitive. They play decent Counter-Strike. I think Stanislaw as well is doing a good job as an in-game leader. Maybe he's stagnated a little bit in terms of developing the lineup, but there's only so much talent to work with within that one as well. And then they are a great mix of North American players, some Swedes in there as well. So they are interesting and also one of my favorites to make it to stage 2.
3 spots from South America as well. Any particular teams that you're keeping your eye out on here, Decree?
I think out of the 3 you have on screen right now, obviously I think Imperial is the one to go to. Legacy coming in with a wild card slot from the BC not making it here, then I still believe that the Imperial is the one to look out for. And the whole region itself, it's a region that has been creating a lot of talent, and it's a team. It's kind of a seen as in a development. And obviously you have the teams, a team like Fury that is already here and waiting in stage 2, which is it's not a part of the qualifier. So the fact that some of the teams in the region that is already inside of the tournament, that they didn't have to go up against like the greatest opposition, I still think that Imperial is the team to look out for this one.
If anything, you look at those 3 teams in front of you right now and you think, which one of them are going to go 0-3? Which one of them are not gonna be the one that are going to give you the points for the pick'ems? I think there's only one country right now that is struggling more Counter-Strike-wise than Denmark, and that is Brazilian Counter-Strike. We had a conversation about that a couple of times, that it went from being such a deep and well-rounded region where there was so much talent, there were so many different avenues and options they could have gone for in order to create 2, 3, maybe even 4, 5 competitive teams, but it does feel like they've all fallen off, just like Danish Counter-Strike. And I got to be completely honest, speaking of form, I had all 3 teams in consideration to go 0-3.
Really?
And that's why I find Brazilian Counter-Strike right now, it's not as strong as it used to be.
Who did you put as your 0-3?
I had Fluxo at the end of the day.
Okay, that makes just one of the
Just one of them.
teams. Okay. Let's move on to talk about the final four, two of which coming from China. Interesting to look at these guys, as you know, from an up-and-coming region. What are we thinking of Lynn and Tyloo?
I mean, two teams that, especially Tyloo, that has a brand for themselves. You remember playing against Tyloo. I remember playing against Tyloo, and it was always a tough matchup. Again, an organization and a team that hasn't had a lot of success as of recently, but being part of the major is another proving ground and another stepping stone for this lineup. Do I expect any of these two teams to make it far at the major? Probably not. Do I think one of the two teams can make it to stage 2? Yeah, I have one of them in my pick'ems as well, but it's two teams that would have to fight for every single win they get here.
And I feel like if you have to pick like a team coming out of the region that can do good outside of the Mongols, then I also believe that we need to go and go with Tyloo. I think it's a team that has developed. You know, from the eye test at least, they look better. They seem like they've actually gathered some information and playing a little bit more like a European team. But I also just gotta be completely honest. Like I don't have much like reliability in the Chinese scene coming into this tournament.
One spot for Oceania as well. What are you making for the team coming from this region, Pimp?
I mean, it's always gonna be rough when you're the only team from that region. FlyQuest have shown us during the last major as well, and a couple of times that they can play good Counter-Strike. We saw them in Melbourne as well, you know, remain competitive despite not getting the results they wanted. Again, I think that's the cool thing about stage 1. We have a lot of these, you know, teams that don't get invited, that don't are high enough in the VRS section in order to be part of the tier 1 tournaments, now duking it out against each other. So we find out who is actually the most promising team out of all these, you know, tier 3, tier 4 teams that haven't made it through. And I think FlyQuest is a great example of a team that will have to capitalize on this. They will have to show us that they are good enough in order to get more points, in order to move up in the rankings and make it to stage 2, and I think they have what it takes. They have a couple of interesting players. The man on your screen right here, Regali, is a good one, and overall a good team.
I think they're one of the clear favorites to actually make it to stage 2 as well, and it must be nice to be FlyQuest, knowing that you have to beat your regional opposition to just qualify for the major. Now you don't have to go out and beat a lot of European teams. Like you just have to get that one spot, you know. And you know, at the same time, it could also be kind of a disaster if they didn't manage to. But then again, FlyQuest seem to be so much better than the regional teams they have them.
Obviously, final team that's going to be rounding out this first 16 comes from Asia. Chinggis Warriors. How much do we know about them as a team?
Let's be honest. You know, anyone who says they know a lot about them are probably lying or probably a mega nerd. And I respect either. You know, to be completely honest, it's a team that. We don't know much about them. We know a couple of the players, and obviously you can dive into them. You can see the stats. You can see how they're trending up, how they're trending down. You can see the opposition they're playing, you know, the caliber of teams, etc., etc. It's going to be a proving ground, and it's going to be a learning experience. And I think that's also a very important mindset for not only us, but the viewers at home to have as well, that a lot of these teams, you don't see them play at the highest level. You don't see them play in pressured environments on land. So we got to learn, you know, we got to figure out who can withstand the pressure, who can elevate themselves, and who's not cut for it.
Now, obviously, a couple of changes in terms of how teams are qualifying for this very major as well. No more RMRs. It was down to the MRQs, which means we got some live, authentic reactions coming out of a lot of boot camps for some of these teams, and we get to run a few of them now. We begin with Wildcard. I mean, you can see just how much it means to the guys to be making it to the most important tournament of the year.
It means a lot, you know. It just shows that they know what it means to qualify a major. Like one thing is the economical part, that they will actually be able to get stickers. Let's not lie. It's a big part for the players. But apart from that, you know, they want to go to a major and cement their name. You know, for all these players, they've probably been grinding the last maybe 5, 6, 10 years, depending on how old you are, getting and actually going to a major as a rookie. That is what you want to achieve as a counter player. You want to go to the majors, and then you want to see how far you can go.
It's a proving ground. It's a proving ground, and it's the greatest scene for every single player in the world of Counter-Strike to prove yourself. If you do well at the major, not only do you have a chance, as you said, Peter, of making a buck, you know, there's a financial aspect to it as well, but it's also a way of elevating your own career. Obviously, it means a lot to the players. I'm a little bit sad we don't get to see the RMRs being played out on LAN anymore, but I also get why it's complicated and why it's a big expense to do that. But it comes down to the matter of the fact that when I was playing and when you were playing, Peter, yes, all these big tournaments, they matter, but the only thing that really matters is qualifying for the major. It is the most important game you can ever play. It's like when you see the championship in football as well, you know, the big game in order to make it to the Premier League, not only financially the biggest game in the world of football, but also in terms of being part of the big dog league. You know, that's where you want to be at the majors.
I love how you bring up the term rookies, Dupree, because there are a hell of a lot that are going to be gracing stage 1 here. Obviously, you know, the whole conversation about there being 32 teams, of course, there's a lot more newcomers to the circuit. But should we pick out some of the players to be watching? Jacob, who are you going to be having your eyes on, particularly in stage 1?
Well, I think me and Peter agreed on a couple of them, so we tried to diversify it a little bit. I had Netic as a player that I would love to see played out. We spoke a little bit about FlyQuest, and we thought to ourselves that what can he potentially do? I saw some cool stuff in Melbourne. I think he's come in and done a lot of good stuff for FlyQuest. I think him and Regali are 2 players and 2 rookies that we have to look out for. And then Sway as well, Nemiga, a team that I actually have them as an 0-3, and that was a little bit of a gamble, to be completely honest. But the guy on your right here is one of the stars within that lineup, 17 years of age, very young. And as we spoke about, Peter, being on LAN, being at a major, that's where you want to prove that what you show us online, you can also do on LAN, and that's why I have an eye out for him.
I think, looking at these 2 players, I think obviously Netic, the one stands out. Maybe his stats is a little bit inflated in the fact that they get to play a lot of regional matchups, but obviously I think it requires these 2 players to step up for the teams to actually make an impact, and that is the whole thing when we look at the rookies at this stage, that the ones that we handpick out, the ones that actually jumps a little bit off the page, they need to step up for the team to actually be able to go to the second stage. And for myself, I looked a lot at Heroics Tenir, and I looked at OG's Chris, and it is players that I've been looking out for a little bit a while. I think Tenir is one of the players that then inside of Heroic has been standing out. He had a phenomenal tournament back in Dallas. He really showed, and he got to open people's eye about how good he actually is. And I'm quite curious to see if he's going to end up in a better team coming after this major. And then on the other side, as a Dane, we have 2 Danes on this. We have to go for Chrisen. Sure, his stats doesn't look as great, but he is a young English. He's only 18 years of age. And I've played with Chrisen back in Heroic, actually. We had like a small stand-in stint for Heroic together. And, he is a guy that seems to be very hard-working. And what surprised me the most about him when we were playing with him is that he was playing alongside me, Shush, Tessis, and I believe the last one was Salazar and Auber. What stood out the most for me, like he was so young and he had to go in and lead players with that much experience. It was quite crazy to feel that whenever we said something and he actually dared to say no to something, he took the reins took the control, and he's only 18 of year, and that's more than a year ago. I can only imagine how much he's grown since, and we can see with what he's doing with OG. OG has always been a team that's been creating some results left and right, but it's never really made the cut. I think this OG lineup, being majority of Danes, is a good proving ground and a good place for him to develop into an even greater in-game leader, maybe getting picked up by a team like Astralis if we have to go to a point where he wants to play national team. So I think Chrisen is definitely the guy to look out for here.
I don't think he wants to play for free, though, and I heard Astralis doesn't have a lot of money at the moment, so maybe someone else than Astralis, but that's not
even here, Jacob. They're not even here. Do you... was Chrisen a name that was on your radar as well, particularly coming from Denmark? Like, what have you heard about him?
I mean, I'll be completely honest. I had Tenir and Chrisen as my number 1 and number 2 pick, but we had to diversify a little bit. I think Chrisen is a cool dude, yeah. I think he's a great prospect as an in-game leader. Obviously, hearing from you as well, speaking to you privately, you told me about that. I think when you look from the outside as well, he does seem like a guy who is able to control his team and get the most out of the players he has to work with. Again, you can only get as much out of a talent as you can. OG doesn't have the best player material, but I think he's doing a great job. And I think for Tenir, just for the context as well, for people at home to know, Heroic is also technically a dead lineup. The coach is leaving, Son Payas is leaving as well.
Yeah.
Now you're coming in as Tenir as a young prospect. He's 24 years of age, but young in the Counter-Strike sense. Never played a major. That adds even more pressure, or it alleviates pressure, because now they're coming into the tournament knowing their dead lineup, and that whole, having to perform, having expectations, being one of the favorites, maybe that frees him up to be even better.
I totally agree. I think that could be really great for him, coming into this tournament knowing that we have a dead lineup, then he can not say that he should just solely focus on himself, but he can focus on himself that much that if he makes a great name, if he has a great showing here, he knows, sure, I was not picked up by G2 like the other of his teammates were and his coach.
Good for him.
But surely. But then if he goes out here now, he's already made a name for him. He made sure that people recognize his name coming into the tournament. If he can keep that up and even keep up what he's doing, but even be better, then I think he can actually get some really great offers coming. So I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing for the team.
Yeah. Should we take a look at the Swiss bracket once more to see exactly what is going to be going down today? Of course, we're in the 0-0. We haven't had any games going down. This is day number 1 of the Austin Major, and there's going to be plenty of games on the cards. 16 best of ones today, to be exact. Complexity versus OG. That's going to be going down on the A-Stream side of things. We obviously talked about one of the OG players quite a lot. How do you see this matchup being weighted, in your opinion?
I think it's a mega important matchup to find out who is the favorite to go 3-0. I think if OG is winning, they could go 3-0. If Complexity is winning, they still have a shot at going 3-0. It's two teams, at least I have in my eyesight, to be almost, I wouldn't say guarantees to make it to stage 2, but I would be super disappointed if they didn't.
Surely, and I think OG is for me, OG is the one that stands out. Maybe I'm a little bit biased because I'm Dane, but I actually believe that this OG line can take it away. They went 3-0 in the MRQ in Europe. That is great for them. They come in with confidence, and going up against a team like Complexity, sure, they're playing with a stand-in. They will see that as an opportunity.
Yeah, well, it's been a while since we've kind of seen OG put their name on the map. Let's bring up the vetoes. Obviously, this is going to be a best of one, so only one map will remain at the end of the day. Is this more of an opportunity to kind of, make some crazy plays, or is it leaning into your comfort ground more traditional?
I think Ancient is cool. Obviously, a comfort pick for complexity, but that could change with the whole Junior coming into it as well. We speak about what is the biggest challenges for Junior to come into complexity and be part of that lineup. Nades and utility being something that is being brought up a lot. I don't think Ancient is that hard in that department. I think there's a few set of utilities that you need to know, but once you have them, ironed out, then you're going to be just fine. It could mean that complexity are going to be a little less aggressive, because I think Haltrick was involved in a lot of the mid openings. He was involved in a lot of opening duels with the AWP. Is Junior going to take the same, responsibility in that regard, or play it a bit more safe and rely more on the teammates around him? I think that's where it could change a little bit, and something OG most definitely will have to prepare for, at least keep in the back of their mind.
And just to keep it short, what I think is really interesting about best of one vetoes is that you will always go and end up in a map that both teams feel quite comfortable on. It's not a map where you don't feel comfortable. You'll end up in a map that everyone feels like we can chime in with something, and we actually have a chance of beating each other.
Yeah, no, very good point to be interjecting with. Heroic versus Chinggis Warriors, that's going to be going down on the B stream side of things as well. We can bring them up, bring up their veto too. I think this is obviously going to be a bit of a baptism by fire. I'm presuming for Chinggis Warriors, because I think Heroic has been the heavy favorite for a lot of people in those 3-0 pick'ems, right?
It should be, to be completely honest. I know we speak about Heroic being a dead team. I personally agree with you, Pete, as well. I think it's an advantage. I think they're coming in with no pressure, and I think there's a skill disparity between the two teams, where regardless of Chinggis Warrior maybe coming in with perfect preparation, regardless of them maybe getting a map they feel comfortable on, Heroic have far superior skill on the server, and that should be showcased today.
I would be very surprised if Chinggis Warriors actually managed to clinch this one. But then again, it's also a great opportunity for them to actually prove me wrong that I don't believe in the Asian team. So let's see how things spread.
I was catching up with the players before this as well. We'll run some interviews at some point during the show as well. But Heroic have actually played them twice, right? So they've beaten them pretty handedly twice. Chinggis Warriors seem to be, of the ilk of you learn the most from a loss. They seemed pretty confident. Is that going to be the reality, though, Jacob?
I mean, maybe they learned a little bit, but one thing is learning, and another thing is getting greater or getting better to a point where you can actually challenge Heroic. I don't think that's going to be the case, but in all reality, Heroic are most likely going to win, but there's also different ways you can lose. And if Chinggis Warriors makes the game competitive, that in itself could be a victory, and that's something that could install confidence when they're facing teams on their own level.
I just hope that Heroic will live up to the expectation and not fall flat, and actually not live up to what everyone has said, because they are the favorite going out of this group.
Well, not to put the pressure on you guys at home, but you now have some decisions to make. Not one, not two, but actually 3 choices of streams. Of course, on stream number A, that is going to, well, stream letter A rather, that's going to be Complexity versus OG with the traditional commentary as well. Heroic versus Chinggis Warriors is going to be going down on the B stream, but you can see my face on the C stream. That is because we're going to be trying something a little bit new here. It's going to be more of a watch party vibe. So if you want to stick with us for a bit more casual, chill conversation, not so much of the commentary, then you can choose to be sticking on that C stream. We'll give you a couple of minutes as we move to a break to make that decision, and hopefully we'll see you on the other side.
I started 2015, I think, like I was 10 or something, I don't remember exactly. But I got anger issues, so my father took away my PC. I started back in 2021 again, and just started playing all day, all night. And I got an offer from a Norwegian team. I quit school and just pursued the dream. I was just grinding Face It, solo gaming. I was hitting the #1 on leaderboards, so that was how I got spotted, right? And I didn't have like expectations. I just joined, and the guys were a bit more experienced, so they basically guided me, like how to be a good teammate, how to play, and I just listened and took the next step, I guess. After that, I got scouted again because they saw potential in me, and I went to Metizport, and I got full-time offer then. We played 1 season, and then again the Face It leaderboard, right? I was on top of the Face It leaderboard and got spotted again in Sangal. There we just grinded from top 200 to top 30, and rest is history. I have 6K games, I think.
Oh, wow, okay.
I'm playing with Roland, and he's been in the scene for a long time, right?
Yeah.
And he said I even have more games than him, so we were on flare break, and we just got a call from Heroic, from the coach, saying they were interested, right? Because they sold to Falcons, obviously. But it was kind of quiet from the Sangal side, so it was more like a surprise. It wasn't planned at all. It just happened on 1-2 days, and it was done. Obviously, like since Jota went to Eternal Fire, and we had the core, we had some decent ranking, and of course heroic, good management, good work, good staff behind it. So it was like an obvious choice. Sampayas, who's been experienced, is joking inside the team and like outside of the game, and Tenir is the same. Like we're just a bunch of guys having fun, joking around. So it's the chemistry is great. Like we're having fun every time.
Obviously, you've made it to the major, just a milestone achievement for you individually.
Yeah, of course. Like I had it as an achievement with a sticker, right? Like now I'm in the game. I'm excited. I'm not too nervous. I'm just taking game by game.
Is there anybody you're particularly hoping that you get to play against here in Austin?
FaZe. We demolished them and they're calling us bots. Like, I don't know how they can call us bots, but we're demolishing them. So I need to do it again. Now when the season ending, like it's the last dance as well for us, like our roster. We just wanted to make it to playoff. And yeah, we'll see from there.
Temperature check on all the teams. So bring up the teams.
I lied. I'm sorry. You get us for a little bit more time, but that's fine because we've got a hell of a lot of teams to be talking about. And I think we should start off by maybe doing a temperature check for some of these stage 1 teams. Should we talk about the teams that we have laying in wait in front of us? First of all, Complexity versus OG. Complexity with a stand-in. I think prior to that whole situation kind of unfolding, they were certainly in a lot of people's 3-0 pick'ems, right? They're still in mine. Did you guys change anything when you kind of saw that situation?
I also stuck with him, but I changed the mindset around him. It's a gamble for me now to have them as a 3-0, and I don't mind that because that means that one of the other spots, is freed up in the pick'ems. I think Complexity is good enough in order to make it work with Junior. I think Junior as a player is good enough in order to make it work with Complexity as well. Are they going to be as strong as they would have been with Haltzerk? Most likely not, but I think the rest of the team have shown me that they can step up for the occasion. Grim has been playing better. I think JT is slightly underrated as an in-game leader as well. I think they play a relatively, I wouldn't say loose style, but I don't think it's the most difficult team to come in and join as a stand-in. It could have been way, way worse. You could join Na'Vi as a stand-in. I think that would have been a nightmare if you were Junior. So I don't really fear on behalf of Complexity. They will make it to stage 2. It's just a question or not whether they can get over this best of 1 hurdle against OG.
I'm also confident that they're going to do it. I mean, sure, missing out on Haltzerk is going to be bad for Complexity, especially knowing that they actually had put up some decent results and they were kind of playing better than everyone expected coming from where they were, well, losing Elise and then picking up the 2 young talents in NA. I think everyone started looking at them and saying, okay, is this actually what Complexity is going to bring out to the table? And then I think they started proving everything wrong. So I think they will still make it to stage 2. They will not make it 3-0. I don't believe that. But they have what it takes. Like the rest of the players are still playing well enough to actually make it to stage 2. I think it would be a different scenario if they went to any other tier 1 event where they would go up against the likes of Vitality, Mousesports, and whatsoever. But with the opposition that they have here, I still think they have what it takes.
And honestly, depending on what happens and who they face, and obviously we don't know that, depending on who wins and go 2-0, 1-1, etc., I think this best of 1 opening game against OG could potentially be the hardest game for Complexity in order to make it to stage 2.
Okay. OG, where are you putting them then? Because obviously, I mean, where are we putting Complexity? Was second, now what, like 3 to 6? Somewhere in that territory? Should be going through, should be in the 3-1, 3-2s. Okay, that makes sense. OG, where are they standing in comparison?
To me, the exact same place. I don't think you're necessarily biased, Peter, when you have expectations for these guys. I think Boss is a great player as well. He's finding his own footing as well. I think, as we said, Chrisen, very interesting in-game leader. And overall, OG have shown us that when they're playing teams on their own level, they usually win. It's not a team that has a tough time finding that kind of consistency. You said it yourself, they went 3-0 in the MRQ. And it's honestly a team that I have decent expectations for. You could have put them as a 3-0 as well, but that would be on the cost of Complexity. And I have them definitely being one of the top, I'd say, 4 or 5 strongest teams in stage 1.
And they are a very young team, they are very inexperienced. The only one, like the one with the most experience in OG is probably Fico. He's been around that lineup for I don't know how long, And it just seems like he's like a constant OG player. Like he doesn't seem to move anywhere else, right? and if you look at the other players, another guy that I want to point out maybe is Nikodos. He has been brought into team. He's probably the closest they get to like a star player. He is the upper, but from my time also playing with his former teammates in Prezi back in the day, he was a guy that he's a guy that goes in with the mentality of not caring too much. He goes in and plays the game and in the way that he wants to. And if he feels like he can pick up a rifle instead of playing AWP, that is what he's going to go for. Like, he doesn't care too much about whether or not he's going to play AWP or rifle. But the good thing is that he actually is capable of doing so. So I think he's going to be a great asset to the team. He's been his time in Fnatic. He also showed that he could play like a very high Counter-Strike. Sure, he had some inconsistency problems, but I still think that he's a player that will also be able to stand out for OG this tournament.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing, though, to have that mentality? Because I always looked at Nemiga and I thought to myself, what a waste of potential. What a waste of player, because I think he's great. I think he has a great skill set. He has the ability to pick up the AWP, as you said, and be a difference maker at the highest level. But from looking from the outside, you played with him, I always looked at him as a guy that mentally-wise, he was just not cut for it.
I think with Nemiga, I mean, it was a good and bad thing with the whole AWP and rifling thing that he did back in preseason, because his teammates also felt sometimes he just did it out of his own like selfishness, and he just wanted to play rifles of AWP, and that would change the dynamic of how the rounds is running. So I don't know if it's a specific thing he does anymore, but that is actually what I've heard from the past.
Well, should we hear from the man himself? So did have the pleasure of catching up with Nemiga ahead of this series. Great to see you once again at Nemiga. Obviously, the last time you were at a major, it was back in Copenhagen with the heroic jersey on. How's it feeling to be in the OG jersey now?
I mean, after all, it's my 6th major, I feel pretty good. 4 different teams, I believe, now, but I'm happy to be in OG. I'm really confident. I'm ready to play.
How comfortable are you feeling overall in the OG system, and how different is that to some other teams that you've played in?
I feel like I'm very comfortable. I think they put in a lot of effort, the coaching staff and Chris and the IGL, to make me comfortable, because they know I like to play somewhat different than other oppos maybe on certain aspects of the game, but I'm very comfortable.
Okay, so they're giving you a good amount of freedom, you feel like? Like, how much give and take is it from your play style versus what OG want to be creating?
I think we found a good mix between what they want to do and what I want to do personally, and I think I have all the freedom in the world to do whatever I want.
Sounds very good. It's a question that I pose a lot, is kind of identity of teams and how you would describe it. A lot of people like to say, we just want to play our own game. We want to show what we're capable of on the server. What is OG capable of, in your opinion?
I think in general we're a pretty aggressive team. We have a lot of people who want to go out and take the early fights, and sometimes I think the hardest thing for us is to settle down a little bit, but we like to be aggressive. That's definitely our identity.
First opponent, obviously going to be Complexity, best of 1 territory. How familiar do you feel with Complexity?
I think they are a pretty strong team, honestly. I think they're one of the best teams in this stage, but I mean, we're also feeling very confident against them, and we know they're coming in with a stand-in, and they might not feel as confident as they should be, so we'll just take it one round at a time.
Just to pick up on what Nemiga was saying there, how difficult, in your opinion, Dupree, is it when you have a AWPer who's maybe a little bit more unconventional, right? Wants to take a bit more space, you kind of need to let him be free roaming, because it obviously sounds very promising that OG are allowing him to do that, but reality, is it as easy as he's making out?
And it just seems like it's part of his identity as a player, and I think it could be both a strength but also a weakness, because if you put Nemiga in reins and you put him on a leash and he's not allowed to do what he wants to, or if you limit him too much, I think he will end up maybe overthinking too many of the situations, where I think if he gets the right amount of freedom but also plays within a system that actually works around him, I think he'd be really good. And it worries me a little bit in that sense, because we've seen teams pick up Nemiga where he maybe doesn't get the same kind of freedom that maybe he gets in OG or in Pre-season for that matter, where people rely on him to be the star player. If he can go out and play his own style, that is where he's going to bring all the numbers to the table. So I think this is a really great place for him to develop, and I think it's a really great place for him to play. And he also mentioned the whole thing that one of their struggles inside OG right now is that sometimes he gets spirals a little bit out of control, keeping it a little bit cool. And I think that is it's a reflection of a very young team. They don't know when to hold back. Maybe they don't know how to react. Maybe they don't know how to approach the round compared to some of the best teams in the world, who's really good at understanding the situation and playing the right percentages.
I don't disagree with anything you're saying, but there's a key word in that whole sentence that I want to pick up on, and you say development. That's my issue with Nemiga. There is no development. There is no trying to get better at your weakness. There is no trying to buy into more of a system. There is no trying to refine yourself as a player. There is no trying to maybe balance out this, I wouldn't call it egotistical way of thinking, that it's my way or no way, but that's, again, what it feels like. And don't get me wrong, the viewers may feel that I'm a little bit harsh on Nemiga right now, and I am, because I hold him up to a higher standard than anyone else within the OG lineup, because he is a better player. I gotta be honest though, Nemiga, to me, a wasted potential. I would love to see him come through here in OG. I would love to see him find consistency. I would love to see him prove me wrong, but a player with that skill set hasn't been able to get more out of his career than he has. To me, that's a little bit disappointing.
Well, gentlemen, we are going to be having plenty more time to be talking, but server issues have been resolved. We do need to throw things to a quick break. If you want to stick with us on the Steve stream, we are first of all going to be covering Complexity versus OG, so potentially we'll see you on the other side.
Chai.
Chai, yeah.
Do we add the cheeses?
Yeah, Chinggis.
Chinggis,
Yeah.
okay.
The first time I played with my father, I was like 6 years old. He was teaching me how to play, and then the next years I was playing by myself. All my life I loved the game, so that was one opportunity to play. I think that was the point, the pandemic. I feel like in Imperial we are really free to do plays and do calls. Vinny likes to play like that. ST, I was lurker in Fluxo, and now I'm playing like playmaker every time I'm playing like in the block.
Is that hard to like switch from those two? Because they're quite different.
Yeah, it's quite different. When you are a lurker, your POV is like more chilling, you are just holding, and when you are playing like in playmaker, something like that, it's a lot of actions in your POV. I think, of course, we have a pressure because, for example, Imperial went to the 2 majors before, and that one's my first one, so I have a pressure because of that. The same way, I know I was not here to replace all the roles of Phelps, so I think I'm good playing pressure. I'm really happy because it's my first time in USA too, and also in my first major, so it's a special moment. I'm just leaving, you know. I know major starts tomorrow, it's my first major, and I don't want to be like overthinking in my mind, you know. I'm just trying to live in doing stuff's good. Probably I will be a little nervous, but I think when we are playing, I think they can help me too with the nerves being not stressful.
Do you think Imperial have a chance here of making it to playoffs, even winning the major?
All right.
We know it's really hard, but who knows?
Well, here we go. Here on the B stream, and I look forward to this. A best of one, and we've got Heroic up against the Chinggis Warriors. Dan, how are you feeling on this fine morning?
I'm feeling fantastic, and oh my, we just see the map, Sanders.
Oh,
and we get Anubis, and we were talking about this, that Anubis was one of the wildcard picks that could be thrown at Heroic because it's a map that they like to play. They've got a good record on it. It's a decent record on it for Chinggis in the maps that they've played, but it's Anubis. It's a best of one. Anything can happen. This is the perfect stomping ground for Chinggis to have an upset.
Yeah, it's my favorite map to rain on at the moment for that exact reason. I'm surprised. You actually said it before the show went live here, and I would have guessed that we would have ended up on Ancient or either Dust 2, one of those 2 ones. They played both in the past again. I think the Desk talked about it too. So that was my expectation here. I really thought, because I went back and watched the Ancient game yesterday, and I thought that was a winnable game for Chinggis. I really thought that was going to be something that they could have done, but instead, we end up on Anubis. I'm surprised it's a best of one. I kind of like the fact that we end up there. That's a funny sort of wrinkle in the match already before we even get into it. We'll see. Heroic are really good on this map, though. That's one thing to really keep in mind.
Yeah, yes, certainly. And these teams have some history this year, just quite recently, but yeah, as you say, it was Ancient, it was Mirage, I believe, and so we don't really know what to expect in terms of the stylistic clash between these two sides. But I feel like if you're Heroic preparing for this game, you have to feel like this is a potential option. And there is a lot of data out there because both teams have played it so much. So I feel like at least, even if it's a gambly kind of map that you might be worried that the underdog has a chance on that T side with, you'll still have an ample opportunity to get info.
I don't know if you. I feel like the odds are crazy here. That's 7.5 to 1 almost, a little bit worse even. I think that's. You have to remember this is a best of one game, and just notoriously, I would even say the fact that it's a best of one game, I guess the first one in the tournament. It's hard to guess. Also, we're playing MR12 these days, which means the tactical space is so compressed in these games. It's very hard to stop something from rolling, off the table once it's headed in that direction. So I think Heroic are favorites, but that says a lot about the community confidence, I think, in Heroic right here. Hopefully not misplaced, but I'm always nervous with these best of one games.
Totally, and I totally agree with you. Despite the fact, as we said at the top of the show, you've got Heroic as the favorite for many people for the 3-0 pick or slot in their pick'ems against a team that many actually have in their 0-3. Even despite that, I totally agree with you. It does feel like this is very dangerous territory, and I'm super curious to see who will start out on the T side, because that's where we know it can be quite dominant here on Anubis. So that's what I'll be curious to see. But again, a lot of teams don't, because we have all the data out there. Obviously, Skybox is something that is utilized by a lot of the top teams. It's going to be pretty easy to kind of see how a team likes to play the T side, and if you're Heroic, I feel like there are definitely a lot of ways that you can sort of know what's going to be coming your way.
I think that's absolutely the case, and Heroic are such a confident team in taking advantage of even small opportunities. I think they're such a good team at shutting down whatever the T side. When they're on the CT side, they are very aggressive. They've kind of kept that heroic spirit in spite of the fact that that was Cadian's Heroic that kind of, I think, brought that into the organization. But somehow they managed to hold on to it a little bit, even with this lineup, and I think that's kind of cool. It kind of is enjoyable in that sense. But I think Heroic going to win. I think I have Heroic as my 3-0, and I do think I also picked Chinggis as my 0-3,
Same.
which adds another funny element to it. It means if Chinggis are able to surprise here, they're going to ruin so many people's pick'ems on on the first match. What a great position to be in. If I'm a team, that's what I want to do. I want to be like, yeah, you all thought it was going to be 0-3. Well, guess what? That could be funny. You could be playing spoilers for half the pick'ems. So,
and for those that are nervous, of course, something that the desk was talking about, and I don't think it's going to be a surprise to anyone. Heroic, they're going to be pound for pound a better team, but in terms of the players, and I think the way that comes to bear in the actual match is those clutch moments, those little moments in the mid-round where an individual is going to take the initiative to go for a play, and you have those important kind of 1v1s or more kind of micro tactical exchanges. Those are all of the sort of the small moments that really decide a round, and that's the areas that you edge Heroic completely in.
Yeah, I think last time that I saw these two teams play, my feeling is that when Heroic are on the CT side and they play more forward on the map, they kind of stop Chinggis from doing a lot of the tactical stuff that they like to do. But as soon as Heroic start playing further back, it does give a lot more space. And I'm just one of the things I'm going to be looking for coming into this game is how will they be, dealing with that? Is that something that Heroic themselves think about? Also, the fact that we're on Anubis means playing forward in general is just really hard to do. So I'm sure Heroic have some ideas here, but it'll be interesting to see. Also, just the battle here, for Sunpius to see how he can shut this down and what he can do early on. He's obviously such a rock for this Heroic team, and they talked about it a little bit in the pregame here. You heard from Youngstar, who was, talking about, him joking around, but also obviously the experience and everything else. I think that's something at this major that Heroic are going to be relying on quite a bit.
Yeah, and I just saw there, Anders, because we had the veto up on the screen again, that it was actually Chinggis who banned Ancient, which I was wondering maybe Heroic would have been the ones to ban that, but it's actually Chinggis that actually banned that. So maybe they were sort of trying to push the veto this way the entire time, because I don't know that Heroic would necessarily have put that as their primary concern.
I agree. Like that, it is weird and kind of interesting. I think it also says a lot about how much thought goes into these vetoes, these best of ones. It is impressive, though, the map pool that Chinggis actually do have. Train is the only map that they really ban out, and then Mirage is something that they need to work on more. But other than that, they basically can play 5 out of 7 maps, which honestly, a lot of teams can't really do that well. And in a veto situation, it's dreadful when you're forced onto a map that you're not that good on.
Yeah,
Anuba's not their best map, but they are good enough on it, like that it could be interesting.
Yeah, and one of the things that you were showing me off camera via Skybox, looking at the Ancient there for Chinggis, is that was really cool to see, was that level of coordination that they have, which is only possible with extensive drilling and paying attention to the small details, like really caring about making sure that the two HEs land in, the two players land in the exact same spot at the exact same time, and it's layered into other util timings. Like that's something you don't have to do. A lot of the top teams don't necessarily go that far,
right?
But it does show that they have laser focus and discipline on the tactical game.
I agree. It's an interesting stylistic thing, because if you ask somebody to let's throw 2 HEs into a corner, it's like, does it really matter if they're right on top of each other? Maybe not, but But for Chinggis, I've seen a couple of games now where they are just so synchronized in how they throw the utility, and it just, if nothing else, it just looks incredibly cool. But you're probably right; it does also display like an underlying, work ethic that we've drilled this exact thing, like we know how to play it. Very curious if we'll see some examples of that on a map of like Anubis. Just to go through my usual complaint while we get into the game here. My big concern with Anubis is always going to be the fact that if you start on the CT side and you lose the pistol, that's not necessarily disaster zone yet, but if you lose the first rifle round as well, I've seen so many teams that are really good on Anubis still end up just crashing out of the first half and losing 7-8 rounds in a row before they finally get anything done on the CT side. And that, at a major, as the opening game, that's a stressful situation to be in. So I really, truly think the first couple of rounds on that CT side, whoever starts there, that's going to make a big difference.
Yeah, I can't say I feel any other way than in total agreement with you. It's certainly the most dangerous part. I think for Heroic, at least, just they do have that individual skill to fall back onto in this matchup where there will be a disparity where you would imagine that even though it's MR12, there's going to be enough rounds that they're going to have ample opportunities so that they can get into these clutch spots. I think we're going to see it play out in the match. It's the moments between the moments type of thing where, both teams have set up in the macros and the setups, but then when it comes down to, playing around those spots that are created after that, that's where I think we'll see those edges taken. And I am super curious, like you said, about Heroic's aggression on the CT side.
Yeah.
This map, as you said already, it's such a hard map to do it on, but at the same time, when you're the better team, you don't really want to allow the other team to feel like they have space to work with. So you do have to play disruptively to some extent. You have to at least show that you can do it so that they have to always fear it, and it'll slow their defaults down, and maybe they'll have to use a bit of extra util just to make their defaults safe now because you could go aggressive. Like, you have to at least show it. So I'm curious what that looks like for Heroic in this matchup, because you want to play good fundamentals, but you also don't, to have less risk, but you also don't want to give too much. That's the balance when you're the favorite.
I think one of the scary things for Chinggis in this particular matchup is just the fact that Heroic have so many players that are going to be good at, like we talked about, playing disruptively. Talk about somebody like Tinir, or I would say X-Floud as well. Like, they are people with really a lot of confidence, and they should be confident because they are really talented. So if those players get off to a good start, then it just will be really hard, I think, to hold Heroic back, and it will be a bit of a tough game, no question. So getting last couple of things ironed out with the game before we get into it as well. Good to see Saw in the shirt, obviously coach behind Heroic. I think I don't just know if underrated. I think the community's pretty much accepted that he is just really good at his job and has managed to prove that across, coming in from ENTS as well, and his whole relationship with Snappy. But it seems like, I would say, for this lineup, which I had almost zero expectations when they put this Heroic lineup together. Also because you got to remember, Sun Pius came out of a Falcons project where he just looked so flat on that team. It wasn't a lot of fun. He's managed to revive his career. I think it's just a really good story for Heroic. It really is. Yeah,
we need more of that. From the Danish Counter-Strike. We see with the Astralis, actually, breathing some life back into the Danish scene recently over in Astana with it, with Huxi coming on in, and that was a feel-good moment, I think, for Counter-Strike fans in general, not just Danes.
I know, it's been too long where they've been not quite good enough, not quite showing us what they could do. So, unfortunately, too late for the major. But I still, just for looking into the future, I don't disagree. Like, that's hopefully a dream that they can manage to rebuild whatever that is.
Yeah.
I'm here shouting. I hope that's a good thing. The fact that nobody's standing up typically means that we're not that far away from having a bit of a start to the match here.
Yeah.
But
and the good thing is we have like these multiple setups as well. So it's the first day. Everything's just getting sort of dialed in, and I would expect things to be pretty smooth once we get going. So really nice setup here.
Well, especially for you, Dan. You are now an Austin native.
Yeah.
You basically live like 7 minutes from here.
Yeah.
You took a robot taxi to get to work.
Yeah, it is. Dude, it's actually the first time I used the autonomous taxi, and I got to say, it is the future, man. It's actually so sick.
Oh, no. Okay, so were you scared at all getting into it? I've never been in one yet, but I kind of want to go.
No, it felt great, actually. I felt more safe.
Okay, I can
than a human being behind the wheel. I'm a human. I shouldn't be behind the wheel.
Well, that is true. We are flawed, but we do love watching the humans play Counter-Strike. That's different, don't think we'll be seeing, the AIs play just yet. It's going to be boring. Here we go.
Yeah.
High fives are coming out. Youngstar actually is a player that I've been really, really impressed with. I would mention him as one of those people who is sort of like, secretly ducked under the radar in Sweden. Didn't really hear about him until he, sort of like dipped out of the Swedish scene a little bit. But obviously, I just think a really fun player to watch. And I think they mentioned the amount of games that he's played. I mean, it's true for the Heroic as a whole, by the way. If you look at how many games they played in the last 3 months, it's demonic. They've just been grinding so much Counter-Strike, it's crazy.
Yeah, and it's all for this. It is all for this. Even all the tournaments that they've played previously, it's all really truly for the major.
Oh,
and
yeah.
Here we are. We're kicking things off here on Anubis and Heroic on the T side. Chinggis Warriors on that CT side, and fast move through the mid and down into the water into E-Box.
Oh, look at Kulast. He's just stood inside. He's let them through, trying to get the headshot. He's going to get the one. Not bad news at all. It's Youngstar to go down, but the bomb is up there, and Heroic actually will be planting on the other side of the obelisk, which is pretty rare. I wonder how the afterplant's going to be playing out. Here comes LNC, drops out into the water and tries to even shoot Rue in the back, but it's not going to be happening. Bomb is ticking away here. And I'm not seeing a kit on anyone either, Dan. So they're in a really tough position, 3 versus 5, and this retake has to be quick, even if they have the man advantage.
This is going to go down. Oh, beautiful headshots raining on in there for Chinggis Warriors. Root trying to get the defuse on, and they're going to get every single kill. And that's the CT pistol. That's the dangerous moments past there for Chinggis Warriors. Getting off to a good start economically. That's everything, Anders. If we're talking about an upset, this is how we start it.
I know it's typically we don't try to put so much weight on pistol rounds, but I think MR12, first game of the major, you're on Anubis, you needed to win this one. And it was set up by Kulast just accepting the fact that when they come through the smoke, he's not going to have an easy time, so he dives into it, shoots just one of them in the back. It's not just the fact that he does that, but it forces them to plant in this really awkward position. So the whole round is set up by that one Kulast kill, and it's not bad at all. Chinggis Warriors see if they can keep this rolling. There is going to be a buy because there's a bomb plant, so we all know how that works now. And they will try to boost on over. Smoke in the middle there for the CT side. And typically that means there's only one player who's actually here. This time it's none. They're playing that cam position and leaning 3 towards the A-bomb site.
And this is an opening that is given by the CTs, so they can expect that this play is coming on through, giving that mid space. In comes the play in towards the A site, or the attempt at the very least. It gets smoked off, so they have to reroute themselves over towards the B side through CT. Nice pick off from Kulast on the defense, and that's going to slow things down here.
What a rare fight that we're seeing. They're actually moving towards CT spawn all of a sudden, and now xFlow trying to see if he can run them down. He's got the Galil in hand, has a player trapped in the corner, very low on health, but great teamwork. They are so beat up, some of them at least there on the CT side, but still in the fight here. 2 versus 4, the bomb has been planted. Heroic, it's a very scrappy round for them. Sunpias goes down, and Youngstar up close with the MAC-10, using all the bullets on the first one. He's down to just 6 now. Does get a quick headshot, but he runs out at the end. So close. Arikul, the one to save the round here. If he had more bullets, there might have been an opportunity for the young Swede to get that done.
That could have been like 4 players surviving for the CT side, and that would have been huge.
True.
But the bomb goes down again, and there's 4 kills at the end there from the T side. So the economy in the CTs for Chinggis is going to be pretty sketchy, to say the least. And so this presents Heroic an opportunity for the big old reset as we get into the next round.
I'm so glad you bring it up, Dan. I would be shocked if Heroic don't buy in this one. It's such a prime opportunity. You're right, down to the 1v1. You even make the extra cash with the MAC-10 there, so you're going to go for it, and they will. A lot of pressure. I don't even think it's necessarily even a big risk. Even if they lose it here, I'm not sure if it is necessarily a big problem, but on the other side of it, if Chinggis can find a way to make it through, then it's 3 to begin with. They picked up the AUG as well. I'm going to be watching for AUGs this major because BetBoom has started a trend by buying a lot of AUGs, and I'm curious how many other teams are going to start doing it.
Yeah, it could be the AUG major.
Could be.
We'll see. Heroic looking to slide on through the choke here. The first AUG is looking fantastic there on that angle. The pixel angle works beautifully. Chinggis holding it down on the A site, and now Heroic have to second guess it. They can't proceed through the choke. They're resetting into mid.
A sick setup as well, with the second player flashed in and taking the swing against anyone else who was there. Such a cool setup. And also the flash that they throw is not going to flash the Orc player, so they can throw it while that fight is still happening against the Orc. They're already doing that underhand flash to go for the peak, so really sick and easy setup, I think, to actually make work. Ooh. Oh. That is a rare headshot. A burst, and it just catches xFloud as he turns the corner to near an LNC here. Trying to hold it on to see if they could shut down the CT side very early on. But again, they find themselves in a 2 versus 4, and not an easy clutch to win here. Tanir's going to be going down, and it will leave the last Swede on the team. The captain as well, 1 versus 3. They tap the bomb, just trying to see if they can find him through the smoke here. They're going to get the kid on already. They're so close to doing it, and he doesn't have any more bullets. Flying right through his E-Fire, and it'll be another round for the CT side. This is a great start all of a sudden, Dan.
The headshot there from E-Fire was actually kind of crazy. Like, you don't expect to get that. You're just really playing for information at that point. I think he's like, oh, maybe I have the timing when they're crossing, but I feel like you're getting a kill that maybe like 1 out of 10 times. So everything's going right for Chinggis Warriors at the moment. This is such a strong start. And I mean, Heroic, I don't imagine they're going to be worried necessarily, but I feel like for them, it's one of those games where right now, anything that we do, like, it just does not working. It doesn't matter what it is. Yeah. It's not working.
Well, and also the fact that, you know, by going for a lot of the pressure early on, even though I think it's totally warranted, it just means now you have given them a couple of rounds early on to play with. 3-0 lead for them. Your own economy, you're getting the bomb plants at the very least, but it's 3 people surviving here. They're going to be picking up AKs on top of it. It's almost as good of a start as you could have hoped for here for the Chinggis Warriors. 3-0 in their favor. There is a bit of an investment into this round. It's not completely, you know, all in. They do want some players to pick up the AWP at some point, so they're going to have to save a little bit there. But they've thrown the MAC 10 into the middle. It's 3 people waiting. That's a lot.
Yeah, I love that. Use the Molotovs, get that fast information. Can he find something? Yeah, LNC is able to take down 1 before getting traded out. 4 versus 4 as the B site is completely lost here. So really good look right now, especially as we get that Tech9 headshot from Youngstar. Chinggis 3v3, 3v2 retake now as, oh wow, Tinid burns down Youngstar. What on earth happened there?
It was so late as well, I don't know. He must have thought the Molotov was going to fade. Tanir, though, alive, nearly gets a flick. It will be Sunpius to save the round. That is very well done. He had no time at all to adjust. He either swings to get that headshot or the round is going to be over immediately. That would have been another close 1v1 that Heroic would have lost, but Sunpius is there to keep it alive in spite of the, you know, friendly barbecue that was happening. We're in Texas after all.
Yeah,
I appreciate a good barbecue.
What on earth was that? I wonder if that gets caught here in this replay. We'll see.
Oh. Yeah, he's stood in the middle of 2 grenades.
That's rough.
Yeah.
Well,
still,
it's Austin. You gotta get the barbecue on.
Haven't yet. Dan, I feel let down. I need that to happen. That is aggressive. I am shocked that they were still there to be shot. I feel like you want to dive out of that position on the T side as fast as you can. Arikul here, trying to bait them in. There is a second MP9, actually right into an HE. It's not bad.
And they are going to send Heroic back here. So, Heroic, they have that doors control in mid. And they can do a lot from this position. Of course, they can cut enough noise for long enough to suggest they could be going towards B right now, but walking back into the A split potentially. But Chinggis, they haven't moved a muscle.
Yeah, they're trying to retake the front of A, and Youngster knows it. And even then, they still don't find the kill. That's very interesting. It's a great read for Youngster. He knows what that smoke means. The CTs throw that smoke so that they can retake the front of A. But somehow he doesn't get the fight home. E-Fire is going to end up going down. A bit of a setup there for Sunpius too. 3 versus 4. And with the pistol, Coolest, how has he found them? Shutting them down with the AK, looking for the bullet on xFloud, who's low on health and low on time. No teammates left. He shouldn't be able to clutch this. They should be able to just wait him out. They are going to fight him, and it's Coolest to crush Heroic in this one. That is a bit of a miracle.
Yeah, and I mean, it's so cool. This is a great CT side so far. I mean, firstly, on E-Box, you had controls posted up with the AWP the entire time with that line through water. So that was a confirmation that, oh, when they cut noise, well, they're not going to be, because they would have to cross that line. And so that allows them to try to play for that retake. Chinggis knew precisely what was going on the entire time, and they're handling it so well on the fights as well. That's where I thought Heroic would come alive, but Chinggis looking good.
This is a really grim position for Heroic to be in. If this was any other map and it's a 4-1 lead, I probably just don't care at all about this. But the fact that it's the CT side of Anubis,
yeah,
I think this is
the economy too.
I know I think this is such a dramatic start. And again, I think both of us actually, Chinggis are in a position to ruin, or so at least upset our pick'ems quite a bit. So half the community is going to be watching right now thinking, please don't do this, because for some reason the pick'ems matter a lot to people,
Yeah. Of course. It's like $10, Anders.
You just feel like, it's a status thing. We're all dreaming of that diamond coin, even though it's completely stupid, but we all want it.
Well, this is a slightly different setup from Chinggis as far as like the passive CT stuff goes. They give mid again, but instead of a 2-3, they're in a 3-2. Although they're coming out with the timing. The pop flash timing's unbelievable. Rue is able to spray them down. Tanir is able to get a consolation headshot, but the timing could not have been better. That's crazy.
You always dream when you flash somebody in or you get flashed in. That you're like, oh, please let them all be flashed just up against the wall. Then like none of them are even moving. They're just in one straight line. Never really works out that way, I feel like. But this time it absolutely did. Not enough damage either. This is the other problems. Got a couple of AKs picked up. Money is going to slowly start to build here on the Chinggis side if they can get 4 people out of this one. Bomb is in the middle, so they don't have to risk really anything. They know eventually LNC is going to have to try and show up and do a little bit more damage here. 7 seconds left. See if he can do anything in the fading hours of this round. Nice headshot. Spins for it. 1 kill. Better than nothing.
And one thing that's interesting about that pop flash is that it's kind of risky, because the reason why they are flashing that is because they actually do suspect that their opponents are there, but it's the 2 players who are alone on the A site that are doing this. Right. Usually it's the team that on the B side where you've got 3 players. That's where maybe you take the aggression because you have the extra players. So,
sure.
So I felt like that was an interesting detail, but I think it just shows so far that Chinggis Warriors are playing fearlessly from the underdog position, and so far so good. They are crushing it.
It's on the CT side as well. 5-1. A map pick that we did not expect. I certainly did not expect it. I think you mentioned it as a possibility, which is I think Chinggis they've done some real homework to slip this one through. Heroic at the moment, they haven't really found their start at all. I would expect, just on player performance alone, for Heroic to have a couple of rounds, should have already happened, where they just show up and shoot somebody in the face with an AK. Like, some rounds should just go that way, where it's like, oh, here we go, it's Tanir, it's xCloud, and the round is almost over just on a couple of fights, and that really has not been the case. So a lot of credit right now to the CT side. It's super impressive what they managed to do already. We'll see if Heroic can turn it around with something more creative.
I think this E-Box position is something that has been really nice for Chinggis Warriors. It's never really been taken away in the defaults that we've seen, and it's giving controllers just this free line consistently with the AWP. That's so much information to sort of stabilize your rotations with on the CT side. Oh, the flick shot, that actually... Oh, I feel like that should have connected.
I mean, I think it did damage, but it must have been clipping the wall. Yeah. It looked... Even with the blood on the wall in the back, it looked like LNC should have died right then and there. I do like this move for the middle. It's very aggressive, trying to sneak in through the smoke. Oh, but they get shot in the back. Rue ends up going down. Arikul kind of aware. It could be someone running through. It's xCloud, even though he's very speedy coming through that smoke, still able to find the shot. And finally, something that looks like a more regular kind of round. No reason to try and retake. It's just not a good idea. You've got the AWP, you've got the AK on E-Fire. It's a better choice to walk away from this one, but yeah, good timing there for Heroic, and the mid pressure, even though it didn't start the fight, but you could see it distracted that A defense quite a bit.
And I felt like this was the round that you sort of had just called for too. Oh, you expect X amount of rounds to just be won by just like shooting some AKs.
Yeah,
like kind of keeping it simple in that respect. And that's kind of what we got in this round from Heroic. And I mean, just because they've been so successful in the damage that they've done, of course, Chinggis are forced to go for this save. So that's an indication that despite Heroic having a pretty rough time on this half, they have been getting a lot of kills. So, you know, for them, they probably feel like each time they're just so close. And so, that, you know, this is the point now where they kind of have to get momentum, I feel like, because if they get reset again, I don't know, Anders, what kind of match we're discussing at that point.
I think that's, if that happens, it probably is a disaster that Heroic will have a very, very hard time recovering from. So I think avoiding that reset at all cost here is got to be the thing. Okay. I really appreciate coaches that speak with their, you know,
gesticulation.
And yeah, it's, you know, I could feel it. Mid on this map as a tactical position, I would say when Anubis just came out, almost no teams had figured out how to properly utilize it. But say in 2025 type Counter-Strike, it is so heavily utilized. If you get T's in there, you know, they can see, we already seen Heroic try to do it, and it's a really good idea. Just one T that can slip into the middle of the map, it's hell to try and deal with. So appreciate that. Looks like more of an early lean towards the B side here, trying to see if they could. I mean, the B bomb side is so hard to hold. Even with 3 people, it's hard.
Yeah, big aggression there through the B main smoke. That's interesting there. So I like this, Chinggis, you know, switching things up. They also use controllers to mid. And Heroic, they might be looking to capitalize on this fairly quickly, starting to rotate over to this B side. And already the smokes are being thrown in. Can the defense here from eFire and Rue look good enough to prevent the entry? Util is helpful, but I don't know that they're going to be able to hold on here. In comes the push. Nice spray. That's crazy. What a transfer from eFire. They are holding on for now.
Yeah, and they bought time for another rotation. All the rest of the CT side are already here, fighting in front. LNC does go down. There's a minute on the clock here. 2 versus 2. eFire, you said, already doing such a great amount of work to even stop the initial push, but the bomb is going to be planted. I think that gives the advantage now to the Heroic side. Sunfires and Youngster trying to see if they could escape through that main position. If they can, they could probably stop this defuse almost forever, but the timing is sick though. They catch Youngster out in the open. Control's able to take him down. And Sunfire's here. He's got to be careful. That's going to be an AWP at some point holding the corner, although the only downside is it's the AWP with the kit low on health, so probably one bullet here from Sunfires could maybe seal the deal. He's going to find it easily. Goes for the swing controls. All right, he turns around. He's got enough time for it. Even without the kit, he doesn't even try to pick it up here. Another really close round, but with Chinggis Warrior picking it up, I mean, that is going to put them real far ahead.
And these are the rounds, Anders, that we actually have said or set up the narrative to say that's where Heroic get the value. That's where Heroic are able to finish the round in these clutches, in these post plants. But Chinggis have shown that at this event, I mean, they're not dropping the ball at all on the individual level so far. This is quite wild to see. Heroic now I think truly in trouble now. We've been sort of setting that up for a while, but they are truly in trouble at this point. It of course does come down to Chinggis Warriors being able to play a great T side, and we're not there just yet. But 6-2 as we go into the next round.
I think they will, though. I think I'm looking forward to that T side. I'll be very interested to see how this one plays out. A bit of aggression. Grenade, not too impressive to Youngster. He's not going to falling too far back from it. See if the CTs have any more tricks up their sleeve. They kind of do with the AWP, but Kulast ends up dropping, and that's to the enemy AWP, Sunpius. Often the main piece of this team that's going to bring them back into the game. He's 7-7 right now. Only eFire at the bomb site, and if you're Chinggis Warriors here, you might consider kind of grouping everyone into one position as opposed to playing this spread out. It would make sense. Obviously, it's a big risk, but I think that, yeah, that is what they're doing. So I think this is a really good call, to be honest.
Yes, I was curious what eFire might do in that spot, because he had that spot where he could move beyond the smoke into a nice angle to check E-box, which he did. However, he did make a step as well, so they then knew where he was. And so I was unsure, like, is he going to, like, double down there, or is he going to fall away? And I like that we got the disciplined move. Again, I think if you're Chinggis Warriors here, it's interesting. You're at a level of competition that's extremely high. The major is huge. It's a huge deal, especially for a team like Chinggis Warriors that have not finding themselves at majors typically.
No.
So for all of the players as well, it means so much. And so far to see so much discipline from them is a really great sign.
By the way, so we're watching the hunt here towards the end. I do want to say the initial aggression that they had at this front of A position that Arikul is looking at the moment, the reason why they did that wasn't even to try and do a lot of damage necessarily to anyone holding there. I think they were trying to bait a T player into the orb that was waiting behind. So they were sort of hoping that, oh, we throw some grenades, maybe someone's going to counter peek us, and then we've got the orb in that deep position. Also, the fact that there's no smoke thrown from the CT side is probably a big indication to Heroic that something is up. Like, it just feels weird that there's no early smoke. You'll see the same thing in the middle. Very often on this map, the orb will either be playing that A plateau or it'll be playing this E box position. Whenever it's playing the middle, you probably won't see the CTs throw any smokes in the middle at all, and that's a big indication. If you're on the T side and you don't see a mid smoke, you have to be thinking something is up. It's a weird look.
Okay, hang on. We've got a very fast... do we have any attention here? They surely hit the steps. Okay, well, the nades get tossed, and they're going to be pushing him in as well. And so it's an easy takedown for Heroic as they advance through the middle towards that A site. And Chinggis Warriors are going to quickly find themselves completely out of position for this.
Yeah, they were trying to take a bit of a risk, and I kind of like it. Pushing a little bit into middle, pushing outside of the B-bomb site, but it looked like they didn't follow through. I would have loved to have seen them just keep up that aggression. Yeah. Because now the round is almost certainly lost. I really think even going too much for this one is kind of risky. Even now, in the 4v4, I would expect for Heroic to be able to hold this one down, but they will give it a shot. At least early on, taking a couple of steps towards it. Flash set up for it here. Tenier, they're all lined up, and they're not even flashed enough. I think if he'd peeked that right away, they might have been able to get the spray down. Sunpius, nice flick, picks up a second one, and now they're all on top of each other and shut down by Youngstar and Sunpius both.
That was scarily doable. That was scarily doable. After you see Tenier not able to get the kill, there you're like, hang on a second. But great stuff there from Sunpius, for sure with the AWP. That's really decisive there on site. You can see all the shots, like these two shots, must-hit shots.
Yeah. Yeah, good read for LNC to get a glimpse of the economy. He knows that, these last couple of rounds not going to be a lot to work with, really on the CT side. Ooh. Very nearly getting the kill for the smoke in the middle. This could be a 6-6 type scoreline, which for Heroic, I think just on a momentum, basis, is nice to be able to finish the half like this. Still think they are in a lot more trouble than it seems. But, there is a whole second half to be played, so I guess we'll see.
We're back to that 3-2 defensive setup from Chinggis where they give up mid. And they've got a good hold of E-Box, but E-Box has not been a priority at all for Heroic's T side, interestingly enough. And mid will be taken again, and he's pretty much voided here by Chinggis Warriors.
Yeah, what a position to play right now. Controls, see what he can do here. Crouched into it, it's very awkward. It's, you're hoping and praying that they're going to be peeking the other direction. He was already tacked up from earlier, so either way, it was probably going to be a pretty quick fight for him. And now, you said, nobody really at the A-bomb site. Arikul kind of here, but also very similar treatment. So, they don't have a lot, but they might as well try and save it because they have no money left in the bank. So, that 6-6 scoreline is looking more and more doable.
Yeah. We'll see what the buy looks like finally when Chinggis do get into the next half. In fact, we'll have to see, or rather, sorry, in the next round, but we'll have to see if they can keep any of these guns here because, as you would imagine, the hunt is on. The money's really nice if
yes.
They could just have everybody die for this. And they're going to make their way around Youngstar's going to find two with the spray down. The M4 is still there in the corner. Gets checked for. Beautiful there from Youngstar.
I like it, It was such a flat start for Heroic. The fact that they've, found a way to turn it around and, see the life back in the team. And that, to be honest, probably will be the sort of post-half analysis anyway for Heroic. That's what they're going to be saying to themselves. Listen, it was a bad start. Who cares? Now that we are fired up, look at how much better we are. So, let's go.
Totally.
5 MP9s. It's a lot of sewing machines, Dan.
Yeah. And they're all towards the A site right now. A little long push happening, getting set up there, and you can tell with Heroic they're playing just a little further back than normal on this D4. They're certainly a little worried about shenanigans.
They might try and flash it. So you can see controls in the back. He's got the flash primed. I wonder if Rue in here is going to be part of this push. So He's going to be putting up a little bit of attention here, but yeah, that push outside of the A-bomb site with the flash deep from the site could be really powerful. Here we go. Just good enough for one kill. They could have maybe kept going, but they don't. Sunfires, the bullet's escaping him. And LNC gets shot in the back, and now he's going to pick up the AK instead. The MP9s just keep on running at them. They line up for him, and a great double headshot. I don't know how that's done. X-Cloud now in a terrible position, jumping down. And matches E-Fire in the middle of the river. How does he win that fight? He should have been dead every single day. 1 versus 1 in the most bizarre round that we have seen yet.
And what's the move? The bomb's collected, but if he goes back, look at this rotate from controls all the way through T-spawn.
That's got to be a failed grenade.
It's kind of crazy. Is the timing here for controls as he walks down the steps on the back? He might just find it. He can't take a shot. X-File's slipping away, but there's surely no way that X-File's going to turn into controls here. Surely this is a done deal for Chinggis Warriors, the 7-5. Surely there's the MP9, finishes it off. Unbelievable end to the first half. What on earth was that?
Solo gaming. I was hitting the #1 on leaderboards, so that was how I got spotted, right? And I didn't have like expectations. I just joined, and the guys were a bit more experienced, so they basically guided me, you know, like how to be a good teammate, how to play, and I just listened and took the next step, I guess. After that, I got scouted again because they saw potential in me, and I went to Metizport. And I got full-time offer then. We played 1 season, and then again the Faceit leaderboard, right? I was on top of the Faceit leaderboard and got spotted again in Sangal. There we just grinded from top 200 to top 30, and rest is history. I have 6K games, I think.
Oh, wow, okay.
I'm playing with Roland, and he's been in the scene for a long time, right?
Yeah.
And he said I even have more games than him, so we were on flare break, and we just got a call from Heroic, from the coach, saying they were interested, right? Because they sold to Falcons, obviously. But it was kind of quiet from the Sangal side, so it was more like a surprise. It wasn't planned at all. It just happened on 1-2 days, and it was done. Obviously, like since Jota went to Eternal Fire, and we had the core, we had some decent ranking, and of course Heroic, good management, good org, good stuff behind it. So it was like an obvious choice. Sunfires has been experienced. He's joking inside the team and like outside of the game, and Tenir is the same. Like we're just a bunch of guys having fun, joking around. So it's the chemistry is great. Like we're having fun every time.
Obviously, you've made it to the major, just a milestone achievement for you individually.
Yeah, of course. Like I had it as an achievement with a sticker, right? Like now I'm in the game. I'm excited. I'm not too nervous. I'm just taking game by game.
Is there anybody you're particularly hoping that you get to play against here in Austin?
FaZe. We demolished them, and they're calling us bots. Like, I don't know how they can call us bots when we're demolishing them. So I need to do it again. Now when the season ending, like it's the last dance as well for us, like our roster. We just wanted to make it to playoff, and yeah, we'll see from there.
Well, here we go. Second half is coming up. We have got the opening game here on the B stream for the Austin Major, and somehow the Chinggis Warriors have managed to pick up a huge number of rounds on the opening map of Anubis. I'm really surprised by this. I'm surprised they were playing Anubis. I'm surprised they did so well on their CT side. Heroic, obviously, they were very slow to start. I think they're going to come in a lot hotter in the second half, but the fact is, if they lose the pistol round, Dan, this could be a nightmare.
Yes, it could certainly be a nightmare. Everyone's pick'em's ruined instantly. It's just the first hour of the major. Let's go. Yes, it's going to be interesting to see what the T side does look like, though. Of course, you know, even though we know it's a very T-sided map, Heroic have a strong CT side. But here we go into the pistol. Chinggis Warriors 4 towards B, and 1 on the lurk towards that water side.
I mean, they've stacked the A-bomb site here, Heroic. And they're sticking with it. They're not really moving around too much. Youngster is going to get all the information, but what does it matter if he calls it in? They are so far away. They actually pushed down to see if they could catch any CTs in here. They wanted to sandwich another player, but there is nobody there to be sandwiched. The bomb is going to be planted now. And they do have the kit and a couple of flashbangs onto Sunpius, so at least there is a chance for a retake, but it will not be easy, although with shots like these, I guess anything is possible. Tinea deletes controls at the start of the retake, and now crouching in. Linus able to pick up the kill, and more coming through. Double kill for Linus at the moment. Just leaves one person. What a quick retake. They made it look so easy. Could he even stop the defuse? I don't think so. He's just going to accept the fact that this is probably already done. They are body blocking him, and the defuse is already through. That is so much easier for Heroic than I was ever expecting.
Yeah, when you give up the B-side that fast, that is a super scary prospect, but nice shots connected. However, the bomb went down, and I feel like Chinggis Warriors will be buying every single day of the week in this position. So it's not out of the woods just yet if you're Heroic going into this next round. You need to see more nice shots like we did just there. But yeah, that's step one. Step one complete.
Yeah, the Heroic redemption arc I think had to start with this pistol round. That's really huge. But you're absolutely right, though. The bomb plant and the follow-up by a couple of Deagles in there. That's kind of interesting. Don't necessarily hate it. Nade lands smack on top of E-Fire.
It's like, wait, what? I was just minding my own business.
Just hanging out. Just trying to be peaceful out there, you know? Not this time. They are very clearly gravitating towards the A side, which probably fine. They have a lot of utility, so I'm guessing they're just going to do a, one of those heavy executes where you Molotov out cam, you smoke the high ground position. That's all probably going to work. They just have to get past X-Cloud. That's probably the big thing. Oh, the rotation might be closer than I thought.
Here comes the push in. Oh, nice spray dunk from LNC. Good defense so far. That's going to make it very hard to get this post plant. Oh, in fact, can't even get a plant at this rate. Tech9 comes out, and it's a shutdown. Complete shutdown easy, in fact, from Heroic. That looks very clean.
Yeah, LNC has stepped it up. He did it in the pistol here in the second half, and then in this round too. Also worth talking about the timing that Chinggis was trying to manipulate in this round, because there are a lot of different ways to do this execute. You could do it, you can sort of throw the grenades and then push in once everything is already up. Very, very intentionally, they wanted to play that almost like a contact execute. So they basically are walking onto the site with no flashbangs, with the smokes kind of already landing, and the result could be sick, but this time the result just is that LNC has this great opportunity to get a couple of kills. But it wasn't, I don't think it was a mistake from Chinggis. I think it's a very, very intentional way to try and manipulate what a timing normally looks like. Oh my god. Let's go. Do it one more time. And Ru Will takes down Youngster. Tries to see if he could follow it up, but Tinea will stand his ground, and that's probably for the best as well. Don't lose this round, Heroic. don't do that.
The only thing going in their favor in this instance, other than being the CTs having all the guns and everything else, is that those downed rifles are not too easily collectible. Oh, I think that was just missed by X-Cloud. We'll see if it's a good timing or not. On the return, hello again, E-Fire with the Deagle headshot. LNZ now opening himself up to another potential Deagle headshot. These guns are very scary at this point in time. 2 versus 2, 50 seconds on the clock. The bomb is outside B right now. And these Deagles, every single shot makes me nervous.
Apparently doesn't make Heroic that nervous because they keep fighting into it, which a part of me admires it. I know it blew up in their face with X-Cloud getting shut down, but there's a part of me that wants Heroic to play that way because I think that is in their DNA. That's how this team likes to play. That's not at all silent. I love it. He took such care as well. I don't think it's going to make a big difference. It will, again, be down to the Deagle headshots. He's trying to land this one, and Tinea will be able to hold on to the round for his team. That got so much closer than it needed to get, but good job on Chinggis to try and keep the economy low, keep Heroic a bit scared, perhaps.
And what's interesting there to me is that in that 2 versus 2, I think after the first player goes down, when you're crossing to the site, I think there's an opportunity to just jump across the angle and get the bomb down. But you can see they're looking for the kills here. They're looking for Chinggis, are like looking for the fights. And
Somehow the deagle headshot from Ruse was just even more preposterous.
Yeah.
Even on the replay, it looked ridiculous.
Very important kills though. That actually prevents Heroic's economy from growing. So sets up Chinggis Warriors in this round. They go fast into this mid position. 3 players there, and then the bomb is more towards the A side, long side of the map. Nice opener from Rune. That's going to just crack open this map. A huge amount of threat now onto Heroic. How do they respond? Trying to box this one in, and that's just insane. Tanir shuts it down.
Huge hold. If they trade him, the round is very, very likely to be very near over at least. It would have been 1 player left at the bomb site. Crushed from the other side here. Tanir very nearly on the triple. He did get some good damage on the controls. He's been playing very well. 14 kills. Back into the 3v3. Trying to take some shots through. Deep Molotov, and Youngstar has to evacuate that position, though. Look at how not scared he is. Just pushing in front, not even checking dark, actually, and just goes into a bit of a forward spot. Sunpies, if he'd held that angle 1 second longer, he probably has a free kill.
Oh, it's so unclear for Heroic what Chinggis Warriors are doing right now. And Chinggis Warriors also themselves have kept it flexible. But they are forced, I think, back to this B side where that bomb has been all this time. And the E-box position currently is occupied by Youngstar. He is the key player in the defense here. If he can get somebody, then this round is very easy now, I think, for Heroic. But can they find Youngstar in time? There goes the entry, and there's going to be found there from Arakul. Able to take down Youngstar, but in the 1 versus 2 now. Bomb has to go down, 15 seconds left, and Kulas will get a post-plant.
It's good for the money, if nothing else. Keeps the pressure onto the Heroic side. Good headshot. Tries to keep it spraying. It's such a smart play. He was hoping that there would have been a mistake there, that Sunpias would have ran straight into the crosshair and got himself killed as well. And I think he's back trying to find some more weapons before he goes back for the defuse. Yeah, that AWP. But he's got the kit and everything, so it's all well calculated. It would be interesting if we could see the replay from xFloud's kill in the middle, because I think he takes that through the double doors. I don't know if he must have seen him, but that was how they sort of started the 3v3. That's such a close round, just to echo your point earlier on, right? When you win these 1v1s on the CT side with almost nobody alive, or it's going to be tough.
Oh, yeah. I mean, just like you said,
he's hoping.
He was expecting that trade fragger, and if the timing was as you would expect, he actually gets it. So it's that slight delay. That's crazy. It's crazy. This game is really close.
I think it shows you, that's a micro moment that shows you something about what experience means on LAN at a major for Sunpias, not just to, run in with his teammate. Because that is probably, if you look in the Counter-Strike handbook, that's probably what it would say. Like, yeah, you got to, counter 3 and go at the same time with a little bit of spacing so that you don't start to stand on top of each other. Like, that's normally how you do it.
Yeah.
Sunpias just ahead of the game on this one. And that's what it should be. That's what we all said, and the desk were talking about it too. The experience and the firepower and everything else is why Heroic were, more than 7-1 favor to win this at the start of it. So yeah, you would expect something like this. Well, they do have the round lead, 9-7 here.
Yes, and that money is broken. Sunpias for the mid peak, and we also have Kulas now on the AWP as well on that mid line, or rather through water. Into E-box.
Yeah, nobody. I mean, there's nothing left in the bank for anybody, but it's actually a fairly competitive round. Controls and then Arakul looked like he had the opportunity at the time to win that fight.
Yeah.
But xFloud a little bit too accurate on this one. Heroic on a mission to recover what has been a very shaky start. That's if I'm Ru on the other, that's such a rare angle to peek. He's standing up on top of a box inside the middle to sort of look into the window drop, and somehow it's where Sunpias wanted to check.
Huge trade.
Yeah. 2v4
now, and you really want to get at least a couple kills here, but it feels horribly difficult for Chinggis Warriors to do so. And Sunpias is looking very ready for this one. Nice flick shot, a headshot no less. And yeah, Sunpias is a problem. Kulas walks around now with the AWP looking for some extra something, some value somewhere. And, I mean, might be able to find a 1v1 potentially. Or are we saving in mid? I feel like, with the AWP, I think that's probably the play.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate, but it's not a crazy choice. What's dangerous, though, is what if Heroic, not that they don't have a lot of money to hunt for him, but still, you probably know he has the AWP. Do you want to take a risk here? If they had an MP9, maybe that's what they would send out, but you know, with the rifles here, it doesn't look like Heroic going to be too active. Still, 10-7. 3-round lead now coming in for the Heroic side. I already think this is a really impressive recovery. I'm not done worrying about Heroic just yet. I still think this is kind of scary, but
Yeah.
they're living up to the expectations that we all had of them coming into this.
Definitely, and I mean, that round, there was big chances. You know, that fight that didn't go well on the A sites for Chinggis Warriors. Like, if you had the AWP there instead, you get that opening pick probably every time. And I think with the AK, you get that most of the time. You got the first few bullets.
Oh, yeah.
First for the T. So that's like an ideal series of opportunities there. So we'll see what Chinggis Warriors can do if those openings keep coming their way. Maybe Kulas can be the one to find them. We get that initial E-box presence again from Heroic, much like we saw from Chinggis Warriors. And quick through mid as well.
Yeah, they had that set up from out of spawn. Great catch in the observing. We saw the flash going over. They were going to run in those rifles to try and catch somebody playing really close. I love the idea. Didn't really get them the kill that they were looking for. Some players playing down towards that E-box position, which means that's something that they just have to respect a little bit. I also like this push coming out of the front of A right now. It's something that Heroic will do on this map, and very often they will keep going beyond this point and put some pressure on the T side. I think it's really nice to see. It's something that some teams are not very good at executing, but Heroic definitely have a history of doing this.
And for Heroic, either the other team's all outside of B or they're in mid. Those are the only two options left at this point with everything that they've cleared.
He sees the smoke. Like, xCloud saw the smoke in the air, but he doesn't necessarily know what it means. Now, you're absolutely right. They are in middle, and they are going to try and split this A bomb side. The question is, who's going to get that first kill at the moment? Heroic, they're not that far away from winning the map here, and they have a bit of a read on it, you can tell. Tenier crouched down below that wall, and they've got LNC also waiting outside of the bomb side. xCloud trying to see if he can get it done. That might be the thing that sends the landslide towards the A site. They need to go right now. We've got 22 seconds left. A bit of a setup with the incendiary. Another headshot for Tenier. He takes down 3, and that is plenty to defend the bathroom there. It's going to be just down to Aricule, and he can't do any more damage. Hard slaps are coming through. That setup and the timing with the incendiary was beautiful.
That was a great round from Chinggis Warriors. You know, the fact that they sat on that position in mid for a very long time to try to force an error, and they do actually get a pick off of it. That's an amazing way to start off the round. You know, 5v4, and the CTs don't know precisely what you're doing. So Tenier with that overperformance there, 3 kills. That's insanely strong, and without that, they lose that round.
That's very, very likely. Just the timing between the push there and once they run out of that cam position into A, so hard to hold back, but good read. And also, in spite of what a slow round that was, Heroic really didn't panic that much. They got that front position, but they didn't keep on pushing. They really held their nerve, which honestly is harder than it looks on the CT side. Doing nothing for a long time could definitely be very tricky. 11-7 as we go into round number 19 here. Heroic are just a couple of rounds away from recovering a very, very bad start on this map.
And they have a really good buffer to buy up 1 round if they were to lose every player, Heroic. So that's also pretty nice at this point in the match. So we'll see if there's a change at all here from Chinggis Warriors. 2-1-2 split on the map on the default. On this T side from them. Heroic with a pretty similar opening around E-box.
Looks like we will end at the B bomb site. The question is, how much do they want to throw into the middle here? You could see Rue is applying a bit of pressure. They are 2 people coming in from Dark as well, and Sunpius, he could easily be the one to stop them. He does miss the first shot, and it's a very dangerous position, but Youngstar's trying to make up for it. He even gets the dink onto E-Fire. That'd have been an AK, there would have been a triple there for Youngstar, but 2 versus 2, 50 seconds, the bomb is at least going to be planted.
Rue taking down Tenier, the trouble man, but we do have a fast approach from E-box. LNZ making the way forward. Might not get there in time though to find a duel, and it's going to be another one from Rue in spawn. That's a beautiful pickup onto xCloud. LNZ now knows there's one player around the site somewhere, but where?
He could go for the deep. They have to run. They have to run right now. He's straight on the defuse. They're not realizing they're not deep enough. He's just defusing it right in front of them. LNC, he saw the opportunity and he took it.
Unbelievable. He had the Molotov in the perfect position as well. There wasn't even anyone there, obviously, but that would have been the one spot where you'd have to rush. Oh, man, that is just devastating there. Chinggis Warriors doing everything right, just all the way up until the end.
It's because he knew Rue got this kill, so he knows where one of them is, and he knows that's such a deep angle for Rue to have to run through. The only other position that he's worried about is the one that he's already Molotov'd out.
Crazy. Okay, Heroic, they've got to be feeling good after that. 12-7, one more to avoid a very awkward beginning to the Austin Major. LNZ takes down Rue in mid. That is the way to start it off.
Super impressive. They've blown up E-Fire as well. Need to get that kill. I'm not shocked. I expect Sunfires to play this well, but LNC has absolutely saved his team. Again, the captain of it, but he's had so many pivotal rounds. It's a very impressive performance. I mean, the rest of the team has been playing well too. But yeah, a very slow start for Heroic. A fantastic recovery. Aricule trying to do something to get them back into this one. A couple of fantastic shots though. Kulast as well. He's got the health for it here. And Heroic might have to see the bomb site running up and making a lot of noise. xCloud still wins the fight. How?
That's crazy, but 2 of the 3 players here for Heroic are extremely low, sub 15 points of health. So, Aricule, are we going to get the ace clutch? That's the only way for them to stay in this best of 1. Obviously, it's a Swiss stage. It's the first match of the Austin Major for them. And there's the missed shot. xCloud gets it done for Heroic. They avoid catastrophe, Anders, here today.
I mean, this is a great test of their strength, I would say. The fact that they fell so far behind, I don't think we were exaggerating. It is a bit of a disaster when you end up losing that many rounds early on the T side. And Chinggis Warriors sneaking in a map that we weren't expecting either. I think this is all very, very impressive. But Heroic, a lot of people think they're going to go through 3-0. Getting tested like this early on might actually be a huge advantage. It's going to get everyone sharpened up and woken up. So I'm impressed. And yeah, I think it's ultimately still a good look for them.
This was a great match. I think it's 2 teams that we expect to be on the opposite sides of like the ranking for the stage 1, but a fantastic game. A lot to be shown there from Chinggis Warriors to give us hope for their future. Also, Heroic looked strong as well.
Yeah, there's obviously a reason why Heroic coming in as one of the firm favorites for everybody viewing at home. Chinggis Warriors giving them a run for their money, arguably, in that first half. So I think we got to learn a little bit more about one of the teams that maybe we had a few question marks about, but the answer, the equation from this, Heroic 1-0 up.
Too tall of a task for Chinggis Warriors. Off to a good start, having momentum on your side, especially on the CT side. 6-1, Sunpayers won a 1v2 early in the game that gave them that 1 round. Apart from that, it could have been a 7-0 start, and then you still lose 13-7. So we saw a glimpse. Dupree, we saw that they can get off to a good start. They can definitely conduct themselves early stage in the game, but maybe reacting and adjusting mid-game against a team of the caliber of Heroic is a little bit too much to ask for.
It worked out for Heroic. Everything is going according to plan for them. Maybe it looked a little bit shaky in the beginning, but they got things under control. They started playing better. It was like a team win, this one. There was not like one player standing out, like as we just saw with OG, like Nicolas just popping off. It was like a team win, this one. And I think that is sometimes always really great to get off in the beginning of when you go into a major, is that everyone contributes, just like one guy just popping off, because now the entire team feel like they're actually contributing and getting this win. So for Heroic to get this one as they expected as well, it's a good start for them.
And a lot of people's pick'ems still sort of alive. I guess if you didn't go with the... Did you stick with Complexity 3-0?
I did.
I did.
Yeah,
me too.
I didn't want to change. It's like, yeah, I don't want to cheat. I already posted him, and then also, whatever. Oh, good.
Can't go back on your word. You're not flip-flopping here, Jake.
No, I'm not flip-flopping.
Yeah, I mean, any takeaways from that? Obviously, we got to see the Swiss bracket there, exactly how that's going to be panning out for the next round of matchups that will obviously be going down later on this evening here in Austin. I mean, for Complexity, you've got to be bouncing back now.
It's the way they lose that worries me. It was that, completely out of control. They had no chance whatsoever of stopping OG. They were just running at him. They were playing deathmatch. Nikodos obviously having the game of his life, doing a tremendous job, but no one from Complexity answered at all. And to me, that's worrying.
And of course, the way that they did not decide to answer, they didn't have the answer to come up with a solution. It was like everything they tried just didn't seem to work out. And maybe Complexity also saw themselves too much of a favorite coming into the stage. They know that they are playing against less caliber teams, and they know that they have played better in looking back at some of the other events that they got to. So maybe it got a little bit to their heads that they are a favorite coming into the stage. And that is always difficult. If you are a favorite in a stage where you feel like the opposition is less good, then it's also difficult sometimes to live up to the expectations. And they probably expected to beat OG, even though they're not playing with Hallstork. They have the players, they have the past results, but it didn't go that way.
Let's talk about the next game that's going to be on the cards. What are you making of our round number 2 matchups as we move on forward? We've also got Bait Imperial waiting in the wings as well.
Yeah, I think we spoke about it. You know, Bait, a team that you have high expectations for, high hope. I think Imperial is a team that, you know, together with the Brazilian scene, have struggled lately. Obviously, they are here at the major. They can definitely do a good job. Vinny is a guy you can never count out. But I got to be honest, you know, I see B8 or Bait or whatever you want to call them as the favorites in this game. I think Hetrick has finally found his home, you know, a team on his level. NIP wasn't really looking too good for him. NPL, major rookie. We spoke about that as well. The fact that he's been in Na'Vi, played some Tier 1 tournaments, you know, played on the Blade, played with Symbol, and now he's actually at his first major. I think if I had to choose one of the 2 teams and be like, this is the more interesting one and this is the more likely team to make it to the next stage, I'd go Bait.
Yes.
Same here. I mean, I hope that Bait live up to my own expectations of a team that can actually go far if they get things under control. It's an interesting team, and it just baffles me that NPL has not obviously played a major yet. He stands out for me as a player that you know, understands how to use his players in a really good way, and he's an up and coming player that has been around and has gotten some experience, but still, you know, has to get that major breakthrough or whatever you want to call it. So I hope that Bait will live up to it, and I always feel like when Bait is playing someone, especially if it's a team that's better than them, maybe that's not the case now with Imperial, but they will always put up a fight. So I hope that they, even though they go up against a team that they probably see themselves equal to or maybe better than, that they still have this cool mindset that they can actually go out and win.
Yeah, no, it's been pretty nuts to consider that MPL, his last major, well, his first major was 2 years ago in Paris. This is his first CS2 major. That's like, that's pretty crazy considering he was in Na'Vi for that stint, right?
You could say so. And also, we can't forget that it wasn't always easy for him to play in the Na'Vi lineup back in the day. So I think he's found a team now where we get the most out of NPL and we get the most out of Hetrick as well. And as you said, Pete, as well, there's other players within this lineup that is interesting to follow as well. So overall, a pretty cool team. Inferno as a map in a best of 1. I think we're going to see that a lot in these stages. I think that's a middle ground map for a lot of different teams out there. And seemingly NPL wants to be aggressive. Nice play. Famas, aggressive. Yeah, there we go. I don't know. I have Bait winning this one. It could be close, but I think they're the better team.
I totally agree. I think Bait has the capability of doing it. I don't want to rule out Imperial. Yeah, we've talked about the Brazilian scene maybe not being the strongest one as of right now, and they're struggling to find their foothold. But I still believe that in a best of 1, at a major, with the players that Imperial have, they can still go out in this one. They still have some experience, they have some talent, they have it's also what it takes to win. So I think it's going to be a close one, this one.
Yeah.
So Vinny just waltzes into an empty bomb site.
Well, bye Freya. Have fun. Be nice.
Well, great realization from Imperial. The fight in middle had drawn 4 rotations. Bait playing 4 strong a day.
We'll see about that. We'll see about that.
They'll get their feet dug into that B bomb site. For Bait, it's just about finding this last player in A and saving their AK.
You didn't have any, like, the skybox limit, like, not the skybox,
new corners.
but the new corners. And I remember the Molotov, you could bounce off the skybox that landed on the porch, which helped you gain control. So I think you're just more limited as T, in my opinion.
Okay.
Which doesn't help the map.
No.
And also the rework of the banana area has, like, you know, it's like they can't seem to figure out this perfect middle ground. The change with the Molotov, you know, there's so many things that has gone into the concept of trying to make the game more balanced, but it has ultimately meant that Inferno maybe has gotten not the trick.
I'm curious if Inferno could be the next map being replaced. Maybe, maybe not. We'll see. I'm also curious to hear what NPL had to say before the game, and I'm pretty sure Freya caught up with him.
3K lost.
MPL, obviously, this is your second major in your career. What is the biggest difference in your perspective from when you were back on Navi in Paris versus now here in Austin with Bait?
Back on Navi on Paris Major, I was a bit scared, I guess. Maybe a bit not sure my skills, but now it's all good, and yeah, I have a good team, and I'm pretty sure we can go far away.
I know obviously it was a while ago that you were on the Navi squad, but being able to reflect upon that time now, what was the biggest learning from that period of your career?
I don't know. I think actually, I think it's just to be sure in your skills. That's all. Yeah, that's it.
In terms of the teams here in Stage 1, who do you view as the strongest team here in Austin?
Stage 1?
Yes.
Heroic for sure.
Yeah. Any particular reason for that?
Yeah, they showed good traction, and they won tournament in Mongolia, which we participate in, and they won CCT finals against us in yeah. So I guess that's why they're the strongest team here.
And in terms of yourself in Bait, do you feel like you're being underrated, overrated, or fairly rated?
As a team?
Yes.
I think fairly rated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you think people should have maybe higher expectations, or do you think it's okay?
No, I think it's fine. We have to prove that we can be stronger. Yeah, but now I think it's all good.
Alrighty, interesting words from NPL. You know, had a lot of learnings in the Navi camp. Curious about to see if we can see some of those learnings in this game. I'm also being told that the B stream is soon ready with the next game, Nemiga versus BetBoom. So we're jumping on a quick break over there, and once you're back, that will be with more game action happening on the B stream. You're of course also welcome to join us on the Red Zone stream as we continue to follow Bait versus Imperial.
welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready. It's the second map here on the B stream. We have got BetBoom up against Nemiga. I think this is going to be one hell of a game. This is personally on the B stream my favorite game for the day so far.
This will be interesting. I mean, you've been hyping this up for a while, Anders. I feel like, you know, I'm just ready to be taken along the journey by you. Take my hand, Anders, and lead me down the primrose path.
Listen, I'm a big... Oh, and it's so much better because they're going to be playing Train. I have such an affection for BetBoom's way of playing this map. Get ready for the double AWP, double AWP. I think they are like defining a new meta here. I think it's going to be very, very interesting to see how this one plays out. Nemiga, though, they definitely are the underdog in this one. I'm not sure by a huge margin. They have a couple of players that are better than maybe people expect. So I think this is going to be rough. You could see on the odds as well, it is going to be slightly favoring BetBoom, but I actually think this is much more reasonable. It's a best-of-1 game, and Nemiga could totally win this, although I do think BetBoom have a bit more strength here. I'm excited. I want to see, especially on that CT side, how they play. MagnoJez is so sick playing that Ivy position, so just get ready for all of it. This is definitely going to be exciting. We're going to head into it here. Best of 1 to start the major with as well, so there's very little room for mistake. We just saw that Heroic were able to pull it back from the brink against their first match against Chinggis Warriors, but it didn't take a lot. It could have slipped up.
And just looking at the history between these two teams from this year so far, there's been a few clashes. 8 maps played against each other, 6 won by BetBoom, and only 1 train, and it was a 13-8 in favor of BetBoom. So we'll see if that does continue here as BetBoom do get started off on this T side, and they are looking to get out in the yard real fast.
Yeah, no delay. Deep Molotov thrown out, smoke up, an early kill for Siren. Up against the dualies now. It's MagnoJez to take down Sway on the other side. 3 versus 3. And Santa's been creeping up with the dualies. Nice timing for him. He catches Boomich at a perfect position. And now, oh my God! They lined up. I'm not even sure if Leah understands. To me, it looked like he was still holding the angle even after the round was won.
Yeah, that was nice. That was so nice. That's a buy one, get one free right there. I feel like it's a special deal there in Connector for Leah. And they're going to be pretty happy with that. What a nice way to start off on the pistol.
I'm going to need to take a deep breath behind this one. I am not really sure. It felt like BetBoom had everything going for them. The grenades were nice. The early kill from Siren. That's all you really needed to probably at least get the bomb planted. And then somehow just ran into a couple of USB headshots from Leah. No bomb plant, Dan, so BetBoom they don't have the money.
They will be recycling 1 single deagle.
That's good.
They will be doing.
Got to be careful with the environment and all that stuff, you know?
Yeah.
Don't know if they're made from reusable material to deagles. Probably not.
No. Have you ever shot one?
I have.
It's incredible.
It's a stupid weapon, I must say.
Yeah, it really is.
But yes. The guy at the gun range said if I wanted to shoot someone through an engine block, this was the weapon. Like, all right.
Yeah.
Good times.
I forget which movie. I feel like it's a Guy Ritchie movie where Jason Statham's just walking around with a Desert Eagle, and it's like...
Snatch.
Is it Snatch? Yeah, just shooting it through walls and stuff. And I'm like, this is like... I love how ridiculous that is.
The one where they keep trying to shoot Boris, who just can't. Great movie. Great movie.
Really
anyway.
good movie, yeah.
Reasonable start, I must say. Nemiga take care of business here. They don't lose anything crazy to the Deagle. A bit of a timeout being called, or potentially a bit of a tech issue. I'm not sure yet, but regardless, if you're the underdog, you do kind of want to win these early rounds here. Get things rolling at the start. BetBoom they're a hard team to play for a bunch of reasons. I think the biggest one for me is just that Boomich is such an elusive caller. He is so hard to play against. Like, he's hard to play against individually because he does a lot of crazy stuff, but he's also got such a great read of the game, in my opinion, and you can tell that whenever he makes a call, the team, they are so quick to follow it up. Like, there's not a lot of delay from a new plan being made to it's being executed already, which I think is a huge advantage when you are, when you're on the server and everything is kind of crazy.
Yeah, it is really nice to have leaders that see the game in a very specific way, and that they have no problem conveying that vision to people. I do totally agree that Boomich is one of those players. So Yeah, I think the CT side is going to be where I'm going to be enjoying BetBoom the most, just based off of everything that you have said with the double orgs, double AWPs. That sounds really fun. But until we get there, I'm curious on the T side what sort of conditioning we're going to see established. Obviously, right off the get-go, we had the super fast, round off the pistol into the outer yard. I don't know that teams overly think about the pistol though when they're thinking about, okay, what does this team actually do on the gun rounds? So we haven't really gotten to see what Boomich has in store just yet. It's so early.
Yeah, I think it'll also come down to sort of how much do they feel like they can put pressure, especially on the B anchor for Nemiga, because I think so much of this train map right now is defined by that interaction. If you think you can bully whoever is playing anchoring B, then you can get away with so much. And if nothing else, you force the CTs to now, instead of playing 4-1, it's one of the things that makes this train map so rare is that the most common opening is a 4-1 with 4 of the A yard and just one player playing B, and it can stay that way for quite a while. But if you put enough pressure on that single B player, suddenly you're forcing the CT sides to make some defensive choices they just don't really want to make. And I just from looking at Train in the last 3 months, more and more and more people are going for these B executes. It's become so much more popular. I wouldn't be surprised if we're going to be seeing quite a bit of that from BetBoom, just trying to, again, they have some insane firepower. I completely neglected to mention as well, because we're talking about so many different players, but another of my, I think, sort of rookie, maybe it's not fair to call him a rookie, but like one of my players to watch, I would say, for the opening stage of the major here is Khan. I think Khan is a super sick AWPer, super underrated in my opinion. But I really think he does a fantastic job. So just watch out for him. If they end up upsetting this game, I have no doubt it's going to be down to Khan holding the lines with that AWP. I think it's going to be a big part of it.
Well, Boomich is locked in.
Oh, yeah.
It's locked in. We shall see. We shall see relatively soon, I imagine, if Khan's going to be making that AWP upgrade. But for now, we have the full gun round, the first proper gun round coming out of BetBoom, and opening up with some inner pressure pretty fast, forcing Xanta to respect the threat level, but there's still... Whoa, okay, Khan flashed through the smoke. That's not going to pay off at all as Siren gets the pick. 5v4 early here for BetBoom.
That's a really cool protocol, though, for the CT side. You could just see, unfortunately, the flash lands behind the T push, and they might have honestly been able to read that a little bit just from how that round played out. But yeah, early pressure onto the B bomb side for BetBoom, which makes so much sense. Now, there are 3 people here, one of them already dead. Xanta trying to see if he can sneak his way onto Boomich. That's not going to be happening. He's holding that high ground, and he's got the entire team with him. Axel on the flank as well. Sick flashbang to set up that kill, but Siren is playing anti-flash, so he's just able to peek it right afterwards, and now there's really only a couple of people left here, and they could even go back. They don't even have to commit to it. I think Axel is calling them back from Ivy. He's just there saying, well, there's nobody here.
Risky Bob might be able to get a upgrade there. Indeed, the AK comes into hand. Might be another one also for Leah, potentially, but no. Just staying on the M4, and they'll make the rotation across. Now, a full save here is definitely, I think, going to be a very, a very important thing to do.
Yes.
I think this 2v4 is quite unreasonable to win, and keeping the AK is super nice on Train. So here we go. Just some trading, just straightforward trading off of the aggression, the fast aggression on the inner.
I hate to admit this. I didn't know you could jump up on this with the little hinge, and I'm pretty sure I've even tried, which is, I guess, that just says something about my ability to make those jumps. But
you just feel like emasculated watching that?
I did. I feel embarrassed. I'm like, God, I remember jumping around trying to see if there was a way, but. Okay, well, we all learn stuff, I guess. That's a very good round, and I think, again, putting that early pressure on B, it will over time force Nemiga to play in a way that they don't really want to play. But yeah, I mean, I still like the fact that Nemiga try to go aggressive. I think it is a key part of the map right now for the CT side. It's not always like this, but a lot of the time it will be playing aggressive in Pop Dog to try and stop the Ts from getting that back B hallway control. It's such an important part of the map, and I'm sure Nemiga know that much as well.
Yeah, there's kind of that bonus too, so they had some of those more throwaway guns. So I definitely respect it as well. And, okay, a lot of util exchanged outsiders is quite typical. Now, is there a play to be made here into main? Yes, there is. T-main, occupied by Nemiga, not actually deciding to hold the player in that position, falling off of it quickly. BetBoom themselves, quite a slow round, though, from them.
Yeah. They're waiting for all the CT utility to be used at the beginning. Might as well. Bomb is still back there. Doubling up on the Ivy position are BetBoom, so they're going to be able to try and find some early pressure. See if they can take down Khan, who's going for a wide swing. Potentially quite dangerous. But this team main position, even if they push out Ivy, is kind of cool. Oh, look at Risky Bob.
He's going all the way. The Intrepid Explorer. And he's going to... Okay, if they can slow down the push on that... And okay, he's actually not even going to go for the Ivy backstab. He's going inner instead. They don't know how many players are Ivy, Anders.
I feel like they must have... Maybe he didn't. Maybe Squid didn't see it. But that feels like a giant mistake. He might have been able to be behind them right now, shooting him in the back here. He can't drop down either. It's going to give away all the noise here. So Siren, great position for him to hold them. Well, there's nobody on the site itself.
BetBoom are confused, I think, like expecting there to be somebody here, but I think this was a misread from Nemiga. I think they thought the Ivy player must have been the lurk for a B play. I think that's what they... I feel like that's what they read.
I mean, information is so important in Counter-Strike, and I think we just had an absolutely perfect round to illustrate what happens when you think you've got one picture. You know, you're trying to solve the puzzle, and you're like, ooh, that looks like the sign of a barn or something. You know, like you're trying to put it together, but, you know, you end up blinding yourself to what's really going on. Unfortunate, but it's still a good move for Risky Bob. It is a really nice idea. Just from, we have more information on the players with the minimaps. Obviously, it's very easy for us to say, oh, he should have gone the other way. Like,
yeah, and if his teammates understood like what the round was, if they had read it correctly, accurate positioning, and then you got Risky Bob going for the Ivy flank, and his teammates are playing for the backsides of the trains out of CT spawn, then suddenly you've got like what looks like a really good retake, but. Yeah, I think this was just interpreted as that's the lurk. That's the only player that was seen.
Just MagnoJez is a scary player in general. He is a nightmare on this map. I don't know why, but he just has... It's not even, I think, on the T side that he does the best work. In my opinion, it's aggressively on the CT side. I've seen him take fights against players where you can just tell that he has a total disregard for whoever's on the other side. He just is not interested in, like, there's no fear, there's no second guessing it. He just walks up and shoots people, and I actually really admire it. He's got, like, it's hard to explain, because obviously when you end up watching Counter-Strike for a really long time, you know, you just get this weird instinct for it, but he has a certain quality that I've only seen in like a couple of players, so I'm excited to see if he can keep it up. You know, it's a major after all. There's so much more pressure, so nobody knows how these players will respond. You know, a lot of rookies.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, 2-2, so BetBoom coming back pretty quickly out into the, or looking to get out, but it's gonna be appear over the smoke using this boost. MagnoJez, you were just talking about scanning. Looking for an entry, but not given just yet by Nemiga. Instead, they've got a lot of inner control. They've got a lot of inner control, in fact. They could very well try to make an aggressive play around this.
Great position for Nemiga in the pop dog position here, being this far back and holding it. They're pretty much sure that nobody from BetBoom is in this position. Risky Bob on top of the diagonal train. If he had the gun out there, that might have been an opportunity, but they are going to be pushing out. He underhands a grenade over it. Will actually slow them down quite a bit, and what a lineup! So much damage onto this BetBoom side. Khan clicking away, but really, it was just the combined HE, and then the fact that they all lined up for it. They were so soft coming out of main. It would be Santa to find the headshot there. Super important round for Nemiga, and this time a very good read. Once you deny the back B holes to the T side, almost all the guesswork is over. They can only be main and Ivy pretty much, so that's it.
Yeah, totally. Those aggressive timings have been working out. It's actually funny in that respect, because BetBoom do like to seemingly play slower rounds. When there are those openings, it does give Nemiga, because they take those openings quickly, a lot of time to play around it, which is what we saw there. So I wonder if BetBoom will speed things up. We'll have to see. They are buying up again.
Certainly are a team that can if they want to. There's no question about it. Another good grenade. Boomich steps onto it, but back trying to apply some pressure here to the B side, which I still think is pretty important. Siren realizing there's somebody back there. It's a very similar round to the other one that we saw where they had just a single player down at Ivy, but this time it's not going to be Axile. It'll be Sortie instead with the AWP. So he's playing that position alone. Interesting.
Whoa, okay, Sortie. That looked like it connected. We need the Counter-Strike forensics on that.
They'll be there. They're always watching.
Yeah. There's a crime. We need to understand how it happened. And that shot miss.
Oh, flash in the air. They're both so flying. What a lineup. It was Santa that threw the grenade. It was Khan to get a couple of kills, but Axel's fighting his way back. Good spray. He'll actually get another one. It's not bad. Sorte and Magno just trying to keep this round alive. He's going to get the spray down to the first, but unfortunately he was hunting for one more player, and instead he gets shot in the back by Sway at range. Sorte with 35 seconds, just running in here with the AWP. He doesn't have a lot of time. He needs to just find this kill, get the bomb planted, but they are hiding from him right down underneath it. You could tell he's got no idea. He wants a peek from somebody. He's going to be quick on the flick, but instant return. Sway is there. A great 1 versus 2 for Nemiga to pick up.
That's a crazy shot, though it won't amount to much in the end, but that's a crazy shot still from Sorte. Okay.
I think this is perfection.
Oh yeah, doesn't get much better than that.
What it means though, probably that Khan will have the AWP. I'm assuming Sway could have got it because he hasn't. Actually, Khan hasn't had an AWP yet.
Yes.
Auto shotgun on Santa.
And there it is. You're picking him up, Anders. We'll see what he can do to deliver. But it's against pistols this round. BetBoom have no economy left. Okay, great timing on the HE. That could have gotten a little bit nasty otherwise. Speaking of which, out comes the shotgun. Oh, it's absolutely perfect for the first 2 at least. How's he escaped?
How did he not get Sorte? I feel like that's all the pellets are going to be connecting, but I still love it. Put us a smile on my face. Axel gets this one. Don't give over a kill, though. Again, the money bonus for the shotgun is pretty significant, so you don't want to be getting too close to it. I think that they're doing the right move at the moment here. Risky ball will take him down. This is a really impressive start.
Yeah, it's definitely a good start. I think Nemiga definitely a dangerous team. There's no question.
They are. I think coming into this year, Santa was a player that had quite a bit of hype around him. And I think he ended up disappointing a lot of people. You know, I was doing quite a bit with Neokai, and he was talking a lot about this guy sort of end of last year, coming into this one. I think over time, he just sort of slowly was outshined by pretty much everyone else on the team. But if this is going to be a bit of a recovery for him as an individual, that's really interesting too. That could easily put Nemiga over the top here. Magno just flashed in and just runs them down. Couple of headshots while he's still moving. Sway back here. What are they doing? They're just toying with him at the moment.
Yeah, it's a tough spot to do much from. We'll see if Khan can deliver with the AWP. I mean, maybe is there a way to even save it? I don't know. It's so deep now. I don't know that you can survive here. There's T's absolutely everywhere. And they are looking for Khan. 1v5. The AWP, he's only got 4 shots in it at the moment. And there's 5 players. So that's a problem. Well, there's one. We'll see if he can get anything else here. So we have to push. Okay, USB coming out for another. And suddenly, if they give 1v1s here to Khan, he's going to be eating those up. But eventually will go down. 3 players surviving for BetBoom. And they are back in winning ways.
Yeah, that is a violent start. And you brought up this question earlier about what happens if BetBoom start playing a little bit faster and not just kind of slow down. You sort of see the result here. The flash as well not have been any better. Axel will take down Sway at the start of there as well. That's probably the kill that wins them the round right then and there. Good work. I think also, to be honest, BetBoom sort of needed a round like this one. I think they were falling too far behind, so a good recovery. We keep the CT economy very low. Timeout called.
What is the recovery going to look like, though, for Nemiga? Maybe there won't be one. We'll have to see. They can find it. But yeah, we've had definitely a mix now of super fast openings to super slow openings. Actually, I feel like not too much in between from BetBoom.
Yeah.
It seems like either one or the other. And that definitely does create a world where you're getting the CTs to dump you really early on. And then if you're playing a slow round, you can really abuse that, especially on the inner takes. But we'll see how the opening goes here. BetBoom got Zorti out there with the AWP fast timing. Gets taken out, though. That is nasty. BetBoom losing a player early. 4v5 for them.
Yeah, impressive swing against him. Siren realizing there's going to be one player there, and even spotting him, and they're going to be forcing out the early smoke here. Sway hiding inside. Boomich managed to creep on through. Not a fight that he should have been winning, but again, we're seeing a bit of aggression here. Risky Bomb picks up the AK, and that might have been a good move. Also a very, very risky move. Living up to his name, does take down Axile, but he could have got shot down while he was trying to swap out the guns there. Santa's going to be killed, and now it's 3 versus 3. The chaos is everywhere. I don't know where the next fight's going to happen right now.
Yeah, this is a problem. It feels like Siren is a really important player for BetBoom to recover because the other two players with the bomb stuck Ivy. Their position's known. Siren's position is not known in the inner halls, but looks like MagnaJez will be making his way out. And they'll combine forces. 40 seconds left, and Nemiga don't know exactly where the T side is, but they do have that deep control around Popdog and Inner, so they have enough coverage.
30 seconds. They are running it pretty low, and I think Nemiga are taking a bit of a risk here, saying let's hope that this turns into some sort of a B execute, and then we have almost certainly won the round. But that isn't the case. Magno just with another great headshot. I did warn everybody about this. 8 kills on him right now, and he's still getting warmed up. I promise there's more to come. 8 seconds, the bomb's going to be planted here, and another kill. He does climb up the ladder. Khan has to save the AWP. And this is the last bit of money for Nemiga as well. It's a very good opportunity right now for BetBoom to tie up the game at a 5-5 scoreline. Unless Khan can really throw this AWP into the next round in a big way, I don't think Nemiga could do a lot.
Yes, the gamble stack there, not going to pay off for them, unfortunately. But if they can keep the AWP alive, they can certainly be a dangerous presence in the next round, despite having very low money otherwise. BetBoom looking for it, but not being too aggressive.
Yeah, don't really blame them. Kind of a big map to try and find one player in, so leave it alone for now. But yeah, this is somewhat what I expected in terms of some of the individuals here. I still think, we're going to say his name a lot, but there is, especially on this map. I think on other maps, it's maybe not quite as dominant, but MagnaJez on this one, he's got something. He's got something figured out. 4-5 the scoreline. A couple of HEs. See if they can find some success with those.
Well, we are fast out again. Boomich is the one this time. The spray is going to be good for 1 at least. 4 versus 4. Nemiga now picking up an AK-47. And there's Khan, and that shot, if only that connected. That looked like it was on. AWP gets collected, though, by Xanta, but it looks like it's going to be to steal it away into the next round.
Should be, yes. I would love to see a replay of that shot. It's one of those ones where it looks like he's on, but he also might still be moving, so
yeah,
might not be completely accurate on the recoil. Well then, he's hearing them. Yeah, he really wants to punch it here. It is a bit, potentially a bit risky. Could be giving over another AK. It's so much damage, but that's actually 2 AKs picked up and the AWP saved. It's
kind of nice.
That's not bad.
It's kind of nice. And they already have 5 rounds.
Let it be like this,
Yeah, definitely. And, still with a chance to finish the half with 7. 7-5. I mean, that feels amazing. It feels like it's a solid half, kind of no matter what happens at this point. So
I think
we'll see how it goes, but I am still really looking forward to BetBoom CT side. Just because I want to really teasing me about this.
How funny would it be if they don't pick up any at all?
Yeah.
I'm going to look like a crazy person who's just making stuff up.
Hallucinating the orgs.
Just a weird fact is that neither Axile nor Sorte have really contributed much of anything in terms of kills on the map right now, and I never know, that could be a big problem. It could also be that if they get warmed up, then this BetBoom team is going to roll over Nemiga. So, interpret that how you want, but they have even more that they could do. And Sorte is a very good AWPer. Like, don't underestimate him either. I think Khan just speaks more to me somehow, but I definitely wouldn't try to undersell Sorte either. I think he's built a bit of a reputation for himself, and rightfully so.
We're looking at what looks to be an inner play here for BetBoom, and I was about to say Xanta is in a pretty close spot there. There's also a fast approach from Popdog. There it is from Risky Bomb in the back, takes down one. Sorte with the trade though. And that shot's a hard one from Khan. Not going to connect it. Out into the AK swap. And now Sorte holding the angle against the AK. He's going to nail that shot. And BetBoom are all over this one. There's a nice idea coming in for that quick flank, but it's not worked out.
Yeah, it's what we said earlier. Just as long as there's only one B anchor, you get the kill, it all follows from there. Boomich to seal the round and taking down Lear. Nice idea from Khan, throwing away the AWP and trying to get a jump. He was trying to fake out a shot from Sorte. The fact that Sorte didn't take that one, again, they're both all players, so they know how it works. If you fail the shot there, you can see how he's trying to bait him into it. It's a really, really nice play from Khan, but it doesn't work out in the end. That's what I mean. Harosh. And the nice Bliat, which is my favorite combination. Here we go. 6-5, the final round of the half. Nemiga, I still am very impressed, but they're running out of money to really make this work here. Scout instead of an AWP, got MP9s and one single M4 on that CT side. So really not the best weapons to try and get another round with. And honestly, BetBoom, or even with 6 rounds, they're quite happy if they get 7. I think they're going to be celebrating going into this one. MagnoJiz has already managed to infiltrate the lineup. This is such a deep position that it'll be very, very hard to hold for the CTs, and Leah's feeling the power of that one.
Do we get anything from the scout? Can he give any gifts here on train? Well, MagnoJiz is just destroying people. Destroying everyone. 3 players left now here for Nemiga at the end of this first half. MP9 there, good for some work. So one more player trying to bait out some of those shots. Well done. MP9 to Xanta, though, to pick up the kill on Axar. That's going to do something. Now the scout, he's got to hit some crazy shots at this point. Is there going to be any opportunity? Util's really good. In fact, it's just too good. Pinning him into the corner. Finished off by the AK. Xanta now has to do it all with the AK.
Nothing that he can do is there. He's just so low on health. MagnoJiz with I would say, a bit of a masterclass in the opening half of this one. Up to 12, looking to see if he can make 13 at the end, but he's already got the triple on this one. Xanta looking to find something at Siren to finish it as 7-5 in favor of BetBoom right at the end of the half. Really well played.
That was one opportunity to play. I think that was the point, the pandemic. I feel like in Imperial, we are really free to do plays and do calls. Vinny likes to play like that. ST, I was lurker in Fluxo, and now I'm playing like playmaker every time I'm playing like in the block.
Is that hard to like switch from those two? Because they're quite different.
Yeah, it's quite different. When you are a lurker, your POV is like more chilling, you are just holding, and when you are playing like in playmaker, something like that, it's a lot of actions in your POV. I think, of course, we have a pressure because, for example, Imperial went to the 2 majors before, and that was my first one, so we have I have a pressure because of that. The same way I know I was not here to replace all the roles of Phelps. So I think I'm good playing pressure. I'm really happy because it's my first time in USA too, and also in my first major, so it's a special moment. I'm just leaving, you know. I know major starts tomorrow, it's my first major, and I don't want to be like overthinking in my mind, you know. I'm just trying to live in doing stuff's good. Probably I will be a little nervous, but I think when we are playing, I think they can help me too with the nerves being not stressful.
Do you think Imperial have a chance here of making it to playoffs, even winning the major?
We know it's really hard, but who knows?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are in Texas. We're in Austin, and we're at the Major right now. Second best of one to start here on the B stream. It's Nemiga versus BetBoom. And I think Nemiga kind of laid in the groundwork in that first half to do a lot. But at the end of it, 5 rounds on the CT side feels kind of weird. I think BetBoom are in a very strong position right now to walk away with this one. And unfortunately, like we sort of foreshadowed it a little bit, Magnogis is very hard to stop on this map, and they haven't been able to.
We'll have to see if the fortune can change here on the second half here for Nemiga. BetBoom on the CT side. We're looking for those double logs, double AWPs. I can't wait. We'll see.
Yeah.
But first of all, we have to start off with a good economy. Siren opening it up with a headshot. That's a nice start there for BetBoom. Axel now teasing from that pop-up position into the dualies. Oh, and he's found 2 with that one. That is incredible. Khan gets shot from the side. Can't even take a fair fight.
Give this man a cowboy hat. He's already got the pistols for it, you know? Just way back here. P250 will equalize his chances against any CT side pistols, but how many fights? Okay, well, already getting a message from Axel back there. Unfortunately, probably no way out of this one. Just too many targets on the other side. They are giving him they're shooting each other back there as well, so that's kind of helpful. But in the end, hunted down. Magno just was kind of sick of waiting.
Yeah. Yeah, really, really great stuff with the dualies. That was pretty nice.
Yeah.
I bet we can get that economy going, and 2 kills. This just really shut down the entire round at that point.
Just that opening kill alone kind of created a bit of space and a distraction. Nobody's ready for Axile. 5 to 8. Nemiga's starting to drop behind. No bomb plan either. So a slightly slower start conversation for Nemiga going into the second half. No doubt one of, you know, early victories, get the economy rolling, shut down BetBoom. Definitely not easy. BetBoom have another thing that they do apart from the double orb situation. They also have some really crazy IV pushes on the CT side. Sometimes with 2, sometimes with 3 people. And it's just really hard to stop. So don't be surprised if we see that coming out. Santa the first to go down in this round. I don't expect Nemiga to be able to do much. Wow. Do you have a scope on this? Do you remember when you could scope with the M4, which was at that point in time called a Colt in Counter-Strike Beta 5.2 or something, I think?
Yeah, vaguely.
Yeah,
that's like 1999, basically.
It's been a minute.
I did play one of those really early versions, though.
Good times. Okay, attempted wallbang from... Oh, he actually got... I completely missed that. I'm going to be honest.
Yeah, we did miss that one.
Now, there's just one of the things that makes Train such a fun map is that there are so many surfaces like that are paper thin. More than I think people have even really tried to test in pro games. But that one worked out very well. Magno just to get the first kills. First real buy round coming up from Nemiga. If they want to build a comeback, it has to start right now, or I do think they're going to get rolled over by Boomich and his mercenaries. 4 to 5 in this round.
Yeah, this is the bonus, essentially, from BetBoom, keeping those MP9s on deck as well as the FAMAS. So, totally agree with that statement. We'll see if Nemiga can crack open the defense. They've established pressure for forward presence around team main and so on, so they've drawn some util. There's not much util left, a couple smokes, that's it. But that's a great start from Axile. Boosted up there, outside pop. 5-3 now for BetBoom.
It's an angle that the T side will very often clear, but it's not easy when you're alone. Like, it's a little bit easier if you have a teammate with you and you can sort of both peek at the same time. 50 seconds. 5v3. What can you actually do in a round like this one? I almost feel like they have to try. Also, just like you said, it's already a bonus round. They've already given away 1 AK. It's another one on the ground somewhere that they can pick up there to watch Pop Dog. They can't allow BetBoom to walk into the next round with everyone alive and AKs picked up and everything else. It's just too much to get away with. So we'll see if they can manufacture some more kills, maybe a bomb plant. It puts a little bit of pressure back on the CT side here. Magnogis is out hunting in T-spawn even as we speak, and they push into the B bomb side in a couple of seconds, surely. No, they give it... Oh, they don't. They're just going to save.
This could be problematic because Magnogis in the back. He's going to find everybody, so... any more investment? I don't imagine that you'd want to BetBoom.
No.
Necessarily here. Maybe one MP9 you could throw at it, but I think on Train you can make a pretty strong case that maybe on another map you'd go for it, but this map, the CT economy, just keeping it as high as possible is actually better than trying to get rid of money from the T side.
I do appreciate that he was playing with my FAMAS as well. This is what happens to me when I try and buy the FAMAS. He's so mad. That's the sign, I think, of someone that, you know, deeply cares about it. He's winning. They are really far ahead of their opponents right now. All that happened is that he didn't get the exit kills in the round. He's like, no, I want more.
He's like, I was cheated.
Yeah, that's the right attitude, though.
Give me more.
Yeah, you've to.
Really feels like BetBoom is so far ahead at the moment, and again, we haven't seen the more of those looks on the CT side just yet. Just with the MP9s and the M4s, it was enough.
Yeah, I think just to add to that, you're right. It just means they have such a deeper pool of what they can do on the CT side that we haven't seen yet. They haven't been pressured. They don't really need to. 10-5 the scoreline here, ladies and gentlemen, going into round number 16. And there we go. Ivy push coming in. Magnoges, he's flashed. He already knows. There's no one in T-spawn. They have so much map information right now already, BetBoom. It's such a great way to play it. And they've got the forward position playing the hallways here by Popdog. Siren taking all the attention away. They swing in against BetBoom or Boomich, but it just won't be enough here. They have been crushed. Axile, great return for him. Couple of kills in this round, and Sway's the only one there. He doesn't realize, but Magnoges is back there somewhere. I think he's actually up in the hallways behind him, but it doesn't really matter. The bomb is lost, so is the round.
Unless Sway can somehow get a kill. I mean, all these players are spread out. So at this current point in time, 1v1s are possible. That's how you win around like this. And the play for the bomb is now being made from Sway. But the flank timing is just perfect there from Magnoges. So there you go. Easy. Still easy for BetBoom on this second half.
Yeah. There are so many things going on in this round that other CT sides could go. Push down Ivy, the aggressive push into the hallways with Siren playing the MP9 on the other side. They're also doing it at a round where they know that Nemiga don't have a lot of utility to clear out those positions. Because normally, Siren's position is always going to be Molotov or double HE'd out. Like, there's always something happening there. But they knew Nemiga just didn't have the utility for it, so they can play aggressively without getting pushed. It's the perfect round to make a call like this one. More credit to Boomich on that front. They're 2 rounds away from blowing up Nemiga on this map of Train.
Yeah, and they got 3 AKs right now. They're not even having to show any other looks in terms of the buy. They could just get it over the line very simply with all the AKs. And it's going to be a straight up inner play coming through from Nemiga. There's a set piece, all the Molotovs are set flying, but can they scale? That's the question. You have to be able to scale. There's that opening kill there. They've got some space, but the firepower here coming from BetBoom is just too good, Anders. They've shut it down and made it look, again, way too easy.
Yeah, and Siren actually kind of outshining everyone right now. He is, I would say, a player sort of post-spirit and everything that has been... I don't know, it's hard to know what to expect from him sometimes, but in the last 2 months, I think he has absolutely stepped it up as an individual. We were seeing a lot more Siren rounds like this, and that's... I mean, he just adds so much more power to them. Can somebody please translate? I would love to know what Boomich is shouting at Nemiga on the other side. So it is sort of an internal, you know, Russian fight that's happening here, which itself is... You know, always means that there's a little bit more on the line, you know? Domestic matchups like that.
Totally. You gotta be the top dog from your region.
Well, let's see. It's 12-5. BetBoom just running away with this one. Initially, Magnoges was kind of the superstar, but Siren's actually got 19 kills, so he's just dove in there. They've got AKs. They're not even going to get to the double AWP setup because they're winning too quickly.
Totally.
It's tragic.
Well, fast in the movement again here. But into pop to try to challenge BetBoom if they're to get aggressive. But Boomich, if he gets a good timing on this one, will he? Okay, not ready to react to that. It looks like Nemiga moving too quickly for BetBoom for a change, and they get that opening pick. 5v4 with a minute and a half, and a nice little dink onto Axel, but he's actually totally fine.
So Boomich is baited out by the fact that Nemiga don't flash their way into the hallway. I guarantee if Nemiga had thrown a flashbang, then Boomich would have been flashed in by someone in the yard. But he's waiting the whole time for something that never happens. Lear with a nice kill on the Magnogez and Siren. This time, he can't really get the spray quite right. Spray will take him down instead. 2 versus 5, and huge opportunity right now. Nemiga, they absolutely need this. AWP is being saved. Axile is somewhere else as well with the AK, but yeah. I mean, we're talking about Nemiga trying to fight their way into overtime. It's such a long way away right now.
Yeah. Yes, it's the first round in quite some time for Nemiga. And yes, the anti-flash setup there was it's a good call out. How Nemiga played against that one. And that opening pick, that really was so impactful.
Okay. Don't throw too much away either. Got to be a little bit careful. Even as you've got your back to the wall, you don't want to be suddenly with, you know, too many Galils instead of AKs, and that can happen if you go too crazy. They don't. They know what's up. Hard position for Nemiga, obviously. One single mistake here, one slip up, and it's all over. This is really impressive.
Yeah, fast and decisive.
Okay, 1 Orc, 1 Siren.
Well, they've had AKs for like so many of these rounds that I feel like they didn't even need to.
They're building up into it, teasing us at the moment. See if Nemiga can extend the fight a bit longer. Nice nades. Very important to nade out that ramp position. Sorce's actually going to call it out. He's going to know that they're diving towards the top position. And I think that's why Axile wants to get out. He wanted to escape. He knew that there's someone was coming. Sorce had already pointed it out. Lear, great couple of shots, and risky bomb will get rid of Mango just so. Just Sorce and Siren here. 2 versus 4. And not a lot done, unfortunately, with the Orc back there. And the money is kind of disappearing a bit. Don't die. Axile's got something in the back, but everyone else is kind of a little bit low on health and money.
Yeah, Zorte doesn't look good to survive here. I mean, this is a very difficult spot. Yeah, pinned in, taken out. And that's another round for Nemiga. So that's good. It's looking good for that comeback now. As you say, that money is totally gone. So BetBoom in some trouble. And it's these fastest rounds that have been the saving grace for Nemiga. That's really seemingly helped them keep it simple.
I like it. I mean, if it might be hard to keep up that pace forever, but right now it's definitely bought them a bit of space. No more timeouts left. They're all used up, which is unfortunate when you're staring down the, the task here is to win, so many consecutive rounds. You have to do it without your coach getting involved beyond this point. So, yeah.
7. Yeah, those entries coming in hot from the Nemiga. Okay, so into the next round we'll go. And in fact, we do have enough on board for a buy here for BetBoom, or in hand for Zorte. MP9 for Boomich though, but we know he loves an MP9.
Yes, he absolutely does. That was the bank on Axile that just made them able to do all of this stuff here. Sway's trying to get through the smoke, walking right into it and catching Axile. The timing is godlike, but Boomich defeats him at range. MP9 doesn't really matter. Khan's getting a big hit of a shot with the AWP. We haven't had to say his name enough yet. Love to see more out of Khan here in the second half. So Magnogez back here behind. The grenades are everywhere. Siren lines up for a bit of a double as they were all focused on the player behind. He has to swing into the open. He knows he's very exposed, and Khan will be able to find him, leaving Siren in a 1 versus 2.
Yeah, Siren 21 for 10 right now. Absolutely crushing it. Repositioning to see what opportunities can be found from a different angle. Here's the bomb getting planted as the Ivy approach is made. Siren would be so fitting if Siren is the one to find this clutch for the team.
He's got an incendiary, which is, if he can find the right spot for it, we just saw it in Anubis where somebody managed to defuse with just one incendiary grenade, and something similar could kind of happen here. They have some health, so they can run through it, obviously, but still, he's got to be thinking about it. Yeah, setting it up now. I'd be shocked if they don't try and run through. Trying to bait them into it. He gets the first shot there onto Khan, and now he's straight on it. Leah coming through. He spins around. Siren. Does he have enough time? The quad kill. The last possible second as he steals it away from Nemiga. What an awesome clutch.
Absolutely awesome. Siren had an incredible game. What is that? 23 kills, just crushing the server. BetBoom definitely happy that they can just close that one out nice and simple, thanks to Siren.
That's a beautiful way to finish a map. I'm very, very impressed. And said Siren not necessarily meant to be the superstar, at least hasn't always been, but he just climbed up the ladder on this one. High fives all around. BetBoom, this is the form you want to see them in. If they're going to have Siren show up for the early stages here, I think it'll make them such a more dangerous team.
Yeah, and I can't wait to see other looks here from BetBoom in this tournament. Today they looked really, really good, and it looked pretty straightforward. So I can't wait to see what else is in store as we progress.
Okay, with a 1v2 clutch to be closing it out from Siren. I totally agree with Anders' point, you know, not the man necessarily that we're always looking at to be delivering reliably for BetBoom, but in that moment, instrumental play and closing it out a bit more cleanly.
Yeah, that's nice. Good job from Siren. I look at the scoreboard and I think Exile, I want to see more. I think Salty, I want to see more.
I think the other matches also concluding. Should we check in with that?
See, they brought it back from a 4v2, that was? Yeah, there we go. Holy moly.
It looks incredibly
5v2.
calm.
A 5v2 for a moment. And they then bring it back. 5 any. Crazy.
I mean, that's great for Bait. You know, they made a great comeback.
That's a sick comeback, yeah.
That is a great comeback. You know, I don't want to count them out. You know, they didn't look too good in the beginning. I think Bait showed like the T side was probably the one that stood out the most. I think it's obviously it's a great start for them. You know, we get to see that. We got to see the whole idea that NPL was likely showing up. That's NPL and Hedrick was the ones that we talked about. That is the two players that you probably want outside, like inside the Spade team to actually step up. So it was good for them.
That's the case for both streams now that we have both of them with us, right?
Yes.
That was a very close game. Bait came back from basically trailing throughout the entirety of that game to then concluded by a strong T side, which is kind of cool. Somewhat similar to what you saw on the other stream as well, where Nemiga was off to a good start in the beginning. You think to yourself, ooh, that could be dangerous, but then they recope, they come back, and I guess BetBoom got the job done.
I don't want to throw production under the bus here, but it would be nice at some point to get that NPL clutch in round 21, right? Because I feel like that really turned the tide of the game, because we're talking about a map where Imperial was, you know, they had the lead quite handedly for a long period of time, right?
A 1v4 as well. You know, a 1v4 where the money is so low on the side of Imperial that they don't have a kit, which means that NPL didn't have to kill the last guy, but he just had to stay alive for long enough and kill the first couple for him to win the round. That was a crucial moment. And again, we spoke about a rookie. You know, he has experience, but he's still a major rookie, CS2 major rookie in that regard. So for him to step up in that fashion and be the difference maker, a good start for him.
And great to see that they kept their cool. Like they were falling behind, and they were maybe not looking into the result that they wanted to create at this coming into the major. And the fact that they kept it cool and kept grinding it out. They didn't decide to just give up. They didn't decide to just not try like getting the rounds in that they know can play. I think they proved that this team can keep their heads cool. That is what I talked about, keeping their heads cool, because they're a young team, and when they come into a major, if they start getting some kind of like people start fighting back at them, there's a case that young players would be like, okay, we need to maybe take a step back. We need to do things a little bit different, but they didn't.
Where does that leave Imperial then? It was a conversation.
It leaves them as an 0-1 team.
Yeah, I mean, it does, quite literally. But the fact that you were saying Brazilian Counter-Strike in a bit of a downwards spiral, maybe some would say. It's a shame that they almost, you know, close but no cigar, as the phrase goes, right?
Did we learn anything? I think Imperial played a decent game of Counter-Strike.
Yeah.
They didn't win, didn't really make an upset right here, and I think that's been the case for all the games so far. I know Complexity OG, that was pretty much on paper a 50-50 game. Didn't expect OG to beat him that handily, but outside of that, we have 3 favorites now having won the game, you know, and everyone complains about, oh, the best of ones, oh, the random. Well, so far, 4 out of 4 has kind of gone the way that we expected. One close 50-50 one went, funnily enough, to one team, and the other 3 favorites have won so far. So in case for Imperial, not surprised, they did a good job, but they haven't won anything. so far, and they placed themselves as an 0-1 team.
And your wish is Productions. Come on, thank you so much for bringing this up.
So good.
Yeah, so fast. Yes, so that's what we're talking about with those 1-0 games and the 0-1 games. Those are also going to be best of ones, and that's going to be played later on today as well. So double headers for all teams across the board today, and it's not until you get to this qualification or potential qualification, potential elimination games that we move into the best of 3 territories. So Dupree, you're agreeing no big upsets, I guess we're using that word so far. Obviously the complexity one, the fashion it happened is, I guess, the closest.
That's probably the closest one that we get to an upset. I mean, I have really high hopes for OG. So for them, winning was great. I think that complexity looked very flat. It didn't look great at all. But apart from that, all the other ones that we expected to go out and win, they did it so far so good.
Anything to take away from Nemiga on the other side of the equation when we're talking about that BetBoom series we just saw go down on train?
I mean, a little bit disappointed that when you get off to such a good start that you weren't able to capitalize on it. Same could be said for the Chinggis Warriors as well. Got off to a really good start versus Heroic, couldn't make anything out of it. So it's always going to feel bad when you're in a game in a best of one, you're leading 5-2, 6-2, and you don't have anything to show for from that point onwards. So I think Nemiga will be quite disappointed by their display. Chinggis Warriors the same when you consider that they were up 7-1 versus Heroic. Does it mean that they can play Counter-Strike at a high level because they got off to a good start, or did they just win the pistol convert? That's what we have to wait and see for the future. It is hard to conclude too much out of the best of ones.
We got some Siren highlights coming out of that first best of one. I guess he would be kind of the man of the match if we're going to brand him that. Great play to be obviously closing out the game as well, or that particular map. But some solid firepower coming through and through. Really nice to kind of see him back in the fray. I totally agree with your point, Dupree. Like, I have this kind of, for some reason, I have a slight bias towards him.
Exactly.
And I do really want them to succeed because I love the kind of narrative around all the players. I love the personalities on the team as well. I got to talk to Magna Jez a lot yesterday. He regards Boomage very highly in terms of the college department, which you can't blame him, right? Former major champion in his own right.
And they must put a lot of emphasis into that they know what Boomage brings to the table. You know, some of the players have played alongside Nafany for a long time. Now they got Boomage into the fold, and him taking the reins and control of the lineup. I think they have a lot of and also high expectations. But if you look back at that Siren popped off this game, you know, and when you deep dive into the BetBoom roster and you look at the names, maybe you're not looking for Siren to be the one that actually decides to go out and have a game like this. Sure, he's capable of doing it, but you probably have the likes of Magnorius, Exile, or Sorry to do it. And for them, and for him specifically, to get a good start here could be a very good thing for BetBoom as well, that they feel that they can rely on everyone in the team. Not obviously saying that Siren is a bad player, because he also had a really good run back when he was in Spirit alongside Patsy in the old days. So he's a player that's also tried a lot. So he's not a newcomer in that sense, but it's great to see that he also had the firepower to step up and clinch this one for BetBoom.
Any thoughts, Jacob, or should we move on?
I think we move on. We got what we expected.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. Just one more question to pose to you, Dupree, in terms of this kind of best of one situation. We're obviously halfway through the first chunk of games that the teams will be playing today. You find yourself in that 0-1 bucket. You could be 0-2. 4 teams have to be in that 0-2 bucket by the end of the day as well. How does that affect your mentality as a player? I can't recall. Have you ever been in that situation where you've had to run it back, like complete reverse sweep in terms of those situations?
I don't think it probably have happened. I am not too sure if I've been in a situation where I've had like the backs against the wall in that sense, but sure, I've been down 0-1, and I think what goes through the mind of the players that have lost is that they probably think they could have did something different, and maybe they didn't play their best game. They know that they have another game coming up, and for everything in the world, they want to get that equalization. Like, they want to get back to 1-1, because there is no team here that is feeling good about going 0-2 in the beginning of a major on the first day. That is so hard, because you need to fight your way all the way back. Maybe, yeah, sure, you get into the best 3 bracket. Luckily, you don't have best of ones in that sense. But yeah, you want to equalize the score. That is like that is your main goal. You leave the first game behind, you go into the second one, you want to equalize.
I mean, it's one of those where the pressure amounts the further you get into the tournament. So if you're 0-1 in this instance, you know that in a best of one and you lose that one, you go 0-2. And I think that's where, again, it's a skill. Like, I know people like to complain about the best of ones. I know they like to complain about the fact that, you could go 0-2 in day one and all of a sudden you're out of the tournament. But it's a skill to be able to cope with that. So it's not easy. It is not an easy task. It's not an easy job. But nothing is supposed to be easy when you're at the World Championship in Counter-Strike.
It's very true. If you are the other teams kind of waiting in the wings, obviously we're only halfway through that first set of games. You still got 8 more teams. Yes. I'm good at math. I'm good at math.
Yeah,
wow, it's crazy. Old stuff for me. If you're those teams, obviously having to play those later games, are you? What's the like routine typically? Are they watching the games that are playing here? Are you in the practice room? Like, what's the kind of vibe when you're looking at a marathon day like this?
I think the most important thing is that you are well prepared, and that is all about focusing on yourself, and you try to, sure, that the tournament is running and maybe you have a friend or a former teammate playing right now and you want them to lose and everything, and you want to look at the games. But at least from my experience in the past teams that I have is that, we are at the tournament, but the only thing that matters is when we are playing. We don't care about the other teams right now. So at least in my situation, we would always just prepare for that specific game. And when everything was done, when we had done our preparation in terms of the mental preparation, but also in terms of anti-stratting and whatnot, then we could go out and maybe go to a room, take a small break if we have like a late game or anything like that. So I think it's about staying true to what is the importance of your tournament, and that's just obviously the best of one and the job ahead of you. So you don't want to put too much effort into just like watching the other games.
It's all about prioritizing your time, You don't know your opponent yet because the format is what it is, so you got to put it into that context.
Well, speaking of time, it's time for us to take a little bit of an extended break, but don't you worry, plenty more Counter-Strike on the cards here at the Blast TV Austin Major.
My name is Jacob Winnecke, and today I'll walk you through a little bit of a map analysis on Nuke. It's between Spirit and Eternal Fire, and what I want to showcase for you guys today is how you condition your opponents to feel uncomfortable and maybe deny them information in order to cause rotations and then losing your rounds. Now we have Spirit on the T side and we have Eternal Fire on the CT side, and I want to set the scene from the get-go. Donk over here towards Yard is being applied to, I guess, pressurize a little bit. According with Donk right here, there's also 2 smokes being put down. One here and one here, which is going to deny the vision for the player up here in CT spawn, so he no longer knows whether or not anyone can cross down towards Secret. So with those 2 smokes, you're conditioning the opponent and forcing them to make a calculated guess whether or not someone is going down Secret, which is why they have placed a player down towards Secret already here, so the CT defense have now been spread thin from the get-go. Now what's going to happen now is that Spirit is going to stay inside the lobby, and what they're hoping for is some sort of reaction for Eternal Fire. However, they're playing very defensively. As you can see the way it's set up right now as well, you have a player very defensively out here, you have a player down towards Secret who's super defensive, you have 2 players inside who at this point haven't made a move or haven't pushed or haven't done anything, and you have a player boosted on ramp as well in a very isolated position where he cannot rotate away. When you're in this position right here, you're fighting till you're dying. Now what's going to happen is that we have 3 Spirit players moving towards ramp right here later in the round, and they're going to go out towards ramp and applying that pressure. Now before they do that, they have players out here in Donk, who's now rotated from Yard back towards lobby, in towards center with this boy. They're going to throw Molotovs towards inner. I believe they're Molotoving behind the second vent. They're Molotoving somewhere on the side as well. And they're also going to throw a smoke towards gate. Now what that does is that they're trying to sell the idea that they're going inside. Meanwhile, 3 players from Spirit are moving in towards ramp, and they're actually going out ramp right here. Now Jota, who's in the boosted position, he's getting a double kill, which in itself is very well handled by him and not according to plan by Team Spirit. But what happens subsequently as well is that they are reading this fake. So the Eternal Fire players have no information whether or not Spirit are faking inside and already are in Secret. They may think that, okay, they're going to go 3 guys towards ramp. They already have 2 guys Secret, so they're going to do a lower crunch, which means that these 2 players in Matcha and Wycadia, they feel the pressure to do something. They feel the pressure to get some sort of information. And while these 3 players are fighting on ramp, you have both Wycadia and Major, and they're pushing in towards Hot, they're pushing in towards Door, where these 2 players are waiting for them. So even though they're losing the trade towards ramp, even though Jota is getting a multi-kill and essentially potentially winning the round for Eternal Fire, because Wycadia and Major feels pressured to do the push because they have no information towards Secret, these 2 players are able to punish that, which means the 1 surviving player from ramp can then rotate back, and you have Spirit going inside and essentially winning the round. So at this point, this would not have happened had they not conditioned Eternal Fire from the beginning of the round. So even though nothing is transpiring for 50, 60 seconds, every single smoke, every single Molotov, every single point of pressure is conditioning your opponent to make a decision later on in the round, which you can take advantage of, which is exactly what Spirit did here.
I started 2015, I think. Like I was 10 or something, I don't remember exactly. But I got anger issues, so my father took away my PC. I started back in 2021 again, and just started playing all day, all night. And I got an offer from a Norwegian team. I quit school and just pursued the dream. I was just grinding FaceIt, solo gaming. I was hitting the #1 on leaderboards, so that was how I got spotted, right? And I didn't have like expectations. I just joined, and the guys were a bit more experienced, so they basically guided me, you know, like how to be a good teammate, how to play, and I just listened and took the next step, I guess. After that, I got scouted again because they saw potential in me, and I went to Metizport, and I got full-time offer then. We played 1 season, and then again the FaceIt leaderboard, right? I was on top of the FaceIt leaderboard and got spotted again in Sangal. There we just grinded from top 200 to top 30, and rest is history. I have 6K games, I think.
Oh wow, okay.
I'm playing with Roland, and he's been in the scene for a long time, right?
Yeah.
And he said I even have more games than him, so we were on flare break, and we just got a call from Heroic, from the coach, saying they were interested, right? Because they sold to Falcons, obviously. But it was kind of quiet from the Sangal side, so it was more like a surprise. It wasn't planned at all. It just happened on 1-2 days, and it was done. Obviously, like since Jota went to Eternal Fire, and we had the core, we had some decent ranking, and of course Heroic, good management, good org, good stuff behind it. So it was like an obvious choice. Sunfires, who's been experienced, is joking inside the team and like outside of the game, and Tenir is the same. Like we're just a bunch of guys having fun, joking around. So it's the chemistry is great. Like we're having fun every time.
Obviously, you've made it to the major, just a milestone achievement for you individually.
Yeah, of course. Like I had it as an achievement with the sticker, right? Like now I'm in the game. I'm excited. I'm not too nervous. I'm just taking game by game.
Is there anybody you're particularly hoping that you get to play against here in Austin?
FaZe. We demolished them, and they're calling us bots. Like I don't know how they can call us bots when we're demolishing them. So I need to do it again. Now when the season ending, like it's the last dance as well for us, like our roster. We just wanted to make it to playoff, and yeah, we'll see from there.
Chai, yeah.
Do we add the Jesus?
Yeah, Chai Jesus.
Chai Jesus,
yeah.
okay.
The first time I played with my father, I was like 6 years old. He was teaching me how to play, and then the next years I was playing by myself. All my life I loved the game, so that was one opportunity to play. I think that was the point, the pandemic. I feel like in Imperial we are really free to do plays and do calls. Vinny likes to play like that. ST, I was lurker in Fluxo, and now I'm playing like playmaker every time I'm playing like in the block.
Is that hard to like switch from those two? Because they're quite different.
Yeah, it's quite different. When you are a lurker, your POV is like more chilling, you are just holding, and when you are playing like in playmaker, something like that, it's a lot of actions in your POV. I think, of course, we have a pressure because, for example, Imperial went to the 2 majors before, and that one's my first one. So I have a pressure because of that. The same way, I know I was not here to replace all the roles of Phelps. So I think I'm good playing pressure. I'm really happy because it's my first time in USA too, and also in my first major, so it's a special moment. I'm just leaving, you know. I know major starts tomorrow, it's my first major, and I don't want to be like overthinking in my mind, you know. I'm just trying to live in doing stuff's good. Probably I will be a little nervous, but I think when we are playing, I think they can help me too with the nerves being not stressful.
Do you think Imperial have a chance here of making it to playoffs, even winning the major?
We know it's really hard, but who knows?
guys managed to go grab some snacks, grab some drinks, got myself a cheeky little coffee, because we have got lots more Counter-Strike to be getting through today. Obviously, we got our first few teams going into that 1-0 bracket, or bucket rather. First few going into the 0-1, but we kind of prefaced it before we jumped to that quick break. No massive surprises as of yet, right?
No massive surprises as of yet. We had the OG versus Complexity that I think most people had as a 50-50 game, considering the stand-in situation as well. The fashion that played out was the biggest surprise, the fact that OG won as big as they did, but outside of that, all the favorites so far have been able to win their games.
Yeah, not much to say about the whole thing. I think it's nice to see that it's been stabilized, that we don't have too many upsets. You know, that is sometimes what can create a lot of havoc at a major, is that the great teams, they actually fumble and don't win. But it can also create some interesting scenarios. But at this given moment, you know, with the favorites maybe looking a little bit outside of Complexity and OG, that everyone clinched their victory was good for the tournament.
Should we talk about some of the upcoming matches, or the matches that are coming out thick and fast? That is going to be Tyloo versus NRG, Lynn Vision versus Legacy. Which one piques your interest the most?
I'd say Tyloo versus NRG, to be completely honest. I think that's the coolest game that we have on hand. NRG obviously with Nitro, and Tyloo being the big name coming out of the Asian Counter-Strike scene for many, many years. So game that we're watching right now, I think could be close. It could be interesting. I think NRG is an 0-3 favorite for many. I think Tyloo is a team that is on the cusp of making it for many. So I have Tyloo as my favorite, but should be a close game.
I hope that Tyloo will show something. You know, from my eye test, looking at them, they seem to have improved. They seem to be a team that has been in development, and not just looking at how they play in their own region, but they also want to see how they can develop and also get updated from looking at other teams. So I'm excited to see if Tyloo brings something new to the table here. And obviously for the side of NRG, you know, a lot of names that we recognize here, a lot of players that has been playing the game for years, and it's gonna be interesting to see if they can actually keep things going.
Get absolutely owned, man. Holy moly. Bye.
Double entry, Nitro on the scene.
I mean, the clock in this game sometimes.
Oh my god,
so strong, yeah. All right, well, that's it. Pistol going nowhere, Tyloo. I have Tyloo making it. I have Tyloo in my pickups. I don't have NRG as an 0-3 team, and I don't have NRG making it either. I think that's where that. I think NRG goes 1-3, and I think Tyloo goes 3-2.
Maybe I'm just too hung up on the whole name thing in NRG. Like when I look at NRG, and I have Nitro leading, and I know OC has been playing at a high level as well. Maybe that's nice. It means a lot, right?
Can I just tell you a story that I saw on our little brief intermission? I was walking to the bathroom. So G, we love G, got to know him very well at ESL Pro League. He was, you know, going behind the booths here. That's how you get your snacks and your drinks and stuff. Player manager was making sure he got back all right. Then he takes a sharp right turn, sprints, I kid you not, and knee slides into FlyQuest. I don't know the law. He goes in, well, just before the game, yeah. They, FlyQuest were literally huddled around. He knee slides into the team. I thought you saw this.
No.
That's hilarious.
Awesome. That's character.
Yeah, I love this guy.
Yeah, but
this guy is amazing because he just has vibes. You can't, you know, contain aura this high. So that's why they're going to win.
It's a carpet though. How the hell did he need?
I know. No, it was impressive. He must be wearing some like kind of like you know, like the silky track maybe, which is a bit traction. Sorry to take the attention away from you.
Don't worry about it. I always want a good story. That's always good story. That's way more.
He loves ice cream.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I found out at EPL he loves ice cream. So Tracer will be joining us for the playoffs portion of this major. He actually went out with, I think Jason was there, maybe it was Dinko too, and they bought him like this tub of ice cream and filmed it, giving to him in the I think it was in the hotel lobby. And it was it was wonderful. So G loves ice cream. G's a hype man. That is my 2 reasons why Tyloo's gonna win.
I have to get behind this guy. I love ice cream. It's my guilty pleasure.
Yeah.
Me too.
Yep.
What type of ice cream? What's the best?
I'm so boring. I'm a vanilla kind of guy.
Honestly though, vanilla. So people mistake vanilla bean and plain ice cream, don't they?
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
I don't know. I mean, I just think vanilla is the best.
Yeah, it is.
I think ice cream for me can get too fancy. I just want to stick with like the traditional flavors. I'm a vanilla guy. My girlfriend, she really likes chocolate. I'm not a chocolate guy, but I'm slowly getting there because I always get a little bit of a taste whenever she gets one.
I think we should get G to do an ice cream ranking.
Italian ice cream. Have you ever had the ice cream where it's like in the bottom, it's like crispy, like crispy crisps. You know, it could be
North American.
No, it could be. What is it called? you know, Italian-inspired ice cream where like the
Like
top
a
is
Ferrero
like
Rocher.
Gelato?
Yeah, gelato.
No.
Chat, let us know by using the hashtag.
Someone needs to help Jacob with his.
Okay, so vanilla ice cream. Imagine this. This is your ice cream, right? This is your ice cream.
Cool.
In the top you have vanilla ice cream.
Yep.
Below that you have caramel, but like it's actually like,
Oh, it's like a
floating caramel, like a sundae ice cream, floating caramel. And then the bottom is like something crispy, you know, whatever. And then like when you take it all and you mix it together, it's like the perfect.
Good, actually.
It's so good. It's so good. That's when you said like basic ice cream. Basic ice cream is good, but it's boring. You know, this is next level.
That's a step above. Well, maybe G can
It
give
has
us
a name.
his
Yeah.
opinions in the post-game interview if he wins.
We have some tech issues here.
Yes.
Unfortunately.
Unfortunately.
We don't like
That is like tech issues is the worst thing.
As a player.
Yeah, can you
For
maybe
everyone.
explain to the viewers, like, there are rules surrounding tech issues. People aren't just sitting there, oh, we're back in the game, as
We
we
are.
say that, but you can't talk during a
No,
tech pause.
you're not allowed to talk, and we still try to talk regardless. Like then we make like funny hand gesture or a face, or we try and type something to the opponent, even though we're not allowed to. No, we're such divas, you know. We just try to bend the rules as much as we can, and then we get we get told by the admins that you're not allowed to talk, and that also includes typing and whatnot. But it's just sometimes you don't. The thing about tech issues is that you don't know how long they're gonna last for. Like it could be an hour, it could be 5 minutes, it could be 2 minutes. You don't really know, so you just sat there, and you're not getting told what's wrong. Because if you're getting told that one of their PCs just blew up into oblivion or something, then you're like, okay, that's gonna take at least some time, right? But you're not.
Totally makes sense.
On the back foot as well, right? Starting CT, starting really slow, and then coming back on their T half.
NRG.
A lot of the teams that they have played and taken.
Are you hyped for NRG, Jake?
No,
not so.
No, but I look at the players and I think, maybe. Bo is a good player. Bo is a decent player. George is supposed to be the next big thing coming out of NA. I don't know.
Quick intermission, gentlemen, because B-Stream game is going to be starting. So if you're watching on the B-Stream, we're going to be sending you over to Lynn Vision Legacy right about now.
Yes, thank you, Freya, and the rest of them on the desk, doing a fantastic job, I must say, in you know, keeping things going on that side. We're ready, Dan. We're getting into it now. It's going to be the third game of the day here on the B stream. We've got Lynn version up against Legacy. We're going to be on Dust 2 for this particular one. So I'm excited. Hope you are as well. How are you feeling so far, Dan? You enjoying them?
Yeah. So far it's been awesome to just see kind of the form that the teams are bringing in. And although it's been very early, and you see we've only had 2 games, I feel like there's been lots of positive takeaways for the stuff that we've seen for the teams we've covered so far. And Lynn Vision and Legacy are interesting. Moving the conversation to them, we can see it's going to be Dust 2. That is definitely going to be more of a home ground for Lynn Vision. 14 maps played, 86% win rate. And for Legacy, 9 maps played, 44% win rate. But these teams are otherwise kind of equally ranked. Like, you got world ranked number 30 for Lynn Vision, and for Legacy, it's 31 on HLTV on their ranking. So definitely a potentially very close matchup here.
Yeah, the odds reflect the same thing that you just said. I think, you know, looks like Legacy is a bit favored here. I think for best of one, so it's very hard to say, but I have a strong opinion about it, to be honest. Legacy, obviously, with kind of a lot to prove here, right? It's a whole, you know, drama about how they got to the major, and obviously a lot of community shouting about that stuff. But it just, I think it means that, you know, you want to make the most of it. Now you've gone through all that trouble. People have been, you know, screaming at you on social media. Nice to be able to just slide in here and say, okay, listen, we got here. Now we're doing a great job. We're ready. So I think this is going to be a kind of a fun game. On Dust 2 as well, it's a very open map. So probably, I think both teams are going to feel really comfortable with it. So I actually don't have a really strong prediction for this one. This just feels like a 50-50 kind of match to me.
Yeah, you know, just going off the statistics alone, you know, where would I go? I would probably go towards Lynn Vision, but yeah, I feel like, you know, this is a hard one to call, especially, again, for both of these teams. You know, being at a major is such a big deal, and although it's the early stages, you know, relative to, you know, the tournaments that these teams are normally going to be playing, this is still the biggest stage, and so, you know, we'll see how the pressure will creep in and affect either team. I think so far, the matches we've seen, I don't think it's really affected anyone. I feel like everybody's played, like, well, so...
Yeah, which, just because you say that now, it's such a thing that's worth highlighting. It says something about the new generation of players and how battle-hardened they are by the time they get to a major, because in the past, this is such a common thing. You show up at the major and you just can't make it work at all. Like, everything's falling apart. I don't think we've seen that quite yet, or at least not on the B stream anyway. So yeah, really interesting to see how much tougher some of the players are when they actually get here. I guess it's worth pointing out as well, because we don't know how the games are going to be looking in the once we sort of reshuffle everything. But for both Lynn Vision and Legacy, this might be one of the sort of the easier opponents for both of them. Meaning, if you end up drawing a heroic or a BetBoom or bait later on, it gets worse than this in some sense. Like, so if you, this might be one of the games you feel like we should win this, or we got to try and win this one, because it could be really tough going further into it at the early stage here. Yeah,
that's a great point. And this is an interesting map too, because you can't hide behind tactics as much and strategy as much, because of course the utility and the coordination, these things are important, but there's so much in the way of open areas and gunfights to be had on a map like Dust 2, and the map and the fundamentals of how you play the macro are so well established at this point, that I feel like Dust 2 really does reveal who's feeling it and who's not.
I don't actually have I've watched a lot of Dust 2 with a lot of different teams, but I don't think I have the most intimate knowledge about how these two teams are going to be playing, and I'm always especially curious about the CT side. I want to see some solution to the problem of not having any information, which I think is always the big challenge when you're playing Dust 2 CT side, is if you just play the sort of normal stuff, you end up not knowing anything about what's happening. It doesn't mean you can't win the rounds, but it makes it very, very hard. So there are many teams, I think, across the space right now that have become very good at solving this problem. But there are definitely also teams left right now who just try to play 2B, 1 mid, 2A, and then they're really far back, and they never figured, like, they know what's happening when the bomb site is either like gonna fall, or they will survive somehow in a 2-on-5, basically.
Yeah.
And that I don't like that kind of Counter-Strike at all. So
yes, yeah, you definitely have to take risks on Dust 2 on the CT side, and it's interesting too, because some of it also does depend on what your T side opponents are doing, because sometimes you might want to take a bunch of risks, but if the T side are playing really, really passive, maybe you don't need to do it. So there are certain balances that you want to strike on that CT side that are certainly dictated by how your opponents want to play. And so I'm super curious to see what that's going to look like. I just can't wait to get into the game. Hiranda's, contrary to popular belief, we can't just press a button and start the game. So
yeah, start the game already. Yeah, it would be sick if we could just hijack the entire match and just say, we just want a chance to monologue a little bit for a while. Like now we've got the microphone, nobody can stop us. But
yeah,
I promise you that's not exactly what's happening. Although, I don't mind the opportunity. Sometimes you get thrown into a game and you have so little time to intro anything that you just you're like, oh my God, what's happening here? So, at least we get a bit of a chance to catch up with everything. By the way, if you guys don't know, obviously there are other streams going on. There's, the A stream, Harry and Hugo currently having a good time with NRG playing over there. I'm excited for that. I hope NRG do well. Obviously, the bias of being in an A with their OC and obviously Nitro is kind of a legend in my opinion. Oh, here we go. No more conversations. It's Legacy starting on the CT side, Lynn Vision on the T side. Let's see how this one plays out. Now, if Lato would have hit that shot, it would have been plain criminal. We would have had to send someone to arrest him right then and there. Ooh, Starry. That's how it's done.
It can be recovered, though, by Lux. If Lux is to have a performance here, I don't know that there's much of a crossfire. I mean, obviously, there's a player on site here. We'll see what's possible. Lux. Oh, there's the triple peek. And it's just too difficult. Shots coming in from Asadzin there, but again, too much.
Yeah, it's a nice idea. I like it, but he just didn't have the help that he really needed. Smoke for the cross. It's the most normal thing you'll ever see. What a nice kill, Lato. The fact that he took the extra second to line it up, maybe Legacy have a way back into this one. It is a 3 versus 4 still. Lato trying to creep on in. Ooh. Did he actually find anything there? Sadzin looked like he's hoping for a kill here, but the bomb already planted, and I think it allows Lynn Vision to fall a little bit further back. They can try and play at the range down towards long. Lato creeping up right now. I don't think they have a kit on board either, so regardless, you can tell they're not quite feeling it, and kind of somewhat shockingly, they're actually deciding to exit the bomb site. They say, we're not going to fight for it. We're just going to try and do some more damage, find another couple of kills if we can, but they cannot win the round.
But kills? There you go.
Okay.
You asked for a couple extra kills, and so you get a couple extra kills.
We'll take it.
Yeah, and just the most basic of Dust 2 starts. Just both teams fighting for long. One team gets long. Team that gets long plants bomb, team that plants bomb wins round.
It is a kind of a flow chart. You're right. we've seen it before. Isn't it weird how, in some sense, if you're Valve and you want to get, you want to change the map pool, Dust 2 might weirdly be one of the hardest maps to get rid of because it is Counter-Strike. Someone who played Counter-Strike in 2003 can essentially just go back and say, oh yeah, I recognize all of this. It's like, it's so hard to get rid of,
Yeah, true. It is probably the map of the maps that have stuck around since that era from the very beginning, like an Inferno as well, for example, or even a Vertigo to an extent, or a Cobblestone.
Yeah.
It's the map that's been in being changed over the years, has ultimately been the least changed, if you know what I mean, in terms of just like how everything is in terms of the layout. So
put it like this: if you walk onto the street and you ask 10,000 people to name one Counter-Strike map, like a bunch of people are going to say, what are you talking about? But the ones who do will, like Dust 2 will come out heavily on top on that one, I'm pretty sure. Like it'll I don't know, I haven't done the test yet, but we'll send somebody out on the street one day with a microphone.
Yeah.
Quick issue to fix. We prefer to get them early and not in the middle of the rounds. That's always good to, sneak them in at the start of the game when, you already get the pistol out of the way and everything else. But yeah, big operation here in Austin at the moment. Always impressed myself when you kind of see the scale of what the production crew is up to. I feel like sometimes you feel guilty because you just rock in as a commentator and just like, oh, hey guys, have you already set everything up? Everything's good. Like, oh, it's all working great. Thanks guys. But yeah, it's really impressive. Really impressive stuff. We do need, however, more events in America. I must say, that is my one big criticism for the current Counter-Strike space.
More events here, please, in Austin.
Well, yeah. I mean, you have to say that, Dan. But I don't mind. I think Austin's been a really cool city. I'm really impressed so far. So, but yeah, I mean, obviously, in some sense...
Hasn't even had barbecue yet.
No, not even. We haven't got to that yet. I was going to say also Dallas kind of, in some sense, the birthplace of a lot of competitive Counter-Strike. So it's worth bringing it back. Let's go. Second round is here. There is a bit of a buy-up on the CT side, and they will run into some hostilities in the middle. Lux will get a kill onto Amelia, so that's at least something. But still, 4 versus 4 here. And it looked like Lynn Vision were kind of prepared that there might have been a bit of aggression. So they're going to slow this round down, I think, and just, notice, is there anyone else pushing? Like, they're looking up at dark, they're looking towards long. They don't want any other CTs sneaking in.
Yeah, if they can, Lynn Vision, ship it into a site, that'd be really, really nice. Reclear of Cats. And at this point, we can see a 2-2 setup for the CTs. Legacy 2 to a site is pretty basic in this particular case. That's why a lot of teams will go cat to A, because at most usually face one player there, but they're actually going to go for the B play, and the timing is kind of nice right now, because I believe, indeed, on the site, that was an isolated kill. Sadzin, his teammate had left to go check on mid, so this couldn't be a better timing for Lynn Vision. And it's him. Is he going to go through this? He is. He's going to go through this. He gets one, but hey, 2v3 retake now.
I like that he tried it, and if I'm Starry, I'm super mad at my team for not covering me while I'm trying to plant the bomb. But ultimately, honestly, for Lynn Vision, it's a really, it's a nice conversion here. They actually did walk into kind of a dangerous scenario with the scout being back there. All it would take is a couple of landed scout shots, not even kills, but just getting the body tags in there could have made it a very different round. So they power through, they come out on top anyway. It's 1 Galil and 1 MP9. And also, interestingly, an actual Molotov that's stolen. I feel like it shouldn't really make a difference, but actually, if you can get the Molotovs on the CT side, it is just such a great feeling, because the incendiary grenades are so useless that having a Molotov instead is just a nice steal. Sometimes it comes into play. It's actually, on a map like Dust 2 especially, if you have, like, let's say, if you're on the CT side and you're counter-clearing the catwalk with an incendiary, you almost can't do it. With a Molotov, you can clear almost all of that short position, so it does matter, actually.
It seems unfair.
Just, Valve just hate on the incendiaries,
Yeah. This is super interesting to me, because of all the maps that Legacy play, even though they're like very favored by the community to win, this is their worst map by far statistically, and it's like Lynn Vision's best map statistically. So it's kind of interesting there. I feel like might be upset potential in that respect to people's expectations, but a lower dark push coming in here from Legacy. I like this. You got the pistol up front, the Galil in the back. Nice little setup. We'll see if it can yield some results. Until coming in, great flashbang. Great flashbang. That's done its job.
Yeah. they saw it coming. I mean, that's half the battle, is just anticipating that there could have been something like that. Dangerous nonetheless with the 5-7 being that close, those 5-7 pistols. Keep saying that they're really, really good. There's a reason for it.
Oh, yeah. Especially if Xantares is holding it.
Yeah. Shout out.
Big shout outs to Xantares. But the CTs would like to get some extra value here, if they can. That's not going to be the value they're looking for, though. Suit with a couple nice headshots.
Okay.
Make it 3 headshots there with the kill. 5 players surviving. That's a great 3-0 start for Lynn Vision. But now we get into the real gaming, and it's here on Dust 2.
That's what I want, Dan. Real gaming.
Real gaming.
That's actually what I'm here for. I signed up. Real video games. There was a really definitive feel about the second headshot that he brings. It's just, boom. Very much closing the door right in his face. Okay, nice start. Lynn Vision, 3-0 in their favor. Going in a round number 4. Oh, through the door as well. It's Nassim getting clipped. That is not an ideal start for Legacy on their first rifle round. Starry, I don't even think it matters that it gets traded. Think about how much they know about the math right here. If every member of the Legacy squad represents about 20% of the information, you've killed 2, that's, you know, you're up to 40 for the quick math, and you've seen a third out long, that's 60. 60% of the enemy team you pretty much have a read on. That's a lot.
And I like this, you know, for Lynn Vision 4v3, just regrouping into the B hit. Again, normally going to the A site through Cat is the play here because you understand the CTs go 2 to a site or a 2-1 situation. So either way, they've got overwhelming numbers, so it shouldn't be too difficult to breach into this B site. 1 player on car, only good for the 1. A run through the smoke potentially here for Dumal to try to find something else. That's great here, and might even find another 1v1. That is outrageous right now. This should not be happening. Just 1 player left for Lynn Vision. My goodness, how did Dumal manage to do that?
I actually have no clue. That probably should have been a fairly bad play for him. That feels like the kind of move that we would want to criticize, you know? If he'd given me the chance, if he hadn't just murdered everybody, I would have been on him with the criticism. I said, no, you're pushing in alone, like essentially a 1 versus 3 or 4 for him out of here. That's not going to be working, but it absolutely did. How crazy is that?
Yeah, that's really wild. It feels like a pretty big error in the sense that, you know, you essentially have the side, you've got all the bodies there, and to be in a spot where it's all isolated like that, if all of the players are isolated in 1v1s, is kind of insane to imagine that's a possibility.
I think one lens for which you could argue it's not a mistake, apart from the fact that he won the round, obviously that's the easy way to get out of it, but the other way is because it's MR12 and best of 1, you don't have a lot of time to play this game where you're saving a couple of rifles and you have like, oh, you have an extra M4 somewhere. Sometimes you need to take some risks early on to just be competitive early in the game, or it will just slip away from you. And Dumal, that was spectacular to begin with. Saka in the middle. Do have Orb on the other side as well, kind of waiting for it. You can see it's only 1 smoke. I love to bring this out, but there are T sides that will double smoke this position, so they'll have the smoke on the Xbox and in the middle door. So if you try and blow it open like this, you can't, or you can, but there's going to be a second one there. This time, just the 1 for Lynn Vision, but there is a way to be extra sure.
And it's been interesting so far to see that Lynn Vision, after getting opening picks, they like to finish B. So that, we'll see if that becomes a trend. After that last round, where it feels like they kind of threw it away a little, maybe that will deter them from doing that in the next situation, but it could also be that that's somewhat of a protocol for them. However, they aren't finding the opening pick quite as easily this round as they have in the previous ones.
Ooh, what are the nades going to be thrown here? I was going to say earlier, it looked like it was going to be a B split, but they are very much stacking up on middle here. West Melon going to be able to throw that deep Molotov. They've smoked up on the other side. It's actually pretty impressive. The bomb is still on Catwalk, which is really worth pointing out. I think they're selling this B split quite a bit. They're really trying to sort of give the indication that it could be deep smoke, and now they're going to really run for it. The bomb is coming out with it. All right. I think they're saying, Legacy, if you're not going to fight us here, then we are going to take the opportunity. 25 seconds left here. Lato under some pressure, down to 6 bullets. He ends up going down, and the MP9 on the seam is not enough. He'll end up going down, and I really think think Lynn Vision were holding on to the idea that they could have turned that into a catwalk push all the way through, but because they found so little pushback in the middle, eventually they say, okay, fine. If you're not even going to give us it, like, then we'll just take the B-bomb side.
Yeah, and that's a great punish to the CT side, trying to essentially say, we want to have these positions, but we're not going to try to confirm that that's actually good. And normally the CTs would have to do that by playing info, and they just decide not to do that. So if you cut a corner and you get punished, you only have yourself to blame.
Just got to be honest as well. What we just saw is a totally unorthodox way to take mid-control. They throw a waterfall smoke on catwalk that blocks off essentially long from CT spawn, and then they Molotov the close position in case they're ACs. That is... I actually don't think I've seen that very often. It's probably been done before, but in the current sort of European meta of Counter-Strike, that's not how you do it at all. You're going to see the elevated smokes. I mean, people will throw Molotovs, but they'll do it behind the smoke and everything else. Like, that's a kind of a treat to see, to be honest. I'm a little bit blown away because, man, we end up watching a lot of Dust 2, and sometimes the rounds just are sort of repeats of, you know, like copies of other rounds in a way, which is fine, but that was something new, I would say, for Lynn Vision.
And it'll be interesting to see what the adjustment is for the CT side for Legacy. Do they opt to play more aggressively on catwalk, for example, and just give up long at the start? You know, there's varying options that allow them to find information or play more disruptively.
Yeah.
But the issue is that if the C's play really slow, you kind of end up going into those sort of setups. So we'll see how that develops, but I agree, that was an awesome mid to be.
I think what's so cool about it too, that smoke that they throw on the catwalk position, they can drop down from catwalk into CT spawn the other way. They can set up the smoke early in the game, and they can use it later to punish Legacy in case they don't know. Like, I'm super excited. I'm really curious if they're going to be able to use this more. The game plan so far for Lynn Vision is incredible. Pushing in though. They tried to do this earlier and they failed. They want to boost up inside of the smoke, and this last time they couldn't make it work and it kind of collapsed on them. Yeah, they can't.
Yeah.
It's the exact same thing that happened. They do want to get a CT up into the boost. They're not just trying to look over.
And Starry heard the noise there as well, so just keeping tabs on what's going on, ensuring that the CTs don't find a timing through the longhouse. Working on that default, the 1 minute Cat's take. Pretty on par, pretty standard timing.
Yeah. So far, this is almost a carbon copy of the previous round. And in the previous one, they sort of draw everyone back to middle and went, you know, obviously out of middle ultimately. This time, it looks much more like an actual A split. Just the fact that they still have a player, you know, this far along in Starry, who's still here. I mean, you can kind of tell that that's going to be happening now. But the smokes are going to look the same to Legacy. So the early smokes here for Catwalk and everything else sort of look like the last round anyway. We'll see if they can adjust.
And there is a Molotov actually on Lato, so there's more delay potential for these A players, because it does look like Lynn Vision are just gunning for this A site. 4-1 splits, in they come. 17 seconds left in the round. This is going to be very close to plant this bomb. The incendiary might deny everything. Indeed, I don't know how they're going to plant the bomb at this rate. There goes Smoke to try to get that bomb planted. Fatman's Blade goes down on Graffiti, but can they get it down in time? Just in the nick of time. 3v3 after plant now for Lynn Vision.
Can't get any closer than that. Oh, a flick from Saka and the seam. No chance to take that fight. Lux and Sanson left. This is not a round you want to give up. It felt like it was already one. The clock was running down. We could all see it. Easy headshot on the Saka. He was not ready for it. Su back here as well. He's going to be very careful. They lose Lux on the other side, and now they can just fall back. They don't even have to fight any longer. I think Sanson knows it's not a winnable recovery here. He just has to walk away. Can't retake the bomb side alone. Hoping that he can catch at least one more kill here. And he'll be able to do that at the very least. Does hear the AK running for it. Pistol comes out, but looks like he will disengage from that one. The fact that they left it so late in the round, so little time left, like the danger that you pointed out is absolutely the highlight of the round, just that incendiary going down. But the fact that they keep their nerve, Lynn Vision to the end, that's hard to do.
Yeah, it was really, really cool from Lynn Vision. And I feel like Legacy, they played it really well ultimately too. They had all the util like left over. They had a really great chance there. But Lynn Vision 5-1. As Zaka looking once again for that mid peak, but we've got the coverage now on this push from Lux, and they've been going kind of slow, but wow, so ready for that one.
It's a very nice shot, isn't it? Lynn Vision, they are looking very sharp at the moment. Not on an individual level, obviously, it's nice to see them get shots like this, but I think that's something that we expect out of a team like Lynn Vision's caliber, that they have the individual stuff down. Some of the tactical stuff here I think is the thing that's kind of eyebrow-raising in some sense. Smoke for the cross. Some flashes. Got to get rid of Sadson here somehow. Diving down into the pit, and he saw just a shadow of somebody. Has to try and see if he can relocate and maybe catch the kill on the West Melon. Just creeping down. The angle is good enough. I was going to say he almost was under the radar for a second.
But still, Starry manages to cross. So some scaling is happening. And this is completely committed at this point. The bomb is on the slope with Starry. There's a Cat player as well in the mix, and there we go. That pick happening on Cat creates a lot of pressure, creates a situation where you've got to turn around, and the great crunch here onto the side. This split is just totally just awesome for Lynn Vision. 3v1 off the plant, you couldn't ask for too much better than that.
Yeah, you already said it. Emilia coming in from the catwalk position. You could tell they had such great comfort Legacy right up until that point. But as soon as they lost that one player, it's like, oh dear. Now, and I think the AWP, he took a shot towards the side, and he already knew, I'm going to get shot in the back. What can I almost do? Trying to run away with it. 6-1. Lynn Vision. I mean, you mentioned the statistics alone kind of maybe tilting the actual veto in favor of Lynn Vision here.
Yeah.
But I'm really impressed for Legacy here. Even though I think this map is harder to play on the CT side in general, they're falling quite far behind. And this is the other danger of the MR12 format. It's just that you don't have a lot of time to recover. Remember the one round they had is Dumao's ridiculous run for otherwise they would have no round.
Yeah, totally. And that was a really great play. And it wasn't punishing a mistake, I think, from Lynn Vision.
Sure, yeah.
But that's what you have to do, obviously. And they proved that they could do it in that instance. But just when it comes to just a heads up, kind of the macro play, Lynn Vision is setting themselves up into good positions, and they are exploiting it really well. And it's just so hard to get aggressive on the CT side.
They will try. So bit of a boost up here on the catwalk. They've got a double AWP as well on the Legacy side, which typically can be a sign also of some panic when you're in this one. What a flash to set it up. Very easily could have been a kill from the AK down towards the lower dark position, but they will get the kill early on anyway. So first sign of life here for Legacy. I think they absolutely need at least 4. Media's fighting his way back here. This is actually looking really doable. 3v2 now. Dumao gets a kill, but the trades just continue to leave Saka in a 1 versus 2.
A minute to play with, though. On Dust 2, there's a lot you can do with a minute. The decoy trying to force a peek. That's a great use of a decoy. Oh, looking for quite the flick shot there. Position being given away now, but it's still 40 seconds. If you want to cut noise, I'm going to pick up the AK. Are we going to fall into CT spawn? Yes, we are. And it's going to force the peek. That's a stunning shot there from Zaka. Does he realize what the next player is? Jumping back up into the site. 25 seconds. Is he going to hit the running? I think that's a bit too far away for him to be able to hear that. And so going for a plant, but had no idea what he's planting for at this point, because where is the last person?
He doesn't know. He's not looking at all. Back turned as well, and a couple of bursts coming out. Legacy will just barely pick up the round, but the fact that he made the drop down and instantly looked behind him, that's you know, from someone so far away from this level, I dream of having a moment like that where I can be that far ahead in understanding what's happening in the round without the minimap. It's obviously really hard to spot. Awesome play, but not enough for a clutch, unfortunately. For Legacy, though, it's a lifeline to get back into this one.
It absolutely is. It's so hard on the CT side of Dust 2. I mean, we talk about Anubis being team-sided, and Dust 2 is kind of a weird one because I feel like it's not as bad, but at the same time,
it doesn't have to be.
It's just that you're ideally you want to have AWPs, and it's so expensive to do that. So if you just like lose the wrong rounds, it can kind of be the same, that the teams get into your head with the conditioning that they have and the ways that they can kind of run you down becomes a bit oppressive. So evading that territory would be nice, but it would have to be this following rounds that would be collected, because you just can't get reset.
Yeah.
You just can't get reset on the CT
early
side.
on, yeah, definitely not. Yeah, I think there are many more teams right now that are proving that you can have more success on the CT side. It is more doable. But again, if you're not one of those teams, then that doesn't help you all that much, because there's another category of teams in Counter-Strike right now who, on the other hand, really struggle to play CT side, us too. And so far, Legacy definitely having a tricky time. We're not seeing a lot of those aggressive pushes. They tried a little bit on Catwalk and a little bit into Lower Dark early on, but it goes way deeper than that. There are more interesting things. One of the things they've tried and failed is the boost out long in the double, like inside of the smoke. They've wanted to do that and haven't really been able to, which is kind of disappointing, because I actually would love to see how that plays out.
And a quick pop flash there into the longhouse to allow a spot for Legacy. They just see Starry, who has been always holding in the default setup. But with that said, after Starry serves that presence, immediately rotating to join his teammates in mid. And will we get another mid burst? Lux is actually here this time. That's a quick flash. Ooh, does manage to get a dink onto Westmelon.
Yeah. Nice position for Lux. It allows one, I mean, obviously for a play like that, it also allows him to actually push off a smoke that normally would have been thrown for a P-split. So it's kind of a dual position. Basic utility coming out now for Lynn Vision. That Molotov under the catwalk, you're going to see it all tournament long to make sure there are no CTs there. Unfortunately, that grenade actually got clipped by that window. Otherwise, it would have bounced right onto Westmelon. And it would have killed him. Actually, he got saved by that. Oh, dear. Here we go. All the usual grenades. It might still not be the actual attack. See if they fall down, like I mentioned earlier. Westmelon is inside of the smoke now, and they are bringing the bomb closer. I think they've committed to it now, finally. 25 seconds. There's still a player in upper dark, though, is the confusing part of it. But they should be able to attack this A bomb site, and at a minimum get the bomb planted, especially with a shot like that. Westmelon, with 8 health, managed to get rid of the AWP out on long.
Lux is in a close position. Saka spotting one more in lower dark. Going to fade off of that position. Lux now making the run around up the slope. Oh, can't quite find it. That's very close, though. Only 3 players left, and make that 2. Now, Legacy. Everybody's falling. It was a good attempt, but for me, Anders, I go back to that pop flash onto the AWPer. That was the timing of the peaks there, along with that flash, was so... I mean, it doesn't get better than that.
When we get, you know, the neural links of the future up and running, I feel like I could read Lux's mind there. He's in a position in that elevator spot where there's only 8 seconds the bomb's being planted. In theory, if he wanted to, he could turn around and try and jump and just, you know, stop the bomb being planted.
Yeah.
I think he thought about it for a second, and then he thought, well, on the other hand, my position is also valuable. If they don't know that I'm this far up, I can do something more, and that's what he tries to do, getting flashed in here, like he's hoping to surprise them. Unfortunately, it doesn't work out, but I think there was a second where you could see, like, ooh, he wants to stop that bomb plant. Wow, they're not finding a lot of luck at the moment here. 7-2, Lynn Vision just cruising on through.
Yeah, the reset happens, and it's an AK, an M4, and a Scout, and a couple of Deagles. Not a great look for Legacy, and they lose long control immediately. There are 3 on the defense here. Are they going to go catwalk, going back up into the site? A couple players moving towards cat. But with this long control for Lynn Vision, they can sit on this for a bit and see if there's a response. However, the Scout could get activated. You don't want to give a Scout too many free shots.
True.
In a round like this, that is one way to lose it.
So I think one of the more painful ways to lose a round is just slowly getting tickled down by the Scouts. Oh, wait a minute, no tickling being done here. Lato finds the kill onto Westmelon. Not the best start in this round for Lynn Vision. They still have pretty good weapons and health left, so be careful right now. Looked like it was kind of close. Boost up on top here with the M4 trying to find a kill, and they will. Jumao activated and taking down Starry. It's just Saka and Amelia trying to do something more. Nice burst coming out. He's taken down 2. No chance to respond either on the other side. Finally, they get a bit of a dink on him, but Saka is down long with the AWP. This round is not over yet.
Yeah, and could potentially cross through that smoke here. This is a huge problem for Zaka. There's a deep toss on the HE. Doesn't make its way to the site. Still catches one, though. Oh, my God, that was close. Sadsin is going to be looking to try to get onto this bomb, and he's going for the defuse there. There's no time to get there, and that's a defuse. What a round there. What a conversion from Legacy. Can't make the run. AP too heavy. And even gets the kill right at the end there for the AWP pickup. That's beautiful there for Legacy.
Huge round. It was needed. If they wanted a chance to keep the dream alive here of winning the opening match, I think getting this run on board was crucial. Sick couple of kills from Amelia, but that smoke being up is ultimately what kind of destroys the attempt. He also knows Saka, if he tries to get the shot through the smoke, he has pretty much one chance. If he misses the first shot through the smoke, it's over. So he knows he has to try and get closer, hopes the defuse isn't already happening, but it was. They have the defuse kit up there. Nice angle. Call me Sue, probably quite lucky to be alive behind this one. But they are creeping on in, and this time it is actually the double smoke like I talked about earlier. So you see two, if they try to blow it up on the CT side now, they'll only get one of them anyway. So just a nice detail. Good catch on the observer as well.
This could be a dangerous round actually for Legacy's CT side, because, I mean, these rounds are pretty predictable, but they are pretty scary. You've got a bunch of T's running at you here up catwalk, but the spray down's pretty good. I mean, there's at least 2 kills coming in on the defensive side to begin with, and don't have the full grounds created just yet to get the plant. That's buying time for the rotate for the CTs.
Yeah, 2 in CT spawn, 2 out long. They've decided we're just going to try and box them in. We know the bomb's going to be planted. We don't care about that. Question is, can we win the after plan and retake this one? Sadsin takes a moment there. Make sure Saka is all the way dead. It's a very nice lineup for him. Oh, no! Story! I don't think that should be allowed. I don't know how he's done that. It's 10 kilometers away and he gets the spray regardless. Komisu is going to get hunted down. But those are some mechanics you almost never see.
That is a wild spray transfer. Just a flick into, I don't know how many bullets deep he is. Instant headshot. If you're the AWPer there, you're just like, come on, come on. There we go. It's like, that's too good. It's too good.
What the fuck? Oh no. How has he done that? They lose a round. I don't even care about that. That is ridiculous. All right, 7-4. I'm gonna compose myself here. We're back into round number 12. I think Legacy. I think I said 4 or 5 rounds. I'm actually pretty excited that they were up to 4 already. If they could get to 5, though, I think we have a serious game in our hands once again. But look at Lynn Vision through the smoke. They are beating a hard timing here. Legacy might not be ready. You could be completely surprised. Lux is a little bit further away, which is good news, but you can tell from how he's moving, he's not expecting for any T's to be right at this corner. So a little bit farther forward, and he walks right into the shot. Starry to open it up. Nice beginning.
Yeah, and I think that smoke was not supposed to go right there, but either way, good pick. They split the CTs up 2 to a site, moving into the A site. And again, normally this is a good look, but the AWP being here is a problem on that angle. How much more can we get out of Sadsin? Playing off a Doom out there on the slope, and it is looking so sick. Beautiful shots there. The defense from Legacy is something else right now. And Sue in a 1v4, able to take down one player, forces out the other one on the site, but now the rotation's back in.
You get the first one a little bit for free. The Molotov sets him up, and at least that'll create some space. 30 seconds. He still has another 2 kills to get. It would be heartbreaking for Legacy if they couldn't get this 5th round on the board. He's still got a little bit of time left, and he's actually used it very well, I think. 20 seconds, plenty. Goes right into Atlanta with the crosshair in the right position. Not bad at all, and we've got a real game on our hands. Welcome back, everyone. It is the third match here on the B stream. We do have one more coming up, Dan and I, before we hand it off the reins to the next casting crew. There's also an A stream happening, Hugo and Harry over there right now, but we're on Dust 2 with Lynn Vision doing a pretty good job, but honestly, Legacy, a bit of a comeback towards the end. They end up with 5 rounds. I think that's pretty respectable.
Yeah, and I think some of the rounds felt unlikely that they got to.
Oh, yeah.
Crazy defuse. I mean, but with that said, too, there's also some great performances. I don't want to take anything away. As we move into the second half, though, still a lot of work to be done for Legacy as they are on the T side and find themselves a couple rounds down. And a quick exploration in mid doesn't yield too much in the way of research. We don't see anyone, but perhaps in not seeing anything, Anders, that's all the information you need.
What's with the decoys? 3 decoys? They've already tossed out 1. I mean, it could just be for the lols, as the boomers would say, but yeah, very interesting. Flash to set up just to take a peek. He's flashing his teammates in from the lower dark position. Yeah, decoys landed in the B doors. All right, fair enough. They do have the smoke for the cross if they wanted to go out towards the B bomb site. So definitely a lot of options available still to the Legacy side. Winning the pistol here could be absolutely everything. Right, the smoke set up there for CT spawn. So far so good. Call Me Sue is going to be the first guy to interact here, but then Westmelon could be swung in. Oh, they're running through in towards CT spawn. Good trades come back and forth here as Starry will land the shot. Westmelon struggling to find this kill. Actually will get a chance to reload anyway. And they're right back on top of him. The scaffolding here, no longer any safety. Starry finds a shot, and the battle just won't stop here. They still keep fighting. Starry with another headshot, and it's suddenly just 1 player left here. Starry's found 3 kills in this one so far.
Won't be too planned. They're going to run straight in, though. Oh, my goodness, going to come off the plant here to engage them, but the confidence is high there. And oh, Legacy looking not bad.
What a chaotic round.
Yeah, it was really chaotic. It was really chaotic.
Sometimes when a fight breaks out, there's like a natural resting. So it's like, okay, we're going to reset. We're going to take another fight, in 20 seconds. This just kept on going forever. I love the play from the Legacy side of trying to jump in towards CT spawn.
Yeah.
Because it's very likely that any CTs that are coming in this way are just running to try and reinforce B. Like, they're not even ready for a fight. So if you come bursting through that smoke, then, they just might not be ready for it. But yeah, close round. I mean, they could have won it. Got Tech 9s, 1 Deagle, P250 on Sadson. And what looks like a smoke for the door down there. It's become everyone's most favorite smoke at the moment.
How ready are Lynn Vision? Only 1 player in the pits, of course, for long. There's the smoke.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh.
It's gone to the corner and also the CT smoke.
Yeah, I totally lied. It wasn't for the door at all. I'm just making up things. Don't worry about it.
And they're just running it up. Catwalk here. Will we get a drop, or are they going to go straight for the side here? Looks like they're going to go straight for the side. The orb coming out is not a bad gun for this. And it's minimal damage so far from the CTs. They've lost 2 players, still locking it down on this A site. And there we go. Clean up. 3 players left alive. That's a great result for Lynn Gaming.
Nice! Nice!
Yeah, they're feeling it too. I like the call there from the T side. I actually thought that was really, really creative. It wasn't at all the door smoke. Like I said, they were just trying to smoke, double smoke the middle, which is typically means there is going to be more of a mid presence. So they're really selling the idea and hoping that Lynn Vision will rotate people away. But like you also pointed out, the fact that the AUG is out long is what a weapon to have in a round like that one. 9-5, the scoreline. Lynn Vision kind of dangerously close at the moment, and fortunately for Legacy, they won't have the money. They didn't plant the bomb in the pistol. No bomb plant in this round either on the previous one, so probably won't be one in this one, to be honest. Very tough position. 10-5 to try and fight your way back unless they can get some deagle shots off on this one. It's going to be a big hill to climb.
And this is a hard round to manage if you're the CT side here in Lynn Gaming's position, because you want to give up space because you don't want to play the close ranges against the pistols, but at the same time, the trade-off is that you give up a lot of space. So we'll see how well they manage that. And you can see this free catwalk here for Legacy. So they begin to, well, they tried to make their way up, but Blocked by smoke. And this is typically good CT side stuff. You block them with the smoke, they go elsewhere, you block them with another smoke, then they don't have enough time, and they have to just rush something. That's usually how this kind of should go.
Yeah, because sometimes we end up criticizing the CT sides for being too passive, but this is the kind of round where you really want to do that. If you don't, like, there's no reason to be aggressive here if you're on the CT side. Just try and play far away, use the grenades, like you said. It is the way to try and approach this. HE, pretty good. Soften everybody up. Oh, nice. Lato. You'd have thought that the scope on the org there would have given Saka every opportunity to get something done, but bomb being planted here. It's still a very winnable round, honestly, for the CT side, but one more Deagle shot, and you never really know. Nasim's set up for it. Could be a bit of a brutal scenario. Gets the first one. If he landed one more headshot, then I think the round is theirs. They're trying to see if they can run a little bit further back. They might just be looking for guns. They might have even accepted that it's going to be very, very hard to hold on to this. I do like the rotation back onto the catwalk. We'll see if Starry is going to be ready, as they are almost on top of him. And that bomb is ticking away. This round is slipping out of their hands a bit here. They're on the defuse with the kit as well. 2 seconds left, and Emilia holding it. Oh, what a buddy he is. 4 kills for Emilia, saving his teammate who was already with the pliers on the wires there, trying to see if he could get the round through. That's incredible.
The protector, Emilia, yeah. I love the rotate too. Like, the idea is a plant and 4 short, so to like wrap that position, it's actually super smart. And so kind of sad they didn't get rewarded for that, but yeah, Emilia really holding it down. 10-5 right now is the score. Lynn Vision in advantage. Woo. And orbs to both teams, and we might get an early kill potentially. Just orbs on similar lines, but is this going to be a dry peak? No, there of course we get the smoke, responsible and diligent stuff.
It's a very nice setup with the HE just to clear it out. Sometimes you end up seeing teams that will, you try and blow open a smoke, but it's too shallow or it's too deep, and you don't actually blow open all of the smoke. But could see that the way that he had set that up, Saka, he knew he was always going to be able to do that. Okay. Very, again, defensive round coming up from Lynn Vision, just not trying anything at all to be aggressive. They're really just holding far back.
Nice. Defensive smokes. To the top. Good opener. And then making their way forward. Wow, again, Emilia, my God, with the M4A1 silencer. That's crazy damage again. This guy is single-handedly winning these rounds here for Lynn Vision. And Sue coming in on the back. It doesn't seem fair, Anders. It just doesn't seem fair.
He's laughing. I love it. That is, yeah, you're not wrong. He is single-handedly winning some of these rounds. That's been 17 kills, I think, now. The multi-kill potential is making the difference, to be honest, because the timing was good here for Legacy. They got the catwalk control. I think they can't, this is the downside of Lynn Vision playing this far back, is it allows for the T side to be this far up in the attack, but who cares? 17-9 is Emilia. It's 11-5 here. There are 2 rounds where Lynn Vision taking away the map pick, which, again, on Dust 2, definitely a strong map for them.
Okay, maybe filling in a bit too much. I don't know, maybe you should have kept the M4. I'm not sure what it is, but either way, it's a 1-for-1. So it's a decent start for Legacy. Long control, a 4v4, a minute 30 left on the clock. These are ideal conditions for a T side on Dust 2.
Look at the push up into upper dark, into T spawn.
Damn.
The longer this goes on, Legacy, the more trouble they're going to have. I hope they should try and see if they could slow it down. Okay, and give it a little bit of the noise. Got to be really careful about that. Yeah, once the smoke fades. Still, the rotation's really far away, so they know what's coming. Nice shot from Saka. He's going to take down Lux. The bomb has not actually crossed yet. Incendiary with the HE on top. They're burning alive. Yeah, you got to get out of there. Finally, it's going to be a 3-man push long. Look at what Lynn Vision are doing. This is hard to read.
Tapping away at distance. Just like you said, oh, the jumping no-scope. Of course, you love to see it from Zaka, adding insult to injury. 12 rounds now on the board for Lynn Vision. My God. Having too much fun, Anders. Too much fun is being had.
I'm having too much fun. Oh, there's so many things going on. Almost too many to handle. Obviously, the jumping no-scope is going to steal the headline every single time. Ridiculous. But the fact is also, it would have been almost impossible for Legacy to read that there would have been 3 people long at that stage. It is almost never going to happen like that. So retaking 3 long on the CT side is a guarantee. If Legacy would have found 1 or 2 kills long, they never will look for the 3rd man to be long, and that's always going to surprise them. So there's so much stuff happening. Sadzin is in a position where, I mean, right now he's obviously deep in thought, but he's going to smoke CT spawn. So the same way smoke that you would throw from the Xbox in the middle, you can throw from here. And that just means you can, you know, sort of throw in a little bit of a different kind of a B split if you want to.
Envision in pretty good stead to hold a B push if there is to be something here. And we can see that an uncharacteristic lean onto the upper dark side of things here for Legacy. So to us, I feel like it's pretty telegraphed they're going to be.
Yeah. I don't think they mind that. I think that the difference in this push is that there's so many people coming in upper. That's the thing that they're hoping that maybe the CT side will not be ready for. Call me Sue, trying to get the job done here, but jumped on by the Mac 10, and with the fire and the flashbang in his eyes, Saka just can't stay alive any longer. So really well done, and I think typically when you do this kind of B splits, you have 2 or 3 going out middle, and then, you know, maybe 1 or 2 coming in from the upper dark position. But because they can throw the grenade that far back, it allows them to have so many people coming in upper, and this time it worked.
It really did. It worked really, really well. And it's one of those rounds that is so helpful to play when you're a team that's been struggling round to round, especially in the slower ones, just because everyone just, okay, what are the decision points? Well, run into the site and you're pathing, and whatever you have to do with your particular pathing, depending on, you know, which man you are in, into the site in terms of the ordering. So that's all you have to do.
Ooh, yeah.
And that's it. You get the shots, you win around. So 6-12. And I'm curious, will they run this again? Their defaults haven't been as successful, but I feel like it's kind of, it's not so straightforward though, Anders, because you've got these situations where Amelia's getting like these multi-kills.
Yeah.
And I'm like, is that something that would happen every round? I mean, it feels like Lexi did get into good spots.
I think so. They definitely could have had many more rounds than they have at the moment.
Yeah.
It's tough because right now they need to win, you know, 6. You know, they just won once, like a 7 in a row. It's like without any real mistakes here. It's such a big task that they've got cut out for them. Slow default, which is very nice because otherwise they would have run right into Saka's AWP. And actually, I say slow, but it's not that slow. Dumao is, I take it back, it's quick. Forget everything I just said. This is so fast. Dumao's creeping up here, and that's a free kill onto Coleman. They know there's someone else back here. Westmelon, he's surely going to be traded out here. He's in a lot of trouble. Backup is never going to arrive. They're going to have to call up the round. That is so well played for Dumao. Even if it's just the 1 kill here, it's huge.
Yeah, Legacy finding some huge holes in these last couple of rounds. That timing was pretty wild. There was no one to be seen anywhere in terms of CTs around that mid position.
Yeah, and that's because they had the forward double setup on Catwalk.
Yeah.
So then, I think what's so rare is that Dumao does that with really no mid backup. It's just him running through lower dark. What a rare path to find. That's so cool.
Yeah, especially as you would imagine that Lynn Vision would likely be more worried about B plays in general, that it would justify them having somebody in mid in some of the earlier times, like a 2-1-2, for example, setup.
I just think it's so illustrative of how insane the timing is for Dumao that they're just with their back turned to like no one's thinking about that mid position at all. So timing is everything.
And I feel like that does force some respect where either you play a 1-1-3 as the CTs, you know, 1B, 1 mid, 3A, or you do 2-1-2. I feel like that's like kind of how, if you know, because you have to respect that, I feel like, to a certain extent.
Yeah.
And you can't just allow that timing to be for free anymore, now that it's been shown that it's kind of just lost you the round.
So a thankless task as an IGL, if you're on Legacy side here, to try to call your way through this many rounds. Like, you've had 2 great calls, right? The execute onto the B-bomb side earlier, and now this one with Dumao in the middle. Like, it's really cool. But if anything, you know, screws up, then that's it. You know, you don't have any more runway.
Yeah, and if they get A-long spawns, I feel like they have to take them too.
Probably.
So so we'll see if that ends up being the case, because right now they like you say, fast B round with everyone upper dark, and then essentially the same thing but slower with the mid assist, and those are the two looks that we've had.
Just the absurdity of the fact that they're using hand warmers in Texas, but obviously AC is murdering everybody. So
yeah,
it's just how it is. They need 5 more rounds, Dan.
They can't push.
Was Emilia. We've seen the multi-kill potential already. See if he can surprise them. They are kind of ready for it. Deep flashbang. He keeps running, and that was so deep it actually works out. Tries to get the dink onto the next target, but they will recall the skirmish. They get Sanson as well. Very nearly another kill on the long, and if he'd found this one on Lato, I think probably this is the map over. 5 versus 3. They are in such a deep hole at the moment. He saw.
There's oh no, it's going to be an easy kill there for Westmelon. What a beautiful flank. And they're isolated. They're on islands. And there's no communication. The comms have been cut off. There's no internet.
Yeah. How do you bring this back? Dumao's had one absolutely heroic round, but they need him to get another one here. Lato's picked up the AWP because he's already a bit low. He knows he probably can't take a really long fight with the AK's. 40 seconds, trying to get that crossing smoke, but everyone is here for the Lynn Vision side, looking to win their first map of the major. One of the teams that a lot of people thought maybe could go 0-3, the same for Legacy. Emilia will get one through, and that already kind of cements the fact that this is going to be Lynn Vision with a nice victory against Legacy on Dust 2 to begin with. They had such a great amount of fun in this game, and honestly, like, even I think, you know, a little bit of showmanship along the way, jumping, you know, no-scoped AWPs, why not?
Yeah. And I think for me, Emilia definitely a standout, especially on the CT side with some of those multi-kills. But yeah, Lynn Vision and their opponent's Legacy here, you know, you can't get closer in terms of the world rankings, but when it comes to matchups, especially, I think, you know, with the top 30 teams, the map pool can really be a problem in certain cases, and especially in the best of one, you know, you got a situation here where Dust 2 is the best map, I guess. It's like 4 or 5 maps deep on the stats, so that's a tough one there for Legacy, but Lynn Vision are going to be coming off on a high.
Yes, indeed. 13-7 is how this one falls for Lynn Vision. Last-minute addition Legacy, unable to get the better of their opponent. Makes sense, as Dan was saying, when you're looking at the world rankings. And yeah, Lynn Vision now in that 1-0 up category.
Legacy doing Lynn Vision dirty in the sense that when you go over to a team and you say GG, right, you have to have the entire team agreeing whether you're giving a handshake or you're giving a knuckle. It was like handshake, knuckle, handshake, knuckle. And I feel for the Lynn Vision boys. They didn't know what to do because it was very awkward. It was very awkward. They had to change it up all the time.
Let that one go.
No,
save them the embarrassment.
It's not like highlight of the game, you know. Respect to Lynn Vision, you know, making mincemeat out of Legacy. That was convincing. You know, they were doing a decent job in the first half. Back and forth game, second half, Peter, no doubt about it. Lynn Vision with a better team.
Good job by Lynn Vision. You know, I've been chasing the Asian scene a little bit of this tournament. So for every Asian team that gets a win here, I get happy. You know, I want them to prove me wrong that they are actually good at playing counter. And sure, I mean, Legacy was maybe not the greatest opposition, right? But you know, it's a start. It's a start for them.
Are we maybe at a point where we can follow this trend throughout the tournament, where we can say that Brazilian Counter-Strike has gone from up here to a point where it may be below Asian Counter-Strike?
Potentially. I think we
That'd be wild.
keep a finger on
I think
that
that's a bit far.
It's a bit far. I know Furia is coming in stage 2 as well, but let's be honest, you know, with the way that one's turning out.
But obviously you have the Mongols.
The Mongols.
They are pioneer for that region.
Actually, Asian Counter-Strike better than Brazilian Counter-Strike already.
In theory, maybe, yeah. Maybe.
Should we watch some American and European Counter-Strike? Because that's what's going on over on the other stream. We got Wildcard, we got Metizport, we've got a tech pause, sadly. But
again,
I'm just going to take a look on my tablet to see.
I think it was 5-0 for Wildcard.
5-0?
Yeah, they were up 4-0 at least.
Damn.
Yeah.
Sorry, it's a little bit slow.
That's okay. There we go. 5-0.
5-0. Yeah.
5-0.
Yep.
Not bad. Yeah. I thought that was going to be closer. It can still be close, but...
What gives you a reason to think it would be close?
I don't think Metizport is a bad team. They're just not a good team. And I think Wildcard have... I don't know. as we said coming into today, Wildcard is a good team, a decent team. They just don't have the results to show for it. A lot of the games they lose at the upper echelon of tournaments, they remain competitive in certain maps, certain matchups, but they never win. I guess that's different when you're playing against teams on your own level or at a level where you may be the favorite. So, I don't know.
It's in the name, like wildcard.
Yeah.
They're a bit of a wildcard, you know. Maybe they like the results to actually be like a great team, but you know they've played against some good teams. They've had a team for, you know, they have a, you know, in the terms of having Stanislaw, you know, leading them, you know, that they probably have some experience in that department. You know, they've also have experience playing together as a team for a long time now. So it's not like a whole new area for them to go into. And I've paid attention to that Susp is looking across his monitor all the time. Like I guarantee you, he's looking at his twin brother. Oh yeah, he must be. You know, that's also like a story. You know, he was removed from Metizport back in the days. Now he is in Wildcard and arguably in a better team than what he left.
Yeah.
And that must also have some kind of special feeling that you're now sitting playing against your twin brother in your former team and you're actually beating them. That must mean something.
Well, whilst we resolve these tech issues, let's go ahead and check in with Stanislaw, as I had a chance to catch up with him before this game.
Stanislaw, obviously, you're back at a major once again. Back in Shanghai, I feel like that was when you guys really made a name for yourself in the community with a deep run there. Can you kind of tell me some of the reflections upon that now you're back at another CSG major?
Yeah, being back at our next major, we want to hopefully have the same kind of run that we did before. We were very well prepared. Going into the major, we were very confident. A lot has happened since then as a team. I feel like we're a brand new team. We've changed a lot of positions. A lot has happened. We've swapped players for, you know, stand-ins and stuff. So I'm hoping that now with the boot camp behind us, we can come in feeling prepared and confident.
Can you share with us any particular things that you were kind of working on in that boot camp prior to the major?
Yeah, just changing positions and then getting comfortable in those positions. So I've moved into more of a space taker role. It sucks. It's not fun, but I'll make it work. That's what I do. I just try to get the best out of the team. And right now the team needs me to take the space. So I'm hoping I can do a good job here.
When the team is making decisions like that, like obviously, who's it down to? Like who's making that call? And obviously you're saying, you know, kind of sucks to be in that situation, but you're going to follow it if that's what the team believes in. Who is making those calls for change?
It's usually myself and our coach, Vincent. We just really analyzed what's going wrong, and it seemed the theme seemed to be that, you know, nobody was taking the initiative in the space, and so yeah, someone had to do it, and I just stepped up and said, oh, okay, I'll do it, and I'll take one for the team.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe you've only ever played one other major in North America, and that was back in 2017, right? So feelings in terms of the return of majors to North America, what's going through your head?
I don't know. I feel like when I am in North America, the crowd is usually really on our side, and I hope I can get to the crowd so that they can cheer us on. And yeah, we're just going to work really hard to get through the stages. It's going to be a grueling couple of weeks, and I hope we can make it to stage, past stage 3 into the playoffs.
Yeah, I was going to say, obviously, we've got that extra stage now coming in. How much more kind of pressure does that put on you guys to have that kind of stamina, I guess, to be getting through all these games? Obviously, we're starting off with best of ones at every single stage as well. So does that add an extra challenge for you guys?
No, not for us. In China, we essentially lived there for a month and a half, so we're used to, you know, these long stints. We're comfortable being away from home. We're comfortable, you know, after having a boot camp. We're comfortable with each other. We've had this team for a long time now, so stamina's not going to be an issue. I think we can, if it comes down to it, we're not going to get tired.
Now, if you're watching over on the B-Stream side of things, we're going to send you to a quick break because you guys are going to be watching FlyQuest versus Fluxo, which is going to be starting very shortly indeed.
Like the most they've been able to get.
Here we go. We've got another game on our hands. It is the 4th of the day here on the B stream. I'm Anders. With me is DDK, and we're going to get into this one. I'm really curious here. Obviously, FlyQuest going to be on the one side, Fluxo on the other side. I think a lot of community love, and I understand why, for the mostly Australian team.
Yeah.
I share the same kind of weakness. I kind of want to see the FlyQuest boys do well. I hate to say it because, you know, it's supposed to be objective. We're going to be an Ancient, by the way, as the map in the best of one. So, Joe, I think actually that's a reasonable battleground. I think both teams are going to be pretty happy with this one.
Yeah, you got 57% over the last 7 maps for FlyQuest in the last 3 months, and then you've got 73% for Fluxo. So for Fluxo, it's like one of their better maps, but obviously we also have to take into account the quality of competition as well. But I think it at least just says that it's a map that they like to play because it's the 3rd most played map. So.
Well, the odds are going to be favoring, you know, just a little bit towards the Fluxo side here.
Interesting.
It's kind of interesting. That
is interesting.
Like I said, doing guesswork like this for best of one games is notoriously really, really hard. Although I think the Des touched on it earlier as well. I think Freya was talking about it. Actually, most of the games are played at kind of like we expect, which if you're brand new to Counter-Strike and the major, it's rare. Typically, it's mayhem, and all predictions almost go out the window on day one. I feel it's one of the few times where it's actually been pretty straightforward. So
yeah,
enjoy it while it lasts.
I mean, I think this will be really fun, though, because Ancient's always a fun map to watch, and it has a bit of everything in terms of, you know, there are options to be aggressive on the CT side. Maybe not as good as some maps, but there are options. There's things that are workable, and the T side obviously can also run a lot of different approaches. I think it really delivers in the post-plant clutches, but enough of that. We've got the opening rounds here. Fluxo versus FlyQuest. Fluxo on that T side to start with. We'll see what they can get off to.
Certainly all grouping up outside of the... Oh, it's going to be the double Molotov. Okay, so they're going to burn out the pillar and presumably also that close position. No, just the one. There's still a player stuck in the corner. Vexite is there. Nice shot by Vexite. Oh, he's lined them up and he's knocked them down. Kills after kills and ace with the dualies to begin this battle with.
Damn, that's a statement. That's a statement from Vexite. Okay. That was violence, Anders. That was like these are scenes directed by Tarantino.
Enough blood on the wall, you're right. Oh my god, he's down to the last 3 bullets, I think, towards the end. I thought because they had 2 Molotovs on the Fluxo side that they would burn out both the front pillar where the actual plant is, but also you can throw another Molotov that lands there. They used one of the Molotovs further on back on the right-hand side instead, and ultimately that gave Vexite the space to completely devour their entire team.
And it's a full save, no bomb plant, so full save for Fluxo into this one, the Glocks. And they are being rerouted, perhaps. The smoke cuts them off, or the Molotov. The GPS rerouting. Rerouting. Let's see, they might find their way back towards the A side here. Ultimately, the best situation you can maybe get from a round like this, which is Glocks, I think is often a plant.
Right, sure, yeah.
It is the most realistic value that you can sometimes get, but these positions, look at FlyQuest, they've got great control for this. 3 kills from Regali, that's just, well, there you go. We got it out of the way with quickly, Anders.
Yeah, a bit, you know, does he have to stick around and try and get the headshots? Maybe not, but at the same time, yeah, you know.
Yeah, he does. What do you mean? What do you mean, Anders?
I do think those are questions that are hard to answer because, you know, playing it by the book, as it were, maybe not, but at the same time, you want your players to feel confident. And getting a round like that for Regali, I mean, it's pretty nice.
It's an emotional game.
It is, yeah.
But maybe your emotions are stupid sometimes. Well, you know,
very often. Very often the case. Deep incendiaries here to try and hold back the CT side. Very nicely done, honestly. Smelson going to be taken down in the middle. Kai ends up getting shut down here, but you can see that Leah's awkward position. He has made so much out of that. Very impressive work, to be honest. 3v3.
That smoke for Regali looking to split the players up, but still, really nice entry there. Melson. And Netic, just in between the smoke And the Molotov able to find another one here to hold this site down, but another entry from Elson, just doing it all over again. Vexite now, with that ace in the pistol in a 1v2. They know exactly where he is. He's got time to work with, though. The bomb's not even down just yet.
Bizarre scenario for Melson to go back for the smoke and then come back again to do it one more time. I mean, that's just so weird to see. It's Vexite. He's got the ace in the pistol round. Now he's trying to see if he can clutch it for his team. Running out of bullets a bit here. 7 of them left, clicking away, and he's got none. Dooley's come back up to try and save him, but it'll be Melson to get the last one. I think that was a quad kill for him at the end of the round, and laughing about it. But honestly, that was a scary round.
Yeah, the Melson with the just like simulated entry through smoke simulator. Just let's just do it again. Let's keep running.
You know what was bizarre as well? Netic knew that it was going to happen. He was holding the smoke for the second push. He's like, no, it doesn't matter. This one, Regali's not ready. But Netic absolutely was. That was just so clean.
That was super clean. And that's a much needed round, just very early on the T side for Fluxo. Just enough here for the CTs to cobble together something of a buy, but almost no utility after the initial lot has been thrown into mid, and it's going to be very tough. They've biased this B side here. They're going for the push down towards the ramp. The bomb is there if they were to continue.
This is such a weird round. The bomb is kind of in the wrong position. If you look at how advanced they are towards the Hunat, I don't know how they got this much control early on. I mean, I guess it's because FlyQuest, to answer my own question, is all at the B-bomb site. But yeah, the fact that the bomb is still on the other side, like I said, if the bomb was here, then they just execute and plant bomb and win the round. But the bomb is so far away, there is, I guess, theoretically a chance it could go wrong. Art ends up getting dropped by Liaz. A little bit of help from the MP9. They find Pyria as well. 3 versus 5. The bomb has been planted on the other side now, and surely FlyQuest will discover that very soon. I think they've realized now, yeah, this is the wrong site. Melson announcing himself. They have to get rid of him. And then they have to go back and do the retake. This is still a losable round. He's got a Molotov Kai, but can he throw it? I'm not sure. Jumped on immediately and taken down. Now up to Sevi. 1 versus 4 here, as they are going to come and try and take this round away. All he has is the Galil. 25 bullets. The spray is not going to be good enough, and they will be able to reclaim it. What a bizarre scenario.
Have they overcooked? Have they overcooked with the fake? I mean, when they're up against a bad buy.
The fake just worked so well that they weren't even ready for it. Like, what do we do when we just have the A-bomb side, you know? Yeah. But then they lost it too.
Yes. Yeah, you have to get some kills. You've got to get at least a couple kills here. That's true. I suppose that's really the ask. Yeah, that's the weakness of that fake. When you get onto the site, you are still light a couple players.
Yeah.
So you are, yeah, there's definitely problems. So that doesn't feel good when the fake works, but you still don't win the round. And now, what's even worse, yeah, they get the bomb down for the money, but they're on pistols. They've been reset. 3-1 advantage for FlyQuest.
I think in a world where Kai manages to throw down that Molotov, it's a very different round, because they would have lost so much time with it. Vexite, he is a machine right now. Steps up and takes out Melson and Kai both before they even get a chance to have any say in the round. Smooth work. I do love this. To be honest, I think Vexite has been one of the more disappointing players because there was so much hype around him. And maybe he was just oversold in the beginning, but I've definitely gone through my share of ups and downs with this guy thinking, ooh, does he have it anyway? Is he good enough? And then, you know, you kind of feel like, no, maybe not after all. Maybe he can't stand up to the pressure, but certainly first game of the major for them. And he is 10-1 with a pistol ace and doing whatever he can to get his team across the line, which I think is admirable at the moment. Lining up a couple of more here. I mean, why wouldn't you go for it? You're building something for yourself. All right, tagging in the teammates. Fair enough.
Yeah, 11-1. Vexite. Vexite is the juggernaut. Okay, we'll see how that story progresses. It's definitely a sick start, though, now for FlyQuest. After getting that reset against the T's with the failed fake round that we just saw a couple rounds ago now. Really strong position for FlyQuest to start dominating if they can get on top of the economy. They already have a good buffer. If they are to lose all 5 players, they're still going to have a strong buy. And you can't say the same for Fluxo. So 4-1 as we go into the next round.
Yeah, I didn't even notice, but you're right. The economy for the CT side is kind of wild. They don't have the AWP on Regali yet, but I mean, it's not the most important thing at the moment. Sky hoping to get something done through the smoke is not quite going to be happening, but it's nice to add a bit of pressure. Art famously aggressive. It's going to be able to get him. Nicely done. Vexite continues, and he gets hit in the last bullet. Headshot. And now it's pushing on forward. Look at FlyQuest and the aggression that they're bringing to the table here to take any kind of initiative away from Fluxo. I absolutely adore it. Sevi alone. His teammates have been slaughtered outside of this Jaguar position.
I love it too. The disruptive play on the CT side, like you just mentioned, it really is beautiful to watch. It's so difficult to play against. You can never find your footing on that T side, and we're going to get a tactical timeout called. I can only imagine that is on the Fluxo side, because yeah, you know, you've got a CT side you're up against that's not letting you do anything, and so that's a problem. You have to figure out how can we either exploit that or circumvent it a different way. And I don't know what the answer is, Anders, that they're going to come up with, but we're going to find out on the server for sure.
Yeah, I mean, again, the issue is you don't have an infinite amount of time to figure out what's going on. You know, you need to do this pretty quickly. Keep bringing it back, but it's MR12 best of 1, so the space that you have to solve the problems is pretty limited. Wow, 5-1. Brutal beginnings. FlyQuest looking to do even more damage. Vexite at 13-1 as a scoreline. He has been playing very well, but obviously a lot of it down to the one player. Again, pushing towards the B site pretty early on. Not trying to rush it just yet, but that is definitely an option Fluxo can use later on. I would say, especially with the Tech 9s, it's quite a viable idea.
I think Vexite hit every single one of those bullets there. Okay, fast moving from Fluxo into the A site. Quick challenge on Donut. Vexite finally gets taken down, but not before taking one himself. So 4v2. Getting ahead of the pistols, the CT side of FlyQuest. Looking very comfortable at the moment. Don't know where the bomb is, but that's okay. I'm sure when that smoke goes away, they might be able to find it.
Sevi trying his best right now. He needs the kill, otherwise he's just going to leave Art kind of on his own here. He's only got 1 kill so far, and this round will not get him any closer. All right, they lose a couple of players there on the FlyQuest side, but it's not really that bad. They are able to stabilize. They've got 3 people alive towards the end. Why change anything? This is working.
It is working, absolutely.
And here's another problem. As Fluxo try to solve this, I feel like if FlyQuest were a step ahead right now, they would also themselves be thinking about how can we actually make this harder? Like, could we do a push down the B ramp ourselves? Could we push into the A hallways just to, because you know Fluxo are trying to, you know, just make the default stuff work. So if you can do that, it would be putting a lot of pressure on the T side. Nice nade. Classic one. Kai, gotta be careful that incendiary doesn't quite spread, otherwise he might have been dead. He's gonna get caught back. It's just so relentless.
Wow, and he gets out of there too. He throws in just the amount of bullets that's necessary to get the kill and gets out with losing any health. That's insane. He's 15-2 right now, and it might get even better this round in terms of the stat line because still 2 players outside B. The bomb is not yet to be collected by the T side. It could go either way, but you're talking about the pushes, and we are going to find it, but Piria's going to be able to take down Netic. Vexite's in though. He's been hitting a lot, but they look like they don't want anything to do with Vexite, Fluxo.
Yeah, but they might be pushed into Brigani instead. He's at that donut position. See if he can get even 1 kill, because then it might just be enough here. He's got a huge shadow advantage if they try and push him, but he's, wow, they're going to be right in there. Vexite getting another one on the other side and throws up the smoke to slow them down. He's actually playing on the other side of it. 40 seconds. The fact that he's still on the ramp here might be somewhat hard to read. We'll see if the smoke throws them up or if they are going to be able to get the good read on it. Lias on the other side. We're down to 30 seconds, Dan. They need this round right now, Flux, so they have to find a way to win this.
Looks like going to go through the smoke. He is going to get taken out as he does so. Lias trying to buy some time. The spray is protected by the pillar. Oh, finds it nonetheless. And now Art is the only player left. He finds his way around the back, but Lias is too quick with it. And my goodness, it is so tough to stop these guys right now. FlyQuest looking indomitable.
I'm impressed. I thought once the bomb was down, all right, that was the opportunity. That was the door held open for Fluxo to get something done in the round. But then straight headshot through the smoke here. Good work from Sevi. And obviously this move from Regana here is really distracting. That's probably what brought FlyQuest back into the round in many ways, but yeah, his job from Lias, so well done. Art has to get that kill, but the fact is, even if he does, there was a player rotating right behind him. He probably dies regardless, so what a tough situation to be in here.
7-1 for FlyQuest on Ancients. A big scoreline right now. Into mid pretty quick, Melson.
This is a strong start for the mainly New Zealand team.
Oh no.
Backside. He's back at it. Activated once more and slaughtering them in the middle. 3 kills. How's he got away with it? The 4th on top. He is a demon right now.
He is actually farming. He's trying to improve upon Nikados' score from earlier, perhaps. Oh man, that's insane. He's gotten at least like 2.5 kills per round, I think, something like that. This is outrageous stuff from Vexite. How is he able to find so much freedom? You'd imagine at some point he'd get shut down from all of the aggressive shenanigans.
Well, I mean, even more so because it's not the same thing every round, but he is pushing that position a lot.
Yeah.
They know that they're going to be able to fight him there if they want to. I don't know why you would, because he's 20-3.
Crazy.
A grotesque way to get started on the map of Ancient. 3 people, so they're expecting a B rush, right? That's what FlyQuest are very obviously telling us here, saying they're probably going to try and see if they can go aggressive, which... All right.
Nice shot. Nice shot now. Vexite on the other side. The AK, he's going to find another one. One more kill to be had. Tech Knight around the corner. Don't want to challenge that too close. Vexite will back up a little. Use the utility there to make his position even more fortified. And that's going to force Fluxo to have to reroute things. Oh, it's a good attempt, but Regali's ready for it.
Yeah, very important. I think Regali's been a very nice addition to this team. Superior trying to see if he can do anything in the middle. Lias will go down. Not a bad trade necessarily. Bomb picked up and brought towards the A side, but backside, they just can't find a way to kill him. Finally, Savvy's going to be able to do that. Might have jinxed it a little bit. I do apologize. But yeah, 33 seconds running into Regali, and he's going to hold that line. No problem. FlyQuest. What a way to get started on the map.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, Vexite stealing the show.
Yeah.
Just so many kills.
So now, I hope this team continues to play well, because I have a secret plan, Dan, that
okay.
It's not secret, I say it out loud, but I want to have at one point just one event in New Zealand, so I can go do the whole Lord of the Rings, revisit experience. I'm going to bring my kids there as well, so I'm rooting for them just for that alone,
That's fair enough.
9-1, FlyQuest. Shocking result, I will say. Fluxo, maybe not the most known team here early on in the stage, but I expect more out of them than this. A worthy opponent for FlyQuest with Vexite. He is back. Double kill. They have to pay. It's a hard taxation there. A couple of people just every time.
Oh man, how is he able to just walk through with impunity so reliably? Either way, 3v3, decent chance here for Fluxo with a minute to play with. Moving that bomb towards the A site, and there isn't really anyone there. So, with that said, Regali, though, is going to be rotating into position. Could play spoiler, because they may just peek this dry, and that's perfect for an AWP. Regali whiffs the shot, though, so chance to maybe scale onto the site and get that bomb planted finally now.
Yeah, but it's still a bit awkward, How do you actually find the position to plant here? Nice flash setup here, Regali. I like the aggression. And it draws enough attention away. Lias coming in from that donut position, and he's taken down Pariah already. It's Melson and Art, and none of them done very much in the game so far. Melson's going to be going down, and Art, 3 kills, and now in a 1 versus 3. I don't think this is winnable. He's got 25 seconds. Wherever he tries to plant, they will be on top of him. They're already running for the smoke. They've caught him inside, sandwiched in, and taken down by Inns.
Damn, FlyQuest are looking amazing right now. Absolutely amazing. Again, it just seems like there's like Vexite has plot armor or something, or he's got like Harry Potter's invisibility cloak, or something's going on. I don't know what it is, but able to just walk into the flank and continue continually push that position, you'd think that the awareness from Fluxo would be just like through the roof. Like that they would be so sensitive to Vexite's shenanigans at this point.
Oh, I'm
24 on 5.
Kind of blown away. It's 10-1. Early half here. It's just looking unstoppable. Inns does go down. But that's only the first part of the issue. Vexite's still alive. That might be the real challenge here. 24 and 5, and he's actually sick of waiting for them. You're like, why can't I get more fights?
Oh no.
They're running down the tunnel as well. They're all boxed in with him. They line up, and it could have been a 6th spray down, but they trade their way back. Fair enough.
That's just too scary. That is too scary. He got close enough just to hear them running as well, to like know that they're coming and everything. It was all set up so perfectly for this massive spray down, but Art's able to get 2. Good find there towards the catwalk, and that's going to leave Liaz all alone. 1v3. And the bomb will soon go down towards A, but not just yet. So Liaz has time to play with. Was he spotted there by Kai?
Does kind of seem like he's got a bit of a read. Regardless, the bomb is going to be placed at one point, and Liaz has, like, they have infinite money to try and do something here, but nice shot. All right.
Oh,
ends up taking up Kai. I mean, what's the difference really between 10-2 and 10-1? Liaz making the drop down. A little bit further towards it. He's hoping for a fight. If he could take down Sevi, that would be something, but surely not in the corner. Sevi will take him. All right, 10-2 at the end of the half. It's beautiful for FlyQuest. Here we go. We are back into it now, and we had a beautiful performance from that side. The highlights, we probably fill up a good, 20 minutes just with that alone. It starts with an ace on the dualies and the pistol, and it just never stops from there on out. Fantastic.
At the end of the first half, that's actually ridiculous. Certainly gunning for Nemiga.'s score that we had earlier today. And I mean, crazy how well players are delivering in the first games here at the Blast Austin Major here in Texas.
Yeah, I am really shocked at this, but in the best way possible. 10-2 first half. Second half is coming up now. We got FlyQuest on the T side, and it looks like it will be pretty straightforward towards the B side. They're not going to be slowing this one down at all. They've already got the early utility. In's pushing forward, a jumping Glock in Vexite with a headshot against Belsin. An attempted burst fire, but it will be Regali from the other side pushing the ramp. It is lightning fast and very brutal. The B-bomb side is lost. The bomb is planted here, and Sevi and Kai have to try and retake it. I doubt that will happen.
It's a few headshots away, though. Oh, being teased by Vexite. Oh, and there's another headshot from Sevi. Very nice. And both of them here for Fluxo, Sevi and Kai making their way from Cave. We'll see if they can find any additional kills. 3 players to find. It's very weak. Nice headshot again. 2 more kills to find. Netic, great double headshot with the Glock. Nice crossfire there to just hold that post plant steady. And FlyQuest pick up the pistol. No drama.
No, not really. I mean, straightforward in terms of the tactics alone. It's probably not that much worth highlighting. It's pretty common stuff. But it's the follow-through. It's the fact that once they commit to it, they just don't slow it down. And I really like that. Obviously, the first Glock shot there for Ints is... I don't know how much of the round is won there, but it's such a huge difference being able to get that opening instead of having to, try and fight your way through that narrow choke point afterwards. So, incredibly well done. If you're going to the major, I mean, it's a dream for some of these teams to be able to have this kind of beginning. Like we said, it could be a lot harder later on. There are some really tough teams in the first stage here, but FlyQuest are excited about how this is playing out. Fluxo, the frustration is building, and who could blame them?
Yeah, they can't get any traction. Some good building blocks here and there, but the Jenga tower keeps crashing down. FlyQuest on this T side can dictate the pace. I mean, they were dictating the pace on the CT side too, so.
Let's see if they have anything at all to show for it here, Fluxo. Early buy, it makes a lot of sense. You know you're not going to be fighting for overtime by winning just 10 in a row, so you might as well try and get into it early on. Gets one. Actually, very good job with the smoke with the 5-7, and he's going to be able to do it. Vexite looked like he already thought he'd got that kill, but not quite the case, and that almost seals the round here. So the early force up from Fluxo, it looks like it's done enough. Liaz, he will be able to get 1 kill there. Regali's also still alive with the AK, and they're going to try to backtrack a little bit. The fact that they can actually make it out, I think it's an advantage to them.
Yeah, and I mean, there is definitely value with the MAC-10. There's no helmets at all for the CTs, so that MAC-10 could go pretty hard. It's 40 seconds left to find something. Regali opens it up, and another. That's going to open up the MAC-10, but it's still the pistol from Elzen. That's actually better. And the double back coming on through. I mean, that bomb is down on the ground, and Fluxo know it. Regali, does he have the cognizance to expect this? Sevi takes the kill, and Fluxo hold on another round.
Imagine if they lost a 2 versus 5 to pretty much lose the map. That would have been pretty shocking, but not the case. Good job at the end of it. Yeah, I think you could tell Vexite thought that was it. Like, I've got him, so...
Yeah, I mean...
Happens.
Totally. I'm shocked he didn't get the kill there. The 5-7, though, doesn't run out of bullets.
I'm shocked he doesn't get all the kills at this point.
True.
Why not? Sevi's got 15, maybe worth highlighting. Pretty good job. They've really been beat up, so the fact that he's got 15 is impressive. Arts adding a couple here. So they only have pistols and not much else to play around with on the FlyQuest side. So, again, very likely a 4-11 scoreline, no surprises. I can't imagine the little heartbreak if FlyQuest actually let Fluxo back into the game. It's a long way away from that.
Yeah.
But, I don't know.
Oh, that's a big kill. Look how low Art is. Very weak. He doesn't want to peek this. He has to kind of just hold this position. And there's no teammates that can help him out. So if this gets hard cleared, I don't think Art stands a chance with that HP. But only 2 players here for FlyQuest, and they've got a minute to play with, so they really can go anywhere at this point.
They are banking on Fluxo getting too curious, getting too nervous at the complete standstill. Smoke is there. You can see he's really trying to bait them in. Dangerous reload. Regali's moving close, and actually Art has a grenade in hand. Nicely done. He's so close, Regali. He knows he has the timing before the rifle get back out again. And he was so low, like you mentioned. And now they've made their run through here. Sevi's nearly catching him. It's a good position. And he does get rid of Regali. Bomb. But what can Netic do with it? 1 versus 2. He's got 30 seconds. I mean, in theory, he could even go back to the A-bomb side if he really wanted to. He knows where Sevi is. He's just got no idea where Melson is, and he's in a very strong forward position. Yeah, all the way up the ramp, hiding in the corner. Good communication between the last 2 players there on Fluxo. Interesting.
I like the quick thinking there as well to like drop the pistol to make it sound like that he's picking up a gun and continuing to push forward into the site to try to bait out that player that was holding the flank. But yeah, still Fluxo still holding on, and FlyQuest, they are going to have to save here. So we're starting to work on a comeback, Fluxo. We are starting to work on a comeback.
I think, I mean, if they get up to about 9 rounds, Fluxo here on the CT side, I think that's around the time when the mood will probably change a lot on FlyQuest, and the sort of reality will set in that, wait a minute, we didn't quite do it yet, but that's a long road to walk. First one is kind of a little bit easier. You're right. First couple of steps here on the journey will be different.
Yeah, they just have to make sure they don't make any, like, don't give away any easy ones. Like, for example, around like this, where there's just a bunch of Glocks and a Deagle. Okay, you like lose a player, and then they get a plant, and they're playing a post plant with like an extra gun. You know, like just try to avoid those tricky situations, and hopefully it will all go well for Fluxo. FlyQuest into mid. They want to recycle that Deagle, Anders.
Yeah. I mean, we've got 1 flashbang to go through. I like this. Hoping that they can catch anybody really off guard. They're going to go back towards Donut. Kai was pushing up, so they had the right kind of idea. But, again, not really the pistols to take the fight. Regali, there's 1. Just need 4 more of those, and we're all good.
I really like the positioning from Kai there. Really well-managed fight against multiple opponents, but Regali, an extra kill or 2 will be massive. He's found a second headshot with the Deagle there. That is really nice.
Yeah, you could tell that they wanted to get rid of that threat before Regali kind of ran wild with it. Still, pretty cool shots.
Dialed in.
Oh, yeah.
A few rounds under their belt, but now a more difficult one. The 4x comes in again for FlyQuest.
Okay, let's see what they actually bring out. It's not an immediate fight towards the middle. They did have somebody ready in T-spawn to throw some flashes over if need be. It's going to be a little bit later on, but Kai, nice spin around. Sevi sure to get this shot, taking down Inns. And now pushing forward, Lias also getting dropped. Sevi didn't actually fall away. What a nice flick onto Netic. Sevi, you can't say he isn't trying. He's got 21 kills, a triple in this round, trying to keep Fluxo alive in this game.
Yeah, that was an excellent AWPing there. And it's interesting too, because we got a 4x. You might expect from FlyQuest to play more of a default, but they actually end up just trying to shove into the site, which, I mean, you've got Zevi basically calling them, hey, that's not going to work. You guys got to do something else. Like, you can't just run it at me. Great form from Zevi, as you say, to keep Fluxo alive in this one, and they needed a nice, clean-ish round like that.
It'd be cool if Sevi keeps playing really well. It's one of the most frustrating things about the Brazilian scene at the moment is that they are so low on good AWPers for some reason. We basically need a new Fallen. That, you know, we just don't have that person just yet. A couple of interesting prospects, but I would say, you know, we're not talking, there's no Brazilian Monacy yet. You know, we need somebody like that. Int's going to be going down early. Tech9's here, although that is a dangerous. How they've walked right past each other. Melson's going to be taking down Vexite, but the fact that there's 2 people inside of the smoke might be hard to read. So Furia's gone down. Art's going to get rocked by the Tech9 of Regali. 3 versus 3, and in the middle, Kai finding himself at a very awkward position. No escape on this one. Sevi to try and save the day once again. It's only going to be the one, and that leaves the map wide open. Still 50 seconds.
Massive round from Netic. 3 kills off that AK. And now Liaz has that deep position, so holding onto the B sites. So that allows a very easy plant. Now then coming in, AK as well. And the setup is going to be very hard to defeat. He's going to have to hit some very nice shots here. As he starts to make the first approach. Liaz takes him down. Trade fragger not even necessary. And that is an unlikely round coming out of FlyQuest.
Oh, absolutely. Almost doesn't even seem like Fluxo was that upset. I think they could have realized that opportunity. Oh my god. I don't think we saw that first time around. But yeah, you're right. This wasn't the easiest round to win. Such great work. Netic. And then Liaz at the end.
Nice shots, go.
That tickled you for some reason.
It's just downplaying the success.
Yeah.
For the lols. Good trolling, guys.
Sevi, once again, with that AWP has been so stable that they've got Vexite now on the entry into the B site. It's found nothing so far. Nobody in forward positions. This is interesting. So much space given, but here comes Zevi once more with his AWP, looking for the opening, and he gets it. Regali with a quick trade into the site, but they're surrounded right now. There's police everywhere.
There is Zevi. Oh my god, he's so quick. Okay, well, they got their backs to the wall, so there's only one way forward right now for Fluxo, and that's just to win every round in the map and get this one into overtime at the moment. What a task ahead of them, but and if Sevi's going to be playing like this, then that should inspire some confidence, and the rest of the team obviously can't just be him alone. Somebody else has to step it up. FlyQuest calling a timeout, have a bit of a discussion about what is the plan, but they just need one opening, one way to get through.
That's all it takes. It does feel like so tense for Fluxo. You know, such a journey, such a grind. Gotta really sweat as hard as the AC will allow you here in the here in Texas.
Yeah, you're gonna have to be pushing yourself for that to be the case. Oh my god. It's just been, I mean, without him, I don't even need to say it, but without him, they've already lost this game 10 minutes ago at least.
Yeah, the Vexite for Fluxo.CDT side.
Like, Sevi is matching Vexite. He's 26 for kills on both of them, 14, 13 deaths. In the middle, smoke is blown open, but it backfires. Art wanted to catch them, but instead Netic's able to get the shot. Now, Kai will revenge it, but I think that's still kind of worth it here for the FlyQuest side. Mid control is theirs. In's moving forward. Put a little bit of pressure on Kai. They have so much time. They can wait. I think that's something FlyQuest have been doing fairly well, is allowing Fluxo to really feel the pressure of not knowing what's coming next.
And we've got a minute, just over a minute left now, and FlyQuest gathering towards the B side of the map at the moment. And we got the big lean from Fluxo too. They seem to have a good read of this. There's 2 players set up in the cave positions, really strong. But can FlyQuest set piece overwhelm it? Good timing on the smoke.
Okay, they're all going to be going up the ramp, just leaving the cave. Oh, it's through the smoke! Backside, no! How has he done that? In's going to be taking on Sevi, and they pull the rug right out from under them. That Vexite kill, I don't think he saw it. I think it was just through the smoke as Kai goes down, and this is what happens when you bring the Aussies to Austin. They've absolutely blown up Fluxo. I am so impressed.
Everything is bigger in Texas, and Vexite is going huge so far today. So that was really awesome to see FlyQuest. I do think they're a team that some people might be sleeping on a little bit. We'll have to see, how they progress throughout the tournament, but they are definitely dangerous.
Yeah, there's no way around it. What a performance. I mean, carried obviously by Vexite. The fact this week it just creates such a long highlight. We already have one of them. Probably going to be replaying that quite a bit. What a performance. Savvy, shout out to him, obviously trying to rescue the rest of Fluxo, but he just couldn't do it on his own, unfortunately. Really, really impressive, though, just as an individual performance. He had to basically do that on his own. Sick game. We've got more coming up, but we have to reshuffle all the matches. It'll be interesting, so stay tuned.
27 kills on the side of Vexite.
Someone help me.
45 ADR. My lord, man doing God's work. And yeah, paying off in this first best of one for FlyQuest.
Yeah, that was, I feel sorry for Sevi. He was doing a good job, at least trying to keep them alive. However, FlyQuest, that was a very dominant performance.
It was very, I mean, like, we praised Regale for coming into this team, and he has elevated the team, like, better than what they used to look like with Alistar. And, I think Vexite sometimes is also like this overload. You talked about Nedic wanting to come in, and we've seen what Inns can do, and Lias has also been part of the Australian scene for a long time. Vexite, on the other hand, he's a guy that's been going a little bit up and down in performance. He was seen as this guy that could come out of the Australian region and, maybe prove to be another JKS. I don't think he's proven it yet, but this one proved that he can play Counter-Strike.
How does that set things up when we move into those second round of matchups, which we will be announcing very shortly?
Yeah.
We need about a minute to calculate those.
Okay.
But yeah, FlyQuest, so obviously Heroic were the firm favourites. Where do FlyQuest kind of sit in your estimation after that clear number one?
So close to be up there. I'd say Heroic right now, being the top dog in that regard. I think FlyQuest is up in that conversation as well. OG, let's see if they can replicate what we saw against Complexity. I would still say Heroic number 1, FlyQuest 2, and OG 3 in the, I guess, very preliminary power ranking that we're doing after having watched one best of one.
I love making so much out of such a small size, you know me. Would you agree with that sentiment, Priya? Those kind of the order in terms of... maybe we can take this in a different direction rather than like the power ranking. Most impressed, is there any kind of teams that really stood out to you that maybe you didn't expect such a dominant result from?
OG is maybe the one that stands out to me. Going up against Complexity, sure, without their Arbor, but still think they played really well. And then for the rest of it, most of it was like as we expected. Sure, I think that FlyQuest, Fluxo is maybe not a team that people have too much expect of, but the way that they managed to clinch it was good. And I think that's kind of the storyline throughout the games we've seen so far, is that there are teams that, sure, we have teams that we expect to win, but it's more about the fashion they do it in, which is more like the dictator of how things are going, and if they're looking sharp, if they're not looking sharp. I think overall we've seen majority of the favorites win, and nothing too surprising yet.
I think I'd put Wildcard and NRG up there as like good start. What we want to see from a North American major, some of the veteran players we're talking about, the likes of Nitro, Stylus as well. Good to see them coming out swinging. Obviously, they will have to continue that in the second set of best of ones.
That's the thing, consistency is key, especially in this kind of format, especially when you play 2 games in one day. After today, tomorrow, and the day after, and the following day, all teams only play 1 game a day. So for now, day one, consistency is where you can use that as a strength of yours. If you're consistently playing well on day 1, well, then you're putting yourself in a great spot.
Shall we find out who opponents are going to be moving on forward, as we do have way more best of ones coming away in the second half of the day? Okay, so we start off with the likes of OG versus Bait, Heroic, NRG. I'm really squinting to see this logo. I should be standing
Lynn Vision
closer.
versus Wildcard and BetBoom FlyQuest.
Excellent. And then in the lower bracket, we've got Imperial taking on Chinggis Warriors, Nemiga versus Legacy, Fluxo, Tyloo, and then Complexity versus Metizport. Anything really standing out to you guys from those initial matchups?
I am very much looking forward to the OG game, to be completely honest, versus Bait. I think Bait did a great comeback against Imperial, and OG, I want to see them continue the good trend. And then Heroic versus NRG. If NRG is legit, let's see what you can do against a team like Heroic.
I'm looking forward to the whole BetBoom versus FlyQuest. I think that's also a matchup that could be very interesting. We've praised, or I wouldn't say praised, but we talked a lot about BetBoom, that they can be very hit or miss this tournament. And then you have on the other side, you have FlyQuest, which is a team that is constantly actively inside other tier 1 tournaments, that they can push some of the top dogs into, in uncomfortable situations. So it's actually going to be a matchup that's going to be very interesting. And I think if BetBoom can clinch this one, I think they are in a very good position.
I'm just going to put it out there. I said those matchups completely wrong. I was looking at HLTV thinking that I was lining them up. So I'm actually going to look at the graphic properly. And yes, now I understand what's moving forward.
Okay. Well, we got you, Freya. We got you. I think the only one you missed was Imperial versus Nemiga. That's a matchup in itself, and that could be interesting as well. To me, I look forward to see Complexity versus Fluxo. Fluxo. Not necessarily because I think Fluxo have a chance of making much happening here at stage 1, but the response from Complexity. What is the body language gonna look like? What is the output gonna look like on the server? That was such a disappointing way for them to start the tournament with juniors standing, getting owned by OG. Against Fluxo, let's be honest, that's a game that they should be winning, even with a stand-in, so I'm curious to see if Complexity can make that happen.
They have to. Surely so much pressure.
They have to bounce back. Like, there's no excuse for them to not doing it. I mean, like, with what they come into with this in this tournament, even though with a stand-in, I think they see themselves as the clear favorite in this one as well, and, you know, people don't really have the expectations for Fluxo, so if Complexity cannot bounce back on this one, it's going to be looking even more grim tomorrow.
You know what can save you from ever doing that again, Frey? By heading into Blast.TV, because they have the pick'em simulator, and that's the one I'm using in front of me. And so far, they are 100% correct.
Excellent. Thank you for
You're
that
welcome.
advice, Jacob. I will certainly use that. Or to maybe get myself a pair of spectacles too, because I definitely need
I know
it.
where to get them.
Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining me for the first half of the day. Of course, we have plenty more Counter-Strike going down, but we're going to leave you over with Moses, Maui, and Banks. They're going to be up here on the C-Stream side of things. And yeah, I'm very excited to see the matches go down. We're going to leave you on a 10-minute break. But yeah, we'll be seeing you in person tomorrow.
Chai.
Chai, yeah.
Do we add the Jesus?
Yeah, Chai Jesus.
Chai Jesus,
Yeah.
okay.
The first time I played with my father, I was like 6 years old. He was teaching me how to play. And then the next years I was playing by myself. All my life I loved the game, so that was one opportunity to play. I think that was the point, the pandemic. I feel like in Imperial, we are really free to do plays and do calls. Vinny likes to play like that. ST, I was lurker in Fluxo, and now I'm playing like playmaker every time I'm playing like in the block.
Is that hard to like switch from those two? Because they're quite different.
Yeah, it's quite different. When you are a lurker, your POV is like more chilling, you are just holding, and when you are playing like in playmaker, something like that, it's a lot of actions in your POV. I think, of course, we have pressure because, for example, Imperial went to the 2 majors before, and that one's my first one. So I have a pressure because of that. The same way I know I was not here to replace all the roles of Phelps. So I think I'm good playing pressure. I'm really happy because it's my first time in USA too, and also in my first major, so it's a special moment. I'm just leaving, you know. I know major starts tomorrow, it's my first major, and I don't want to be like overthinking in my mind, you know. I'm just trying to live in doing stuff's good. Probably I will be a little nervous, but I think when we are playing, I think they can help me too with the nerves being not stressful.
Do you think Imperial have a chance here of making it to playoffs, even winning the major?
We know it's really hard, but who knows?
I started 2015, I think, like I was 10 or something, I don't remember exactly. But I got anger issues, so my father took away my PC. I started back in 2021 again, and just started playing all day, all night. And I got an offer from a Norwegian team. I quit school and just pursued the dream. I was just grinding Face It, solo gaming. I was hitting the #1 on leaderboards, so that was how I got spotted, right? And I didn't have like expectations. I just joined, and the guys were a bit more experienced, so they basically guided me, you know, like how to be a good teammate, how to play, and I just listened and took the next step, I guess. After that, I got scouted again because they saw potential in me, and I went to Metizport, and I got full-time offer then. We played 1 season, and then again the Face It leaderboard, right? I was on top of the Face It leaderboard and got spotted again in Sangal. Then we just grinded from top 200 to top 30, and rest is history. I have 6K games, I think.
Oh wow, okay.
I'm playing with Roland, and he's been in the scene for a long time, right?
Yeah.
And he said I even have more games than him, so we were on flare break, and we just got a call from Heroic, from the coach, saying they were interested, right? Because they sold to Falcons, obviously. But it was kind of quiet from the Sangal side, so it was more like a surprise. It wasn't planned at all. It just happened on 1-2 days, and it was done. Obviously, like since Jota went to Eternal Fire, and we had the core, we had some decent ranking, and of course Heroic, good management, good org, good stuff behind it. So it was like an obvious choice. Sunfires has been experienced. He's joking inside the team and like outside of the game, and Tenir is the same. Like we're just a bunch of guys having fun, joking around. So it's the chemistry is great. Like we're having fun every time.
Obviously, you've made it to the major, just a milestone achievement for you individually.
Yeah, of course. Like, I had it as an achievement with the sticker, right? Like, now I'm in the game. I'm excited. I'm not too nervous. I'm just taking game by game.
Is there anybody you're particularly hoping that you get to play against here in Austin?
Face. We demolished them, and they're calling us bots. Like, I don't know how they can call us bots when we're demolishing them. So I need to do it again. Now when the season ending, like it's the last dance as well for us, like our roster. We just wanted to make it to playoff, and yeah, we'll see from there.
Welcome back, everybody. We're taking a look at beautiful Austin. That is where our major for the Blast TV is being held right now. Already the first round of matches have got underway, and we're swiftly moving into the second. See what positivity can be held for the players and the teams that are looking to find their success down here. I'm one of your hosts across all of this. We're here across all streams right now. And then we've got Maui, Moses joining me to talk through it all, see what's going to happen. How you boys doing?
I guess we just call this like Central Command from now on?
Yeah.
This feels like the central hub of everything.
Yeah, you got to say that. I mean, we're right in the middle of the city, too.
Yeah, true.
Everything revolves around this singular desk.
Yeah.
That's how we're going to put it.
Right. Center of the universe.
Center of the universe. That's exactly what you guys want to be throughout all of this. I'll make you my center of the universe. You ready for that kind of love?
That's a big commitment, actually, James.
You throwing me away already?
I mean, I have a girlfriend.
He also
He's got
couldn't
a wife.
throw you away. He just straight up rejected you if it makes you feel any better.
Just worse.
It's just right out of the gate.
It is Pride Month.
Yeah, so you should accept me even more. All right, let's have a look through all the teams that are here and how we're playing things out. We're going to take a look initially at stage 1 where we're at, because already some of the games have gone down. Any real surprises out there that you guys looked at and went like, oh, okay, wow, what was that?
The only one that I would raise question with, it was more of a 50-50, is Lynn Vision versus Legacy. I saw more this season from the Legacy squad. Lynn Vision more of an unknown quantity for me. I know they got a little bit of talent, but if anything, they're going to do well in the BO1s because they definitely have firepower.
No crazy like in terms of results, but I mean, like I think the quality of NRG's win was surprising to a degree, and obviously OG with Nikados, like look.
He broke records.
Yeah, that was a surprising one for me. I thought Complexity would be able to at least keep that close, but what are you going to do? Homeboy just dropped 33 kills on you.
Yeah, there's not much.
Game over.
There's not much you can do when you go against that. I was always saying to Mao when we were doing some of his other games that Nikados was a bit of a fraud AWPer. Well, he just proved it even further.
I mean, it's all with the rifle, is it not?
Yeah.
I mean, he's barely opping at this point.
He didn't AWP. He said, this is it, right? This is great. This is his new trajectory, being a rifler.
Maybe Wonderful should take note.
Ooh. Well, we do like Wonderful's AWP, but we like his rifle more.
That's true. Yeah, I mean, I think I like his rifle has been clean lately. Okay, but we'll talk about Navi. All right? Yeah, I'm sure we will.
And swiftly on to the teams who are coming in a week or two.
Yes. Not these. So let's have a look at stage 2. Navi's not quite there just yet. When we're looking at our stage 2 teams, though, there's some names in there, right? Obviously, with how this works out of where you qualify, like Falcons. This is before Falcons started to rise up a little bit, hence why they are stuck in stage 2.
Falcons this season has been on a huge upward trajectory, but yes, it came in the second half of the season. That's why they're in stage 2, not getting all the points necessary to immediately birth that stage 3. And on the other side, I mean, you got some teams with some pretty wildly, I would almost say like low expectations. I have really no reason to have too much faith in a few of the teams that was in that bottom row.
Yeah, there's a couple of teams, and even in stage 3 as well, where you kind of see like some of the teams that have skipped to stage 3, you look at and the performance this year, and you're like, what? Like how? How are they there? But like, I mean, whatever, they're here. But in stage 2, it is going to be a huge battle. Now we have stage 3. Just the team right out of the gate that I would point at. I mean, a team like Navi, who's had a really tough start to the year. A team like Liquid, and you're kind of looking at this, and Liquid got that #1 seed in the Americas, so they get to come here. But you're also like eye test wise at the moment. That's an odd placing.
G2 as well, another team where I don't think that they know how they want to play with this 5-man lineup that is ever evolving, ever changing, and we're not even going to see the same 5-man lineup after this event.
No, it's kind of tough for them for sure when it comes to look at that. Now, let's have a look at what will come into looking at the playoffs bracket, because obviously that will come later on when we go throughout all of it as well. Still, when we look at this playoffs bracket, we get a bunch of quarters in there, which is great. It's a good format until we get to the grand final, which I don't know. I probably might be the only one on this desk that says I only want a best of 5. Do you guys like best of 5s or not?
Oh, we're getting into that.
Yeah, you want to get into that?
On a Valve major.
Okay. I mean, I'm all for best of 5s these days.
Okay.
But I also, I mean, I don't think that's really that wild of an opinion these days.
Good.
Pretty much everyone's on the BO5 train, but you know, until we get to a point where Valve see the value in it, we're just gonna have best of 3s, and that's fine too. You know, I'm still gonna be happy. Still gonna be happy, James. Can't stop me. Your chair, I almost fell.
If you're gonna fall off straight from
I was thinking the back would be out here.
Yeah, it's not that long.
Not quite, yeah.
I'm basically, my feet are just planted at this point, so I'm kind of half sitting, half standing on it.
Yeah.
We need to do this just for Maui's height. That was it. That's the only reason we have the chairs.
Hey, I mean, Vu's not here, okay? We don't even need to bring that up anymore, all right?
You sure? We can stand up right now.
You sure or you short? Like, come on, man.
Both of them at the same time. Both of them, we're hitting you with it. From here, we've got to start talking about some of the rookies, because there's a lot of rookies in play, obviously, as the major format has started to open up in it. I will say when it comes to looking at rookies, though, they're still so happy, right, in terms of being here. But we've even heard on some of the interviews, some of them are saying, okay, we understand that we're kind of a little bit lucky in some of the starts to be in this position, to get ourselves into here.
I mean, I think anytime you are going into your first major as a player, you're probably kind of in awe that you've kind of made that dream happen. So yeah, there's a very cool feeling that goes along with that over the years, talking to players at their first major. And we've heard so many of them being like, oh, I was watching, Fnatic in 2015, Olafmeister, shout out to my boy. And like, it's cool seeing players have those goals set up by the players that came before them. So yeah, tons of rookies here, and it's time to shine. Let's see what you got. Like, you can't be complacent now that you're here.
I love I forgot who it was now, but one of the rookies said one of the first games he watched was like the Stockholm finals, and then I realized, we're all really old here.
Yeah,
that's really recent, by the way.
Yeah, that's kind of wild when you think of it like that. I think for some of these rookies as well, though, it's like them making their major now in CS2 and seeing the development of the game. We're going to get a lot more players who maybe were starting to not be born when the first major happened. How does that work in maths? 2013 to now?
I think we have a few more years before that's happening, James.
Four more years.
You've done some math on live broadcasts. It's fun. You've really swung for the fences early on in the show.
I always try. Have to put it out there for a while. We have to see how it goes down. Maui, you had some rookie picks for us. What are your thoughts on ones that could do well here?
I'm really interested in Jamyoung and George. I went for the double J. I wanted to see if Jamyoung could keep up that performance that I saw from him at ESL Pro League, where I was just spellbound. The aim on this guy is just so absurd. Mechanics are on another level.
So typical of Chinese players over the years as well. It's like keeping up the trend.
That's true. But on top of that, they play a better brand of CS than Tyloo did 4, 5, 6 years ago. There's a little bit more structure. And on the other side, had to give some love to an American here, given that we're in Austin. And George has been touted for some time as such a great late round player. I call him the American Rops, and also
that's a high praise.
Wow. I may be jumping the gun just a little bit on that one, but
that one's still in workshop. We're gonna test it.
It'll slowly prove itself, as he just defeated Jamyoung in his opening match.
True, fair. You went for the head-to-head. That's nice.
And what have you got for us, Jason, over looking at your rookies? Who have you highlighted here for us?
Well, I too went with it's a pseudo-American. I went with Bro as one of my rookies. We love him. He's come in. Not many European players are taking this kind of a switch over to come over to North America. We're seeing more of it, but obviously Bro coming into this team, this NRG lineup, they had that great win earlier. Can bring experience from Astralis, can bring some structure and some ideas from a European philosophy. I think he's a really good resource for that NRG team. Let's see how far they can go. Tanir, I think, is one guy who's just popping off lately. Like, for Heroic, he's incredible. But you could see Bro, he's just like a solid, smart player. He's not always going to blow up the scoreboard, but he's reliable. He's dependable.
I feel like Astralis could use more guys like that.
Yeah, they could have. A little bit late, but yeah, I think this might be one of those players that kind of slipped away where they're like, it could have been better.
I love the energy that Bro's just bringing to this team, too. If you
the clips of him?
The comms videos on NRG when they're winning these qualifiers, even though it's through TeamSpeak, this guy is just yelling into the mic at a decibel level that is definitely rupturing some eardrums.
He did the Allzerk thing. He just completely bought in when he came over here. Yeah, he's like, okay, I'm North American now. Let's go crazy. Exactly. Let's just scream. Let's do crazy stuff. My second one, as I mentioned, was Tanir over at Heroic, and he just looks like a really, really sharp player. He's best performer for this Heroic team, who's on this little bit of an improvement and a rise. Yet another point where they kind of rebuild a lineup that they'd sent away. It's going to happen again after the major, unfortunately. But at the moment, Tanir's looking like he carved himself out of place in professional Counter-Strike. He looks really good.
He's been sharp, man. He's been very good.
Yeah.
Now, we do have some of my rookies in there as well, but my picks are maybe not as special as this.
Mine's a bit more biased. What you got, James.
Mine's going to be a bit more biased.
Okay.
I went for Kenzazor from Bait because I met him a little while ago when he was on the IKLA Ukrainian lineup, and this guy out here was actually, razor sharp as individual, but he had this, everyone said about him was, if he puts as much hard work into the game as what's needed, then he can deliver. And there was a moment where he went off, he was just taking it more as a pug, and I'm chilling, and he wasn't so serious about it. The good thing about him coming to this Bait lineup is they all work incredibly hard, and he's kind of come into that system where he can actually see his potential be realized. There is something that actually now he's not going to falter the opportunity that he's been given.
It's so much about the environment, right?
Yeah.
If you're going to be joining a team of hard workers, guys that have more maps played in the last 3 months than practically every other team, you're forced to work hard. If you're going to be the sore thumb that sticks out and you just want to relax, you're just going to get kicked immediately. And obviously, he's passed the test so far.
I mean, yeah, and it's not always about the hard work too. Sometimes you just join a team that has just a bunch of dicks in it. And, that environment just sucks.
Yeah.
And then, like, no matter what you do, no matter how hard you work, that kind of an environment trying to compete in that is like, nope, you can't do it.
Well, let's take a look also at our MRQs and the reasons.
Not that I'm accusing anyone of.
No.
Yeah, it felt like there was some shade being thrown there.
It felt like that to me when I concluded my sentence.
Yeah.
That's why I wanted to bring it up at the end, There's no illusion to anything.
Let the audience wonder.
Yes. They can all just ponder what's going on. We're going to ponder what happened in the MRQs and start with looking at Europe on that side of things. Because for the Europe MRQs, right, we saw some very good teams come through, like an OG who'd been floundering previously, but they rebuilt themselves into a roster. Okay, it's a bit biased. You can see it after what they played in the first game. But there's a lot of potential being used here in the right way, finally.
The OG lineup is curious to me because they made a couple swaps. I feel like they weren't on too many people's radar.
No.
But really the first map of them playing here only showed me one thing, that Nemiga is comfortable in the role of relinquishing the AWP. For the other components, I'm not completely sold yet. I had them as the team that's going to make it through the stage, though. But that's mostly just because there was so much uncertainty around the teams from, say, Asia and from the Americas regions.
Yeah, it's cool seeing OG finally put together a lineup that seems like it has some potential to do something.
Yeah.
I think that's been the big struggle for that org, is finding the path that they want to take. But obviously, like, I'm with you. That first map they played, like, you can't tell anything from that. They could have done anything, and Nemiga drops 30, goes 33-6. Like, no matter what you do on the map, someone playing like that just wins you the game. It's just how it works.
For Heroic, though, who come from the MRQ, right? Obviously, some very good pieces. Saw, again, managing to work with these players and find success with them. But this game they first had did start off a little bit like maybe you'd be worried about the form they were going to have. Obviously, also the news that they will lose Sunpius and Saw after this event.
That's why Chinggis Warriors were just scary, though, okay? Because they made Heroic work for that first map, okay? Like, that was a barn burner through the first 18 rounds. I was actually thinking that Chinggis were going to win that. All the 0-3 pick'ems and the 3-0 pick'ems simultaneously were going to be ruined. But Heroic have shown, in terms of overall structure, that there's a reason they are almost on everybody's 3-0 to make it through the stage, because the firepower from people like Tanir, who Jason has already highlighted, from Sunpius, who is one of the only top 20 players that is in this stage one. Like, there's so much of a foundation that's already there, and I would just say flat out, they got the best coach in this stage for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I think Heroic is maybe the team that I would point at, and, you never go completely 100%, but like 99% sure that Heroic is going to go through. That's like the one team in this stage where I'm just like, you're going through for sure. Like, you're fine, no matter what happens. Yeah, they're super cool. I don't know how it's going to affect. We obviously went through it with G2 a couple of times of like knowing the roster changes coming right after the major.
Yeah.
And I guess it all depends on how the team sort of takes it, because you can obviously be like, well, this team's kind of blowing up, so there's no pressure. Like, we have no expectations. Last run, let's just have a good time with it, see how deep we can go. Or then you also have the situation where maybe you're just like, well, these guys are leaving. This might be our best chance to go deep. Like, we have to go hardcore. Like, we have to be hardcore. So I don't know. Like the philosophy of that team would be really interesting to figure out how exactly the players are handling that situation.
We'll have to wait and see. First game went very well for them. Let's see if they can continue that going forward. Next up, we're going to look at the Americas, though. Over to here with the Americans and the Brazilian teams mixed in. Looking at North America to start off with. Complexity, Wildcard, and NRG coming in there. Complexity, obviously, it's a bit tough for them because you lose Halzerk, you get Junior coming in. Do we have still high expectations, even with that change?
The first match
Did you have him as a 3-0?
many people lose all hope.
Did you have?
But- No. I didn't put a Complexity 3-0. I knew that the driving force behind Complexity's recent rise in form was the tandem of Halzerk and Grim. Both of them showing that, freed from the fact that they are now actually they are the star players now.
Yeah,
that's really where they've emboldened themselves. I think JT's system is actually structured enough that it can help out some of the younger guys.
I like JT a lot,
but they're just a little random for me. I think the way they want to get back on CT rounds, it's just too puggy for me.
Well, I mean, also you just mentioned it, two of your star players are Grim and Halzerk. They've also been two of the most inconsistent players, in this Complexity roster, between Elige being in the team and coming out of the team. So it felt like they found some groove, and then this is a little bit depressing. But I think that's not the best way to look at Complexity when you think about losing Elige at the start of the year, when you think about the struggles that they had, like a slow start to the year for them as well. The fact that they were able to, find a way to get through the MRQ and actually get to the major, I find that to be a complete success for the organization. Like, just from that point of view, I think they've had a very good season of just qualifying to the major. And who knows without Halzerk? Junior's played with a bunch of the guys in the past. He's coming in, I don't know. Let's find out.
That's what it's going to be.
Let's
find out.
Tuned next.
That's all we can hope for with this. Looking over at NRG, a lot of people had them as 0-3, but they started off well. I thought, there's no way they can go 0-3 when you're in America, surely?
You would hope that the hometown buff gives them something. I had them as 0-3 for a while, but I changed.
Flip-flopped?
Yeah, I flip-flopped. Last night I flip-flopped. I saw Daps in the elevator. He said some choice words against me. Well,
Did you need a bodyguard?
No, he said F you.
Oh, okay.
I don't know what we can get away with on this kind of broadcast, but he said that, and then he called out my 0-3. And then I was like, okay, I'll take a closer look at Chinggis Warriors. And then I watched some of their Mesa run, and I was like, okay, NRG is a lot better than this. So, and also, at ESL Pro League, they look like a specialist on a couple of maps, like Train, for example. If they can ever get that, they can beat practically anybody in the first 2 stages of this event.
They played some really close games at Pro League as well, against some of the top teams in the world as well.
They took GL to 3 maps. Yeah, even though Gamer Legion aren't here, they're still a formidable opponent.
Yeah, I think NRG is going to catch some people off guard in this stage for sure. If you've had them in your 0-3, if you assume they wouldn't be able to do anything,
they're not there
I'll tell you what though, the biggest thing with NRG with me is I'm always going to root for Nitro. Like I don't care what team he's on, what jersey he's wearing, I'm rooting for Nitro. So I don't know. This team is cool, but it's a bunch of players. Again, if you go back and think about the history of like younger North American players, OC went through this himself, where you have so much potential, so much good stuff. You show good things, and then there's a plummet at the tier 1 level.
It's hard.
And then you got to step back and kind of redo things all over again. And that's what concerns me when people ask me like, "What do you think of these new North American stars? What do you think guys like George?" And I'm just like, I don't know, man. It looks good, but every time we've had this kind of a situation, like 9 out of 10 times, a North American player just doesn't meet the expectations that it seems like we set for them.
Why do you think that is?
It's because when they're tested against North American opposition, you can get away with a lot of bad habits. You can just impose your mechanics on them. But in Europe and against tier 1 opposition, they will punish you for those mistakes, and their mechanics match, if not exceed yours.
But is that like a factor of the fact that like where you see European talent come up, they're playing against those people a lot, so they don't have these same problems that get ironed out quicker?
Yeah, the thing is that it's so rare in Counter-Strike history for a team to just be, I would say LGSK is the only example, like in history practically, where you're able to just through philosophy alone of play and thinking about fundamentals that you're going to always play good CS. But NRG and other American players or Canadians at that, they develop bad habits because they're in this sort of environment. Mostly the Canadians. Yeah, of course. Mostly them, the rare Mexican players we have too. Yeah, all of those guys, we develop bad habits because the things that we do just don't get punished as quickly. We can run through a smoke, and if you have better aim and it works 4 out of 5 times here in North America, it actually probably works 1 out of 5 times in Europe.
I think that's actually probably like the best encapsulation of like inside the server, because there's plenty of things outside the server I think that hold North American players and teams back, but I think in terms of the actual game itself, I think you're spot on there. I have the same idea where it's just like, you guys don't learn that this doesn't work. I think also there's another element to it where in North America, like we still have to play with like 60, 70 ping sometimes. Or in Europe, it's like 5 ping everywhere, and like it feels like it shouldn't be that much of an issue. Well, yeah, but I'm exaggerating as the American.
As we do. As we sensationalize things here.
Absolutely.
Trying to make it sound worse for yourself. So we're so hard done by. 70 ping everywhere. This is awful.
But there is a big difference, like when you are like practicing and coming up and you're playing on 60 to 80 ping, and then you go to a LAN and you're like, oh, this angle doesn't work anymore.
Yeah.
Or, oh, this guy actually...
This push doesn't work.
Right. Yeah.
It's mostly this push.
Yeah. And I think that's why, too, when you see North American teams go over their first events, they usually just get destroyed and bodied. Because those things, they're like figuring out, oh, this worked back there, not here.
Our last team to look at from the North American side of things is Wildcard. Obviously, Stanislaw leading these boys. Jaber is still someone who I am very excited about. What are your thoughts on him, Maui?
Another North American Rops. No, he's just another great late round player. I feel like JB.
Which one's better?
Today, JBA.
Rops.
Today, well, of the 3.
Of the North American.
JBA has been a talent that many people, including myself, have touted for some time now. It doesn't hurt that he has been under the guidance and tutelage of Stanislaw for now 2+ years. So learning from one of North America's best in-game leaders of all time. That conversation is definitely like him, Nitro. You have some guys back in the glory days, back in like 2015, 2014, but Stanislaw has shown he can beat world #1 teams. Yeah. So if he's going to be the one that's holding your hand as you rise up the ranks, you're going to develop some good habits.
And he's not only strong in-game leading inside the server, I think he's got a great mentality and head on his shoulders to be an actual leadership figure for the team, which is cool. But I mean, I think like Java, I hold in that same kind of conversation where I'm like, he looks great, but like I'm like, you know, I don't trust it. I'm not there yet. I haven't accepted it quite yet.
Okay.
I'm waiting for the drop because it's just happened so many times. But really, I mean, the sad thing about talking about NRG is you have to give not sad, but you have to give so much credit over to the European players they brought in. Like I think Susf and Fuzi are playing great for this team. So yeah, we have Stanizal, we have some really good pieces. Jaba, Sonic has played well previously at Shanghai. He had a very good tournament.
He's had a resurgence as an individual.
Right, like he went to go study, and it was like, why? Why'd you do that? That was.
He had his passion of business.
Not anymore.
His words, not mine.
To study to then become better.
Yeah, and then he came back, and now he's killing it.
Yeah,
it's sweet. But I think too, like I think really the bringing in of those 2 Europeans was really the kind of thing that escalated this team to a degree.
Are you happy with that though? Is this a good balance?
I'm very
happy. They're good. They're a legitimately good team now. I would probably pin them 15th in the world, roughly speaking.
Okay.
Which is better than we can say about teams like NRG, who have a more majority North American core.
I think the only thing that holds me back with Wildcard is like, what have they done this year that you've been like, dang.
It's almost close.
You know, like after Shanghai, starting this year was slow, and now if I look back, I'm like, when's the last time Wildcard had like a big win or a big tournament run where I was like, nice. It was Shanghai.
Yeah, unfortunately, the seeding for them in VRS has been really bad, and so they're almost always playing one of the best 2 or 3 teams to start every single tournament. Like at the Rivals, they just got battered at the beginning, but then they take it down a team like Pain that's supposed to be on a similar level to them. So the way that they can defeat the tier 1.5, tier 2 opposition is where I'm excited about them. It's just that like their floor is actually pretty good in my eyes. It's just that their ceiling is kind of where where they've shown themselves.
It's also the question is, where is the ceiling? Like, is it? Have we found it, or is there a little bit more? And I don't know. Like, this might be a good major to like have the stamp and be like, okay, this is the ceiling now.
Now onto the last region for this side of the world.
Sure.
South America. It's not.
Ask the question, James. We all know you're going to ask it. What's wrong with Brazilian Counter-Strike?
Lots of things. They're screwed. Everything is looking bad for these guys. Even their main team, Brazil X now, right? Furia brought in replacements not from Brazil.
What is their main team? Is it Furia? I guess it has to be Furia. But it's just 3 guys now. You know, they've actually.
But that's still the quota. You only need 3.
That's true.
So you still hit it as a Brazilian team, and you brought in your Kindred Molodoi.
I mean, really, you only need 2. Shout out to Wildcard.
I suppose so. Yeah.
There are ways around these things. There are exploits we can use. But like looking at these teams, right? Imperial Flux.
The canary in the coal mine regarding the entire scene, when what is supposed to be the front runner for Brazilian Counter-Strike has to go to Eastern Europe, Central Asia to pick up an AWPer, an entry fragger. You know something's going wrong there, because also of all roles that you thought that you had to go overseas for, entry fragger, that's where I'm most confused. Like, if anything, usually you can find some unbridled talent and then shape him to be the tip of the spear in your offense.
But thinking logically.
But they just needed more voices. They need somebody to revamp their playstyle, which thankfully Yakindar's actually helped them with.
Yeah, Yakindar's been put into that duty a couple times, right? He did it with Liquid when he came in a few years back, and now helping out with Furia.
Is he America's savior?
He might be. Yeah, we'll just take him, bring him over. Yeah, keep him here. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't know. The conversation around Brazilian teams just kind of bores me at this point, because it is just like, Fallen gave that great interview where he basically said everything. He's like, one, we don't develop AWPers. He's like, it's insane that I'm still considered the best AWPer. Like, he said that about himself.
Yeah.
And that's why he's taken himself off of it. He's like, you need to have more AWP power. So I think that was cool from Fallen. And then obviously, as we've all known for years, the contractual stuff, the buyouts are just so insane that there's no chance for mobility. And we've been saying this for like, it's felt this way for like a year, where we've had 2 or 3 more Brazilian teams that can knock on the door, never get there. And you're like, but we can build a cool lineup with the players on these 3 teams, but nobody can go anywhere.
This is the problem, right? We've heard about so many good players coming out from Brazil, and by the eye test, they are good as well, but we'll never see them go to the right team, so we're never going to see that potential unlocked.
You could have a world top 10 all Brazilian lineup pretty easily.
Just without having the contracts, if we could just pick the pieces ourselves, it would look really great.
Exactly. To take the soccer or football way of doing contracts for Brazilian players and bringing that over unnecessarily to the Counter-Strike space was probably the biggest way to just completely nerf your entire region.
And then also, because of that, it's a knock-on effect of like, these orgs aren't selling the players, so they're stuck in contract, and their careers are being wasted, and then we're never going to potentially see the best of them right now. Let's start looking at Imperial from this side of things, because that is one where I feel like Vinny has had a successful transition into a new role. Zach, obviously, I personally like to praise this guy. I think he's done great work with bringing younger players up. This is probably the one with the most potential at this stage for the region.
Sure. Yeah, let's go with that. Most potential.
I don't have a lot of faith in any of the three. If I'm
I don't
being real,
either.
but I have
the
Flux.
most potential.
I do have Fluxo lower. I do have Legacy lower. So yeah, I would still. I guess I have to agree by default here. Okay,
I like wins like this.
Yeah,
default win for Banks.
I'm not really trying to get on the Imperial hype train, but they have shown me more in terms of some of the pieces. People like Decenti and Try have shown a lot of promise. And you're right. At one point in time, probably for a 3-month span, I thought that Vinny was actually a better IGL in terms of the style that he was calling than Fallen was on Furia. So there is some little bits of praise I can throw to Imperial. I can't heap a lot though.
Right. It's all good. I don't know. I want to see Legacy continue to rise out. I think they have some cool pieces in that team, and I think they also had some good games well, they had some close maps in Dallas. They did lose 0-2 and get eliminated, but they played Vitality and I'm forgetting the other. But they played two very strong teams, so it was just kind of like, nope, you're screwed. But they had a couple really close maps, so I think that team is like the next iteration where it feels like the names that we're hearing out of there is like the next ones that are supposed to rise up.
Supposed to being the keyword. That's what it's been over and over again. Could, by chance, any of these three teams do you see having a small chance of making it through to the second stage, or is it kind of out of the question? Because a lot of people had like Fluxo and Legacy 0-3, and I haven't seen many people putting Imperial through.
Imperial is, in my eyes, a 40% chance to make it to stage 2, and I might be a little bit generous there too. So they weren't in my teams in the 3-1-3-2 category.
Me neither.
You put them.
I put them through.
Why?
Okay.
Why? Why'd you put
Give it to us, James.
Why'd you put them, host?
Come on.
No, I just like Vinny and Zach. I had no analysts on this. You know what I do? So obviously I talk to them so much before events. So Zach gave me really good vibes and impressions, and that's what I ran with. That was my whole thing.
That's a classic.
Vibes check is what made people actually curious about Furia when they came into Astana, and they passed that vibes check. So I understand it.
And the reason I'm so hot on Zach
yeah,
is
except they didn't bring in a Star Opera and Kinder as an entry.
That improved the vibes.
How you can have vibes when you just got the
vibes.
same guys you've been getting deleted with, for the past 5 events.
Yeah, exactly.
But I will say this: the reason I want his vibes for Zach is I remember back in Stockholm 2021. His team it was 9Z, but not even in the tournament. And they came to Europe to boot camp because all the teams were there. And I was like, that's a hard worker. I like that. And forever now I'm on Zach's train. That's me. Done.
Okay.
I can't knock it. It is a great idea.
I think vibes over the years have been the worst predictor of good performances.
That's why I don't factor them into my analysis almost at all.
Almost at all.
Yeah.
But I respect it. I respect
wait
the
till we get to the end.
I know. Imperial is going to go through. It's just going to be.
Usually the host end up doing the best on these pick'em competitions.
James is going to be sat over there laughing.
The idiot will have success with this. I got to look at Fluxo though.
You're not an idiot, first of all.
Oh,
you're not an idiot.
Okay, now you're being nice to me.
Despite what they say, you are not an idiot.
Thank you. I trust your opinion over what they say every day of the week, and what my wife says. She also calls me an idiot, so it's all on the same level.
That's fair.
It's a regular thing right now. Okay, from here we'll go to Fluxo though. Yeah, Fluxo, Art back in charge. I haven't seen him I don't remember the last time we saw him at any sort of a big event. This is a golden opportunity for him, but what do we make of this team right now?
I make nothing of this team at the moment.
Oh, wow.
Like, I don't have I'm sorry.
It's your favorite players on him.
I have many reasons to doubt this lineup, okay? First of all, Art's style for Furia over so many years was at first a novelty in terms of how aggressive it was, how in your face it was, how they actually found new smokes and utility to create new plays.
It was actually very cool early on in its life.
Yes.
To his credit.
It ran its course after a year. Yes. Okay. After the upsets came in, it's kind of like a modern example would be 3D Max, where they had a lot of cool strategies, but as soon as you get on anybody's radar, they learn your strategies, and you either have to keep innovating or you have to go back to a more default spread out play style, more balanced in approach. And for Art to have so many rookies on his roster, and underpowered rookies at that, ones that aren't really even that good as individuals, he's got to run gimmicks, but then he won't be able to regress to just playing a normal style because they don't know how to play a normal style.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder. It's going to be a big test for him. I mean, look, all the everything with Art over the years aside, like I think it would be really cool to have like an Art redemption arc. I think there'd be something cool, but like you have to. It's like you hoping he like stepped away and reassessed how he wants to play the game as an individual and as a team. And I don't know if that's been done. We'll find out throughout this event. But still, even if it all goes according to plan, I think they're still going to have like a really, really rough stretch.
I would say he's stubborn. From what I've seen, it does seem like stuck in his ways. We'll have to wait and watch it all plan out. But the last one over here on Legacy, obviously they're in a situation where anything that can happen here can be a positive for them because they didn't expect to be here. And I want to get your opinion on this, Moses, because I'm a big fan of Lux, because obviously he was the second caller of Pain for a long time.
I have a vacation in Argentina scheduled, so be careful with what question you ask.
Do you actually?
No.
Oh, okay, thank God.
That was all for the show. Go on, James.
But do you like what you're seeing from Legacy that we've seen at previous events, or what they can show?
Yeah. I think it's Lado and Dumao is like those two guys on this team have for
a long time.
Like they have some it's like buzz around them again, like all the other players in Brazil, where you hear this, but they're just not on the same team. Don't have to go down that road. Yeah, I think those two guys are just going to be the key. But more than anything, it's like there should be an element for these guys where it's come in and just like not be too pressured. Like you don't have to feel it. Like you've made the major, no matter how it happened, you're here. So everything from here is like the cherry on top of the sundae, the proverbial sundae.
Yeah, despite the fact that they are the replacement team for Bestia, I've always thought they were better than Fluxo all season. So for them to lose in the MRQ to Fluxo, that to me felt like an anomaly. And now we're going to see more of Legacy's actual level, which at times in one of the more recent, I think it was the PGL Bucharest event, they impressed us. They actually showed that they were able to play some teams close, win some maps against European opposition. So if I'm looking at Dumao and Lado, I'm not going to still hold the same hype that I did for them 2-3 years ago. Like, they're not rookies anymore, okay? We kind of know what they are. But one thing that has me interested in Legacy, if anybody wants to watch their matches, is that Dumao's not a baiter anymore. He actually just runs in a little bit earlier, and that's the one thing where I'm like, okay, that's growth. That's growth right there.
Growth and development.
Yeah, we love those words. That's a good positive sign.
Yeah.
Now, is there any positivity, though, within the Brazilian scene overall, in terms of when would you say was the last time, and if it really was the SKLG days, I'm gonna cry probably, or the Brazilians will definitely cry. Was that the last time that they had a championship winning side, like with potential?
No.
When was it then? When was the last moment?
I mean, Rio, they made it to the semifinals and they almost took it. I mean, you had K Serrato playing at his peak. Like there was a real opportunity there for them to win that major. Like that was a huge one for them, and obviously fell short. So I'd say, I mean, realistically, that's the last time we saw a team from Brazil like get to a position where you could win, a tier 1 event against some of the best teams. So yeah, that's for me. That's the one that comes to mind. I don't know if there's one earlier that you can think of.
Well, Furia have, at the more recent Rio, they also were able to just birth themselves into the semifinals, but then they just got
deleted by
embarrassed.
Yeah.
So
they have the buff for a little bit and then it wears off.
They actually do seem to gear up for events in Brazil. They actually want to change the narrative about home crowds. And
they've always struggled with that. They've always struggled with
until I feel like 2022 and 2024 for whatever reason.
Sure.
The stats show that there was no hometown buff at all.
No.
And I still don't even know if there really is, but they try harder at those kinds of events. It's been a long time, obviously, James. We haven't really seen a Brazilian team with any serious chance to win consistently. Maybe you get the one-off event where they go deep in the playoffs, but to actually expect them to take down the elite, generally European teams, unlikely.
All right, well, let's take a look over to another region in here. We're going to go over to China because two teams out there, obviously I would say a lot of development came through the Chinese region just from having the major there. It was a big deal. It brought a lot of love back to the region. For Tyloo, this is probably the best Tyloo I've looked in a long time and finally have a chance of at least showing themselves in a better way. You guys saw them at EPL, right? That was at least impressive compared to what our usual expectations are for them.
I have them going through. I have them qualifying as well. Yeah, I mean, I think really, I mean, Maui already used it in his kind of rookie as Jam Young for this team is just awesome. Like that is like kind of the trademark of the Chinese teams is that sort of skill that comes into play. We see it manifested in Jam Young, but they've got plenty more. And like it's been cool watching the region of Counter-Strike over the years get a more fleshed out game. Like they have actually figured out like what how to manufacture, how to do things, how to use utility properly, like the European teams. Yeah. They've stepped up a lot in that regard. So now you've got a ton of skill and you've kind of got the inkling, like the seed of a philosophy of Counter-Strike that they're building upon and developing. And let's see, I mean, sky's the limit, especially because we've been waiting forever for China to have some teams to come online and get to these events and be so dangerous. It's been like the enduring story from CSGO now into CS2 is bring me the Chinese team, bring me a dominant, Asian team out of that region. We got the Mongols, but it'd be great to see an organization like Tyloo, who's been in Counter-Strike for so long, have some success here.
The primary concept that I feel like has been introduced into Asian CS in general is just trading. I know that sounds simple and almost condescending, but watching Tyloo play at, what was it, DreamHack Masters
Malmo. After LG won Columbus?
That was basic, when they were able to win that game, that was basically 5 individuals just hitting shots almost agnostic of each other. But now I'm watching the Tyloo team, and they group a bit better. There's a bit more semblance in terms of teamwork. There's a semblance of it now. It's still off meta, but they actually at least are playing crossfires a little bit more, and they're definitely studying European opposition more.
And being off meta isn't necessarily always a bad thing. Like it's not the worst thing in the world if you find a new way to kind of accomplish the goal with a new idea that no one else is running. Like there's a difference of being like off meta and being like they really don't understand how the game's supposed to be played, and then there's off meta where it's like they're really kind of trying something a little bit crazy, but if it works, cool. So let's see what Tyloo can do with it. I was just laughing because I remember talking to a bunch of the pros back in the day, like when at Malmo when like the LG lost against them, and even more teams would get upset by them in the best of ones, and all the players would just be like, what are they doing? Like, there's always another player coming, and they hit you in the face so fast. And that was like it. Like, they were like, we know everything that's happening on the map. They just destroy us. Like, it's just insane the way they attack bomb sites.
We'll keep things moving forward, though, as we're getting quickly closer to our opening games for it. We're going over to Oceania. We're going to have a look at FlyQuest in here as well. And FlyQuest have been through a lot of changes. Obviously, Regali is the one we're very positive about.
Another major rookie?
Yeah, another major rookie in there. Is this a FlyQuest where we can believe they can go further, do some more damage? Are we still maybe questioning what it is?
They should get through stage 3.
Yeah.
Or stage 1,
Whoa.
I know.
Stage 2.
Stage 1
2
to stage 2.
We're still learning.
You're saying?
No, we're chilling. Just stage 2.
Okay.
Right there.
From the challengers to the legend stage.
Yeah, exactly.
No. This is the best FlyQuest that I've seen in some time. It may probably in the organization's history in Counter-Strike. I like that they've actually changed Ints to be the in-game leader. I feel like people are working a little bit more synergistically. I feel like some of the bottom fraggers from before, people that I couldn't really rely on, like Vexite and Liaz, they're actually looking a little bit more polished now that Ints is the in-game leader, and Regali. I mean, it's the obvious upgrade that they found in this season. They went from an Opper who really... Alistair, he could farm Australian competition, but once he ever jumped over the pond, he didn't stand a single chance. And Regali, I mean, you get a Romanian Opera, he can do some damage.
I think too, like, it's the same issue as like the North American teams, right? Like you get over there after all this work and then you're like, oh, none of this actually does anything. None of this can put a dent in their armor. Yeah, I think, I don't know, I have FlyQuest going through, but I don't think they'll make it past stage 2, but I like what they're putting together to a certain extent. I think the ceiling just isn't there for them. I mean, maybe if they spend more time in Europe, I think that's kind of the next conversation. I know, talking with Chad a bunch on the podcast, it's kind of like if you're a Europe, or if you're an Australian team and player and you're not in Europe, you're just not going to make it. Like, you just have to be here. And it's a tough sacrifice for Australians specifically, considering how far it is away from home.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
The Mongols did it, though.
By the way, I think with FlyQuest, remember, they had that run at the Shanghai Major where they started out like, they qualified after the first and then came back in and went 2-0 and like lightning fashion. They looked incredible and then fell 3 maps in a row to get eliminated. And that's probably the biggest worrying thing for me that doesn't let me buy into them for going past stage 2 is that sort of choke factor that I've already seen.
Okay. Yeah, that's good to say. Well, let's look at now the Asia regions, get on our last team in there, and we'll look at Chinggis in here. Most people probably had them as their 0-3. We're not sure what to expect from these guys, really. It's not a pretty picture, but it's learning for these guys at this point.
The things that I could say positively about Chinggis is that they recognize that they didn't need to go into the depths of old Mongolian talent. Like, they were playing with people like Zilkenberg about a year ago, and they decided to cut the cord on people like him. They invested more into newer talent, and that has actually lifted them above, for the MRQ at the bare minimum, above teams like Eruption, who are still using some older players here and there. So for Chinggis Warriors, the expectations are on the floor. I don't expect them to do anything other than 0-3. If I'm being completely honest, but it's a testament regardless that the GMing for their roster is actually pretty shrewd.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you're exactly right. I think the blueprint is there with the Mongols, right? I'll tell you what, if Chinggis Warriors does something out, because I'm with you, I think 0-3, if they do something at this major, that's a crazy indictment of North American Counter-Strike that we can't find teams that put things together, and Mongolia's found 2 good teams. Be crazy.
Well, let's take a look right now of where we're at, because we're getting closer to our games in here. This is all the opening matches we're going to see down there, and, well, luckily both pick out maybe one that you like most out of all of this.
Lean in.
Ooh, okay. I feel like a lot of people's 0-3s can be potentially ruined with the Chinggis Legacy game, so, you know, I like those kind of matches.
That is a spicy match.
I like those kinds of matches.
That is a spicy match. It's a dirty one. I would go with the heroic match against NRG. I think is going to be cool. Or is it Yeah,
that was the one. Yeah.
Okay. I think that match is going to be a lot of fun.
All right, well, we're going to a break, but for you guys to know, you can stick with us here on the Red Zone and just enjoy the chill mode of it all as we go through whichever games and whatever we want to do and just have some fun. Or over on the A stream, you've got Bait going up against OG, and for the B stream, it's Heroic taking on NRG. So pick your poison.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. The B-Stream Bandits, myself and Chatty B, bringing you all the action here on the stream for the second half of the day. Of course, split down the middle. A lot of good Counter-Strike happening on both streams. Heroic NRG in front of us, the 1-0, so second round for both of these teams, and yet to drop a game. Another best of one on the menu. Dust 2 has been elected to be the map as the veto concluded. You just saw it popped up on your screen there.
Yeah, you go into this matchup right now. Both of these teams are in the winner's bucket. We've got the odds on the screen. Heroic, the favorites. They're one of the favorites for this stage. I'd say they're the best team coming into stage 1 of the Blast TV Austin Major for 2025. NRG, on the other hand, man, giving you a bit of a yawn. Nitro, a legend of North American Counter-Strike. Some of those interviews, he feels like he's been a little bit slept on. So we're going to see what quality of NRG we get into this head-to-head. It's a tough opponent to draw. And good vibes in the Heroic tribe.
It's definitely been like it's palpable. When you meet the Heroic in the corridors, you've seen it in back-to-back events now. Heroic, they've just got this kind of energy, this aura about them, this confidence. They seem to believe they're a whole lot better than some of their opponents think they are.
And they've addressed as well that they know that this is the last dance, and Pius and Saw being confirmed to go to G2 once the major campaign concludes. But let's get this one underway. No head-to-head between the two. And Dust 2 is where we find ourselves. Nitro jump spot, long corner peek from Bro, and the import opens up.
Yeah, that was very well maneuvered by Bro. He's kind of ducking, dodging, weaving on the exchange and wins it out versus some Pius.
Mid to B wouldn't be too bad now with that opening kill. They've scrambled an extra player over, and Tania, the star of the show, or at least on the rifle, he's going to take a fight.
Yeah, he could disrupt, and oh, they both do. It's X-Flout through CT. Tania does tap the head of OC off. It's Nitro that resuscitates some hope, smokes out CT, and that bomb retrieval mission underway. Tania has dropped to address that smoke, and it's opened an avenue up through short.
Yeah, there's a runway now. Does Tania take the fight?
He certainly looks like he wants to. The Molotov will force him into it. Hard shot to hit, and it's Bro again. That Glock finds another headshot. Youngstar and LNZ already bleeding out, needs a one tap, and now his position noted. Looks very bleak to get your way back into this one. Just Youngstar with a little bit of hope. A quick tap to the head with that dual Beretta. A second kill mandatory, and he blaze it down as well. All onto the one man. Hexed up against two, and a low HP on LNZ. He's gone. What a way to start it out.
And great for a player like Hexed, who's one of these individuals who loves the trash talk. Now, look, he's had some teams where maybe he couldn't have been backing it up, EG once upon a time, but in his NRG jersey, he's still getting loud, keeping that swagger and clutching out a pistol, which I really like the utility usage there from NRG. A lot of misdirection. They take those opening duels and Hex.
Yeah, there it is.
There you go. Straight out the gates, we get exactly what Hex delivers, and it will be the fourth. So let's see, can they win out the economic war? Hex, he's not going to go for the pick, and understandably so. Oh, it's on a second tempo.
Yeah, there's a lot of bodies here to fight them. LNZ on the edge of the smoke and brought down by the Galil. OC facilitates with his flashbang. Tania and X-Floud think better of sticking around.
Okay, well, now they've dipped back. Youngstar pushing upper tunnels. There's a potential fight against that of George, but drops the smoke, backs away, and Tania looking to even things up again from this catwalk position. As he pushes forward, he'll find nothing in middle. Likely just to be the long finish with George on the lurk. So we've got Bro worried about a slip up mid. OC, Nitro, and Hex grouped up, and here you go. George's lurk activating through lower.
Good range for the 5-7. Youngstar down to George, and that's not a bad pick off from some Pius' scout as well. They're trying to trifle with long. There is a response in the enemy scout as well. OC just attacked though. Finished off now. Gets the job done. Nitro across. Bro as well. That bomb needs help. And the bodies continue to drop. X-Floud a double dig. Heroic quick to jostle and wrestle for that economic control. No pistol, no problem.
I'd be yelling back. That is a force spy that loses the opening pick out long and then is able to deal that much damage. You mentioned the name of some Pius. He had a strong showing in the opening best of one against the Mongolian representation of the stage in Chinggis Warriors. But X-Floud, Tania, for me, they're two sharp riflers. You got the Swedish. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, nice anti-eco indeed. The force by wars. Let's get it on.
A little bit of damage there. Youngster's had his boots knocked off.
B execute or crisscross wouldn't be too bad in this situation, but U2 light on as mid-harass. That's the name of the game for Heroic now. Tania into lower with the MP9.
Yeah, what can he get done with this MP9? It is the perfect weapon, but 3 Tech-9s leaping at you. It can be difficult if you don't get that instant headshot. You can see the evasive maneuvers from Hex. Shadow spotted. Tania collects one. Oh, and he felt like he had more there. His teammates will pick him up. There is that OC scout who puts some Pius in a grave. The bomb lost in lower tons and not looking like it's going to be easy to even pick it up.
Yeah, only worrying if X-Flood oversteps the mark, but they're going to fight mid from 3 angles here. X5 from short, the other two going to chip in mid. Now both players spotted, and they will just sweep this one under the rug. What's better than winning the pistol? Winning the follow-up. So right now, Heroic find themselves in a strong spot. Should be the 3-1 start because the eco, that's up next for NRG. Now we can start recounting their opening stage. Heroic versus Chinggis Warriors, as just touched upon, on Anubis. 14-7 victory. Started, I think, down 6-3 at one point, and I saw the Twitter sphere getting a little bit antsy, like, Heroic, no, our pick'ems. But just the start, just getting warmed into the day. On the other hand, we did have NRG taking on Tyloo, and that was domination from start to finish, 13-5 for the American representation.
Yeah, it was really cool to hear from Bro in the interview that he'd influenced the team's map veto as LNZ's just sprayed down and solved the round.
This could be the second ace of the major so far. So let's see, Linus, can you get yourself the eco
I think it's stolen. I think Tanir wants a little bite of that, takes the last. And denies LNZ's ace.
Now, you love that for LNZ. In-game leader of the team has to do the bitch role of being the long anchor. So of course he gets 4 against the Eeks. You check this one out again, and these are the easiest kills of your life. Flames the feet, bullets in the body, and 4 on the scoreboard. Beautiful work.
Touching on what I was saying with Bro, though, he was just talking about how he thought perhaps Tyloo wouldn't be expecting an Anubis. Very cheeky of him. And it's also kind of testament to how much of a prominent voice he is for the boys of Heroic.
He's been solid since he's joined the
NRG, excuse me.
Since he's gotten into the North American way of things. And Tanir with some aggression. I love this in a best-of-1.
It always feels like just the right time when the MP9 gets close barrels on that pump. OC's very patient. With X-Flow dead, he starts to activate Tanir. One turns around and goes down. OC, good find and trade. They are completely on polar opposites. It's LNZ getting cheeky with it. Is OC anticipating this? It looks like he's looking mid.
Because this has happened so early in the round, at this moment, if you're Nitro, you're calling your team to hit the brakes. Let's wait for any more re-aggressions. They think there's a lot more gaps than there is, and we also need to work out how we're going to finish this. So they can nameplate. LNZ long player, youngster, B anchor. You're now recounting through this information. It's all going to be about the timing of Linus here.
Might catch it, yeah. Oh, they just both look away. The perfect timing onto the bomb carrier, that's info. Okay, the bomb's still top mid. 50 seconds, suddenly you're thrust into a 2v2, and Hexed, just 2 points of health. Youngstar, I think he caught a whiff there. Bomb on the back of him, trying to take Insurgent to the B site. Hex gets across. Oh, not quite. Youngstar catches him just in the last possible moment. Now Nitro forced into the clutch. Youngstar on car. Smoke for the doors is valuable. Will isolate LNZ from the fight. He's now going to isolate this duel onto the Galil. Spam to aid his teammate. He knows where you are, but the headshot angle covered by the metal. They keep this win streak flowing.
And I want to just touch upon their way. I said I love seeing that in a best-of-1. Right? For these establishing games, if you're not familiar with the Swiss format that we run at the majors, you win through and you make your way into the next stage. 8 teams from each stage will be making it all the way to those playoffs. But in best-of-1s, because you just need a couple of swing rounds. You win a pistol, you get the conversion, and then you win a force, you get the conversion. You win a swing round, you throw some aggression in. It's the tempo in which you approach best-of-1s, because there's no recovery, there's no resetting, and there's no coming back on map number 2. So Heroic with a 4-1 lead, and there you go. Sampai's onto the AWP. He's going to get his chance to farm up some Eeks right now.
Oh, I mean, just in emphasis of what you're saying, losing the pistols conversion in a best-of-1 already puts NRG in a bit of a spot of bother. That's a change-up. George wins out on long. X-Flow's calling for flashes. Sampai's Tanir, they're all scarpering over to lend a hand. He's happy to stand and bang. He's messy on the spray and just sat crouching. One rifle down. It is a 3v3. Are they recoverable? How has the Tech9 won that? Tanir goes down to Nitro. And it looks like he's actually backing away with the bomb. Ooh, okay. Youngstar makes his presence and rotation clear. Spamming away the AK on that smoke.
Hex has the rotation from mid doors, or at least he should. He's dropped the smoke now. Youngster can't just run through this. Do they let Bro play for information first? That seems to be the question. Nitro making his way into upper tunnels. They've identified where both of these players are, so should be able to finish this one off.
Some players might catch this long player here.
Rounds back.
Oh!
No, it ain't.
Nope, you'd have liked that.
Damn, okay. Well, looks like NRG are going to get their own back right now, unless Youngster can win a 1v3.
Yeah, I don't fancy his chances. Maybe he does.
He knows Bro's on A.
You're right, Bro is going to have this back turn if he gets up the ramp in time. He's just beat the timing. Now it is an isolated duel. Bro is a million miles away, and as soon as that bomb gets faked out, Nitro is in a 1v1. Youngstar's cleared the whole site. Process of elimination dictates he has to beat tunnels. He's got the smoke. He's got the incendiary, and he's got that sound cue made. Now Nitro panicking, throwing a nade at the smoke, makes it clear. Elevation angle! It's Nitro's round. 3 kills from their captain. NRG given a little breath, a little respite from the heroic haul. 4 rounds consecutive, finally disrupted.
That's quite aggressive from Heroic, right, with the way that they took those fights. They get the opening kill, but then Outlong, George able to slip through the smoke. LNZ gets flashed off the line. A beautiful kill there from Nitro, and this miss from Sampaius. That's the one that cost them in the end.
Nice!
But if you're Nitro in that situation, you know you're in a 1v1. Like, Bro wasn't making his way closer. Bro was playing for the fact that Youngster might save. So if Nitro goes down, he
a lot of faith.
would have lost the round in that scenario. But all good in the hood for Heroic. They can buy back in. Look at this.
Just
straight
walking.
down the guts.
Just walking. They know there's likely not too much of a threat there, or just a gamble, but look at this, frictionless. Double smoke goes. Still the Sampaius Orb draws first blood. That's big back. Hang on, Nitro. He's removed Tanir from the B site. They know nameplate dictates. There's just one here. Youngster on the side. They're trying to clear him out. Holds on for the flag. Gets hexed. George takes him down. Bomb site lost. And likely the round to follow.
Yeah, okay. Well, that one right there, that's got to be a tendency from NRG. Daps, he's in the coach seat. Let's throw a little bit his way because they've just gallivanted down mid, expecting a standard start from Heroic. It was a 3-2 split with the Orb not prying in middle. Tends to leave some gaps. Now, can they save? LNZ locking down the bedroom over, looked by Sampaius' AWP. Nitro, I think his kill onto Tanir there was hugely important. Put so much pressure on Youngster, but with the bomb, probably about halfway gone at this point. Well, it's more than that, isn't it? I'm just getting used to the HUD like everybody at home. Bit of a change-up coming into the Blast TV Austin Major.
Yeah, you and me both.
There is, if people are curious, you can check out a whole bunch of streaming options for this one on Twitch, on YouTube, on Blast TV as well.
Yeah, I mean 4K on Blast TV.
That's the one. There's 3 streams running simultaneously. We've got the Red Zone. You've got Maui, Moses, and Banks over there. If you want something a bit more chit-chatty, actually we do talk a lot. So a different type of chit-chat.
Yeah, alternative variant.
Would you consider yourself a chit-chat champion?
I'm certainly a certified yapper.
Okay.
There's no denying that.
All right, well, it's going to be a tactical timeout. This one called by Saw of Heroic, first used. Now, they do have money for the buy again, but he knows it's getting bare bones out there. MP9 for Tanir. Do they go for some form of aggression again? Well, you need to take a look at those CT spawns. Youngster with one of the best spawns to run into lower dark. Tanir with a long spawn. So do they think there's a pace change coming out of NRG now as they're looking to level the field out 4-4?
I have to say, I do think this new Heroic kit is drippy.
Yeah, not the best long spawns in the world for NRG, so likely just to see a default standard round coming out of their back pocket. Nitro with the Orb. Okay.
I guess he's just taking his spawn, hoping he can catch someone on that B side. He might very well get it. Sampaius has just flashed himself into the line, posts up, and very well could collect. Nitro is now trapped. A counter flash, but there's the Sampaius Orb connecting. Aggression's thwarted. OC and George a pivot to short.
Okay, well, they've been able to find a gap again, haven't they? And this is undetected right now. xFlood knows mid to B or short is a possibility, but Sampaius' Orb being on the B side, it means if you can group up Cat now and do a standard AX-Q, you're in a strong position.
Yeah, especially looking at what he's working with there. Is that Tanir, just an MP9? Doesn't feel like the weapon for the job, especially when the M4's gone. LNZ down, George contributes as well, and now just xFloud. Bit late to the party. However, a quick flick to the tip of the head. He's taken down Hex. The bomb now flush out. Good catch from Bro there, trying to punish the push through mid, but Sampaius quick to equalize. Bro gone. OC planting, a 1 versus 1. Yeah, I like that he's opted for the AK here, especially considering OC's low HP. It does seem like he's destined to find this one. OC would have to hit a banger on that M4. Misses his first. Ooh, could be a good nade. OC's alive and kicking. Just 6 damage from the HE, and now Sampaius fiddling with his nades as that clock ticks further. Swing, headshot, has he got it? Oh, Sampaius just about. OC made it as hard as he could. Evasive maneuvers from the American, but not to be.
Now, understandable there from OC. Wanted to play for some info early, gets it, but then he's marooned on the site there. Difficult for him to pivot, especially now that Sampaius could be jumping up the elevator boxes to cut his pass off over towards Gandalf. But there you have it. Heroic off the back of the Saw tactical timeout, converts the round. It comes down to a 1v1 short. But But in the best of one, that's not going to matter. It's the race to 13.
What are the chances that Sampaias takes his AWP B the moment Nitro tries to take his AWP spawn B?
Yeah, well, right now we'll see OC with it back in his hands.
Okay, that's probably better.
The thing, he used to do it on Liquid, didn't he?
True. Yeah, iconic.
So did OC once upon a time.
He was more CT-sided, though, and this time OC on the T side takes a pot shot. Won't get anything on the first bullet, but they're still just channeling down mid.
It's defensive smoke. Sampaias is going to peek.
Yeah, he can peek over the top of that. A flash ready. Does Tenir want to do anything with that? Oh, he spotted him. That information only goes one way. Tenir's got a golden opportunity here. Hard shot, very hard shot, but he manages the spray, gets traded back. Nitro keeps us level. And Sampaias dips back into the safety of the B site.
Xploud has extremely limited utility right now to block short. The smoke, you can see it pluming. There's only a flash to work with, so in this 4v4, it's going to be very tough. I feel like Youngster will have to push the upper tunnels to alleviate some pressure and potentially assist this A defense. The way that LNZ is playing long, it's just on the corner. He's fortunate there isn't going to be a late lurk, because Nitro is selling a fake right now on A. There's still plenty of time, so this could all be smoke and mirrors, hoping for an aggression that OC could catch over towards those mid doors.
You can see this util really limits what Xploud can get done.
No stats, no bullets, nothing, so it's starting to feel very fakey.
Still just that division of two defenders for either side. Xploud does cock the flash. Bit of a clumsy looking smoke to work around. This is their final finish. Spots the flash, aware of ramp, suspecting long. This is the fight Xploud's been waiting for. 20 seconds, they're converging into the site. It's Bro and Nitro close up. Good find to isolate the support. OC goes down, headshot from Xploud. Oh, and he's managed it so well. Beautiful defense. And he gives us a Hexed impression on the end there with, I will say, you know, a considerate mic mute.
That makes sure that your teammates aren't getting the yelling into their ears.
Yeah, it's not for them.
At home at the times, that's a bit more difficult. First of all, the enemy won't hear you.
Yeah.
But Xploud, this is beautiful, isn't it? You can see that he didn't feel like he was under an awful lot of pressure. Sees the smoke come in, goes, oh, you've thrown some smokes. That's cool. At least we know what type of executes you have available, and then just sits them on their ass. 6-3, 3-round difference is into a bit of a partial NRG. Pistol upgrades with util to work with. And I mentioned this before, once the Force by Wars are kicked off, either a mid to B with Crisscross or a B execute. But right now, this B defense, Tenir and Youngster.
This looks perfect, doesn't it?
Ready for it.
Oh, it starts even better. Sampaias will pick off mid. Now you start to spam. That draws attention away from the Joker. Youngster. Actually, only gets himself a couple. They might get a plan out of this if they can run down Sampaias into the side. Bomb at the back of Hex, but he's overlooked Tenir. What have you got, OC? Too many bodies, that's what you've got. Too much to trifle with as a 7th convincing heroic round.
Okay, well, I always love to, you know, catch one, especially the in-game leaders saying.
Yeah.
But looking to run away with things now, aren't they? This is a very strong first half.
I mean, we all did it, didn't we? We all tuned into that Chinggis Warriors heroic game, the opening match, and we saw that start going, oh no, oh wait.
But this is the thing, right? First of all, MR12.
Yeah, sure.
So, and it's a best of one, and it's that was the opening round. This is stage 1, right? Think about all the days of Counter-Strike we have to come just within the Swiss, right? We've got 4 for stage 1, 4 for stage 2, 4 for stage 3, and then the playoffs, that's another 4 days. So you guys do the quick maths at home. What's the total? 16. Now, if Heroic want to get through that, they have to play through, well, they could 3-0. So they could just play 2 days in each stage. That would be kind of crazy.
That would be probably the most efficient way.
Yeah, that's what Vitality are hoping to do to keep the streak alive. But Heroic are a team that I think some of the pundits out there are thinking can make it all the way, are able to push the distance. Maybe not the playoffs, but definitely to stage 3 to contend against the world's best. Here we go again. Timeout taken, 7-3, rifles back into the hands. No AWP for NRG.
I'm going to be seeing an opening kill onto George. He really did just commit to the fight through long. Xploud happy to receive him.
Feels like the strap box getting a bit flat already.
Yeah.
Really lacking in the opening kill department. It's 3 in total so far for NRG, and well, only 3 rounds to their name.
I just wanted to remark on their aggressive B defense setup. This anti-flash Youngstar playing anti. And the AWP posted on that tight line. You can imagine that's quite hard to break if you're walking in as that solo B upper lurk.
Only way is if Tenir falls asleep.
Yes,
so,
yeah, which I'd hope he isn't at this point. You know, second game of the major. Would want to hope he's locked in. I mean, you've just highlighted just how much the volume of CS you have to play, especially when it isn't those 3-0s that only 2 teams have the luxury of finding. Oh, Hex nearly gets them both. He gets away with his life, but no, he takes the fight too. Hex just holding on to upper. xFlower does the same in mid. How has that happened? The bomb just spewed out of the face of OC.
It's onto Nitro now. Does he drop down behind them? Hex is going to try and get some information from B. But Nitro into the site. He's undetected, sure, but they know it's a possibility.
I mean, yeah, it's not going to be an easy shot for an AWPer to hit, but they've lost their teammate. Hex goes down, loud descent, info found, and so is the headshot. xFlower, that's an ace. He takes every single kill. Heroic. They've found a real valuable tool in the name of xFlower.
Well, there you go. That is the second ace of the major so far. I haven't been keeping tabs on what's gone on the mainstream. You can probably understand why. But Vexite in round 1, he picked up a pistol round.
Oh, it looks easy for him, doesn't it? Such great control.
40 kills because the B defenders go down. And they're happy with that one, as looking to get 9 on the half are Heroic. One more before the halftime break, and we're going long.
Ooh, this is, yeah, I mean, better than George managed in the previous. The whole squad out, Nitro at the front of the pack. That smoke they've thrown should enable someone to get into pit. Do we have the sniper, just the scout on OC? And I'm already seeing Tanir and Youngstar being proactive, clearing upper. Blocking maybe the cross smoke if you've got your jump. Oh, that's lovely. Massive gap. George gonna work it out. Jumps across regardless. Not gonna be deterred. A single flashbang and they're in towards the site. Now George up on the ramp and a nice shot. Some Pius doing a dirty device style. xFlower onto Hex. This is falling apart. NRG, they need something. Nitro and OC up against the world. Sure, one scout shot's nice. We need a whole lot more of that from OC. Nitro trying to chip in, spam it away, puts them low. Bullet did connect. Maybe Youngstar susceptible to a single scout shot now, but no, still wins out his headshot. Clears out ramp. Awkward now. A 9th seems imminent here for Heroic on the half. Youngstar on notice, info on Tanir. Begging for an overextension here. That's Tanir to close. Heroic. Wow, it started fantastically for NRG. You get the pistol, immediately have it thrown back in your face, and now wondering if perhaps you piped up a bit too soon.
My name is Jacob Winneke, and today I'll walk you through a little bit of a map analysis on Nuke. It's between Spirit and Eternal Fire, and what I want to showcase for you guys today is how you condition your opponents to feel uncomfortable and maybe deny them information in order to cause rotations and then losing your rounds. Now we have Spirit on the T side and we have Eternal Fire on the CT side, and I want to set the scene from the get-go. Donk over here towards Yard is being applied to, I guess, pressurize a little bit. According with Donk right here, there's also 2 smokes being put down. One here and one here, which is going to deny the vision for the player up here in CT spawn, so he no longer knows whether or not anyone can cross down towards secret. So with those 2 smokes, you're conditioning the opponent and forcing them to make a calculated guess whether or not someone is going down secret, which is why they have placed a player down towards secret already here, so the CT defense have now been spread thin from the get-go. Now what's going to happen now is that Spirit is going to stay inside the lobby, and what they're hoping for is some sort of reaction for Eternal Fire. However, they're playing very defensively. As you can see the way it's set up right now as well, you have a player very defensively out here, you have a player down towards secret who's super defensive, you have 2 players inside who at this point haven't made a move or haven't pushed or haven't done anything, and you have a player boosted on ramp as well in a very isolated position where he cannot rotate away. When you're in this position right here, you're fighting till you're dying. Now what's going to happen is that we have 3 Spirit players moving towards ramp right here later in the round, and they're going to go out towards ramp and applying that pressure. Now before they do that, they have players out here in Donk, who's now rotated from Yard back towards lobby, in towards center with this boy. They're going to throw Molotovs towards inner. I believe they're Molotoving behind the second vent. They're Molotoving somewhere on this side as well. And they're also going to throw a smoke towards gate. Now what that does is that they're trying to sell the idea that they're going inside. Meanwhile, 3 players from Spirit are moving in towards ramp, and they're actually going out ramp right here. Now Jota, who's in the boosted position, he's getting a double kill, which in itself is very well handled by him and not according to plan by Team Spirit. But what happens subsequently as well is that they are reading this fake. So the Eternal Fire players have no information whether or not Spirit are faking inside and already are in secret. They may think that, okay, they're going to go 3 guys towards ramp. They already have 2 guys secret, so they're going to do a lower crunch, which means that these 2 players in Matcha and Wycadia, they feel the pressure to do something. They feel the pressure to get some sort of information. And while these 3 players are fighting on ramp, you have both Wycadia and Major, and they're pushing in towards Hot, they're pushing in towards Door, where these 2 players are waiting for them. So even though they're losing the trade towards ramp, even though Jota is getting a multi-kill and essentially potentially winning the round for Eternal Fire, because Wycadia and Major feels pressured to do the push because they have no information towards secret, these 2 players are able to punish that, which means the one surviving player from ramp can then rotate back, and you have Spirit going inside and essentially winning the round. So at this point, this would not have happened had they not conditioned Eternal Fire from the beginning of the round. So even though nothing is transpiring for 50, 60 seconds, every single smoke, every single Molotov, every single point of pressure is conditioning your opponent to make a decision later on in the round, which you can take advantage of, which is exactly what Spirit did here.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Does look like Heroic might be making this one a quick trip to Dust 2. Both teams coming into this one with a win in their opening match. The Blast TV Austin Major. Second best of 1 for them. Heroic making light work of NRG. Despite the absence of the pistol, they managed to boast 9 coming into this second half.
All started with that force spy, didn't it? They were able to get 4 consecutive rounds at the back of that, denying plants, and then X-Floud later in the piece. An ace from him to deny things getting out of control. So very dominant in the first half. Take a look at this pistol. It looks like it's going to be a B execute. Youngster's going to throw a late door smoke, and there's also a HE to break. Don't worry about break, and they're in.
Yeah, I mean, Hext in the open has his bell rung. Does need one. Can't seem to find it. Out of bullets as they flood into Nitro's crosshair. He'll finish the job, but down he goes. 2 towards Tons. Maybe Youngstar's in trouble. George at the doors pushing smokes. There's so much going on, and George's push is rewarded. Okay, this is winnable. What have you got, bro? He's picked himself up 5 bullets in the Glock. Yeah, okay, he does have to reload. Expecting that double swing. X-Floud window to near for first contact. Up close, doesn't hit his shots, and clean close. Heroic, they'll take this pistol, though. This could be very fast now. NRG on notice.
The response time from the rotation was very quick once they identified that it was the B-rush. The fact that they've just pulled this one out, that's even more disrespect being shown. We've seen a real consideration from the Heroic camp to take a lot of fights. It even cost them in that earlier round within the first half, but not in the scoreline whatsoever. It's now a 7-round differential. The round where just struggling to get going. Poor George in the first half was 0 and 5 as far as opening kills. Well, bro, over towards Long with OC, and they're full eco. So 11 should be guaranteed. How many can Pius farm? Well, none. Throwing OC combined. Now another flash. Doing some damage on the eco.
Yeah, bro, 2. And he picks himself up a little more as well. Picks up the AK at the very least. Does have a bullet now placed within his skull.
Handed something to Hex that's winnable, that really never should have been. So right now they're very worried about another player over towards the side. He doesn't know it, but he has a pretty good flank timing. Had to fluff the smoke there. But they're across, so the bomb will get planted.
You can see they both kind of gazed at Long simultaneously. I think the absence of any sort of friction or sound has got them now on higher alert. Does he just elect to save?
Well, this is the thing. It's a winnable scenario, and you're down 10-3.
You might have to.
I feel like you should give it a crack, but now that the bomb's ticking, start running, son.
Yeah, you'd need a very precise headshot here. AK certainly makes it a whole lot more lethal. Looks like it might be that save after all.
Are you saving? Okay, I'm happy that he's saving.
He's not sure.
If you're just going for more damage, that's fine.
Sure.
I think that the AK is going to be more valuable, and you're also down 10-3, about to be 11-3. So if you lose this right now, Hex, I'll be yelling at you. Okay. More damage. It's one of those things, right? Of course. It's almost like a stat padding save in a way.
Yeah.
Because if he ended up losing it, it's like, well, bro, what? Like, well, no, bro was already dead.
And bro got 2 kills with a USP. You see them there. Solid work. Considering what you brought into this, of course, at this point, I mean, you're not really there to celebrate a couple of kills. You need rounds.
At least they have the finances teetering. So if NRG can now go into this rifle round and win this, there's a chance for them to start bringing things back. Sure, the scoreline looks quite drastic. But if NRG win this, then we can start the conversation of how close it can become. You can see the 1x bet odds on your screen right there. Big difference between the two of them, and understandably so. Aggression out the gates. 2 into lower.
Okay. Not up short. And that's the angle. Bro working with it. Hex goes down. Ooh, LNZ asking questions of short. Nitro quick to remove him.
Big nade damage.
Yeah. Bro steps into the line of fire, removes Tanir. Aggressive defense here for NRG. Youngstars on the hunt. Bro is not prepared for this. This should be a free frag at the side of the head. He gets the job done.
George, big push.
Yeah, you're right. Supplies back turn, completely unawares. Youngstar, ouch. Nade does 37, a smoke in his face. Perhaps he could use it to his own advantage, trying to leverage a bomb retrieval.
Has a lot of time, so if anything comes his way, he also doesn't need to rush through this smoke. So with a minute on the clock, he is going to use every second available. Next duel, if he does decide to head over towards Bill against OC, back of the site. Okay, well, could just be a 45-second save, as touched upon. If NRG were able to win this, they can put the finances into question. So I think right now, Youngster aware that they're not going to have a whole lot to work with the 1,400 loss bonus coming into the next, so they will just be hopefully holding on to this AK.
Yeah, and everybody contributing. It's nearly a team ace. If OC had just found Youngstar, everyone would have gotten one. But he's going to be saving in T-Spawn. And Youngstar is one of the 4 rookies. In fact, both teams with 2 major rookies in attendance here at Blast TV Austin. Youngstar and Tanir, their very first major. And over on the other side of things, we've got Bro and George.
I think if people look at the sheer number of rookies that are in attendance for the Blast TV Austin major, then they go, oh, wow, there's so many. What happened? Well, if you're just catching up, maybe you don't watch Counter-Strike all the time. I'd be surprised if you're here for stage 1 if that's the case. But obviously a 32-team major means we have a bunch more teams than we have done in the last couple.
Yeah, 42 rookies, if memory serves, and 38 are in the stage 1 of the competition. It's a whole lot, isn't it, really? A lot of new names.
Yeah, that's it. And there's a lot of regional representation right now during this stage of the event too, right? We have more Asian teams than we've ever had before. FlyQuest, obviously, Oceania, but you've got Tyloo, Lynn Vision, and the Chinggis Warriors, and then Mongols, who are in stage 3. The Mongols want to... Oh, okay. Sapias is dead.
Yep.
That's a good start.
Can't complain.
That's a team nade.
Actually, I think Bro can. Bro has got a valid complaint to file.
A team nade for 47 damage.
Excuse me, sir. My
That's not
teammate.
negligible damage.
No, that is half of your health.
We're in the US. There's plenty of lawyers available, bro, if you need some help.
It's all right. The Danes are used to having 50% taken from them.
And they'll only take a fee if you win. So don't worry about that, bro. You'll be able to set up a case as... Wow, this is tough to win now, isn't it?
Golden opportunity for OC, and he doesn't stutter.
Forced into this now, aren't you? Should be the eco for Heroic into the next, so likely to be able to draw this ever closer.
Yeah, it's just that Youngstar AK that's perhaps the most imminent threat. Hex likely to be able to respond and mop up after Bro softens them up if they were to commit behind this smoke.
Yeah, they're dropping back, looking like they want to go through upper tunnels together. George might get a little bit inquisitive over towards long, but Nitro and OC's rotations are going to be miles away, so Hex and Bro need to lock this down.
Flash and go, but perfect from Bro. He was on that elevated position. Now Hexed. Needed one.
Winnable.
Yeah, it becomes winnable now. And ooh, information. Tanir spots that head of the advancing player. It's Nitro, whose position he's noted and is expecting. Relays that information to Youngstar and just quickly glances towards Tons. Calls it clear, starts to hedge his bets. If he gets the timing right. Oh, when he tags him up, George brought low. Another repeat. Nitro and George pushing through. Perfect flash. We need some help. And he's helping indeed. Pops out the scout for another. Tanir dips away. How has this one fallen through the fingers of NRG? OC not sure what to do. He clutches. Very nice from OC there. Quick thinking. Fake jump up and just in time.
It should never be that close. Tanir does his absolute best. You can see in the deathmatch, he loves the second round. The Deagle Scout combo almost pulling this one off. Here's how it opened. And OC, the man to close it. A very good round from him. The B defense, Bro gets one. It's Hex, who really needs to get a kill in that situation, is unable to deliver anything at all.
Fair play to Tanir. I really thought he'd earned that one. He got very close. OC, though, you're right. Gets the bookend frags to secure it for NRG in this fight for survival at this point. I mean, the second half's only just begun, but you really needed that.
Yeah, this is interesting. A timeout's been taken, called by Saw, second timeout for Heroic so far, and I said they should be eco in this scenario. But the fact it came down to a 1v1, the bomb got planted as well, and then you add that with the loss bonus, they can actually stay threatening. They know that the finances for NRG are on the ropes. They're making a risky play, right? With this lead that they had, they could be squandering it right now. If they do not convert or they don't get another plant in this type of scenario, Heroic can be in a lot of trouble. They don't have great long spawns either, so this is going to be either mid to B or B centric, at least out the gates. And right now, everybody heading up towards upper tunnels. This could come back to bite them.
Yeah, that's if Hexton Bro can handle this. Every B duo has to be able to handle this kind of thing. It is going to be a sequence towards the site. Bro with a smoke to play around. Hex just trying to survive. He can't. The flashes are too good. And now Bro next challenge. He gets nothing. Heroic, their investments are rewarded straight into the B site, and already NRG have to run away.
That can't topple that easily, can it? And we saw the toolbox being used in the previous round from Bro as well. So the fact that they go into a very similar setup, you want to see a little bit more diversity in that, but it's just a standard round from NRG. They have to worry about the potential for a long rush. I'm sure also part of them thinking, hey, maybe they're going to be eco considering the finances, but no. Saw takes the timeout, makes the call, says, hey, we don't respect these guys. Let's force buy in, let's brute force B. And that B site hold looks extremely weak.
Yeah, like it's harder in the moment to kind of track what nades are being thrown, but like it didn't seem like it was particularly, you know, anything avant-garde. It was your bog standard, a bit of molly, a couple of flashes.
And you see the difference, right? We did have a B pot round from NRG, but in the first half of play, you had Youngster playing over towards the truck position on the left. I used to call it coconuts. It's a silly name.
Let's call it coconuts.
Position. Fence or gate, I think other people called it as well. He had utility ready for, they throw the lurk, he's ready to disrupt that. They had the back plat player. They're actually set up in a strong anti-pop or anti-rush setup on the B site, whereas right there it feels a bit more disjointed from that NRG hold, and now we behold what is most likely the final round of play. 12-5. The saves are there, the forces complement it, but this is tough.
I mean, this is going to be...
Alex, he's out long for free. He's out long for free. The round right now, based on LNZ's space, the round should be over.
Yeah.
And I know that seems crazy because, but the fact that they don't have to throw any more util to give things away, you've just forced OC back from short. Bro's not in a position to push up a tunnel. He doesn't have support. They're clamping down on mid. They should just be able to smoke, cross. There's only a little bit of util on the likes of Nitro. OC George has a HE as well to try and unravel this, but may as well walk up contact. Why give it away? They don't know that you're out. And this is to go into the 2-0 bucket. This is to put you one game away from the next stage.
And it's just George on the jiggle. Hex not where you want to be. Crouching with a FAMAS, and there the body's just racked up by Heroic. Couple of attempts from OC, kept at bay by the flame. Youngstar will catch him as he's flushed into the fight. Youngstar lurking through mid. He's even got the rotation here on Bro. Weapon advantage, but Bro, he will prevail. Scavenges the AK. Is this on? A 2v4, now 3.
There's a kit for Nitro, so there's still a chance, but this is tough.
Not going to be easy whatsoever. You pick themselves up 2 smokes and an incendiary. They're going to use every single piece they find. Flash thrown out, burning on Goose. X-Flood flushed in, but catches the nade pull. Not easy. Dink onto Sunpires, puts him on 4 HP. Nitro trying to keep NRG in it to win it, but there you have it. That's dominance on display stage 1. Heroic coming into this one. Sweat off the brow, that's comfortable. A 2-0 day for Heroic.
Yeah, beautiful work for Heroic. They come into this stage as the top team, as a team that many think could even go the way. Stage 2, Stage 3, playoffs, that's a different question. But big smiles on the faces. Youngster and Tanir, you touched upon it, major rookies with a really strong showing. Started with a pistol loss and, well, went from there into a force by a victory. A nice run around. Some really good moments from X-Floud and a team who weren't going to let NRG get away with it. That last round call, slipping out long from LNZ, and then confidence, dry on the swing across Penguin. Or Long Cross, more crazy names. Sorry, everybody.
Coconuts and Penguins, you Aussies.
Yeah, it's a different place, it's a different time. But the fact that they put so much confidence on display with the aim, they knew that they were the better team against NRG. And right now, NRG will slip down to the 1-1 bucket. Heroic, they're going to be 2-0, 1 best of 3 away. But we've got the interview ready.
Pius with me after a very dominant win here. So Pius, this one looked pretty comfortable for you guys. Nice.
Yeah, thank you.
Good start. Yeah, just exactly what you wanted.
Yeah, of course we won. Like, it's obviously the best to be start 2-0, but you never know with the best of ones. Like, we could be right now 0-2, but well, it's not like that. We are 2-0, so pretty happy about it.
And I saw X-Cloud was very loud throughout all of this one. Do you just want to add some extra spice to this game?
I don't know. He likes to yell a lot, so it's like when he's feeling it, he's just smashing them and he's yelling. So he was feeling it today, yeah.
Now, for you guys right now, obviously we're looking at the first game we played against Chinggis. Got off to a bit of a slow start. Any real worries at that point? Anything you guys said of what you need to come to this game with an approach to change things up?
Oh, I mean, I think we talk a bit about it. I thought it was hesitation, but it's not. It's about decisions, you know. Like, we were not decisive enough.
Yeah.
Like, we were like, okay, we are two here, but then we didn't call, and we were like 20 seconds just doing nothing, and then we were like, okay, let's just go. So it makes no sense, you know. Like, we had to take initiative, I would say.
Okay, so you had like a mentality switch up ahead of this
Yeah,
game.
of course.
What was Saw saying to you then? Was he like pointing out a lot of the mistakes you guys were making?
When?
After the first game, yeah.
No, of course not. Like, that is a really bad mistake if you do that. Like, we were just saving energy for this match.
Okay, cool.
Like, there is no mistakes today. Just play and try to do your best.
And for you guys right now, 2-0 through, a great first start to it all. Do you feel confident for that 3-0? Do you feel like you guys are the ones to do it, the ones to be in the best shape possible?
I mean, I don't know. We don't have expectations. Obviously, people do, but I think we don't. We are here. We want to play. We will see if we can win tomorrow, and we will give our best, of course.
Awesome, man. Well, congratulations on that.
Thank you.
See you later on.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean that's a great little interview as well. I always find it funny when I hear things like almost like a throwaway comment where he's just like, no mistakes. We were saving energy for the second game, and I'm like, that might not be the best way to go about things. That's how you get upset.
Pace yourself
in the opening game. Yeah.
Just pace yourself.
But hey, fair play. It's worked today. X-FOD had the sick game.
This was competitive at some points. Maybe the first 2 rounds, but slowly this really moved away from NRG, unfortunately.
First 2 rounds really hard fought. Really hard fought. All right, we're switching over back to the Bait OG game.
Oh man, this is looking great for Bait. Okay, who's popping off right now? Kenzizor, new addition, and yeah, we've seen head trick moments already when we've been checking into this one. He's been in so many positions. He's been super mobile. And if you guys are just coming in from the NRG heroic game, we've now swapped on over to Bait versus OG, which is also a 1-0 game. Both of these teams have at least secured a single victory here. They have avoided the 0-3 pool.
One of 3 wins that they'll need.
Yes.
This is fun though, because Bait was winning so many clutches at the A bomb side on the CT side. Let's see if they can actually take it over.
Ooh.
That's brutal.
And
that's brutal.
This is okay.
An emphatic shutdown.
I just heard Nikadaz's calm when he died there, and he just said, "Aye." He just kind of was like, "Aye."
Couldn't even get it out.
I didn't really say, yeah.
Gotta say something quick.
I don't think he really. I think they can just look at the radar at that point.
We've all had those comms at some point.
Hey. Like, I don't have 33 kills.
This game isn't nearly as much fun as the last one was.
Yeah, something about it is a little bit different. Lambert is just the most quintessential French coach ever, and I will refuse to elaborate on that statement.
I don't think you need to. They're playing good, man. I like this.
Oh, definitely.
Bait, I like
Bait, that is. Yeah. Yeah, it's good to see that the nerves that they brought to most other lands are not apparent here.
Yeah, because I mean, we always have those. I mean, we see with so many teams over the years the like choking effect and like, figuring out how to actually win games, and watching them kind of struggle and fail at a few events over a year span, and then obviously when they figure it out, you're like, awesome, thank you.
Yeah.
Am I back? Yes, you can hear me. That's good.
You are back.
Nice.
Yeah.
Hitting them hard enough to send them back down to
Not going to be exactly the same scores that we saw in the last one.
How do you think Sun Pius handled your interview, James?
Bro, I handled it terribly. I couldn't hear anything that was being said. I had extra sounds going in from different places. So,
okay.
You know, it's just a start. These things happen. He had a microphone, and then we used my microphone here. And
I saw that. I liked that.
Yeah.
It was a good combination.
No, that was awful because I got sound from every other direction.
Okay, yeah. That part sucks.
That was terrible. Yep. I didn't actually hear what was going on.
Okay. Wow, that's clean. That's clean. Okay, comeback actually is mounting.
I don't know if you can even Don't even call it a comeback.
Don't call it a comeback. Don't call it a comeback. The callback. Okay. Don't call it a comeback.
So I prefer callbacks to be like a couple hours later. I'm more of a 5-minute kind of guy.
That's the attention span of the viewer, though. That's why they're on the Red Zone stream. They need it.
Need it bouncing around.
Mm-hmm. What match do we have actually on the other stream that's going to be
so
soon?
So the next one is going to be Lynn Vision for Wildcard. So that you guys, if you want to go watch on the B stream for that, go and check it out. Go and enjoy. Otherwise, you stay with us in the Red Zone. Whatever you want to do.
We'll be tuning in.
Blast TV Austin Major continues. Myself and Chatty B bringing you another one to your screens. We've got an interesting one here, actually. I'm quite intrigued. And Chad, you were just diving into some of the interesting intersections. We wouldn't think there'd be any common ground between Wildcard of North America and Lynn Vision of China.
It's kind of wild, really, because Fozy, once upon a time, played in China for a Chinese team known as Rare Atom, alongside of Summer, X-Pro, Somebody, and Corey, who also was a European import, and just having a bit of a conversation in-game with the Lynn Vision players, because, look, if you're competing in their region, I'm sure you've had a chit-chat once upon a time, but the other individual that links us back the other way, Call Me Sue, as we get a big yawn there, but Call Me Sue, competing within North America, back to playing for a Chinese team.
Yeah.
And getting to speak in the native tongue. So very interesting to see how these two intersect. We got the odds on the screen favoring Wildcard, and understandably so. They're another one of the names that I think most would have making their way to stage 2 of the major. But Lynn Vision, they find themselves in the 1-0 bucket as well. Now, we do consider Wildcard a North American team. I would like to call them an international team.
Okay, I mean,
even though Sonic lives in Canada, right?
That's fair.
He's still from South Africa. And I'm sure that there's South Africans watching right now. I don't know what the time is over there, but I'm sure they're watching and they're cheering on. They've got Sonic, they got JT.
I mean, when I say North American organization, that's true.
That is the truth.
That is truth. There is truth to that. I also wanted to highlight that there was an exchange between Call Me Sue and I believe it was Peter. Stan. So he said, are you still using that AK? Which implies I think Sue may have even given him a gift. And Stan said, I've put it on just for you for this game. So the AK Stan is wielding was a gift from his opponent.
Isn't that lovely?
Isn't that lovely? Yeah, I mean, and it's such a big game. You know, these games, I'm sure you guys are going to get sick of being reminded of it. You know it by now, but the major is everything to the individuals here. A lot of the teams competing here at stage 1, it just means the world to be competing. It would mean the world to be winning. Now we find ourselves with 2 teams that did earlier on today. It was a 13-7 Lynn Vision besting Legacy.
Wins, huh?
And I mean, the result that really blew my mind was the Metizport 13-1 from Wildcard. They really just shut down the Swedes.
The better sibling was decided in that one, wasn't it? But we're getting this one underway. Nuke, winner will join the 2-0 bucket. Inside of the victor, but he just had the dust too of Heroic. Now, Call Me Sue actually played in the Wildcard colors alongside a Stan, JBA, Sonic, and Slide once upon a time. So even more links as be some silo traction early. Zaka top hut with Julies. And
good place for him. Not so easy on main though. It's a good find from Sonic, flooding now into the side. Call Me Sue's dual Berettas down. All of those pistols falling. It's actually a little bit of a clawback from the USP of Starry. Emilia as well. Fuzi's left alone and overwhelmed. Starry up close. He's retrieved those dual Berettas. Fuzi's going to hope for an overextension here. Trying to isolate those duels. Scary gets the dualies. Starry let it go, but saved. Emilia will win it out. A double kill for him, but that 1v1 all the more important.
If people didn't catch the opening game of Lynn Vision against Legacy, Emilia had some really nice multi-kill rounds defending the A bomb site. So great to see him continuing the form. As, the camera's a little bit off.
Yeah, a little bit off.
Get that sorted, don't you worry. Now, bomb doesn't go down. That means that, I was going to say, traditionally, you wouldn't see a force buy, but Wildcard, they've gone in. Tech 9s, a couple of digs, a bit of U2 to work with as well.
Easy, Sonic. And he had his second round cancelled before it even began. Gets brought down to just a scrap of 8 points of health. A drop in the vent from the CT side. Wall of smokes arrives.
Yeah, so they should be able to get across, but is this about getting down secret, or is this pivoting into main? Is it trying to get warehouse control? What's Stan cooking? As another smoke joins the fray, that's telling that maybe they want to try and lurk around to the heaven or hell.
Yeah, maybe Starry can do something about this from that secret stair position. He is going to get naded down, overrun. Doesn't get a single bullet in the right direction. Forces Westmelon down. That's a great pick. Oh, and that's the bomb. Bomb spotted. It is not down. He confirms it. A little bit of a gap here from Stan. He's sneaking. He's creeping.
Emilia doesn't look aware.
Yeah, I think he's going to catch Emilia with his back turned. Yes, indeed. Stan, a one-tap to the side of the skull. Emilia goes down, and Zaka responds.
Damn.
Yep, that scout is working for him today. You can see this hasty communication. Westmelon up next. MP9 burst, he finds his target. Nice quick find on the first. Fuzi last alone. No way Sue's got down the vents. Actually works out for it. We'll take the M4 upgrade, and Lynn Vision, they get through what was a surprising second round force.
And now they get the comfortable start on the CT side. So the 2 more tense rounds, the pistol round into the force buy. Now we'll see them go up against the Eco. Maybe a pistol upgrade or 2, but some really good shooting from Zaka on the baby AWP. See the scout in the hands. And look, Zaka took over the AWPing duties from this team. Remember, it was G, and now G's on Tyloo. Starry went to Tyloo and came back to Lynn Vision. I don't think he fit in with the team over there. The thing was, it was scary with their firepower when you had Mercury, Moses,
and Starry.
Am Young, Starry. I was like, wow, okay, these guys are going to hit hard, but I guess it didn't work out. Smoke wall towards Yard, part of misdirection, trying to soften up the ramp defense. So do they really want to tussle with Emilia? Well, right now, you may as well just wait out the nades. You know that you'll be investing into the next. In a situation like this, allow the CTs to go through their protocols.
That's
Everyone's hanging around.
Yeah. Okay, Amelia does need some support.
Zach is here.
Everything's fine.
Flashed himself. Don't worry about it, guys. We've got a 5v3 situation. Now comes out the mop and bucket. Amelia will take down the third for the round. And there's just one more to find. It's Stanislaw to grab a kill. And he's going to do a bit of trash disposal. Get rid of that pesky Silent Stem 4. You'll have to buy back into the next. There'll be no pickup available for West Melon off of that MP9. Stan's got that filter on. You know that one that you see, you know, with the age, they lean forward and then they show their real age?
Do you think this is, yeah, Stan 10 years ago?
Yeah. Baby Stan. But yeah, just going to milk out every second of this. This is going to be the 3-0 start for Lynn Vision. East side. We were talking about, you know, doing well at majors. How this is the top of the mountain, the prestige, the extra pressure. Right now, with the 32-team major, each Asian team that goes further is going to then give more spots back to Asia, right? Yes. So there's actually a lot to vie for this opening stage with how regionally based it is.
And you get to see more. You know, you are genuinely fighting for your region as well as for your team.
You give yourself a buffer, but you also, you're putting the ladder down.
Yes.
You're allowing more people. You're not just guarding your spot. So
fair. It does make it even more exciting for the individuals. Sonic straight out and into the head. Call me Sue down. That's a lovely aggressive maneuver from the T side.
Not the
Ready, Yards just shut down.
Okay, 2v4 situation. They went Yard control.
Ooh, careful. Nearly
That's
lost
great
you up.
information, though, isn't it? Because you know Amelia and Zaka. So Amelia going to be the ramp player. Zaka on the AWP rotating around. At least one of the two noted. So this should be Wildcard's round. It's just, will they take everything with them?
I like what Zaka's doing here. He's put himself in a position where he could catch that bomb, walk through lobby, get one, fall out.
It's so quiet. He's going to think the sector's clear. He might get blindsided.
Yeah, I think you're right. Just like that.
That's tough. Chasing Ghost in that situation.
He's done well here. Gets himself another one. But there we have Wildcard's first round in this best of one.
Okay, so looking at the finances right now, the low end is Amelia with just 2.3. Everybody else is in rifle territory for that of Lynn Vision, so should be seeing them opt in with the buy, but this is a great open from Sonic. Throw the door just to lead Call Me Sue up towards the heavens. And I think in this scenario right now, you might want to... Oh, they've actually... Alex, they sold one back. I was getting a little bit excited. They had two orgs. We've gone back to just the one.
Maybe one is a good place to start. Yeah,
and that's going to be on that rotating AWPer. So still gets a scope. This time not opening with yard control. More of a standard stance. However, Zaka will take the org ramp and... I mean, that's a hefty A defense. Yard smokes are up and being crawled behind. Stanislaw with Fozy and JBA's oversight. You can see there, context cam, showing you everything you need to know about Yard right now. More smokes available for a second wall. Stan and Fozy can deploy that. But they are likely aware that an AWP on the other side in a round like this is probably not likely. So how does that inform the T-side decisions?
Oh my goodness, Starry. A bit of a distraction, perhaps. It seems to be working out. One from Big. Nice little burst in combination with Starry to find a lovely 5v2.
It just peeled apart one by one.
Oh, there's something.
It was a very standard-looking situation for a moment there, but now Stan and Fozy just going to find themselves likely considering the save. You don't have any space, the bomb's loose. If you go back and get a lobby's treacherous, and Starry should have had that kill. A couple of moments from Starry in this round, not looking his sharpest.
Yeah, no, that round does not fill me or him with confidence. So Fozy's tasked with bomb retrieval. Is there really a way back in for these two? Stan makes a bit of a case. Loudly stomps back into lobby.
Saving.
And backing away. Okay, so it was just a question of, can I get to my teammate to save?
A moment of excitement there.
Yeah.
But, a couple of players without knives as well. I see Youngster didn't have a knife. Stan doesn't have a knife.
Well, maybe they follow that similar philosophy. I can't remember who it was.
Flusher was only going to use a knife if he opened one.
Okay, that's right. Or Roy, who said, if I play well, I'm allowed a knife. If I don't, I take it away.
Well, that feels like you're torturing yourself.
So you know his his confidence based on if he's got a knife equipped, but he's retired now.
Looks like maybe a technical in this juncture. But that's a tough round to lose if you are Stanislaw's troops. So trying to build back into this T-half, you lose the response, and that's going to facilitate a bit of a buffer now. 3-round differential in another game where there's no head-to-head. They haven't played each other before. We had the same with our Heroic versus NRG series, and that's what I like about Stage 1, is this is the best of the rest. That's right. If you want to prove that you should be in Stage 2 or Stage 3 with the big boys, then you need to play some of your best Counter-Strike against equal opponents.
Whew, that's a high visibility keyboard there from JB8.
You won't miss him in the dark.
No, sir.
Okay, issue sorted, and we're back underway. So an AWP and an AK saved, a Galil for JB8, and for that a Sus. They have the U-tilt to come in for the smoke, so they can still run a standard round. And they have the scope advantage.
Ooh, run boost. That's a cool way to set up your AWP putt. Doesn't look like it's going to be paying off immediately, as Starry elects to get to the back of that big warehouse.
Well, his teammate was there in the previous round, so the fact that he's gone there now.
Didn't like the way Main felt. Didn't feel good.
No, let's Westmelon take.
They love this extra smoke. And exposed with a double HE barrage. Okay. Fozy onto Starry though. Does remove one of the threats in yard.
Well, now the secret cross should be addressed at some point as the AWP boosted up. Looking for another fight is Fozy. Those are the AWPer is on an AUG, so not as likely to overstep the mark. Should be on some systematic jiggles. Down the vent goes Westmelon.
Whole squad returns to lobby.
Yeah, and right now in these type of rounds, you tend to get late squeaky walkouts. So maybe you get a molly top hut from that player that's just gone up on towards the roof. A squeaky walkout could be nice.
So Sue's just jiggling.
That's sight molly.
Oh, okay, that's sight. So that will affect Sue. Zach has actually left Heaven and is moving yard, so this is perfectly timed. Sonic with a molly for Hut. Flashes from Fozy. We will go off this. The incendiary will delay them. Sue tucked on vent. Here they come. Flashes are good. Zaka on main in support, but they haven't cleared out the vent. Solid work for the first. It's Zaka another. Amelia cut down by the AWP up close. Now a 2v2, and Fozy's clearing. Fozy's clearing, and he goes down. So does the bomb. Sonic's next victim is Zaka. And that's a solid AUG round. He actually picks up the rival AWP. Pipes up as well. Zaka has started very strong in these first 6 rounds. At the top of the table, 8 kills, 4 of them in that round.
The body language there, you can see it tense. That was a pressured moment. Your teammate having to come out of the vent to try and clutch that out if you go down. And Sue able to tuck in CT vent. The U-tilt not used to flush out that position. But this is a mid-round call being made from Stan. They're in a really tough position, right? You've got 1 for 1. You're having to... You're not calling an execute, right? That's more like a move.
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to throw this and this. We're going to isolate these fights. And unfortunately, not enough util to go round. 4 round the difference. Going to be a partial investment. Loss bonus coming into the next is going to be maxed on out. So don't you worry about the funds. We will see a gun round again. But can they break in with this buy? I see a couple of HEs, which could be telling Alex that we're going to get Squeaky Door blown off and then nades in towards main. This might just be a top rush. We'll see if it's got more nuance to it. Or if it's going to keep it simple, stupid, the kiss method.
See how pacey this one is from that T side. Sonic, immediate smoke to imply vent drop.
Okay, well the U2 thought it was. So I'm hoping that the U2 could do the damage to find themselves an opener, but that's not going to be the case. Rotating down, and it's on the
oh my god! Sonic, and now at the back of the side, Westmelon's gone! They've kicked open the front door. How is this going wrong? How has it gone wrong? Never mind. Maybe Zaka, maybe Amelia can save his squad. They've got a ramp alert. Great shot. Yeah, I don't know how he's hit that.
He's the ace.
Good luck, have fun, Zaka. You are looking like you're hitting pretty damn everything, but that AWP is potentially retrievable. They won't get up there in time. But regardless, a Tech 9 top pop, it works.
The key to that, right? So Squeaky gets blown off, they HE main, they have the smoke for the vent drop, and then they've just waited. They've gone, okay, well, at this point, they realize it's not top. They're likely rotating, which they were, and then they catch the perfect timing. Sonic's had really 2 nice plays out Squeaky. One with the rifle to get the heaven kill on a Call Me Sue in an earlier piece, and this time, Coming at the door with a Tech 9 on a partial buy. That one is going to inspire some confidence. They forced them onto an eco off the back of that. That's a massive round for Wildcard. Can't be understated. Unusual to see a team take an eco as well with only the 1400 loss. But,
that's true.
Yeah, there's enough for Zaka to get out of the AWP in the next. I think we might see rifle drops from either Amelia or Westmelon over to Sestari playing that yard position. And couldn't get anything done here, so it'll be identified now. Another Sonic entry, great work from him. A bit of a journeyman has Sonic. He should be able to sweep this one under the rug. Any rifle kills that turn into saves for Lynn Vision actually worth an awful lot with only 1900 coming into the next. That's what I was trying to identify for the lovely viewers at home is the purchases are going to be a bit touch and go, but they know that they can have that AWP. So is that enough for them to justify the all-in, or do we see something a little bit crazier in the buy department? Either way, 50 seconds, all this ramp space.
I'm just a little nervous because it is just 45 seconds. All it would take is a little bit of chaos, forced to relocate, gets awkward. It's Zaka, though. He doesn't really have the weapon for this. I think 250 up close, just the one traded out, and that's what you needed to see from Sonic, the journeyman. Ensures that round doesn't spiral out of control. An important 3 kills in this anti-eco. Perhaps an eco they weren't expecting, as Chaz highlighted.
Yeah, just traditionally, in that scenario, you would see teams go for the force.
Yeah. 14, I mean, I love that as well. You know, you hear it everywhere. I'm 1400, so I'm buying.
Yeah, just, you know, with the 1900, your purchases are still limited into the next. So it tends to be the better of the bad options, which is the tough part. I know a lot of people out there would love to see 1400 loss bonus removed, but that's a conversation for another day.
Yeah, the conversation for today is whether or not Lynn Vision and Tyloo will be picking up more wins.
I think this is our first nuke of the tournament so far.
Is it really?
Yeah, so we haven't had a Mirage and we haven't had a nuke. We've had a couple of Infernos, a few Ancients, a few Anubis, a few Dust 2, and even a Train. So no Mirage, no nuke until now.
First nuke, I guess best of ones, isn't it? It's an unusual one to end up on.
Okay, so Amelia gets granted the M4, likely for this ramp. Hold Starry to be main or yard, and then you've got MP9s on Call Me Sue and Westmelon, so they can easily lock down the top side with those. I'm just curious if we're going to get a different start with the AWP. Does Zaka feel like he needs to force himself into the play? Do we take the AWP ramp? Do we take it down secret straight away? Yeah, there is something from Zachary. He's dropped into the A site immediately. He's actually going to start probing lobby with the AWP.
And he's got Westmelon to bait.
Oh,
no! That's gone horribly.
He was off. Westmelon was too far ahead of Zachary in that situation.
Oh, and it gets worse for them. They've just lost the canary in the coal mine that was the B site. The bomb is on the back of Sus, making its way into that B site now unguarded. And I guess the objectives shift now, in this round at least. And Sonic not going to be able to find Starry, at least confirms his presence and position.
I'll be surprised if they get to hold on to anything with how quick this round has unfolded.
Yeah.
Okay, well, an upgrade for Call Me Sue. It's just going to be the 2400 loss bonus into the next, so vital that they hold on to these so they can actually put up a little bit of resistance. But, well, Call Me Sue, clunky, noisy, and they lose it all. Okay, well, there you go. We were touching on Fozy's relationship with Chinese Counter-Strike earlier in the piece.
Yeah, he speaks a bit. He does as well. I mean, I think that might have been there, a little bit of banter as well already. But we saw him typing in the pre-game chat as well, making the Lynn Vision players laugh. Wildcard has managed to really stabilize this half, right? You were talking T-side nuke now. It's 3 consecutive. Should be tied up, as you've highlighted. What is that? A Desert Eagle and a couple of smokes?
Yeah, so the best you can hope for now if you're Lynn Vision is a 7-5 half, but that means you need the final 2. And another Sonic opener. It's done very well. Doesn't really matter about the buy types. Every round counts.
I love how passive, maybe not isn't the right word, but like slow and methodical they're being here. They're just not going to be susceptible to any of those lobby push hijinks. In fact, you know what? Sticking on silo this long for Fozy, he might even catch them pushing up Secret. Yeah, he spotted them. So confirmation that Secret Stairs is occupied. Only saw the one.
I just want to touch back on the Sonic opening kills. He's 6-0 in that department.
6.
So yeah, it's been an awful lot of impact from him within the opening kills, as this one should just be turning the screws right now. Zaka in and found. So no real options for him in that one as this round will be done and dusted. We'll tie things up 5-5. And we've still got 2 more best of ones to come your way after this one concludes. Winner of this will be joining the 2-0 bucket, or best of 3 away from stage 2. The loser will drop to the 1-1. They'll have another best of 1 to play. These establishing matches are played in best of 1s. The progression or elimination games are played in best of 3. In case you are interested, B-Stream, Alex and I will be bringing you Chinggis Warriors versus Legacy and Tyloo versus Metizport, who I think are going to be aiming to get more than 1 round after the blowout against Wildcard in the opener.
Yeah, exciting for me just personally to see Hampus back in the server as well. His return to the top of the pops.
Yeah, did have some time off.
Yeah, he took time away from the server, has come back.
Always a lovely guy, is Hampus.
Yeah, and back into the major circuit. We'll see if they can bounce back from a very tough first round loss. Conversation for another time. The conversation right now is that Wildcard haven't lost a round in some time. That's 4 consecutive from this T side. Has the Lynn Vision found an answer? Can they mix it up? Can they disrupt? Or will Wildcard keep this going?
One of these factors within it. Oh, again.
Yeah, Sue wants it. Oh, did they catch wind of this potential for Hut Aggression? Are you still considering Hut Aggression after it failed so nastily for Westmelon in the previous? They're not ready. Sonic, that's an opening death.
First one.
Difference immediately in this round. Can Lynn Vision convert this? Stan working on some yard space. Alone in the smoke, it fades. He's using that second one thrown to slip further forward. Don't know if that information's been relayed. He's piped a gap. Oh, but held. Good awareness from Starry. Amelia down after just the 1 on defensive ramp. And Zaka piecing out, not interested in rotating through there. 2v4, bomb down, debatable. Westmelon's making it clear, can even break up in the smoke. Susper sitting duck, gets off the bomb, gets it down and gets the headshot. Repositioning. He can hit some headies. That Susp looking sharp. 2v4 goes 2v2. Lynn Vision's advantages disintegrate before our very eyes. He's got Starry in his sights. Dancing with him, begging him to swing, but then he knows time's on his side. Susp is doing it all. Posey's just cheering him on the sidelines. That's Susp's round. An ace.
That is really going to leave a mark to this Lynn Vision campaign. You can see it in the body language right now. That's a round that you really should never be losing. Sure, a couple of great shots coming out from Susp in this. Westmelon was in 2 minds. Am I harassing or am I not? Didn't really have the conviction to go for that fight, and you can see that dot crosshair. Damn precise. It was the Swedish 2 to get them up to 6. And might need a banter course because everyone seems to be using the same line. Stan.
Yeah, and the thing about, esports gamers is that they typically are sat down.
Yes, that's true. If they were thinking about standing up with a 4v2 round win, you sat straight back down very quickly.
First time out of the match.
Yeah, and Gum gets on the mic with this one. So Coach not going to be too happy with how that one just unfolded. I think that's more to get everybody to take a breath, to avoid the tilt. Say, listen, guys, I understand we lost that round. We know we never should have, but this match is still ongoing and we're still in with a shot. We can win this. We can tie it up 6-6. We can go into the halftime break. We can get that pistol round and we can still win Nuke to put ourselves in the 2-0 bucket.
Wait, he's taking that front spawn with an AWP on his back. Is he going for anything cheeky on the opening? Looks like he wants to try and catch anyone swinging through Secret. Excuse me, Squeaky. Westmelon thought about it. Thinks twice. We'll block with a smoke instead.
Okay, we'll stall them out for now, but still plenty of options available. Let's look at this from Stan. He's just leered through Yard, not having to worry about an AWP whatsoever, and slunk down Secret completely undetected. A couple of nice lurks from Stan so far.
How far does he push this? Starry, oh, perfect timing. Shadow advantage and an auto shotgun. That's back-to-back nasty deaths for Sonic, this time to the auto shotty. So despite that valuable Stan push, he got control of Secret, but they've got nothing to show for it.
Well, they won a 2v5 in the previous round with a Susp ace. So True. Can they do it again? 55 seconds on the clock. Susp still alive.
They want to test the shotgun, and probably the right idea. not the weapon for that kind of fight. Zaka shows himself and dips.
U2 for the finish. They can smoke single. They can get the molly in towards the stairwells, but first they need to get past the protocol of ramp.
Yeah, Zaka's backup's arriving. And this is much more suitable for a shotgun, but he gives it to Jaber.
The info rotation needs to hurry up.
Yeah, Star Eagle here. Right at the start, he starts to spray through that smoke. A little bit of chip damage, but this is starting to look threatening. 14 seconds. Can they just stop the plant? Can they disrupt it? Fozy gives it a go. Starts to punch in the code in the smoke, gets it down 2v4. Oh no, wait a second, Fozy got one. And Jaber unable to do anything more. Okay, we got a tied up game. Lynn Vision, they've managed to recover it down the middle, 6-6 as we take a break. Nuke right down the middle, 6-4 China's Lynn Vision. And we have Wildcard, the international, I concede, Chad's right, the international roster of Wildcard for the North American organization at what has been a long time coming, another major in North America, a 7-year hiatus. What were you doing in 2018, Chad?
Just starting this. I was an analyst back then, so...
That's right.
Yeah, E-League didn't hire me. Anyway, not bitter at all, but... anyway, stage 1, round 2. Winner joins the 2-0 bucket. Loser goes down to 1-1. Odds on your screen. Wildcard's the favorite. And a late spurt of rounds with a susp ace in the mix.
Very impressive start from Sonic, however, not on this half, perhaps, as he's had his bell rung.
Could be both pistols for Lynn Vision if they convert this one. And that's, oh, I was going to say a good start, not anymore.
Yeah, I don't know if they're going to want to keep trifling with that. You put the P250 on Westmelon for fights. Now Zaka. Ooh. Wow, Sonic, despite his low HP, hits that insta headshot. Jaber, another. It's just fallen through the fingers of Lynn Vision here.
You'll take the plant, so bomb goes down.
That's the best you can get. Sue run over. Fozy does go down, but an immediate susp response.
Okay, well, I think we should see them go into the force by now. And something that Lynn Vision have had in the past, especially on more specialty maps once upon a time of Anubis, they had some really nice pocket rounds in forces, the quick stuff like the double mid mollies and playing through it, turning it into rushes. So let's see what they follow through off the back of that plant. But we split the pistols, and what started with a goosh against Sonic turns out to be a decent pistol after all. VA back of the warehouse deleting, and everybody with some clean clicks in this one. Buy is taking shape. There's a Galil for Sue. Damn, all right. Love that. G'ing up there, boys. A couple of Tech 9s, a Deagle, and enough util to erect multiple walls, but very standard start. Squeaky gets blown off, forces out the CT utility.
Jaber demonstrating the most foolproof method of making sure no one can get down vents.
Yeah, just block them with your body.
Just be there.
Yeah. Surprise them as they come out of the smoke. Now, this is a late crawl from Starry over towards Red. The smokes are already fading, so he's just here as a late activation piece. The bomb's going to head over towards Ramp, towards Susp, who's had some moments, 14 and 7 so far.
Oh, here we go. Just glanced away, but confirms their presence as two descending secret stairs. Susp forced away on Ramp. They've taken that space. Audible ladder ascent, does that...
It's tough, isn't it? You feel like you go down the vent, you're going to be into these secret plays.
Yeah, that's great from Susp. He does have to back away for the reload, but he's already caused so many casualties. Zaka left wanting with just 20 points of health. Sure, you've got a Galil. He's actually just elected to take the Tech 9 regardless. Two bodies here. They could perhaps be surprised by this. Yep. Oh, Susp, another frag finally brought down by Westmelon, but they've overlooked that Jaber MP9. He knows where they both are, and Starry's Deagle headshot starts what would be an incredible 2-on-4.
Time.
Yeah, we really got the time to even pick up this bomb, and there's so many bodies. Stan knows that time is on their side. Fozy onto Melon, and that's the job done. Convincing stuff. 3 kills out of Susp in defense of his ramp room. You got to be happy with that.
Yeah, indeed. And the reason that he had to play a little bit more staunch and forward is because they had lost that secret control as well, right? So reputation points, there was none. What did he chase the guys down secret and go down the vent into their fight? No. The players already down towards B had to stand and deliver, and that's exactly what the Swede did. So keeping up some strong form, a 2-round lead soon to become 3 because this will be the Lynn Vision Eco. Couldn't have gone better in terms of the space they were able to get, right? You weren't boxed in, it wasn't denied, you didn't get shut down on ramp. You got ramp room, you also got secret, but you didn't get those damn kills, and that's what she's all about. So this one slipping out of the fingers of Lynn Vision now. Wildcard in the driver's seat. Tommy Sue going, searching in Hut with Deagle in hand. Starry's had some real shaky moments, hasn't he? Still 9 kills to his name, but there's been a couple where that aim has just not been on point, as we've come to know and love over the years.
Yeah, he's just searching. No hot potato with the Desert Eagle.
If you go back and you reflect on some of the key moments of this game so far, it's going to be the Tech 9 round where Stan was able to slip under heaven, and it's going to be the Susp Fozy 2v5, but it was all Susp.
Yeah.
So those are key rounds within the context of this. Sure, you split the pistols, so we give both you one of those. You're both able to get the conversions, but as we get the rifles out into the next, that's where we get to see the Lynn Vision have what it takes to push Wildcard the distance. All 5 of them staying alive right now would be a fantastic buffer, as Sue thinks better of sliding open the door, at least for a moment's time, so we will see the clock continue to tick on down.
And that's a well-selected angle from Stan. 5 alive. Always a good feeling for a CT side when you know the first guns are coming.
And look at the spree of rounds as well. They've been able to pick up 8 out of the last 9 rounds, so the momentum has completely shifted within this one, as it had a bit of a tech timeout. So you can see here, admin, we'll call him curly-haired, long hair admin.
Curly hair, long hair.
Or just long curly hair would be probably the better way.
Or CLA, for sure.
Of course. But we'll get this one sorted ASAP as Fozy giving a glance across the row. Amelia doing the same.
I was taking a quick look. I was glancing at like Wildcard's event history. I was trying to see like, you know, how often have they been like, how many reps have they had against European opposition this year? And they've come and gone, you know, some rivals and a couple of like qualifiers.
But that's the thing with the stage one, right? A lot of these teams you'll see intermittently.
Yes.
You see NRG at an EPL, or you see FlyQuest earlier on in the year and then they fell out of favor. And you're getting a little bit of this, a little bit of that. These aren't teams that are on the top 24 or top 16 teams in the world constantly within the circuit. But tech timeout, let's come to the conclusion. Okay, he's pushing. So Sonic has the best spawn, just so everybody at home is playing on the same field. That's why he's made that type of a call. So he's using his spawn right now to get off with a yard control. We'll see what level of support he gets to outside. There's no AWP to oversee Silo.
Oh, nice to see his protocols. Leaves nades, runs up, tucks in, and no one is going to test him.
And no glaive smoke, or the T's didn't even throw first smoke either, so it's awfully quiet outside, Sonic's saying.
They've already got the player down B.
Yeah, it's just crazy that he's gone red without throwing his own glaive. And that molly behind him, that's to say, oh, they don't know what's outside. Well, they know exactly what's outside. Absolutely diddly squat.
Yeah, Susper's fallen back into the ramp, ready for this. It seems like he's on high alert. Multi-kill here would really thwart the plans of Lynn Vision.
For two. This round, you are playing completely in the dark. You have thrown smokes, expecting them to be respected, hoping to force a CT rotation. They don't have to rotate. You haven't done anything. Top fake into ramp pop.
But you mollied Squeak, and they've mollied hard. Here we go. Oh, how many? Sus 2. Sonic swings in to ensure that trade as well onto Zaka. Bomb last round to follow. Emilia just dipping down the vents. Maybe a bit of a disruptive and surprising presence towards this decon door.
Just too far away, and there's not enough
miles
time.
Away, mate. How would you possibly...
What would have to give this away?
Oh, like that. That's a start. Jaber, complete jump scare. Westmoreland's miles away. You're 19 seconds. If Emilia hits that, is there really a conversation?
They have to win the duels.
You just have to kill them both. Westmoreland not going to be able to find him. Stansbury's running away. Position of noted of Sonic, and he's going to hold on. Okay, this wildcard run continues. It's getting a bit out of control now, Chad. We are getting to the stage where it's been, what, 9 out of the last 10. Wildcard have just been running away with this one.
I really want to give some credit to both Susp and Sonic within this map so far. Susp with the multi-kill. Once he gets the information from Sonic that it's not outside, he knows that it's not going to be his job at any point in this round to drop down towards B. So he tucks into a position where it's going to be really strong for the multi and delivers in that facet. So it's Sonic with the info, it's Susp with the initial frags, and it's then Sonic on the close. So between the two of them, they've done absolutely everything in that round, and the information informs the decisions. It's going to be a tactical timeout called, second from Lynn Vision, and they may as well blow through them. This one is getting away from them quickly as they're looking to invest again. Their CT approach, very stubborn with lobby pushes. At moments, it looked like they had a good idea. That lurk smoke that Stan would throw outside, they were blowing it open, they were dealing with the lurks, but then really forcing themselves into lobby within the first half, came back to bite them. They just found really poor timings, were unable to find the kills they were looking for, or were disjointed on the push. And now on the T side, you only have seldom rounds without the pistol conversion, and you've squandered your first rifle round by having no conviction behind your yard smokes.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that it's synchronized with Sonic's early intel, this will have a different flavor. Immediately, there's more utility invested. And just the AWPer overseeing potentials. Main roof could be a fight. Yeah, tip of the head and just clip through the blue. It's Westmelon. Opens up the account for Lynn Vision and moving quick. Sonic down as well. Dog tag ripped by Zaka. Bomb on the back of him.
Sus couldn't get away with it again, so on the fate of the smoke, Emilia removes him, and now they can piece together Stan and JVA's positions. The top defenders will likely be circumnavigated right now as the bomb can join the pack over towards heaven and hell. It's just about, do they want to go up the ladder, take the Jules from the heaven, or do they want to head down towards B? Well, either way, JBA. Oh, that's just a bit of a timing. Thought Amelia was ready for that. Now it's a 3v2.
That's accelerated them in towards the B bomb side, but that smoke from Zach implies a complete lack of information. Okay, bit of an overextension from Westmelon. He goes down heaven as the bomb goes down lower.
You have info on both, at least you did.
Feels like Sue is set for success here. However, it's a very likely double swing. He needs one on this. Stan just walks into the angle. Oh no! Wildcard. Fumble on the clear from Stan. Jaber down as well. Sue with a lovely sequence to close. Lynn Vision, they're on the board now.
Very composed on those shots, similar to Zaka in the first half with that AUG over towards Squeaky Door in important rounds. But there you have it. They finally break the streak and get themselves into a 3-round gap. Nice shooting. This is what the Chinese scene is known for. Individuals on point hitting heads. And almost fumbled the 2v4 situation. And after your 2v5 loss in the first half, you really can't stomach that one as well. No mission in the bite. JBA onto an MP9. This is where Starry can find an incision outside. We can get a default round in play. Lynn Vision are back in this game.
They started Susp Secret. Now we start to see this second layer, the flashes. Westmelon gets himself on top of main roof. Susp, chance to catch one, but thinks twice about it after showing his position.
That's tough to repeat that, isn't it? And I'm not sure if Westmelon would have been heard dropping, because I'm not sure if a player was close enough.
Look at the angle on Fuzzy,
Jaber could have heard it, but oh.
Hello.
Barrel spotted now. Definitely confirmed. So don't you worry about that. Any questions I had have just been answered. They're in the warehouse.
The patience and restraint from Fozy. Tracks Westmelon progressing towards heaven. Does make sure he doesn't get what he was looking for. Sorry, talking an awful lot here for the 35 seconds they have left. Sus was already playing for block. He's got an incendiary, so if you do try and push down Secret with that ball... Oh!
What?
He doesn't throw it!
What just happened?
He's overplayed it! Zaka taps his head off, and now they should have access to the bomb site in time. Who can stop them? Certainly not Jaber, and it's even Fozy goes down to Zaka. High impact round again, and we got a 10-8 scoreline.
But we were on Sus POV.
Yep. Yes,
So
we were.
Did a comm come in? Did he look away from the gap? What?
I think he just, honestly, I think it was just an overstep. He did like...
That's a crazy overstep. Why would you could have dropped that as defensively as you would have liked. You could have dropped back into, I could think of 5 different angles, as opposed to re-peeking into that. I feel like he didn't spot the player. Yeah, what he said.
Yeah.
Right, well, this one's back on now. Going to be the eco from Wildcard. A chance to turn this into just a 1-round game.
Holy moly.
Oh, they're going to poke their head up Secret with this stand flash. So an opportunity for these pistols. You can see 4 of them starting down towards B. The timing could be everything. The bomb on the back of Zaka towards Yard. What's the go on the flash? Well, that's the go.
Hello. Spotted the head of Westmelon, but he's got support. Shouldn't go wrong, and has not. Zaka and Starry have handled the eco.
That one is where you wish the red zone, right? They're able to go in, analyze it, take a real look. Okay, let's slow it down. You know, was he comming at that point? What did he see exactly from his POV? Was his eyes on the screen?
Yeah, what, we talking about Susp?
Yeah, because that is potentially a fumble that has allowed Lynn Vision back into the game. And after we've been singing his praises, Susp had a
top
great
of the
game.
scoreboard, mate.
Exactly. So you can't pin it all on him there. There's still plenty of other players alive, but it felt like they had that one locked down, at least that incision point. Regardless, it was just a 1-round game. The buy comes back in. No AWP available for Fozy, and it's going to be a Famis in the mix as well for Stan. So some real emissions in the buy. No defuse kit either.
They're progressing Starry forward. And he's got a lot of work to do on that warehouse fight. Starry a free frag for Sonic, just walking around in the flash as well. Sonic got active with it. gets away, steals away the AK.
Good info for Zaka, at least that they know that he's no longer in that position, so they don't have to worry about spending too much time trying to flush him out. That flash could have been enough to deny the info for Lynn Vision, but now we stabilize. Is Amelia brave this? It's extremely risky, but crazier things have happened. Cross. Susp unlikely to catch this unless he gets a wriggle on.
Oh, well, there's a wriggle, but gets shut down.
Okay, well, now they're definitely down, and Stan will have to drop through the vents to try and respond to this. This is going to be a tough round to lose as Amelia finds another. Do you still commit B?
Oh, Stan, you've been spotted and booked. Zaka Zorp, good for it. Knife out, that was a mistake. Will Zonic make anything more of this? Zaka with the crouch peek and a couple of bullets to the hip, insufficient. I can't believe we're actually tied up 10-10 after that run from Wildcard, that 9 out of 10 rounds consecutive across the two halves. It really did feel like this one was done.
Yeah, and now it is going to have to be the side of Wildcard taking the time out to have the conversation.
Last one. Burned.
Or is it? In-game, it does say this timeout has been called by the T side.
Maybe
so,
it was. Yeah.
Either way, someone took a timeout.
Someone did.
But a big conversation is being had. Because right now, it's only partial buy territory for the likes of Wildcard. With the loss bonus going into the next, they will be able to get the full investment. Fozy will be able to bring out the AWP, but right now they have to be humble, which is a great opportunity now for Lynn Vision to take the lead. It's something that they haven't felt since, well, the first half of play. So if it was a Lynn Vision timeout, Gum saying, boys, we're in a very strong position right now to put us ever closer to the magic number of 13. We can't fumble this one. We've worked hard to get back into the game. We've pushed them down to pistols. And now we need to punish them.
Very scary pistol, the 5.7. When utilized around those tight corners.
A lot of bodies out here.
Oh, Starry, yeah, catches a little whiff of Fozy, but still in combination with Sonic, they've managed to rip his head off. Okay, so Sue's gone. There's an important frag back, but over the smoke, maybe they're going to overlook this pistol up close. Unable to find anything is Stan. Sus with the smoke push, does put a bit of pressure on. Oh, yeah, maybe Fozy can build around it. Jaber, what's Jaber just done? How's he done that? The Deagle just keeps on connecting, taking chunks out of Lynn Vision. Quad kill from the American.
That might be Jaber's most impactful round of the map so far. I think there was just so many distractions going on. There was all these barbs, so Jaber just raining down hell from the heavens. 6 feet under. Beautiful work from the kid. Check this one out again. And a round that Lynn Vision couldn't squander. They do.
Dude, those 3 back of the head headshots. He's impressed himself. He can't believe he's hit all 3 of them in quick succession. An outrageous round to win. Just when it looks like Lynn Vision have got an opportunity to take the lead, Jaber rips it away from them with just a $700 pistol. Oh, the setup. They break the smoke for Fozy. He's unable to hit the shot though. Gets away with his life for a moment because Sue is there. That was a pixel on Fozy's head. That's all Sue needed. Undeterred by the proceedings in the previous. Oh, there's a lot of bodies for Sonic to deal with. He's overcome by Starry. Empty-handed, and
how's this one gone so well? Everything's just fallen in a row. Oh, not the pistols. Oh, they're playing a standard round. Let's just kill them all,
yeah,
shall we?
Let's just do that.
Okay, well, you better hope that they force buy into the next. Envision.
They are not bothered. Not bothered.
Not at all. You think you would have been shell-shocked by that with the type of rounds that you've lost in this map so far. So you've weathered the storm of a Deagle 3K, a Susp Fozy 2v5 that was a Susp ace, a Tech 9 round loss with a Sonic A entry into a Stanislaw lurk. Those 3 go against you, and we're still tied up, legs 11, with overtime on the table.
I think I know what I'm wishing for.
Well, Stan's wishing he can hold on to this gun right here, right now.
He's putting such a shift. He just knows it's going to be taken from him. Spamming every corner. Everybody's coming to hunt him. Little glance up as well there from Zaka, just taking a little look at his adversary.
Let me throw you 2 options here, Alex. You've got
the shot, by the way.
3K average on the CT side. You get the 2,900 loss bonus going into the next. Do you shove all in right now to deny Lynn Vision getting to 12, meaning you have to take this to overtime, or do you take a partial and play for OT?
You're playing for OT. That is the elected
You just
decision.
did it with pistols.
Yeah, sure.
I think they feel they can probably do it again.
Yeah, can you do it one more time for me, JBA? Have you got it in you? Will someone else step up to the plate?
Lots of steps in lobby. Amelia would have heard a bunch of this, but they waltz in, they call something to clear.
Ooh, Sonic! Sonic! In so much trouble.
I think with those lobby steps, what you should do is try and force around Heaven and Hell right now. That appears to be what Westmelon's up to. Stanislaw, stalemate in lobby, just having to deal with the fireman's pole as well as lobby entrance. And they're waiting for CT re-aggressors, so hitting the brakes at the moment. 2 players in secret, 1 in lobby. And nothing happening.
Well, it's a weird standoff because I don't think it's going to be the lobby boys who move first.
No, it should be Westmelon trying to get up Heaven.
Yeah, what's he up to? He's mantling up now. It's dead silent on this map. Ladder climb as well. They're setting up for that top util. Jaber sneaks into Squeak. Westmelon on the railing. Should be good for Susp 5-7.
Coming in through main.
38. There's the headshot. Nice from Amelia.
Oh.
Everyone's hitting their shots. Okay, one back from Jaber. Oh, and he stabilizes. He has done it again, at least with a couple. The round does seem out of reach, though. Now with just him alive, backed away. Molly into heart. What's he supposed to do? Save an AK probably is the best outcome.
Yeah, they're buying in the next round regardless, but you can't buy one of those. So, Jaber, a couple of nice shots in the pistol yet again, but this time is just going to back off, give it over, and 12. Overtime secure at a minimum for Lynn Vision. MR3, 10K on the table if Wildcard want to get this one done. Otherwise, Lynn Vision, they'll be joining the likes of Bait and Heroic in the 2-0 bucket. 1 best of 3 away from stage 2, joining teams like Falcons and FaZe. And for stage 1 and 2, the Blast TV Austin Major, we're back-to-back. We don't get any breaks between stage 1 and 2. Between stage 3, yeah, you get a chance to take a breath. So you'd love to get there as quickly as possible.
Terrorists win.
A little bit of belief.
There, yeah, look.
It's right there for the taking, Chad. I mean, you're licking your lips. You could be going to bed with a massive smile. Don't forget, like, think about the anxiety most players would have woken up with this morning. Like, oh, it is game day. Today is the day. This can dictate how long I'm going to be at this major, how deep of a run I can make. All of our hard work comes down to the start we have today. And for, well, Lynn Vision, in just 1 round, they could very well have the dream start.
Yeah, you give yourself an opportunity at 3 best of 3 to be able to get through. That is a dream for all of the teams. Give yourself that buffer, a chance to falter, a chance to slip up, but plenty of damn chances to recover.
Stressful now.
Yeah,
Wildcard
taken.
You elected to just go for a half bar. You elected to play for overtime, so you better hope that these extra nays, this AWP, will secure you that elusive round to secure overtime.
They've got everything they need. Only 1 defuse kit and a FAMAS for Stan. That's probably my biggest point of concern. But full nades, AWP, and those rifles.
What's the knockout blow call for this T side? Lynn Vision, golden opportunity right here in front of them in Austin, Texas. Jaber tends to the potential for the vent dive. Starry Park's red.
Feels like there's been a bit of harassment towards Yard in a lot of these rounds, so they're going to be opting something a little bit different. Bombs in lobby. Justari and Westmelon patrolling Yard. Zach is AWP going to try and help alleviate a bit of pressure from ramp. As Starry gets across the standard wall, sector clear. The sound cue made, Sonic aware that players have been able to get across.
Yeah, but how many? And is there the bomb with them? Dangerous game being played. Susp. He peeks into the AWP. meets his fate. Ooh, chance at Sonic with a dunk. On your head, Westmelon. 4 on 4.
Ramp lost. Ramp control, it should be a strong finish available. Look at the util available on Zaka right now. This is standard. You get a single door smoke in. We've lost Starry as well. A molly in towards the window side. It has to be the B finish.
Yeah, they're going to be on high alert now. Man advantage, Wildcard. You saved your money for this buy. 3 kills to take it to overtime, to get a little bit of a break from this pressure. Jaber perfectly positioned with a back turned and somehow not traded immediately. Su struggled. Sonic another. Onto Zaka. Just Su. Finds Stan.
Has to go up the vent. That's the only way.
15. There's an AWP waiting for him, though. He's going to get no-scoped into the belly. He had the bomb in his hands. Wildcard take us to overtime.
All right, they hold on. They hold on, and they force us into MR3 10K. Bit of a difference from a lot of the other tournaments on the regular circuit right now. Pretty sure most of the other big TOs are running 12.5, but at the majors, we've got to stick with the Premier rule. So we're going to get into 10K.
10K Premier rule.
And the reason that's important, the reason I point that out is because in certain scenarios like this on the CT side, you can't be overspending, right? Your AWPer, if he goes down in back-to-back rounds, he won't have an ult for the third. How many defuse kits do we want to buy? That's $400. That ain't cheap. Watch how quick they're able to rifle through this cash.
Yeah, well, speaking of rifles, Zaka actually thinks twice about it. He refunds his AWP on the T side, goes AK first round. 5 for Lynn Vision. Fuzi has chosen to invest. Maybe that will be a difference maker for the CT side. Zaka's lining up nades for Westmelon on yard.
Just allowing all the CT protocol utility to be siphoned through right now. Sus position is key for this, so the fact he's already down secret, he will be able to confirm that nobody is crossing. But what's the timing on the top pop? Because that looks like where this round is destined to finish.
Yeah, it is. Stan holding with the jiggled nade. He has got that incendiary, but Starry's got the molly for top heart. Will force Jaber off. He's actually preemptively dismounted. Good block, util. What are you doing? Su! Just running through the flames, 100-0. Catastrophe averted if Amelia can get another. Comes out squeaky, but spammed away by Susp. Awkward now. Fozy, is he there in time? Ooh, doesn't get picked off. Westmelon dips his head down, and the bomb is quick to follow. Starry needs to get that bomb down. Westmelon already trying to fight for Susp here. 4 controls. This is the fight. Doors naded open. Spots him out. Susp versus Westmelon, and a clean headshot. Susp is down, 2 on 2. Fozy elects to take the AK. Westmelon takes the fight, but loses out. It's up to just Starry in the 1v2 now. They just have to partner up and trade. That's all they have to do. Can Starry come up clutch? His back is turned. He's trying to isolate these. Jules! They double swing him. Stan, good enough. Gets the job done. First round for Wildcard, but it comes down to a 1v1.
You can cut the tension with the knife right now. You can see the reaction from Fozy with that one. The pressure is getting turned up a notch. But it definitely stands out to say that's quite the reaction there. Su, that was crazy. I guess the util comes in to think, are we rushing A or not? Well, apparently you're going down to the bottle of flames.
Yeah, I mean, you know, typically, most players have been rewarded for running through incendiaries, but that was quite an established incendiary and in quite a condensed area.
Fozy, you need a gun, Chief. There we go. So a little bit late out of spawn with that one, but shouldn't cost them too much. Top rush?
It looks like it. Okay. Oh, wow. He's already down. Round player tested. Susp deleted. Fozy, you need one here. And he has delivered perfectly onto Amelia. To keep it level at 4 apiece. Sonic and Jaber using secret to access that lower site. Westmelon in that vent. Sonic stays forward of that smoke, isolating Jules, but traded. Jaber 1. Westmelon reveals his position, but Stan actually drops into the vents, gets away. Oh, he's playing a dangerous game. Looking up forward, Fozy, both of them in the vents. This is a bizarre turn of events. And Starry's going to present his back to the USP, back of the head. Fozy quick to change and recover Starry's AK. Now you have to get at the bottom, so you can't touch him. Fozy in the vents gets away with murder there. Triple kill to leave.
I thought Starry saw the legs of Fozy coming down the ladder, but may have assumed that it was Stanislaw. But either way, just so many kills going down in the vents after what was the Tomp pop. Squeaky gets blown off. Smoke comes out. They get Westmelon down the vent. Then the entry from Starry onto ramp. But Stan being able to slip on down. Just constant pressure. Secret and vent in combination. And Wildcard, they'll snatch another away. 14 to 12.
Big fucking round of it.
And right about that is JVA. Happy to force the fight are Lynn Vision, but now they're the ones who are definitely on the back foot. They've had to weather the storm against Wildcard. We've touched upon a bunch of rounds that went against them. Tech9 early within the first half. 2v5 Susp Ace. And then the Jaber Deagle on the CT side.
In one best of one.
And they're still standing.
Yeah.
Right now, they're looking a bit rattled.
I mean, you'd assume that one is compulsory, right? I mean, with MR310K, you've got to have something to work with coming into that next half of play.
Still, these rounds coming down to the wire.
That's true. Fozy's managed to equip himself with an AWP 3 rounds straight. That's the power of victory. Double nade and a swing. Early protocols for those top defenders. Westmelon is on the warpath. Working his way towards main. Team Flash to set him up, and he gets at least some progressions towards hell. Oh, and hello, Susp just about wins it out. That's the ramp player, though, and Amelia knows that. Quick, aggressive seize of control. Fozy surrounded. He should be a dead man here. Yeah, Starry's going to shoot him in the back. Well-structured round from Lynn Vision. The individuals do connect.
Now, they've lost some stinkers, so let's see. Can it be another?
No, surely not.
Jaber searching.
Held by Starry, but actually, oh, the angle from selection, not ideal. Should be just triple swinging him at this point. They've got him booked.
And now they just have to find Stan, who's rotated down towards the lower deck. So this one should be a pretty clean conversion. Stan spotted, and he'll grab the first, trying to pivot another frag, but the Flames will find him. And there you have it. That compulsory 1 round for Lynn Vision has been accrued. We swap sides and we do it all again. Magic number that you're looking for here is 16. If we go 15-15, well, we lock and load. We give you 10K again, and we keep going until we get ourselves a winner. They're on the mainstream. Launders looks like their best of one. Also, a 1-0 match has come to its conclusion. I'll let you go and check that one out. That may be a little bit of an upset in the cards. This will be the final team, winner of this game, to join the 2-0 bucket. We've already got 3 out of the 4 names. Loser will go down to 1-1. Another best of 1 to play tomorrow.
Well, there's some aggressive AWPing attempt from Zaka. Tries to start as he means to go on in this CT side. 27 frag total. Aggressive AWP starts towards Trophy, and hang on! He's just chipped in on Yard as well! Great pickoff! See you later, Stan, through the smoke.
And likely that's why Stan has accelerated in that situation. Right. Ramp notes the AWP. Smoke wall is up. He rotates back in time, they clear, and he grabs them the opener. So great rotation there from Zaka.
That's fantastic AWPing. Safe to say an uncomfortable position for the T side, but they're going to try their luck down the vents, and that's the angle. Westmelon gets it, gets into the vents himself. Couldn't have played it any better.
Access denied.
Yeah, completely. I mean, now you walk into lobby. It feels like it was a unnecessary aggression, but rewarded regardless. Both of them now cowering by the T vent. Make it just the one. Amelia removes his friend. Jaber last on the naughty list, get a wall bang through Hut to finish. Okay, well, once again tied up. We've had 11-11. We now find ourselves at 14-14.
Put your Westmelon in, put your Westmelon out, put your Westmelon in, and shake it all about. So,
yeah,
he's not doing the hokey pokey, he's doing the Lynn Vision. Did he even see him there?
He got a little glimpse of the balaclava. This push from Sue cheeky. I think he's just feeling himself.
In a 3v5.
Yeah, it does.
I guess we'll just keep fighting.
So I've got no trade potential. We have a 2-man advantage. What if I take another fight that, if I die, it would be way back in? No, I'll do it anyway, and I'll win it.
And what do we say in the business? No harm, no foul.
Yeah,
so,
I mean,
Sue got away with it.
The old adage from Mr. Anderson is, it ain't baiting if you win the round.
Okay.
That's how it goes. And it isn't a silly play if you get the kill, apparently. 14 each. Yeah, that's the Xhaka rock start. I mean, the fact that he's already managed to get himself over there and just take a pot shot, never mind it connecting, is an impressive relocation.
Yeah, 28 kills and counting right now. Xhaka, instrumental moments early within the piece as well on the scout. Once if you can go back that far. Wildcard, what's the call? Sonic was great with opening kills in the first half. I think he was 6-1 after the first half of play. Crazy.
Intensity. A lot of util, no commitment. Sonic flirting with aggression though. They start to slip out. This is Su on top in his own smoke. Surely it doesn't work out for them. How has Westmelon done that? Just pushes through and he leaves with 3. Golden opportunity now for Lynn Vision.
Westmelon can't believe what just happened because he's pushed in through main and JBA is sitting in top site with a HE in his hands, ready to throw a top heart to clear out Su, who's gone, I'm here, but you can't see me. Boop. That is a wild play, and that's why you get that type of reaction. Westmelon comes in, the kills just keep on coming. One more round, Lynn Vision.
I mean, a 2-0 day to start your major. It's right there for the taking. Wildcard have made you work for this. Can Lynn Vision pull this across the line? Break on the smoke reveals nothing. Stan is starting to work for space there. Just chaining those HEs. Stan reporting all of this. And we're down to Westmelon. Okay, he's starting as the last round ended. Bloodshed. Wildcard needs someone to step up. Is it Sus onto Starry? Su still on top heart. Westmelon with him.
Called the cancel. This is going to go into a mid-round now with a 4v4. Looked like they wanted to brute force in, but they were denied. Another smoke will land towards the Squeaky. Are they going to pivot or are they just going to wait out the util? Stan gets to be the puppet master from the grave. Can see all his pieces. JBA top of main. Another 3 over towards lobby for now. Plenty of time on the clock, so they can allow this util to fade. They have very limited to finish. Just a H. Ooh, Westmelon. It's unlikely he gets cleared in this position. That's the bomb.
Su finding Sus, but that's already a little awkward, especially if Westmelon just catches one of them. Okay, Jaber jumps into action. What a shot! Takes down Su on Hut. And Xhaka, you've been great, but not there. Not now. We go again. Another one required.
Okay, I think in that situation, Westmelon's so focused on the crosshair because there was a slight shadow there. But can't get frustrated. Each set of overtime that we find ourselves in, both teams get time out to expend. This is it, dropping off. I thought, yeah, this was some great shooting from JBA, isn't it? As Xhaka had to do an awful lot there from heaven with the AWP. Well, now we're looking for 19.
And they are looking to be all together. Sonic, are you really just going to go running into that top site? Good cover from Su. Westmelon got caught, now brought down. Jaber's got 2. The site falls. Oh, Xhaka has to respect the flames, gets away. Look at the damage though. JBA and Mosey, 7 points of health combined. Is there a way back in for your CTs? Do you want to be saving an AWP with 10k? Xhaka probably does. Another incendiary this time, scooped up.
Yeah, looks like they're backing off out of this one. So they're going to get away with it, aren't they? Just into the top play, straight out Hart, not Squeaky.
Oh, and you know that pace change for Westmelon is the most agonizing. For some reason, just as he pulls out his nade, they've actually called it first round, second OT, they're running at me.
Oh, Amelia might get a couple of exits here. That looks, Starry gets them first. You'd love to just get into an AK. These kills don't really count for a lot. They go down, take every single member of Wildcard. Exit kills in overtime.
Starry just missed out on retrieving the second AK-47 there as well, but that's a lovely little double from Jaber.
Okay, do we go back to regular scheduled programming right now for Wildcard? Set the smokes up outside, allow Stan to work, play the rotations, or do they continue with the shock and all method of this pace? Well, maybe they like the way that that one tasted.
Zaka is pre-aiming the boost. He spots a little glimpse of Stan.
He's going to get smoked off.
Yes, sir. Nade break. Already across. Fozy to red. Not so lucky on the second either.
And another smoke wall now going to be deployed.
Ooh, a little bit of friction felt from Westmelon there, brought down half health.
Who's rotating to B? That's the real question.
They're going so quick and loud about this. There's no one going to dare rotate the vents. Oh, you are? Oh, he's tried it. Westmelon's actually gotten down the vents. I thought that was supposed to be a complete no-no. But he's taken the risk, and he's going to be there quicker than they expected. Nice find from Jaba, but here comes the big flank! Oh, Westmelon fumbles it a little there. JPA is just popping off, ascending to pull his team through. Fozy finds the headshot onto Zaka, and he closes. But it feels like Jaba has just been racking up impactful multi-kills for the entirety of overtime.
Yeah, he activated late, right? He definitely activated late within this matchup, but now he's towards the top of the scoreboard.
It's flowing so nicely.
He's tied himself up now with Zaka, who was the top performer until this moment. So JBA really finding some impact as Fozy puts the cherry on top.
Let's go.
That's 2 T-side rounds. They can get the clean sweep. And you see those ramifications of the finances on the CT side with 10K. Going to be an MP9 for Sue.
Heavy nade pressure. Yard is the focus. Zaka starts the AWP down, so he will be responsible. If they get across, Starry is going to be smoked off. They'll go ahead of the smokes. And Stan still catches that duel with Starry, wins it out. Now the AWP's tested. Does he have block util? No, he doesn't.
They're pivoting.
Okay. Westmelon hears that pivot. Has the cross towards heaven and hell. Will they double swing this? Oh, actually, even considering it with a Molotov. Westmelon forced back.
Amelia's in a tough spot now.
What's Zaka playing at? Straight, just looking for the flank, trying to catch a timing, and he might have just found one. Oh, they just rounded the corner. That moment of hesitation has cost him the info. Fight through lobby. Sue relieves a lot of stress knowing that lobby now clears. Sonic, the lurk, cut out of the round.
But I think they have to go down towards B because they didn't mantle up. They are likely just going to head down ramp in towards B, and that was Zaka's responsibility. So having to go back down secret and now worry if they've infiltrated the lower site.
They're going to have to announce their presence soon. They have got some nades, and Zaka could just quickly time a peek. Quick scope, just like that. Susp deleted. Zaka fragging. Didn't like the way Jaba stealing his top spot on the server scoreboard felt. 10 seconds, boys. What are you supposed to do? What can you do? Jaba can get a frag. Fozy can plant. Not quite. It's denied. Lynn Vision will find something. Just the one CT round to boast.
Okay, it's tough to separate these two. There's 2 rounds needed now for Wildcard to get it done. 18-18, we go again into triple OT. It's easy to lose count, so we'll keep you updated with the numbers. Gets the opening towards Yard. Zaka's AWP negates any pressure down secret, forces them towards the heaven and hell wrap. And if they went out to the tippy top, they would have been knocked off that rope because Zaka with an audacious push, trying to take the game into his own hands, but back underway. Be tough with the outside crawl because Starry, 21 kills, 29 deaths. He's had some shaky moments, and if your yard controller is not getting the space and not able to set the tempo, it can be hard as the in-game leader to call behind this. This time he's got support, plenty of it. Sue top main.
Ooh, spotted Sonic. No one credit. This is a bit of info. This is a bit of real estate for the CT side. So claiming lobby in exchange for yard. Flashes do get Starry across. Spam, a little chip damage from the lick of the flame as well. Westmelon operating with just 78.
Fozzy's rotated down already. He's going to find himself in double door side.
Okay, well, this is a powerful position for an AWPer to find himself in. Molotov will force a decision, and immediately he'll back up. Does he want to go for a cheeky one? I feel like he does. Just like that, as the flames fade, so does Westmelon. 5 on 4, thanks to their sniper.
Time's going to be the problem again. 30 seconds. Amelia from ramp.
Penultimate round of this.
Is it vent to top? Is Amelia going to go heaven? Sue comes in.
Sue's going to come late from
They're
main.
going to split in towards A. This can go so wrong in so many ways.
Yeah, Susp is still there to catch that main advance. Amelia through heaven, though. Jaber's not looking. Should be a clean headshot. Is.
He's going to go down to red pole.
Up the vent.
Yeah, that's the bomb loose.
Oh, no! It's fallen apart for Lynn Vision. Emilia from heaven was counting on that bomb being delivered, and now there's just simply no time. You can see Susper's realized this is our round. Doesn't matter what Emilia does. Fragging up a storm, trying to hunt them all down, but 18 is on the board for Wildcard as a product of a mismanaged 30-second mid-round call.
Yeah, I just think they didn't have enough info on the pieces to make that type of rotation because there was still a player red pole that was sus back of warehouse the entire time. So whether you're coming out of vent or you're... Fortunate that smoke's in play, right? But at this point, how are you meant to get in to attack this site? Well, one round now for Wildcard.
Yeah, that early lobby sees from Stan. Gave them all the info they needed. Wildcard, 2 opportunities to be undefeated on the day. Sonic, he shows an aggressive face, but he's not going to overcommit to it. Hoping to catch a quick tap onto that silo player, and ooh, tip of the head was spotted. HE well placed if they connect. Yeah, they do. Westman and Call Me Sue, both vulnerable now to that instant M4 headshot. Oh, info on the drop. Sue's just accelerating. Stan will chip away. Starry's gone. Sue's aggression rewarded. There's a big wide swing from Westmelon, and Zaka nearly lost his life and the bomb. Very lucky to have gotten away with that. And Stan, if you peek into this, it feels like it's a dangerous move. Sue will find him. 2 on 4. Should be unlosable. Especially now the AWPer's gone. Fozzy takes one with him. And Jaber, what an incredible late resurgence we've seen from him, but not going to be happening here in the 1v3.
He's going to be so frustrated with that because he's expecting them to play nameplate Counter-Strike and go, well, I'm the top defender, why aren't they going ramp? He was trying to get ahead of them on the rotation, but they've gone up the heavens and caught him in the back line. So this time the chance is for Wildcard to get it done. They're able to convert it, and you know what that sound means. Tactical timeout taken. By the CT side. Vin's on the mic. Polish persuasion in the Wildcard jersey. So the AWP in these last 2 rounds has been positioned ramp with the star on Fozzy. That means they've been able to play more of a rifle-centric setup towards outside. Sonic has had the combination of players like Susp, Stan, being able to chip in. So is there a change in the way that they want to approach this without the Fozzy AWP? The finances aren't there for it. It's MP9s for Stan and JBA. It's rifles for the rest. There's a couple of kits, light on U2 in some departments. They should have enough to block against a standard top rush or ramp play, but the nuance is going to come in if it's a smoke wall, if it's a yard crawl. Sonic red pole, Fozzy over towards the CT box. Crossfire established.
Oh, he's actually brought the fight straight to them there, Sonic.
Look at this.
Lovely little flash to go for a second peek.
Measured.
Stan, cheeky walk. That is aggressive. And he's even pre-aiming the potential for a hold from T-Roof. Well, take that AK, take your lobby. Thank you very much. Wildcard, golden opportunity, man advantage. And a best of 1, just 3 kills away.
Well, Westmelon's just found a little bit of a timing. Stan still a thorn in the side in towards lobby, but Westmelon's been able to pip the gap. Fozzy was jiggling towards the heavens. They now know that this is a possibility. So the bomb transitioning over here as well. Time 50 seconds, a little bit more to work with than a traditional Lynn Vision round, but down a player. Rose is coming back for a look.
Oh, I don't know if he spotted him. Yep, Barrel was sticking out. He still isolates, but that's an important trade.
Sue needs to find the lobby.
What can you do? It's just Sue and Zaka. Returning to lobby, looking for Stan. He's evaporated. Where did he go? Nobody knows. Jaber tucked on CT vent as well. This feels set for success. This feels like it's Wildcard's game. It took 2 overtimes. But Wildcard will take it. Jaber finishes. Stan as well. There you have it. A stunning start. A North American organization here in Austin. Delivers in maximum capacity. 19-17 double OT. Lynn Vision, despite all of those crazy rounds going Wildcard's way, I kind of feel I'm impressed by the fact that we got this far.
Yeah, made to work for it, weren't they? Wildcard with a couple of huge rounds early. We've reflected on them several times. A Tech 9 round, you've got the JBA Deagle, you've got the Susp Fozy 2v5 ace for Susp, and you had a back and forth game, one that was pushed. Lynn Vision pressed them. They were in a position in multiple occasions to be the ones to find themselves in the 2-0 bucket. Unfortunately for the Chinese, they will drop to the 1-1. Another best of 1 awaits within stage 1. But Wildcard, one best of 3 away from securing their spot at stage 2 of the major. I think everybody had their moments. Sonic was great with the openings, but we've got the interview ready and standing by.
We'll get you in the next one. Oh, hey, we're live. For a second. Great game.
Thank you.
Yeah? How'd you feel? We were commenting on the desk that every time we saw you, we tuned into your guys' game, you had some kind of an impact in a round that like changed the nature. The Deagle round on the 4th spot, you had some crazy triple kills, some crazy quad kills on defense. What's that all about?
Just feeling more confident day by day. These boot camps are helping me a lot improve in Europe. Spending a lot of time in Europe as well. But also just believing in my team and myself to play like I usually do.
Do you feel any, what's the pressure like coming into this major now? You guys had that good run in Shanghai, but now coming here, you probably have more expectations on yourselves of where you want to go.
To be honest, I don't feel a lot of pressure to make it far. I know how good our team is. I know how far we can go and how much we can achieve.
Yeah.
There's not much pressure right now, to be honest.
Okay, sick. That's awesome to hear. What's been going on this year? Because after Shanghai, which was a great revelation for you guys, this year started slow. It was a little bit odd. So like, what were the things you guys were working on? What was the things that you guys had to like kind of fix and develop? Like, what's the big change that occurred in the first 5 months of this year?
There's not really one thing that I could say. It's just like a bunch of little things adding up and just every single person having issues, constantly working through them, and it's just, I don't know, it's just a lot of little things.
A lot of little things coming together at the right moment. All right, I have to ask this one question on the way out because we've been having debate. We don't know what you want to go with. Is it JBA, is it JBA?
JBA.
JBA?
Yeah.
Forever? That's
Forever.
it? Okay.
Yeah.
Got that solved. All right, man, congratulations. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
That was brilliant. There we go. You're correct. JBA, not Jaber.
Like I said, he's a loyal viewer on the Maui Snake Twitch stream. And
about Maui.
I mean, that's how I know these things, okay? That's how I have the inside details. JBA, though, all in all, had a fantastic map. I know that everybody on Wildcard sort of held up their end of the bargain. Maybe Stanislaw's a little bit low, but as the in-game leader, it's okay. It's okay. It's fine if you end up getting the victory. But man, JBA with so many pivotal moments where he's just getting a multi-frag. The Deagle round in particular towards overtime, that was such a massive boon. Actually, that was the reason it got to overtime. So man, I mean, if we were doing a normal desk breakdown, I feel like we'd probably have 3 rounds from JBA that we'd like to go through one by one. The way he even plays off of teammates too, recognizes his moment to strike and playing off of their contact first so regularly, he's so good at it.
Yeah, and I mean, you're exactly right. I mean, if this was a normal desk, we'd just be like, forget everyone else. Let's just have a JBA package. Yeah. Like, just hook it all up. But, I mean, that being said, I'm going to contradict myself pretty much immediately, so that's fun. Susp had a really good game.
Sonic did too.
Yeah.
I mean, there were a lot of good I'd say Sus was great in the T sides. Sonic had some good CT side moments. JBA was the most thorough and complete.
Most
on
impactful,
both.
for sure.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah, it's a positive sign, right? Because you said about how Sonic was playing good at the major. He can come back and just swing out on this major. It makes up for the lackluster part of the other bit before.
Sure. I mean, I think, yeah, I think that this team has some cool pieces to it, and watching them develop is a lot of fun, especially because the conversation we have about like North American players and having so many stars over the years kind of let you down. Like we're still in this period, especially with JBA, where it's like we don't know how good you're going to be, and you haven't let us down yet. You know, I feel like I keep seeing improvement, and I think one of the huge benefits is it's always going to come back to this guy. It's always going to circle back in Wildcard to Stanislaw, because there's very few star players in North America who have been able to actually go to an experienced IGL.
Yep.
Who's used to and has the experience of putting lineups together, putting teams together, putting game plans together, instilling it across the team. So he's got a luxury that a lot of the other like kind of potential stars in North America haven't had, which is an awesome in-game leader.
All right, well, I'm going to throw the B-Stream guys to the break right now, because after this, you're going to have Legacy taking on Chinggis Warriors. If you want to stick with us on the red zone, you can chill here with me, Moses and Maui. But we'll keep things moving.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've got an interesting one. It's time to move from the winners column to the losers. And I'm not calling them losers, you know, love the boys. We've got Legacy on one side of the server. It is going to be an interesting one as we meet the Chinggis Warriors. It refers to the army and followers of Chinggis Khan, also known as Genghis Khan to us ignorant Westerners, the founder of the Mongol Empire. Indeed.
Isn't it thematic?
Isn't it?
We have the Mongols, the Chinggis Warriors, and we have the Huns.
Yeah. Just you know, they really are hammering home where they're from.
Yes.
That would be like us being called the cup of tea governors or something.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Or the Australian
Beans on toast, or the Australian outback. That's all I've got for you.
Yeah.
Odds on screen.
Crikey.
Crikey, mate. It looks like Legacy are the favourites.
Oh, well, mate, who would have bloody thought that? Well,
All right.
Legacy's first game of Counter-Strike, I'm not going to do that.
No.
Legacy's first game was uninspiring, I would say. They're currently on a 3-match losing streak, Legacy, to Vitality, 3D Max, and Lynn Vision. Lynn Vision being at the major. On the other side of things, Chinggis Warriors lost to Heroic. But for Legacy, the reason I say it was a bit uninspired, well, actually, the calls were inspired. I thought some of the rounds that Lux was trying to call into, he's done an interview over there with HLTV talking about becoming an in-game leader and being good for his career. But we are about to get in-game. Some of the calls, I could see the ideas, but it felt a little bit crazy, right? It's a bit gimmicky. Can gimmicks get you through in this stage of the tournament? That's the question. Well, they're my favourites, as well as the odds going into this head-to-head. Chinggis Warriors on the T side, Legacy get to start on the defence.
Ariukal, Rue, Controls, E-Fire, and Coolast.
That's the AWPer with the P250 in yard. What can he find as the rest head towards ramp? Nissim up to bat.
Oh, and bat he does. Knocks it out of the park onto Controls.
Hey, bada, they say, as they try and hunt him down.
Oof, another nice USP headshot so far from Legacy, hitting hard to start.
Well, how do you salvage a 3v5 disadvantage?
Not so sure you do. You probably want to group up, and if you do, you meet Doomao. Rue. Oh, bloody hell. You can't catch a break. The Chinggis Warriors have just had their heads ripped clean off.
It felt like there's been no trade potential in any of these kills with how quick Legacy have popped these shots. So just need to punt this one in now. Ariukal and E-Fire. Well, one is noted. The door swings open and the round swings shut. Ooh, interesting Chotchki placement there. He's gone end of the Glock.
Just on the tip.
The most sensitive area of a Glock, as it should be an eco round now coming out from the side. Oh, it's a tech. It's a tech as we get to take a look again.
It's, yeah, no, this was called actually by Blast TV. They're coming over to have a chat with you. Yeah, there's a chat coming over. There you go, that's the word. That's the word.
If you think about a gun, the most sensitive area is where the bullet comes out of.
Most definitely. I suppose inanimate objects and sensitivity is probably a conversation for another time, but, you know, tech issues is typically when those kind of conversations can occur.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I'm wrong. I love the red theme Lux has gone for here.
Why do you think Coolast shaved his head? Have you seen his picture on HLTV?
I think he's rocking it.
But look at his haircut on HLTV.
Oh, it's
look at this.
Oh, he had luscious locks.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe this was like the major reset, you know?
Okay.
You don't want to be focused on your hair in the mirror. You want to be focused on the frags.
True, and if your hair's too long, it's getting in your eyes.
Yeah. And he's got a sick last name that I'm not going to try and say.
I wish we could say half the Mongolian names, but I don't think they'd ever let me in with how badly I'd put it.
Yeah, that's one sad to have missed out on this year. We took a trip to Mongolia in the Counter-Strike circuit. Coolast, speaking of, is taking an early lick, and Controls has taken an early pick.
Okay, so man advantage on the eco. Can you get a plant or any more kills out of this? That becomes the new question.
I would operate under the assumption that that's all they'll be getting. But, you know, one overstep and a deagle headshot, and this round really is on. Nissim,
look how close he is. He's in the screen. Another one of these guys.
Focused. Perfect headshot. Precise. Anticipating flashes. They haven't even got one to throw. Does he get away? Yeah, he's played this very well. That MP9 that he recovered from Doomao has been put to good use. It's Rue with the frag. If it leads to a plant, I mean, this is one hell of an eco.
They got plenty of time to play out the round as well. They don't need just to rush into things, so E-Fire lurking in lobby with the deagle in hand, worrying about an aggressive maneuver. Lux has rotated down towards B. Lato has stayed put towards the CT van, and that means that Sanson, he's got a lot to tussle with. There's the time now. It's into the 30 seconds, 35 to be exact, as they group up, looking to finish towards A. Sanson up the ladder in combination with Lato for the finish.
I just don't see a world where this crossfire's broken. I mean, Lato alone could probably defend this. Don't forget, no Kev. Sound cue made. They spot him out, but the headshot's found. Lato down. Trader found. E-Fire last man, he's just going to try and die. Would love another kill on the way in. That's it. Unable to hit that Deagle headshot. So the FAMAS collects, and the second round is theirs.
Sloppy anti-eco.
Yeah, right. You're not happy with that. If you're Lux, you're going to be kind of a bit critical of your troops.
Yeah, so you lose the opening kill onto Dumao, and then you get peeled apart, things that loose are strung.
Damn. The Inspect Showboat.
Nissim's giving eye damage.
It's giving eye damage, it is. It absolutely is.
Might have to measure him up against the Yakinders of the world.
Yeah, but just thought it's like trying on a headset after Anders. Yeah, that talk about ear damage.
Sorry, I can't hear you, Alex.
Yeah.
Our first rifle round. Snowball dotted. Cool last yard lurk. Other four towards lobby ramp. Appears to be a fortunate choice, but Nissim, he's been deleting them on tests.
Great start, opening kill. Lux has removed Coolast, and now they accelerate into Nissim. He'll surely not get away with this test again. They keep coming towards his domain. And this time, he's not going to stick up as much of an aggression. He'll fall back into the site. Give him ramp. You can have that. You can't plant there. Still holding on to that man advantage in this first gun. As Coolast just watches from the sidelines. And I just noticed, Dumao's already seized all of lobby, so they're operating under a lot of intel. Feels like Nissim should have a headshot here, and he does. Just a lovely double dinker. Smashing solo hold. Lux with the little cherry on top there. He started off with the opening pick and has finished off what is the fourth. Could be the final frag, but looks like Rue's going to give it a go.
Yeah, look, this is tough. If anything, I feel like you should be going for the save here, but he's going to give it a crack. And I think with the loss bonus starting to build now, that's going to be all five staying alive. A bomb plant would have gone a long way, so you can understand why he gives it a crack, but should just be a partial now. Tactical timeout has been called on the T side to have some conversations. Nissim, more like Nissim.
Because
this guy's, if he was a spammer, we could do something with Get Right and GTR. You know, and this is GTR.
Very good, yeah.
There's something there, but he's not. He's a head shooter. He's not a spammy boy. And Get Right's spray control.
He's a spray boy.
Yeah, some of the finest to ever grace the Counter-Strike servers. Carnage on the mic. Now, your last anti-eco was sloppy. Your anti-partial, it's bloody terms. There's too many different buy types now, isn't there? It's like, oh, okay, we've got an anti-force, an anti-partial buy, an anti-eco. Either way, the concepts remain the same. We know that they're going to have less. I say less. E-Fire's all in. He's got $100 left.
Yeah, and Rue almost the same. Yeah, it's gone for a armored Galil. Is it pacey? It looks like it's very lobby-centric. They're asking questions of Hut early. Ariukal just 16. Oh, he's still going to get one. Broken through. Ariukal just walks into the top side. A Tech-9 pop, and down they go. Legacy shut down out of the round. Gets 16 HP out of Hut with just a Tech-9 and leaves with 2 kills. Should I say it again?
No, what happens is I find myself being like very critical of type of setups that I see.
Yeah.
But then I have to remind myself this is stage 1 and these teams we don't see on the circuit all the time. So there are going to be more of those moments where maybe they don't have the perfect setup and understanding of the situation. And I think that's one of them.
So, pardon my ignorance, but the flaws in that setup there, was it just because the Mustang player wasn't active?
Well, both of them were back side, right?
Yeah.
So they're both susceptible to the same flash.
Yeah, makes sense.
And neither of them were anti.
Yeah.
So your after players just hung out to dry. You don't see players often sitting here, do you?
No, you don't. True.
So,
and then this one just came completely
that one's beautiful.
free,
Look, it's a really good shooting, right? The second is a thing of absolute beauty, but the fortunate factor for Legacy right now is they kept 5 players alive in the previous, so they have more than enough to get the buyout. They aren't going to worry about the AWP, so going to keep this one very rifle heavy on the CT side for now, but that's the first round for the Mongolians. Mongolia versus Brazil.
Yeah, right. And a matchup we haven't seen before. Chinggis and Legacy, the first time they've met. But it's in such a high-stakes game. Best of 1, nuke. Taste of defeat still on the taste buds of both of these.
hate to have to draw back from a 0-2 with consecutive best of threes just to keep your major hopes and dreams alive. Bomb across secret, late piece on main, 2 bodies over towards lobby. So set up now Chinggis Warriors for a round finisher.
So you immediately knock on Nissim's door. And he is home. Jiggle bait successful. They've taken ramp. Sad's in a response. Trying to keep track of moving pieces. Sending. Rua late cross, not smoked, and likely going to be exposed. Gets spotted by the Heaven player, but they're not interested in the fight immediately. Nissim, he has got so much work to do, and he's gone down easy. Lato, from that single door, Ryukul stands strong.
Tough retake.
Needed that.
Save. They systematically took care of the round. Secret cross, they win out the ramp space. It wasn't even the ramp fight, but turtled up towards lower. Legacy having to play very site-centric. They didn't get the control that they were looking for to inform the setup or even get a cheeky little kill in the backlines. And Chinggis Warriors will grab their second. Lux, Dumao, and Sadzen all looking for the saves. Nissim with 3K in his bank balance will be able to buy again. And Dumao, after the loss bonus of 1900, should be able to drop something across to Lato. Controllers able to open up the avenue in towards B. The bomb goes down, and consecutive rounds now post, so some confidence from our colleagues when they went down to, was it the Nomadic, or what was the Mesa tournament? It can't be Nordic.
Mesa, yeah.
It must be Nomadic. Let me find this. 4 weeks ago. Yeah, Nomadic.
Nomadic.
The Mesa Nomadic Masters Spring 2025.
Yeah. Unless our geography's really off.
They're going out experiencing the culture that Ulaanbaatar and Mongolia had to offer. And there was, I think, Blast was on at the same time. I think it was during Rivals, was on simultaneously. And during that, they're out in places having a drink after work, and Blast's up on the TV screen, and they're consuming the Counter-Strike around the clock at clubs and pubs and bars. So Mongolia, they're Counter-Strike pilled right now.
Oh, 100%. Do you see the Mongolian rapper starting like Mongols chants?
They're the national team. Yep. Nazinho, the little cherubs on billboards.
And now you've got teams like Chinggis Warriors trying to chase that same glory. Up against a team that, but no fault of their own, have been under scrutiny.
Yeah, so they would love to seize this opportunity, wouldn't they, Legacy? Dumao with some interesting words about how he would feel going up against Bestia 10 times. But lobby aggression this time on the table.
Oh, it certainly is. And saddled in, he immediately transfers into a second. That was swift. Just in a split second, that second headshot's converted. They establish a boost on ramp already. Not looking good for that T side. Maybe Ifar through Secret can get something going?
I like the ramp adjustment because Nissim's been playing spot, go for the first kill and fall. Now he's committed. So if they try and go through this ramp avenue, Nissim...
Oh, there you go. Hang on, that's not Nissim.
Yeah, that's actually a huge amount of information for Rue to work with. So we're in a 3v3 that becomes very losable for Legacy and very winnable for the Chinggis Warriors. So it starts with catastrophe, but could close with victory.
Yeah, I mean, that's an amazing clawback. Gets active off of the trajectory and takes that duel 45. Ifar hasn't done much with the secret space. Maybe just going to be a little surprise lurk to that Yard player of Lux. Yes, indeed! Not ready! He had his back completely turned. Now they'll just drop B. They know they've taken down Lux. Rotation is going to be in. Nissim, what have you got for us? He's not going to be able to get a good angle. He's going to be exposed. The double door's open. They jump across. Okay, just the one. Ifar, that's the trade. That could win them and should win them the round. And Ifar, high impact. Rue with 2, and it's that clawback kill on ramp that really ignites the possibilities.
Yeah, they throw the smoke, but it's just the timing that goes against them, and you can understand why. Okay, I've dropped a defensive smoke. It's unlikely a player's this close. I'm going to start transitioning and cheating back before the smoke clears, and then it costs you. This one right here. It doesn't feel like it's worth a lot, but it is in the weight of things. Then the util comes in towards A. They've actually obscured vision towards main. It's a main smoke, a CT vent molly. Lux is thinking, there's no way anybody's going to come late out of Secret, and he's able to catch that kill in this side to give them the man advantage and close things down. So very well done from eFire.
Yeah, it does look like we've got tech pause called, understandable. Apparently headset issues. You want to be here in that game, Crispy. Are you a crisp, a sharp, or a normal?
I haven't really played around with them an awful lot, to be completely honest with you, so I'm not even sure what I'm rocking at the moment. We are logged into Counter-Strike, so if the game is functioning correctly, it will have brought across our audio settings. Where am I at? It says EQ profile natural. I don't think I'm a natural user. I don't think these are my settings.
I think you're probably a crisp because they made that just to spite all the old heads that wanted to really...
To spite us?
Yeah, I think so. Oh. I think, like, looking at the way they've framed, like, they describe it, it's like, may sound harsh in certain situations. They wanted the game to be balanced, but they know that Counter-Strike players are very particular.
Aren't we just?
Yeah, we like it a certain way.
Well, if you are just tuning in to the Blast TV Austin Major, you've missed an awful lot. It is day one. We have 16 days worth of competition over the next 2.5 weeks. It will be culminating in the arena. Right now, we start with 16 teams. There's 8 waiting in the wings in stage 2. There's 8 waiting in the wings in stage 3. So as we go through each Swiss, which will open with best of 1s for the establishing round, best of 3s for the progression or elimination. We'll grab 8 teams from each stage and keep shifting them up until we have filtered enough teams to get out 8 for the single elimination best of 3 playoff bracket.
And just a quick reminder as well for how you're watching. If you like it in extra crispy 4K, you can head over to Blast.TV and watch it there. All the streams are there. You've got your A, your B, and your red zone. You've got mini games as well.
Yeah, they got Counter-Strickle.
Counter-Strickle.
The Swiss matchup simulator.
I always start with you, Chad, on Counter-Strike Wordle.
You start with me?
Yeah.
Oh, that's nice. I think in the beginning I wasn't even in their database. I felt quite snubbed, to be completely honest.
Understandably.
If you do want to chat to the people at the Red Zone, there's a hashtag for them as well. Hashtag BlastTV Red Zone. You can watch on YouTube, you can watch on Twitch. You can even get into the CSTV and you can be your own observer. So if you want to control the way you watch, that's probably the best way to do things. I'm the type of guy when I watch, I'm always looking at the util sets, like who's setting up, what are the flashes. The kills are good and all, but there's a whole lot that goes into making those happen.
That is the unmistakable sound of monitor settings being changed. Okay.
Okay, we just have a bit of information coming in regarding this tech issue. They plugged in the new headset, but while doing so, accidentally restarted the computer. So we just need a little bit more time. But we're all locked up. It's 3-3.
That's fine.
I imagine most of our viewers now are no longer the Europeans. We've got a 7-hour time difference back to CEST from Austin, Texas. I wonder if the Australians were awake to watch the FlyQuest victory.
Oh, presumably. The Australian fans are deady. I mean, they're always a bit freaked out when it's actually on their time zone. They're used to the
9 a.m.
nocturnal lifestyle. Yeah, okay.
So their game probably ended, what, an hour ago? Yes, mum definitely would have been awake, I guarantee you that much.
And the game that's happening simultaneous to our own is Complexity versus Fluxo. I mean, we all echo the sentiment, right? Or at least you, Chad, I'm asking you, that Complexity have to turn it around. Did you watch any of that game against OG? My gosh.
I'm not of that opinion.
No?
I think that people have undervalued Halzerk.
Yes. Okay. Fair.
I'm not saying that they have overvalued Junior. I think Junior was probably one of the highlights in their opening game with the Deagle.
Yeah, true.
But I think people have really undervalued what Halzerk brings to the Complexity roster. And I think people have also undervalued what it means to have a stand-in and not your full 5.
Yeah.
Like, I get you look at the names on paper and you go, well, they're better than these guys. Guys, Counter-Strike, as much as we talk about the superstars and the heavy hitters, team synergy, right, is one of the key elements of any Counter-Strike team. It's one of the hardest things also to convey to the viewer because you would need to be in that cluster, that bubble of humans to understand it.
It's very tough. I mean, there are exceptions, perhaps, that may have warped our expectations of subs, the super subs, as it were. You know, the likes of Stewie standing in Dallas.
Indeed.
That's a different one.
Brought a North American hero into the conversation immediately, haven't you?
I have. I certainly have. But, you know, there are other examples where it hasn't worked. You just look no further than, you know, in reference to what you're talking about, the way in which FaZe looked like a completely different team upon the departure of Rops. You know, that is, you removed a piece. Rops, Halzak, you know, different conversations, but regardless, it does leave the team looking a certain way and a different, completely different roster.
I think one of the keys, Complexity have a potential, depending on their matchups, to scrape through stage 1 and hope, if I was them, that Halzak is able to secure his visa to be able to get into the US and be able to compete with his team. But we've touched upon it earlier, the fact that stage 1 flows directly into stage 2. There is no break day between stage 1 and stage 2. I think that's going to make things a little bit more difficult in that regard. And then as we move from stage 2 into stage 3, there is a day break. It sees the big teams playing across the Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday week prior to the playoffs. You get 2 weeks back-to-back where that's the case.
Yeah. And for the 8 teams that are already waiting in stage 2, some big ones: Falcons, FaZe, Virtus Pro, 3D Max.
I was looking at this earlier. When you look at that stage 2, the only team, and people are going to think I'm being a little bit audacious with this sentiment, but the only team that I would say is a lock from stage 2 to go to stage 3 is Falcons.
Yeah, no, I can't really argue with that.
It's so hard to see. Like, Pain have been on a constant downward spiral. They've had issues, sure. They've had to have Rick stand in a couple of times. Big Zero unable to go to Melbourne because of I think it was an ear issue that he had. Then you had DGT not able to get into, I think it was Kazakhstan potentially. MIBR, are they exciting? M80, the same type of conversation. Furia, they have Yakinda standing in. Virtus Pro, there's rumors about them losing Electronic after the major. Or maybe not losing, but getting rid of.
Yeah, but then I look at the front runners in stage 1, and I think, oh, who would make a VP, make a FaZe, make a 3D Max Sweat, and my list is
pretty short, right?
Pretty
it's
short.
Heroic.
It's heroic. It might be Wildcard and FlyQuest. Who have I forgotten?
I think BetBoom losing to FlyQuest earlier today maybe takes away a little bit of their rub, but I also think that BetBoom are a team that I would have going through in either a 3-1 or a 3-2 type of status.
It's
so
I think
they're in a conversation.
Obviously we saw NRG earlier today. Bait is a team that I haven't been able to kind of pinpoint where to put my prediction and expectation for Bait. I mean, obviously Headtrick, I've got great admiration for his abilities. NPL does seem to have stepped up individually, so you know, I've got eyes on Bait.
The choke factor is the biggest conversation around Bait, because for youngsters, when you're on the cusp of doing something like that, this is where you worry about them maybe getting a little bit wobbly. But shouldn't be too much longer from getting this one back underway.
Yeah, just received word. It's a rough 2-minute estimate, so we're just chilling with you guys while we wrap this one up.
2 minutes isn't too bad. Do you want to divulge your pick'ems to the world?
Do I want to divulge what, sorry?
Your pick'ems.
You know, I probably should. I will. Can I immediately put a caveat? That
you can explain away your problems.
I did it in approximately 30 seconds.
Okay.
It was moments before. I only had a couple of moments because Jason was allowing us to use his laptop. So we all just kind of crowded around the laptop and speed ran it. I have Heroic and BetBoom as my 3-0, so that's...
Well, Heroic you can still get.
Heroic can still happen, yeah. I put Bait, I put Wildcard, I put Imperial, Tyloo, and FlyQuest. So, and Complexity, which I tried to ignore.
Okay.
Yeah, I may have misplaced my expectations. You're talking about those fools that misunderstood just how much of an impact losing Halzak was. I'm one of them.
Well, look, it's not over yet, and there's a real chance that they still can make it even after.
Are you seeing the score on that other stream though? It's looking like they're working hard. They've been put through their paces right now by Fluxo.
Indeed, and Fluxo were made light work of by FlyQuest, who have put themselves in that 2-0 bucket alongside of Bait, Heroic, and of course Wildcard. My pick'ems, let me bring them up.
You got them?
Yeah, I should have them here somewhere. Did you have to leave the game to get to them?
I didn't.
Okay.
But yeah, I got Fluxo and Chinggis Warriors as my 0-3. So if Fluxo keep this up...
Can you help a boomer?
Yeah, sure.
How'd you get there?
So what I did was I pressed escape to the... Oh, I didn't.
Oh,
I
you
lied.
did leave the...
I lied.
Okay, no, well, that's fine. I thought that I was...
So did I. I thought I just pressed escape and made it work, but I didn't.
They're saying they're almost ready, so let's see how quick I can be.
Let's see what a smart man does with his
Mine's not smart either. There's definitely things I'm not happy with. So I've gone Heroic and FlyQuest in my 3-0. Both are possible.
Yeah.
I've gone Chinggis and Fluxo in my 0-3s. So both of those are possible.
Yeah.
I have Wildcard, OG, BetBoomers, Nemiga, Tyloo, and Bait going through in my 3-1/3-2.
So no Lynn Vision.
Not a lot of North American, what's the word that I would go for? Hope being exuded from me. So I apologize to all the NA fans who are watching right now. But I'd love to be proven wrong. Because
okay, they've got M80 in stage 2.
You should know my name, Alex. Don't call me mate.
All right, mate. And that, of course, they have a British coach. So we're all very excited to see another British flag.
Aren't we just? Well, you have the best British flag right now. His name's Mezzi.
That's right.
And they are the best team of the season.
And
they are on track to win the major.
Yeah. And it does feel like this whole song and dance of stage 1, stage 2.
You think it's a formality, do you?
Stage 3. I'm not saying it's a formality. It's just a question of we're expecting to see a certain list of names battling it out in the final stage of the major.
Name them.
Name them?
Name them.
Vitality, Falcons, Mouse, Spirit, and FaZe.
Oh! Interesting that you've gone with FaZe.
Yeah, I know. That was my curveball.
You're a simp for simple.
I'm a simp in capitals. Yeah, I am a simp for simple.
No, but I think those first 4, nobody would argue they're the teams of the season. You've got Mouse with a trophy, Falcons with a trophy, Spirit with a couple. Vitality with 6.
But FaZe have simple, Chad, so that's what they've got.
Okay, all right, fair enough.
Come on.
I like simple.
And you'll see him in stage 2. You will. But first, let's get the stage 1 continues. Looks like we are ready to get back underway with Chinggis Warriors versus Legacy. It is a best of 1. Both teams losing their opening and looking to try and, just return with a little bit of vigor into their second match of the day.
And what is a common theme is, no head-to-head records between a lot of the teams matching up today. A lot of regional representation. It was Pistol with conversions for Legacy in a sloppy fashion. It was a 3v5 that's the statement piece for Chinggis Warriors right now as they force down this partial out of Legacy.
Yeah, I am slightly intrigued about Lux's positioning. He's got a partner as well. An MP9 in this kind of position could shred. You have to be careful here. Oh, good spot from Coolast. Yep, that is not gone well for Lato.
There's just some fundamental things that Legacy are doing so far that isn't filling me with a lot of hope for them within the tournament. I won't even say this match. It's things like in that situation, you're doing a left eye... Damn. You're doing a left eye jiggle from Lux, and then you have Lato who transitions across, and then he's baiting. So you're not even playing together.
With a P250. So,
all right, we might get something. But there's the lead for Chinggis Warriors. The Mongolians got a 1-round buffer right now as the rifles do come back out. I expect to see Sadson invest into the AWP. And that's exactly what is manifesting in front of our eyes right now. From E-Fire. E-Fire advantage scenario that they converted a little bit earlier on in the piece. Back 10, carried across. Let's spur them with something a little bit more in your face. No, we're just going to see smoke wall thrown out from Ariukul. Coolast up on the boost with the AWP, so both teams with the snipers ready to lock horns. Look at the flame onto Lux. Now behind the CT vent. And right now just going through the motions. Showing the capabilities to get across and down secret. Rue on top of main. I want to wrap heaven and hell with these smokes.
Rue closing the gap on Sadzin. Is he going to react to the possibility? He has to. And just in time, but missed shot. Brought down by his rival Orpa. Now Ryukul is holding and gets away with it. Dumao down, Latu takes his place. You're not ready for that, are you? And now we can adjust for the heaven push. Team play, solid work, but not enough. Rue doubles up, bomb needs to be retrieved. They've got time to do so. They do have to hurry up though.
If Nissim pushes ramp,
yeah, that's
it could
what I'm
actually
seeing.
cause a bit of an issue right now.
Oh dear, this is going to be such an awkward round if you lose it. Coolast, tasked with retrieval. Yeah, okay, he knows. Nissim knows. Nissim knows. They have to pick up the bomb. They have to come back. They have to come back. And he's only got a Glock. Jumps across. Loses the bomb. 15 seconds. He's playing a naughty game here, Nissim. Oh, he can't control it. If he brings down E5, that's his round. He knifes out. He runs away. There's simply no time.
Oof, you could see a conversation post-mortem there coming out of Coolast. The fact that the bomb is down there with that time on the clock, so that one's kind of fallen through the gap.
And I mean, we all know the feeling from Coolast is like, guys, it shouldn't be me.
Exactly.
Why is it me?
Yeah, and if I am doing that, can I get a little bit more support in that situation so we can potentially trade? This will be second tactical timeout called now from the side of Legacy as things are falling apart very quickly. I'm not sure if we caught it. I was focused on my CSTV when it happened, but Coolast with that kill over towards Hell, it was a wallbang.
Yeah,
he was over towards Secret.
I did wonder how the AWPer killed him in the end.
So he was just taking a pod shot. Here it is. Oh no, he's catching a glimmer from this angle. Okay, damn, that's even better than what I thought he pulled off. I thought he just got full lucky.
Yeah, so there's 10 seconds there. So perhaps, I don't even know, probably just enough time if you win that duel.
Feels like Coolast was critical there. The response he got made him, all right, I misunderstood.
Yep, okay.
But either way, it will be the partial again out of Lux's boys.
Aryukal's just running with a Mag-10. Doesn't choose to commit. Throws out his early aggressive HE, and ooh, Dumao's found a safe haven on the hut. That is a valuable asset if they were to commit through. Doesn't look like that's going to be the case, though. Actually just backing up in this anti-pistol round.
Argentina will be celebrating tonight if Legacy go down 0-2.
Yeah, it's true.
That's straight out for Chinggis Warriors as they do get this yarn space. Not a whole lot you can really cause concern with if you are Legacy with this type of an investment. They try and chip away through the smokes. They've rotated nobody down towards B just yet. Still plenty of time to do so as Secret Control is just being garnered now.
Yeah, I can see that Lux has just blocked them.
Okay.
It's going to be a very valuable smoke.
And he's rotated back up, so he thinks that that one key piece of utility is going to funnel them in towards an A finish, and he might be right.
It's a gamble. Okay, smoked off, leg break hurt. That implies top finish. Little do they know they're actually committing down lower. Hang on. Rue. The lone wolf surrounded, attack from the scout. He transfers and spins around. He gets himself the 2, and AK is a nice find. The round, however, has fallen into place for the Chinggis Warriors. This will put them up to 6. T-side nuke in a best of 1. That's a very valuable haul.
They call the bluff there and still continue B, but it's also relatively informed by that maneuver. So getting information on 3 players, the fact that you take down 2 of them, you really remove any opportunity for Legacy to vie for this. Just going to hold on to the AK-47, see if they can find a couple of extra exits. But now we're talking 6 in a row. T-side economy, it's working wonders right now. I'd have a smile on my face too, pulling off that little maneuver. Mag-10 Aryukal still in the mix. Actually with the best spawn on the T side right now as we catch this in the replay, just flicking between the fights. The first understand is beautiful, but the ability to that second, that's the cherry on top.
Especially because Sadzin's screaming he's tagged. You know, you
should be an easy kill at that point.
Should have it. You think it should.
I wouldn't mind a pace change right now, to be honest, Alex. Aryukal with the best spawn on the Mag-10. You could even try and go a vent dive.
I mean, look at it. He hasn't even invested into nades. He just bought a HE. He knows he's just going to charge out through the flames. Finds a little safe haven, but I think he can spot his toes. Oh, his feet! Dunks on him, does Lato, in combination of bullets and shrapnel. Job done. Opening pick found. Legacy, this is a must-win round. You cannot let this one slip.
You're looking just to salvage a 6-6 half on the CT side. Can't underestimate anyone at this stage of the competition. Still being juggled. Smoke wall to be erected late. And looks like they want to put some conviction behind this. There's no need to oversearch the mark, as fortunately garners info and doesn't lose his life. So poking his head up was Lux.
Got a new lease of life now. Backs away.
Smoke wall's coming in, like they're already up red, and now the smoke's dropping. They're actually peeking with the smokes. So they're hoping somebody is trying to question what's behind this. They get across, but that might really trip up Legacy because they're ahead on this timing.
Lux is going to confirm it in a moment's time. There's the angle for the walk up. Oh, E5's going to spot him, gets the headshot, gets away! Lux doing everything! Backs away now. Fake break, doesn't get the kill. Somehow Controls is connected elsewhere on Yard. E5's wrapping that bomb through. Needs to get that bomb planted. Coolast nearly got exposed by the nade break, but E5 gets the bomb planted successfully.
This is a nightmare for Legacy. Two players trapped behind this ramp smoke and being flanked.
Yeah, Controls. Controls puts his head straight in the crosshairs of Sadzin. Coolast up to bat. Right angle on the fade, gets his. Now Sadzin up for the clutch. Pushing in, looking for E5. Oh, just about avoids the spread of the flame. Oh, now they know exactly where he is. They just have to double swing him and they get the job done. Is their time? Should be good.
Yeah, no drama.
6-4?
We'll be able to convert that to fuse. I just think the fact that they're blocked towards ramp, I don't think Controllers had to play as early as he did, but to be fair, they were down a man early in that round, so tough to be able to work their way back into it. They've already won a 3v5 in this one. Let's pull off another miracle round, but still have this lead and still keeping the pressure on. 2 CTs survive, drops come through, all retained. Util's there. 2 more rounds required to make it 3 on the trot to tie things up into the halftime break for the Brazilians.
Yeah, Mongolia versus Brazil. A fresh look, a fresh matchup. Not something the Counter-Strike world has seen before in Chinggis Warriors and Legacy.
E5's going to get across down secret very...
Ooh, nearly got exposed there.
Yeah, so he's down. So pressure applied to the rotations of the CTs.
Uh-oh.
He's just spammed for event rotation. Right, knowing you got a player across, the CTs have to move. Do we drop down ramp? Do we chase the vent? There's no way we're running secret behind the unknown.
Yeah, now you got 2 ramp though. Sadzin's bringing his AWP over for a little quick pick. Catches Ariukal progressing. Quick one from Lato into the heart. That's an important duel for Nissim to really, really twist the knife.
That secured the round.
Yeah. Coolast and E5 left alone. And actually, it does look like Nissim's completely unprepared for this angle. E5 should have him dead to rights here. Headshot found. 2v4 goes 2v3.
Felt like it should have been the round. They're going to brave this main smoke. It's just faded.
Yeah, Dumal went down. It's this hot player. It's Lato. Position for it. Oh, he nearly had it in one spray. In fact, just a single point of damage is all he was missing.
E5 is hoping to save. So with 28 seconds left on the clock, tucks in red pole, back warehouse, Sadzin and Dumal. They don't know it yet, but the round is theirs. So just a 1-round gap. The Brazilians are now working back into this. And we'll be able to make sure everybody has all the goods. The win bonus drops are available. They're all good in the hood. But have they taken their momentum? Have they taken the wind out of the sails of the Chinggis Warriors? That's the question on my lips.
Counter-terrorists win.
They weren't going to have any issues buying an AWP again. There's so much residual cash for Chinggis Warriors that it wouldn't have cost them. Considering how they get that free over there with the smoke spam from Controller. Behind the scenes. This will be the second tactical timeout called. Last time Carnage got on the mic, I think that's where they're able to start making good of this progress. So wanting to give them a 2-round buffer going into the halftime break. The fact that the coach has burnt this now, knows how valuable the T-side rounds are in the best of 1.
Well, just total. I mean, the fact that 4 timeouts have been burned in single half of play in this best of 1 just speaks to the intensity. Last conversation, big difference available for Legacy. You can perhaps recover your CT side, make it workable. Giving the T side an edge is already Pretty high bar set by the Chinggis Warriors. Can they end with victory? Can they end with the lead? Quick extinguish, call-outs. Quick to this. Lux to receive them as well. He's right up next to them. It's actually a good pick off from the AWP. CT AWP connects. Sadzin makes his presence known and now investigating around. The smoke is through. Lux is holding for this. But the elevated angle from E5 could catch him off guard. He retreats, recedes, and oh, the mantle! The failed jump. E5, at least he caught Sadzin there, but oh, it's Lux that leaves with 2. He's good. Ariuko! Oh, he's managed to make a 2v4 instantly back to a level playing field. I say that as he does a cartwheel, thanks to Dumao. Okay, control's quite hard from him. 1 versus 2. He's been softened up and set up. Ariuko's double.
So much time to work. Wants to get the bomb back first. Dumao with lobby control. Lado tethered not too far behind. But the map is the oyster now of controls. Where does he want to find the finish? If he takes the height advantage of Heaven, it will give him a nice overview of the A site. But look at this from Dumao. He's going to come around the back lines and might just catch him on a timing from ramp.
Oh, the timing. Very good. Okay, Legacy, they've recovered. It's 6-6 on the half. One of these teams is going to be ending the first day of the major 0-2. Howdy, folks. We're back and we're live from Austin, Texas.
Yeehaw!
Yes, indeed. And, well, no clear favorite after the end of that first half. I came into this one with, well, with an open mind. I didn't know what to expect from either squad, to be frank. And lessons learned in that first half, Chad, is there anything at the top of your list?
I think it's great to see some comprehensive Counter-Strike coming out of Chinggis Warriors on what is the most technical map in the pool.
Yeah.
I found that they were able to deal with those rotations.
Live odds favorite Legacy.
Yeah, and look, I'm surprised. It was pistol with conversions and then some bookend rounds that still felt labored.
Ramp test early. Fake decoy. Pushing, Controls gives it up. And they're chasing him. Or at least Lato is trying to act like he is. It's already led to a rotation. So you take ramp, then Lux starts to try and find gaps. And there is something on top of the hut. Rue's not looking. Oh, lovely. Opened up. Hook in their cheek. Hook, line, and maybe not sinker. eFire's still on heaven. He's taken down Sadzin, gets away and maintains the 3-on-3. Controls from lobby. He gets here quickly.
Cool, is here as well.
Yeah, okay. This retakes on. Control swings open the door. Pressure amplified. After takes a couple of pot shots. 12 left in the mag. One click, clean click. That's all eFire needs. Juking it out with Lux. That bomb's now half gone. That's a big find, Nissim. And looking great. Locked in then for Legacy. An attempt. It was kept realistic for a moment from eFire's sharp shots, and he will get another one on the way out.
He gets one more kill. That's an M4 in the next round.
Ooh, Lux. Not having it.
All right, well, I can understand why Lux is enjoying being the in-game leader, because he's put himself in the most glamorous positions. Hey, guys, you rush ramp, I'll lurk outside. Hey, guys, I'll play the yard rifling position on the CT side. I respect it.
That's
it. You're going to be the man calling the shots, take some spots, bud. But there you go. We've got both pistols for Legacy.
Okay.
Now it's about the conversion. The CTs will force buy in. 3 MP9s, 2 5.7s. Util to block. Handful of smokes. Ooh, a late investment from Spawn, so it's actually going to be a scout invested from Coolast. Starting 2 down B immediately, so if they find themselves in a situation where Legacy go with a smoke wall cross, they can pop up secret and try and deny them the early access. And Lux going back to spawn. It's either smoke and mirrors, or he's going to join Doomau as they charge outside. Bomb on the back of Sadzin towards lobby, Lato and Nissim. And okay, it is misdirection. So smoke wall will land. Controls and Rue starting to search now. Top site to be on high alert. So they know it's clear. They can, well, the question is, can they rotate back towards A and ramp in time?
Well, the nice block. Yeah.
Info into the block. This is some great basics on display.
Doomau, do you really want to be throwing that? Your troops aren't ready, so you're molly to clear hut.
This is worst case. You're executing blind. You're hoping you force a rotation. We've had this conversation before.
Oh, he's going to try and push through a smoke into pistols.
Each other.
This could be hectic. There's a lot of bodies on this site now, and you've got 40 seconds to find the finish. Already you've lost one. Nissim gone. Lato could be overwhelmed. Aggression into the lobby dealt with by Doomau. Swarm's going rap heaven, yeah.
Okay, this is getting crazy.
It is very confusing. So Rue removing Doomau. Now we've changed places. They're onto the site. Lato still has lobby. They have Squeak, but they're fighting him. They're fighting him, and he gets them both. Lato, that's high impact on the double. Job done. Controls is a little late to the party.
Whoever made the call to do that little ramp slip, even though they went up heaven, I think that's a crazy move. But regardless, look, whoever made that call within that round, give him a pay rise, because I just hate this calling blindly. You did the outside smoke wall. You're hoping to force a rotation. You have no idea if it was bit down upon, if any was ahead of that. We had that conversation during the Wildcard series as well against Lynn Vision. They did a similar play on their first rifle round. They're fortunate to get away with this one. Lato with a very strong hold on lobby. The fights keep coming his way, and he continues to deliver, and they take everything away from Chinggis Warriors and the force buy investment, which now sets them up for a likely 9th. Brazilian should have a little bit of confidence after this, but the first test will really be rifle round number 1 in the second half of play.
Controls, he's not ready for Lato's position, presumed. He's the only one he was dealing with. Was Lux. Coolast just hoping an overextension. A T with a smoke in his hands, trying to smoke off main. Maybe the Deagle headshot can come through. eFire a similar case here towards that ramp side, but they're not in any hurry here.
How often do you see the CZ75 these days?
Probably like once a tournament.
It's so rare.
Yeah.
There's been some interesting conversations that have been popping up lately. One of which I was having in the kind of Discord the other day. And the question came my way about we're buffing the AWP, right?
Buffing the AWP?
Well, this is the thing. It gets less play in MR12. It also, because of the swinging, right, it feels like the movement is hampering AWPers as well. So if you're a great AWPer, you're going to get a lot of traction on it. But otherwise, maybe not so much. And there was a lot of questions about it. And I think that you look at the different levers that you can tweak, right? Well, with the AWP, we already did the ammo. So do you put the ammo back up? Or do you do something as simple as this, Alex? You ready? Make the kill reward for the AWP $300.
You know,
return it to its former glory.
Yeah, I don't hate that. I mean, it is such a debuff to AWPers is the lack of kill reward. You ace and you leave with $500.
It's like, oh, well, hey, if you're lucky we didn't put you in jail, really. Yeah. All right, this is it, Chinggis. Is there any resistance? Taking a look at a round like this, Doom out. Outside on the lower deck, up on silo is Lux. Smoke wall lands. The lack of information forces a rotation. Chinggis respect the possibility. Taking their time, allowing the clock to be their ally, our Legacy. A secondary set of smokes to be deployed. Are we set up for a top split? Looks very likely. Flashes for Sadzin, back sight. Dumao and Lux could pivot in through main.
Backside molly, double flash.
Smoke on main here. Do you come through this?
I mean, the util top, yeah, it implies that. Ryuko got a lot of work to do. A necessary find onto Dumao. Now, here comes Lato, starting to search. There's Cool Ass from Mustang, good for one! Okay, you fuzz Famas, there's there as well. Cool Ass caught off, 1v1. Controls, you haven't done much, but this is a very important frag! The last bullet, he just gets it! Oh, mate, I mean, that is everything for Controls. It's put the boys on the board. Fourth time of asking.
Very tricky round as well there, right? So the smoke, the force the rotation, then they come in through main, through their own smoke, but there's so many bodies over towards A to defend this, so Chinggis have the pieces in the right place. And Controls, I think his heart would have stopped there. Well, it's just going to be an MP9 for E-Fire. WP for Sanson. It's also an MP9 for Ariukul. So CTs, they won the round, but they are struggling.
Not playing scared as Controls. Goes for a little early venture.
This is definitely going to be more yard-centric. Lux, Sadzin, Dumao, and Lato. We're going to give a couple of inquisitive glances. The AWP giving the opportunity to search outside in the interim.
Sadzin nearly exposed by that nade break. Rue throws some bullets down range, but they'll cross on his reload. And they'll get across. 3 members, bomb included.
So Dumao probes, looking for anybody close towards Secret. Not the case whatsoever. You can see a relatively passive stance. This tells that Chinggis Warriors aren't certain how many players have crept across. They're playing a totaled up setup on the site.
Gosh, he's got his work cut out for him now. Rue smokes off the double doors. Controls got a lot of work to do. If they just open single door, Rue's going to need at least a quick one-tap from that AK in that headshot angle.
They're pivoting back up. So now that they've understood that players are so close, this is going to be a fake. Mollies are going to come in towards the side. They're rotating back up Secret with the bomb.
Oh, it's not convincing. Rue's saying this is quiet. It's suspicious. Be ready. They're coming your way. Ariukul, how do you play? Not bad. Cool Ass and Ariukul, solid defense. He's making that MP9 work, but brought down now. Oh, they haven't got time. 5 seconds. 5 seconds. You just have to kill them all this system goes down, and it's another round for the Chinggis Warriors.
Okay, just 1 round difference now. They get the AWP, but the CT buys are still going to be touch and go. Will there be a force behind this? Remember, all the timeouts we saw in the first half from both of these teams, it's going to limit the ability for the coaches to call these liberally.
True. And do you think Legacy may be overcooked with a fake like that?
Yeah, I think the reason they called it off is because they knew the players were completely entrenched into towards the site there. So they said, well, they're so established. And we always know there can be a supporting member from ramp. It is just going to be a very light investment coming out. So with the 2,400 into the next, we should see Legacy get back into the buys. A chance to tie things up now. It's been these spurts of rounds, and this is exactly how the first half went. Pistol with conversions for the Brazilians. Then Chinggis Warriors responded with 6 consecutive rounds of their own. Well, so far it's 2. Very likely to be 3. Tim out. You're on the T side, Chief.
Hope and a prayer.
What are we doing here? If they're pushing hard against an eco, the coach Carnage is going to have an absolute...
an aneurysm.
Damn. Okay. If anyone goes down to that bloody Zeus.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not counting him out.
Okay.
Yeah. eFire might get really keen.
eFire has actually struck me as a guy who's composed in a lot of this.
Please enter Ariukul.
Ariukul, however, he's a different candidate.
What are you saying? He's made some steps. He's faked some steps. You can see Dumao is licking his lips thinking someone's about to round that corner. Not coming. But they are coming to you, Controls. And immediately just not interested in being overcome, giving away a gun, giving away that advantage. Rue wisely distances himself from the pack. There we go. Oh, it's a big test of the spray of Controls. He gets 2. That's an important find from Sadzin. eFire thought he had that one dead to right, and oh my god, they're getting away. You won't be pivoting though, Ariukul's here. Chase it. Wait, they can get there. They're running, they're fragging. The bomb's headed top site. Somehow that Tech9 gets 1. Now the chase is on. Sadzin, allowed to get the bomb down. Cool last up. The nade's not going to find him. He doesn't have the help, but he's got the first headshot. Oh, he was hoping. Rue delaying the swing actually wins out on the round.
That should never have gotten as close as it did.
Damn.
Sadzin also went for a fake initially on the top site, trying to bait a player up the vent with very limited time. Forced his hand, gets the bomb down, can't establish a strong position within the post plan. Controls had to take a fight eventually, right? He didn't go for anything on ramp. He dropped into a turtle position, so he had support there, but a couple of nice shots, and you see he's just hoping that the player swings out for the trade. Rue takes his time, takes a breath, and takes the kill, but the pressure still on the CTs. The finances, they're unable to establish if they continue to be so close. 4 players staying alive across the 3 rounds that they have converted. Now it's the rifles invested upon once more. I think bullying Controls on ramp, it's not a bad call, but it's tough to put all your eggs in this one basket, so you still want to make sure you have some yard pressure. Cool has to poke his head up secret with the AWP. No initial leer from the T's, actually. They throw nades and they drop back. Now Control's pushing ramp.
This is a refrag onto Lux. I don't know. Lux was holding.
It wasn't even a headshot.
Didn't even react. Not a single bullet.
That's the thing. The Puppet Master, the in-game leader. Eyes on the radar, mouth moving, can't be holding an angle. Now a number disadvantage, double digits.
What a big push from Controls.
They're playing 2 top heart. And a ramp boost as well, so elevations.
Yeah,
this thing's got levels.
Yeah, I see you. It's a perfect setup now. With that man advantage, you can just park Controls in a guaranteed canary in the coal mine position. Now you've got a little yard walk.
Look, if you go down secret, Coolast is there with the AWP.
And not only just the AWP, he's also got a smoke. Like, if he gets one, he blocks you, what do you do?
Well, now they have to be noisy across. Time is such a
Is he going to smoke or does he just play for the AWP shot? He's just going to play for the AWP shot. Here they come. Oh, he's missed it. And now, pivots, leg shot, USP to finish. Got to get the AWP back out now. Controls chips in.
Landing in
the smoke. He underhands the nade. Hits the no-scope. What is this Counter-Strike? Holy, the chaos.
Well, this is the flavor that stage 1 is delivering. Assassin just down after time. Coolast will remove it and double digits secure.
10-9. Chinggis Warriors, a prime candidate in many players and many fans' estimations of the 0-3. A lot of people were expecting the Chinggis Warriors to go down without the taste of victory. And yet here they stand, 3 away from knocking Legacy down a peg, 0-2. Must be quite the condemnation.
I'm sorry, if we take the pistols and the conversions out of this game, what have you won? 3 rifle rounds so far, Legacy? Like, the recipe for success in the best of 1 is both pistols, conversions, a clutch/pivot round, and the map should be yours.
Kind of feels like they've got most of those.
You've got everything besides the pivot round. You're struggling with the guns.
How about walking into the top side? How about Ariuko? Oh, didn't have the bullets for a second, and that's an important. What's he jumped for? Coolast down, Rue next, and controls. What can you possibly do in a 1v3? They know exactly where you are. You have got that kit to be picked up if they were to plant, but once underneath you, you overestimated your freedoms. Sadzin will take him out.
No, he's in America, so you can understand why he did that.
Yeah, okay, this is the nation of freedom.
Well, there's a pivot round, everybody.
Yep.
So just as the doctor ordered, they're able to break through. They just had their cleanest CT side round in the previous, which has fortunately given them some residual cash. They had 5 players staying alive. Before that, it was labored, it was tough. They were struggling to get across the line, and the coach gets back on the mic and he says, listen, we can't be losing those if we want to avoid going 0-2 on day 1, stage 1, best of ones. It's TV Austin Major. And it's not done yet. We tie things up once more. Now, problem for Chinggis Warriors is having their finances broken late in the piece. If they lose this round right now, they will only have 1,900 loss bonus going into the next. So there is a real likelihood that if Legacy get into a site and get the bomb down, the remaining Chinggis Warrior players may find themselves in a safe scenario.
Round 21 then. Early wall of smokes. Directed by Legacy on a very loud rotation from eFire.
So that's just going to put this secret train on high alert. There should be some resistance expected up close. We heard the vent drop.
They're still going to accelerate towards him. He's burned his
smoke off. Yeah, you understand that you have this buffer zone to work with. It's about the loose pieces of Lux and Nissim. And Controls has been relatively passive when tested on ramp. He'll take the contact and fall. I feel like this time he needs to stand and bang, and actually he's backing off.
eFire, how do you approach this? Just on that angle, hoping to be overlooked, and he kind of was. Just a reaction shot out of Dumao. Now Nissim still trying to come in from ramp side. It's got Controls completely distracted, focused on the main body of the assault room. Oh, so, nope, did we not hear that? Just in time, it's Dumao again. Back turn, Controls is dead.
Round over.
Round done.
Has to be the save right now. Coolast is still on the rafters. Ariuko's just pushed in towards lobby, and the two of them need to get onto the polar opposites of the map right now to hold on to these weapons. As soon as the bomb goes down, you're hoping that Lux will send out the net to hunt, because they understand the finances. They know where the loss bonus is at right now for the Mongolian side, and if they can rip away these rifles, they know that they're going to be working with almost nothing into the next round of play. So Coolast up the heavens, Ariuko all the way in towards T-spawn. I think Coolast may have overcooked the pooch in this one. Lux might not clear it because you're not expecting somebody to stay in a position like this once they had lost the site so convincingly and quickly.
Oh, you didn't see him? Oh dear.
Bro, how did you not see him?
Coolast, he was on your screen.
If we could get that on the replay, please.
He was on your screen. Oh my god.
Lux!
Oh my god.
He's making noise, bro!
What's going on? There's no crowd noise. Why can't we hear each other?
That's the most ridiculous thing I've seen all day.
I don't know what to make of that. I don't know what to make of that.
I can't fathom that.
I mean, maybe we'll see it, but he definitely saw him. He definitely saw a T with his back turned towards spawn, but obviously in his head, he's like, yeah. He's a crazy
like,
turn.
He's running.
Yeah, he's running next to Lux.
What is Lux doing?
Maybe just having a chat. Maybe the comms are too loud. What's going on? Well, either way, they have got M4s.
Control, they're fighting for this.
Rue's even got a FAMAS, and this is a powerful position. You've lost a teammate early. Quick clawback.
Pinned in.
He is trapped. Can anyone help him? He's about to be Molotov'd out of position. He's going to burn. He has to swing into the flames, into the head. Lato makes him dead. Feels like a 12th setup now, the layup. You've lost a rifle. Maybe Ariuko can step up. Ooh, Lato's ready for you on the jiggle. Spotted. Ooh, still wins it. It's a massive kill to post. Now just goes wide. Yeah, caught out by the silo player. It's Lux. Good one back.
At least it's workable. 3v2, it's not lost yet.
He's hearing something.
So they block Secret. They might fall into Control's hands.
Yeah, Nissim's just walked out hurt though.
It's the AWP up close.
Oh, that's the bomb! Should be traded, where's Nissim? There it is.
Now up the vent.
Oh, but the weapon gets stuck on the ladder. Sticky situation, 12 to 10. Chinggis Warriors now on the verge of a 0-2 day.
This is the opening kill, so Kulash just completely in the open there. The exchange from Silo, and then Nissim with the mandatory trade. He was given an opportunity to stay alive a little longer, could have held another duel over towards main.
Yeah, Sadric would have been very upset.
Well, there's the shove, all in, understandably so, 12 to 10. There's no other choice. It's going to be MP9s aplenty, and a Mag 7 makes an appearance. It's tough to see how you lose a round like this. You've got the firepower advantage. You've got the util advantage. Noisy there, Rue, intentionally on the vent drop. See him slink back up the ladder. And then back down again. So indecision as the pressure mounts.
Somebody has to be the difference maker if you are to see another round of play here. Forced into a nasty smorgasbord of weaponry. Mag 7, the sign of the times. Pretty good angle around that Tetris box, though, if you catch that little cheeky uncrouch one pump.
But look how heavy the defense is towards A. A player top heart, you have a player close towards heart with, you got two players.
Yeah. That's great.
Thank you.
Great camera. Thank
angle.
you.
That's how strong the top defense is, or potentially is. The clock is at 35 seconds, and Legacy have done nothing. If they walk in towards A, Alex, they might just get ripped apart by Mags. There's also a player in the vent.
They just hit a T-roof. They are going to be throwing top util. They have no info heaven. They're concerned about that. Here we go. Here it comes. Cool ass. The Mag 7 reveals himself. Oh, and he's got a headshot. Okay, here's Dumao and Lato. Legacy fighting to pick up a win here. Day one Austin. It's looking great. Lux and Lato pull it across the line. Legacy picking themselves up a win. They couldn't hack it versus Lynn Vision, but the Chinggis Warriors fall in regulation. 23 rounds of play. Legacy leave victorious. Chinggis Warriors, a rather rough day in the office.
Yeah, laboured affair there. I think the both pistol rounds right there create that buffer for Legacy to work with, but brushing off the 13-7 loss to Lynn Vision on Dust 2 to start. Chinggis Warriors are now just one best-of-3 loss away from being eliminated from stage 1 of the major. They had some moments, a couple of highlights, but it's losing. I was talking about that pivot round.
Yeah.
And that pivot round came out in towards A. They then have the economy spiral out of control. 4 consecutive rounds to close. And Legacy take care of business, putting them in the 1-1 bucket for day one.
Pick 'em saved for many people out there. Chinggis Warriors can still go 0-3. And you can kind of tell why.
Unfortunately, the way that Chinggis Warriors like to play is very individually driven. We saw Legacy sort of give them what they wanted, though, in a few cases, which was concerning. Despite the fact they had so much space, I feel like Legacy...
Just playing into their hands at times.
Yeah, they could have just crunched in these nicer ways, but I think that's kind of what you get here in Stage 3. You get a few teams that are just... It's just not as polished necessarily, but still good on Legacy to right their wrongs and to at least get a win today.
Yeah, again, avoiding that 0-2 hole is just lovely for a team like Legacy. So a nice little win. Yeah, I think you're right. Like again, inexperienced team coming out of a region that doesn't have a ton of Counter-Strike, and even the best team that we have a top 5 team in the world, but it's not like they're in Mongolia all the time practicing playing in local events as well. So yeah, these guys are always going to be a little bit behind on some of like the details of the game and the fundamentals of it, but not a bad fight whatsoever from them in this game. I think it's kind of probably a bummer for them more than anything is they probably feel like they disappeared at the end of the game. And they did.
Yeah.
And they did. But that's the hard part. It's not the loss. It's like the fashion of the loss.
Especially when they were clawing their way back on some of those rounds, like giving themselves a good chance into it.
Mustang was a great position for them. That was an anchor. That was a rock, I think, of the defense.
Should have just stayed. He should have just stayed there the whole time. Yeah. Never should have picked up the op. Should have just stayed Mustang, multi-kill after multi-kill. It was the key to success, and I feel like he would have had not even depreciating returns. I think it would have just kept actually delivering.
Sure. Yeah, it probably would have.
Great chance.
Because you'll never expect them there like seven rounds in a row.
They weren't mauling it, to be fair.
True.
They were mauling top hut most of the time.
Maybe they saw that in prep.
Maybe that's actually why he did it. I mean, he is the IGL also.
Yeah.
Which is crazy to me.
IGL, Orpa, and Mongolian Simple.
Yeah, Bled calls him a thug. I'm not really sure why, but
that's actually such a cool idea, though. Like, I think it'd be so much fun to watch Simple be an IGL.
Oh God!
Ooh, what would that team do?
Imagine the meltdown.
I know, but that's what makes it fun.
That's the exciting.
I mean, we already have Electronic trying to do it. It's not. I'm not liking it.
I know. I mean, I wouldn't actually vouch for.
You wouldn't invest money into it,
but I would definitely tune in. I'd definitely be watching.
Watching him try and dictate every play. You didn't do it exactly my way of how you're doing it.
He did it with Neo to a quad kill the other day.
He did. He backseated him the whole way.
The whole way.
Yeah. Didn't let him even think for a moment.
When was Flamey's record-setting major performance? Because he had the one before this. Because there was a period, right, where Flamey was incredible, but it was when coaches were allowed to talk during the round.
Oh, the Starks.
And there was always the rumor. I never confirmed it. There was always the rumor that Starks wasn't actually looking at the team overall. He was just telling Flamey when to do that.
So Flamey's got good mechanics.
I remember hearing this rumor back in the day. Yeah, they're like, you're incredible, but you don't know what you're doing. So we're just gonna park this coach behind you. He's gonna play the game, and you're just gonna shoot things.
Wow.
And so I'm curious.
Harry could use that.
Harry could use that.
Yeah, that would actually help him so much because his aim and mechanical skills nuts.
It's
lack of communication.
The patience factor. It's the patience factor with Harry. Harry likes to get stuck into fights, and we love him for it.
Yeah.
I hate his lack of communication.
Well, we're
Sometimes it's late at night.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're not professionals.
No, yeah.
No.
He calms more when he's casting.
Yes, definitely. Definitely. That's where it all comes through. Well, we're going to keep things moving, but people can go back to their streams as well because you can stick here with us in the red zone. But you've got Tyloo versus Metizport, and you might want to be there. Either way, you can be here if you want as well.
Last one for us today here on the B stream, Tyloo versus Metizport. And Metizport with a grand total of 1 round so far in the Blast TV Austin Major. Certainly not how they mean to go on. And we've seen, what, 4 months of time integrating new members, Hampus and Isaac, into this Swedish roster. It's not all been sunshine and rainbows, but I've heard whispers that Metizport are one to watch and keep an eye on.
Who'd you hear those whispers from?
It was Hampus.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, well, the in-game leader of the very team.
Keep an eye on him.
But there are names in this roster that people should be familiar with.
Yeah.
Plopsky's in the mix from NIP. Hampus, too, who... he didn't have a great time over there, did he? Lumi and Adam B, brother of Susp. Twins once upon a time. Actually, still are twins.
Not like it... Yeah, it'd be weird if they suddenly weren't.
But the thing is with those two, they are young, but they look like grown men. It looks like they've been going to the gym since they were born. They got the facial hair for it. Anyway, enough about critiquing just how alpha they look as you see the smirk on the lad's face down the end of the row. They can't do worse than they did in the first game.
Well, I mean, I can't imagine that it didn't get into your head a little bit. Certainly didn't seem to be getting in the head of Sus.
Oh, well, it didn't really help them out in the odds factor, did it? It's not a huge differential. Tyloo are the favorites going into this. I think a lot of people have hype around Tyloo, even though they didn't start the day against NRG very strong. It was Anubis.
Yeah, I mean, I've got expectations for Tyloo. Couldn't quite tell you where they've come from. I don't know why.
You like the dragon logo?
I'll tell you what I did like. I think Jam Young's Deagle clip.
Okay.
I like that. Jam Young!
All right.
That one?
Yep.
I liked G and his...
Emotions?
He is a rarity, actually, as far as emotions are going and it being expressed. He really did express himself.
Especially in the year 2025.
Yeah, we don't do that anymore. Mosier and Mercury, obviously, you know, when they came onto our screens, wait, I've got it. Cyclone showed up at a Pro League. Do you remember Cyclone? It was a 5 for an S. 5 clone.
Is that what they were called?
I think so.
I know that I thought...
Let me check. Mosier.
There was 3, because I remember Mercury actually he's a fun lad. You all right?
Mosier. Last team prior to Tyloo was Cyclone.
In what year was this?
2023.
Is that what they were when they came to EPL the first time?
EPL season 18.
Really? Because we went down the beach. We were taking photos with them.
Exactly.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. But they caused a bit of a stir. I remember a surprisingly close game versus, who was it? Oh, they beat M80.
They shot pretty hard, right?
Yeah, and that's what they do.
That's the key.
These Tyloo players can definitely shoot hard. It has been other ways in which they've had some shortcomings in the past, so I'm going to be very interested to see if they've kind of tightened up their tactics.
Hampus is still using a wide mouse.
Yeah, there are some of those...
still in the wild.
Stubborn gamers out there.
Oh, dear.
I wonder if Tyloo have been keeping tabs on how their domestic rivals have been getting on.
Of Lynn Vision?
Yeah.
I imagine you would, right?
You're cheering them
you
on,
always
aren't you?
see, as well with the Mongols, when they see the Chinese teams, they all seem to support each other. And again, that goes back to, if you could do well at the major for your region, you actually help support the region. So, you know, there's a bit of camaraderie out there, at least to some variety. And we've spelt Mum the American way. That's perfect. We need to make sure that we're correct for the region.
Mom! You know what? You can hear it now.
Yeah.
Mom, did you turn off the internet?
In Grand Rapids.
Mom!
In the lovely green suburbs.
Yeah. Bike in the driveway. Loss on the face it.
Okay, we were envisioning 2 different suburban Americas. Mine was more like the 80s and 90s.
Oh, okay.
Before we did have Counter-Strike.
Before the internet.
Yeah. What a time that was. Type 1 in chat if you experienced the world before the internet. I'm not in chat, so.
Yeah, no, but even though you're not, it's interesting to find out how many are.
If you just say Type 1, people in Twitch chat will do whatever you want. You can also be in Blast TV chat or YouTube chat.
But you can only get 4K at Blast TV.
Or in a Mongols game because of techno.
Ah, yeah.
Ha. Isaac's here, Game Legion's not.
So did you hear the techno name origins, by the way? Did you ever hear it?
No, what is it?
It's based off of a Minecraft YouTuber he used to watch.
Bloody hell.
Called, I think it was Technoblade.
Okay. I know nothing about Minecraft.
And then he took techno and he liked Stewie 2K, so he doubled it. So it was techno 4K. That's the origins.
Inspiration for the lad as high fives come in.
Oh, is it time?
And it appears to be.
It's can't say that anymore. I think that's copyrighted. It's about time to get underway.
We have a CT side start coming in from
Metizport.
That's the one. I was just looking because I've got... Oh, we got a tech issue.
Yeah.
There was a lot of typing going on, so I'm just trying to keep tabs. So they were ready, and now they're not. But that's fine. I have Hampus on Steam Friends, so...
Yo! Well, I have Sponge on Steam Friends, so who's the real winner?
You're getting closer.
Yeah, pretty good. Pretty good. Players to watch out for. I'm looking at the last 3 months as far as the highlighted players are. It's all eyes on Jam Young. It looks like he's kept his output up towards the end of the season.
Do you know what a jammy dodger is?
Of course. Yeah, jammy dodge. I love a jammy dodge.
Just checking.
Would you take a custard cream? Do you know what custard cream is?
I imagine it's type of a biscuit.
Yeah, it is a biscuit. It's one of the only few things I'm proud of.
I think I'd take that over the jammy dodger.
Yeah, they are.
I'm not really a big fan of jam.
No, but it is a kind of different, it's a gummy jam. We are getting sidetracked, aren't we? But then again...
What do they call jam here?
Wait for it. Jelly.
Jelly.
Jelly. What do you call jelly here then? Jam?
Jello.
Jello. Okay. Oh, we are learning to speak American. Spend a couple more weeks here. I'll be walking on the sidewalk.
It'll be 5 in total.
5.
We'll be taking out the trash. I don't think they say bin, do they?
They don't say bin.
No.
It's not clear enough.
Is it lift or is it elevator here?
It has to be an elevator.
Yeah.
Because it has to be really clear.
Yeah.
Everything has to be clear.
But there's no confusion if things are clear.
Precisely.
Yeah.
Yeah. Waste, paper, basket.
What is clear is... Oh, I always did the Harry. Let me be clear.
Let me be clear.
What is clear is at the end of this best of one, one of these two teams will be in the 0-2 bucket, a mere best of 3 away from elimination.
And
run of the major.
Combined, both of these teams have won 6 rounds total.
Tyloo won 5.
Yeah.
So, Metizport. Let's get a hot start, shall we?
A pistol, hey?
Sweden.
For Svensk.
Fallen from graces has Swedish Counter-Strike.
I'm sure a lot of the Swedish old heads are going to be watching with an eager eye to see Sweden put itself back on the Counter-Strike map here in Austin. Mosier, however, has opened up onto Plopsky, and a messy one from Louis.
Oh. Now run! You've got your team a 2-man advantage.
Yeah, you can't chase him.
Circumnavigate the globe.
Oh, God, okay. Messy for Adam. He's in so much trouble if they chose to fight for CT, but instead they turn their attention to Hampus, and they'll fight jungle instead. Job good. Isaac just resigns himself to trying to get some exits, and here comes Mosier. He doesn't get another one. Oh, my God! Well, they can shoot, Chad. They definitely can shoot. Tyloo are in it with a pistol win.
It's so wild there because he's got the underpass kill, and he's like, well, we've just done an A execute. So surely they're responding to A, and they're not so worried about me coming in on the lurk. Here's the owner, and this is why he's running. Like, he's picking up the USP, he's jumping around, and you're dead. Look at these, crispy. All right, well, we have to force him. That's what Hampus says. So Lumi into the scout in lieu of the AWP. It's going to be a couple of MP9s and a couple of Deegs, so really lacking util. Don't love this for Metizport. Some tags from Lumi. Might be mandatory if they want to make this one a possibility. He's going to be starting himself over towards Ticket. Hampus behind the window smoke in connector right now. And 2 towards short. So Isaac in combination. They can clamp down on middle.
Oh, Hampus.
Bell rung.
Yeah, Mercury gets put on notice, and it's an MP9 headshot. Now Adam and Plopsky start to investigate short at the same time. This is a big clampdown on mid. They need both these kills, but Jam Young kicks up just enough of a fuss. Gets control of the spray for another.
Mosier's been tagged.
Yeah, shouldn't be much here.
Should be considering the save right now. Mosier actually even going more aggressive towards middle, only on 30 points of health there. So backing himself yet again, and after the pistol round, probably feeling quite immortal. Lumi and Hampus will have to call things off. It's a 4v2 disadvantage, and you want something to work with into the next. If you can grab yourself an upgrade into one of these rifles, that'd be juicy. As Hampus hangs around in jungle.
I thought you were just telling us new information. That's interesting.
Now, I'm not that intimate with the players, Alex. You know,
I know you like to get a deep dive, you know.
Where they grew up.
Right.
But there has to be some histories.
And for a moment, Hampus did hang on, but goes down with that bomb. This was important for Jamyang. You know, if they did get this conversion of the crunchy mid cleanly, could have been a different round. Jamyang, however, converts. Force by fails. Third round's a freebie.
Yeah, they did hold on to the scout, so how can you insert yourself into the game if you are Lumi, right? You're expecting them to be smoking you off. They know that it was the scout because you announced your presence over towards Ticket. So Attacker, the remnants of Tyloo of Once Upon a Time, lobs out the Insta window. Gap to work with for Lumi, at least on the oscillation, as now it puffs up, and he's going to head over towards B to join that of Isaac. No, he's not. They're going to gamble towards A.
I love this fast top con smoke they're throwing. It immediately has the CTs kind of flying blind. Isaac's alone. Isaac is completely alone, and the whole squad are coming for him. See you later, mate. Attacker puts him to bed in Mercury. Oh, yeah, he loves a lurk. Loves a lurk, does Merc.
And they're backing off, so he might be able to hunt out a few of them. They're just trying to deny extra cash going forward.
Yeah, but a MAC-10 might very well come and hunt them down.
Yeah, so that info will actually allow them to post up this net. And as they... Oh, okay. Adam, drive-by on the CZ75 will be met by Attacker. It's only a MAC-10 that you can scavenge, so I think too great for Hampus and Plopsky to equip themselves with. And exiting through the B apartment, so safe and sound. Retaining the rifles, you only lose the MAC-10. And you don't really have any reason to overstep this mark, so how restrained are Tyloo? Perfect. Alright, well, Plopsky and Lumi do survive, but it's the 3-0 start, and Metizport still with only one round to their name. I mean in the tournament so far, not in this match, because they're on that goose egg. So 0-3. Now the rifles come out. Lumi into his AWP. Rifles for the rest. No defuse kit to work with on the CT side. How much of a problem will that become? As it looks like it will be direct over towards A. So conditioning towards middle within the first few exchanges. Now setting up for what should be an A attack. 3 through Palace, Mercury ramp, Jamyang on the lurk through mid. A right now looks wide open.
It should be the comfortable take. Lumi forced away by the flame, and he's lost his teammate already. Adam goes down, Lumi behind the smokes, and they're in.
Notice how they're going for this execute with the stairs molly, and then the up-down being the down smoke right here in front of Plopsky, and that's the way they're able to brute force their way in. And it should be a save. Metizport. Things that rhyme with Metizport. Airport.
Yeah, halfway.
Bit on the nose. That's where I was hoping this went.
Metizport, airport. Well, you need another syllable.
Carport.
So Austin Airport.
Okay.
Yeah.
There will be some resistance.
So I looked at it. They got their one round. It was, what was the score there? It was the 9th round of play. And then they lost 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So currently, they haven't tasted victory in 9 rounds across 2 games. No one's ever done that before, you see. We're tracking round loss streaks across multiple maps.
Hampus is coughing. Someone get him some water.
Yeah.
Get him a tissue. G is doing the gua sha before they get underway.
Yeah? Do you drain your lymph nodes, Chad?
No.
No.
Don't even know where they are.
He's got undrained nodes, guys.
Now, that was a save. The loss bonus in play. They can drop a gun, and away we go again. This time going back to the mid-harass. On smoke lands. Molly for if anybody jumped out and went under window. Mosier denied over towards B for now. This looks direct again. B split potential.
Yeah, well, Lumi seems to be ahead of the play. I see the AWP rotating. Nah, he's going A. Put a block smoke short, I like it, but susceptible to a flash push. Just like that, here they come! Oh, he's gone! Isaac, Adam, what have you got? Plopsky's delivered you a double onto the short players. Jamyang's the only one left, and he's gone. That's what you want to be seeing for the CT side. Team play, unity, 4 alive. Metizport, breakthrough.
Well done from Plopsky there. You can see just how tough it was for Hampus when the flashes came through. So he goes down, but the trades from Plopsky instrumental in a round conversion, softening up the split potential onto B. And now it's about how many can they accrue consecutively. There's the Isaac dropping that defensive smoke to secure the angles, and Adam finds his voice. There's money for the buy, don't you worry about that. Tyloo back in towards the top mid box and pre-extinguish, jump up, take flight, and G gets the opener.
Lumi thought he'd done enough. G's ready. Extinguished mantle?
Yeah, beautiful.
Come on.
Well, this time the opener doesn't come with immediate follow-through back from Plopsky.
Mercury allowed to stretch his legs. Resmoke Con, they could disrespect
playing
this.
in it.
Yeah, Plopsky's got a whole lot to deal with, and now Adam's in trouble, feeling the pressure. They double swing him. They'll trade it out. Job done or not. Bomb lost. Hang on. Isaac's done an awful lot of work here. The 1v4, now 1v2. Sure, Mosier will plant. Jam attacker. Set up on CT. I'll finish it off as he advances. Attacker's not playing scared today.
No, and I love that. The immediate response is, all right, let's just double swing. Right? Yep. And in that situation, Lumi, you're going to be feeling a little bit silly about the scenario, but that was great from G. A premeditated move to take that fight, finds them the opener, and here it is again. He dropped the smoke behind him. The CT and Sendry used to flush out that position, completely removed from play, and an opening kill helped set them up for what was eventually a two-man conversion. Loss bonus will be at the benefit at the moment of Metizport, so at least they have that going for them as they find themselves at a 4-round disadvantage. Back in with the buy. Both teams with AWPs again. Jamyoung out middle. The CT's clear, but nobody was there to take the fight. Whoa,
Lumi's going to be right next to Jamyoung. Hampus unawares that this progression's been made. Now they confirm that Jamyoung in the smoke as you're retreating. You're walking through with your knife out. Jamyoung jump scares on Lumi, and Plopsky caught with his face buried in the smoke as well. Oh, it's just gone from bad to worse for Metizport. A disastrous round to observe. Adam has to look away from his screen. Can't quite believe it, doesn't want to believe it. This is another swift, convincing Tyloo round 5 alive. How much damage has even been done? Nothing. Jamyoung and Mercury lightly scathed, but this is another very convincing Tyloo round.
Throwing around the server right now, aren't they? I did touch upon the fact that the loss bonus is something that they can work with. Well, we'll see if Isaac can hold on to this. Obviously, with 3,400 about to be put into the bank balance, it should put them in touching distance, but you've got 3.4, 3.5, 3.6. Hampus and Plopsky are in a position to potentially go for hero M4s, but changing places or trading them exactly. A player coming back through with a knife in the hand and then another barb in the side. Tyloo just activate and delete Metizport, and that right there forces a tactical timeout. This has gotten away from you quick. You can only get 6-6 on the half. And does the resurgence start now? As just touched upon, the finances are in a position that should likely maybe be 2 hero M4s and partial investments for the other 3. But you don't need a shove. Or do you? Metizport really feeling the pressure right now.
Oh, I heard the word hero.
Yeah, they have the finances to get 2. Zoking watches on. They've only gone 1 hero M4 on Plopsky. They've gone for a scout on Hampus, and the other 3 have gone with their pistols of choice. So could have been a little bit more aggressive with this level of investment, but oh my god, just running straight
They are just running into Adam's Deagle, apparently. Attacker's true to his name. Charges up the ramp into the A site. It's already a retake.
But 2 players are low. Jamyoung got tagged by Hampus on B. Mercury down to 20 points as well. This is going to be tough to hold on to. Metizport should give this one a go.
10-second defuse guaranteed as well. But with that damage, something could go very right here.
Another smoke.
They're loading its mag. A very messy start. Mercury overcommits. Mosier's gone. G to save him. Molly onto default. Smokes on the bomb. He's just going to go for a 10-second stick, and they're going to pull it off. Metizport, highway robbery.
I don't think Adam can quite believe that they just ran out the ramp like that, and I didn't hate the approach. I thought it was a good little gear shift considering how these rounds have been going, but if that's the type that you have to convert, then so be it. So Adam gets the owner, forced back, but then coming through this smoke, the fact that a second smoke gets dropped, but then spam began, they could have just held left and right side together. But got a little bit silly with it, did Tyloo.
I mean, that spray commit into a blind smoke, it just really opened the door.
All you had to do is say, whoever was closest, I think it was Mosier, watch right side, and then I think it was Mercury behind him, you watch the left side. If they come through the middle, we deal with it.
They're not deterred. They actually want to ask questions of Ramp early again, and Adam welcomes it. Oh, it's destruction. Adam takes all three. Just swinging one by one, and the round already peters out.
He may have taken more than that. This is the finances now going to be in question for Tyloo, and with so much on the clock, did G and Attacker even attempt this one? There's nothing going to be overstepped and pushed their way. Right now, we can see there is the B crawl coming through. Now, Isaac should play to contain. He has no reason to... Now he will just contain. So Smoke will secure it. It's really at what point does Hampus say we're in a position to hunt? And the fact that you did win on the lighter investment makes you feel like you can take a few more risks.
True.
So 6-3 is a guarantee at this point, and that's a beautiful, another impactful round there from Adam. You can see the corpses just littering that ramp, so getting to play some heads-up counter-strike will catch it again. The first was beautiful, and the fact that the first is so controlled, it allows him to stay stable for the next fights that are coming. It wasn't sloppy, it wasn't tracking him, and the crosser didn't get pulled. So some really good work on the bursts. And a consecutive round, 3 in total now for the Swedes, as we sit and watch another 20 seconds of musical chairs.
All right, story time then. I was talking to this guy the other day.
Okay.
I was walking around the streets of Austin. I said, you wouldn't believe it, but I'm actually the coach of Tyloo. He said, you must be zoking. Thank you.
He's here all stage.
See ya.
And the next, and the one after that. Make sure you guys try the simulator, the fantasy, the 4K. And we'll get Machines Jokes on a record if you want to be playing them at home.
Record.
Tyloo have been very direct with a lot of these T-side rounds. Now they've actually had some pressure applied, and I spoke about the finances. You can see immediately the type of pressure that puts them under. Zoking, well, he's not joking. He's not happy with the last two falling apart in the way they have.
Understandable, huh? I mean, we've seen it firsthand. There has been an uptick in misplay from Tyloo.
And that's the thing, you live by the sword, you die by the sword. So right now, there is just going to be one Tech 9 in the hands of Mosier. The rest are going to have the weapons of choice. An AWP that was saved, an AK as well, but then complemented by 2 more. The biggest restrictions are going to come through the options that are able to filter in with. There's enough smokes right now to do whatever they'd like, but they're going to be lacking key flashes, key HEs for clears, and they don't have Molotovs across the board. So it will limit the choices that they have going into this round. So I like to see the extra 30 seconds given to Tyloo to talk this one through. Will it be direct again? And maybe it'll have to be because of the util.
G gets across the tap.
And they're being given mid-control. Lumi's actually started towards Palace with the AWP. Adam's playing in the... Here you go. He might get a chance at this. How ready is Attacker for this type of fight?
Does he even bother?
He's aware of the possibility. He might let mid play first. Lumi can't stay here forever.
Well, he kind of wants to with Adam's position. They're going to fight for it. Oh, Attacker. Oh, now spotted. He's not going to be swinging into the orb. Lumi's missed his shot. Pressure applied, now magnified. Boosting window. Plopsky playing on that con stairs.
This A defense is in trouble.
Yeah, the pressure's going to be amplified, especially once G's sightline opens up. That smoke fades, the AWP can chip in as well. Anything up close, Plopsky's in trouble.
In the smoke?
Walking through!
Hello!
Plopsky gave it a go. Mercury can't believe his luck. Now from short, though, they chip in. And a window boost, doesn't matter. Flattened by the swinger Jam Young. You feel how sharp the shots from Tyloo are from the death POVs. There's one back from Mozia. 2 on the Tech 9. Clears out B. But wait, Mercury's got the bomb and he's trapped on Con. Lumi, golden opportunity presents itself for a clutch. Can the bomb get away? Mercury gives it a go. 20 seconds. It's a race against time. They have to get up Cat, and the AWP is poised and ready. Lumi, this is his chance. Oh, and he just quick switched! Nightmare! Oh no, it's instantly, hang on, time. 7 on the cross, he hits it this time. No chance for the plant, he's gonna run away and win it. Doesn't matter if you miss the first. Tyloo, the clutch, their greatest adversary in this one.
Poor Lumi, I don't know if he's gonna believe his lucky stars that he was able to pull that one off. Sure, he loses the AWP, but he gets the round and it's just a 2-round game. Tyloo overcomplicated things. They thought there was no way out of Con. They were bottled in, and they bottled the round. So they both stop because they think he's going to stay posted. But he immediately rotates, gets that 1 kill, and okay, starting to find at least a little bit of traction. They save the AWP, they come in with some pistols.
Hey, you remember a Jamyoung Deeg. He goes looking on B. Isaac not going to oblige with too much. Doesn't want to give him what he so desperately seeks. Does stand and eventually delivers. 2 Deagle bullets did connect into a center of mass.
Oof, okay, right now nobody else for Tyloo should overstep the mark because you have this retained AWP. You have to let it play.
Yeah, true.
You can't just squander the save. It seems a little bit frivolous. It shows frustration. It's like, well, let's just get this done. No, the lead that you had, it's now going down the gurgler. And in another matchup where there's no head-to-head, you can't let Metizport back in. The Swedes working on it now. Flash forward.
Yeah, he's last vision. Ooh, fade to black. Mozia, he's quick with his Tech 9. Majority of his frags with it. Now equips himself nicely with an M4 and puts it to good use as well. Does dink up 1. Mercury finishes off the job. Oh, a little bit of vision, temporary. Lumi and Adam. 2 on 4. Good luck, have fun, and up close. That's where the Tech 9 farms. Lumi's AWP is good for the swing, but they're stacked up on top of each other, and he doesn't stand a chance. Oh boy, Tyloo breaking into B on just the partial.
Okay, so the streak of 3 has been stunted now. Finance is good enough to get the bye for the final round. First half, best of 1, last game of the day. Yeah, he's sharp, isn't he? Yeah, we had the pistol round where he kicked things off with a 3K. And finding impact now late within the first half. 1 more round before we head to that halftime break. Only difference is no AWP for Lumi on the CT side.
Ooh, doesn't have the additional benefit of that smoke to play around the Molotov. Jamyoung out mid, and Adam is going to take a fight. Win it. Headshot found, Jamyoung down. They were going to exit A. Wide open for the taking, not to know that. That's back-to-back rounds where Jamyoung's conceded the opening death. He turned it around previously.
If we look at the util for this A execute, oh, they're not even going to execute, they're going to contact in.
Okay, 1 single flashbang catches Lumi. Hampers isn't particularly concerned, but if Adam was to overstep the mark here, the AWP's holding. Lumi spotted out, down now. M4 empty-handed. 2 from CT is Isaac and Adam. Attacker has the stairs control, so jungle on lock, and now the AWP tested. G's missed his first. Adam still chipping in. G's AWP good. Mercury 2, spamming the smokes. They do want to get this bomb down. They elect to go for the safe side. Makes an awful lot of sense. Up close and personal, his attacker should be set for 1, and Plopsky's not even cleared him. And it's attackers to finish, convincing on the half. Tyloo, a little burst of rounds from Metizport with 3 consecutive, but 8-4 on the half. The Swedes are in trouble. First day of play of Austin, and we have got ourselves a banger. Blast TV, we're going to be wrapping this one up, day one, with an interesting one. Metizport Tyloo, it is that stage in the tournament where we do have the kind of the test of the rest. Coming in to be challengers into stage 2, that's what they're fighting for. 16 teams attending stage 1, just 8 will manage to continue into the second stage of the Blast TV Austin Major.
Yeah, a bit of a proving ground is stage 1. Regions collide. Right now we've got Sweden versus China going toe-to-toe, and Metizport looking to bounce back, but the odds do not favor them whatsoever. Tyloo was sharp. They even trolled a couple of rounds and still walk away into halftime with a 4-round gap.
Yeah, Coach Zokin called the timeout and they won the last 2 rather convincing.
Bigo.
It's a Bigo. Mercury and Jamyoung. What have you got for us? Jamyoung misses his first bullet. Mercury doesn't make that same mistake. And in combination, they've defended the site with valor. Another tap would really secure it. Jamyoung's done it. Only Hampus. A contact B? What is this? Tyloo take it as disrespect that they try and test that B site, and it's very comfortable for the two of them.
Okay, well, Metizport getting chewed up and spat out in this one as well. Their opening game, they were only able to garner 1 round. Right now, they have a total of 5 across 2 maps at play, and what happened after this is a best of 3 in the 0-2 bucket. You're going to have to battle your way back in 3 consecutive games if you want to see that aforementioned second stage. But for Tyloo, their context is going to a 1-1 game. There'll be 1 more best of 1, and then they get to, well, decide their own fate. Are we going to find ourselves in a position to have 2-1 buffer? That means we go into a best of 3, and if we lose that, we get 1 more chance, or will we have our backs against the wall? The best of 1s are all about establishing the stakes, as Jamyoung establishing a bit of B presence. So very, very noisy with this, but knows where the magic line in the sand is.
It's distraction. Look at Mercury. He's just been keeping him on the hook with his steps.
Oh, he didn't clear it, though.
Yeah, maybe that's a problem. Maybe that is a problem. Your back's turned, you lose it out. Hampus takes him down. But Jamyoung's alive, and B is safe.
But Lumi did find a kill as well. So right now it is a 3v3. G, you might say GG.
Yeah, or is it 3vG? Here's them. Perfect, lovely flank here.
G's spot couldn't be better.
Yeah, he's a great spot. And it's perfect timing as well. As they dribble in towards this A site. Jamyoung knows, Mosier knows, and G's got that flank locked. Oh, hang on. Little awkward in that exchange. Adam B onto Jamyoung, but don't worry, there's G. 10-4. It is getting scary. Metizport need to switch it on now. This is the buy that determines everything.
Yeah, this is it. If there's no resistance here, if they can't convert this round, I think we can quickly tie this one up and put a bow on day number 1 of the major. We've got 4 days for stage 1, and the same continues through every single stage. 16 days of play in total before the major champion will be crowned. Very, very B-centric. Hampus is going to charge straight down the underpass. That noise will be heard from the short player of Mosier. Plopsky out middle, so making this look like a default, but we can already see what the intention appears to be. They're going to try Jamyoung and Mosier. Jamyoung with the MP9 also has the divider smoke. He can drop that defensively. Plenty of different variations. Limit the options for Metizport on the flood in. Hampus and Plopsky continuing this crawl.
Oh, that's a banging nade, isn't it? 54 damage.
Here they come B. They're smoked off for now.
Yeah, Mercury draws first blood, removes Hampus. Finished off. Great game started. Plopsky sharp, but G better. Oh, and Jamyoung's gotten away with murder there. Oh, and he gets the kill. Swung on. Oh my goodness, the damage onto Isaac is enough. Mercury will finish the job, and just Lumi surrounded and taken down. Well, that does seem to be the... I was going to say final nail in the coffin.
It is.
Yeah, in this game, but not for Metizport's major.
No, they
will get another chance. At a best of 3, perhaps, you know, they're a best of 3 team.
Yeah, well, we know all of the rosters that are now finding themselves down in the 0-2 bucket. So it's going to be Imperial, Chinggis, Warriors, Fluxo, and then the loser of this that is looking very likely to be Metizport. And they've gone all in. They're not going to play for overtime. They're going to try and chip their way back into this and see if they can slip and slide into a competitive scoreline. With a force, with limited loss, with no plan, means a hemorrhage looking by. You have a couple of Galil short. Deagler Scout, your U2 already quickly being siphoned through just to garner basic map control. 3 out top mid, 2 through the underpass.
Yeah, you still have to work out your finish from here. Like, you've got mid. What was the plan once you had it?
He's playing a retake A position, but they actually have one individual tucked in towards Sandwich.
That's attacker.
And so he's the unknown entity if they do try and head in towards A. Mozia patrolling the vent room, now smoked off. Mercury Cat, Jamyoung coming as well. So they're going to try and clamp down on middle, and the fight might come their way.
Yeah, it just has to be a good flash, and Mercury turns the HE, he unloads his mag, and they're not ready for the setup. Mozia good for another, hampers through the nades, he's late, and he goes down as well. Stomping through this one, Tyloo. They are very unhappy with the way their first affair went down. And going to be ending their day a whole lot better than it started.
Adam's had a couple of moments, but right now this would be the biggest. His brother playing earlier, that was the opening affair. Wildcard versus Metizport. The twin inning, I think it was dubbed, but Sus with some massive moments to put Wildcard 2-0 up.
Imagine that, rounding the corner, you're dead. And so he does elect to bring through the AK-47, understandably considering where we're at in the game. It's a 12-4, you've got no money, you've got no hope.
You got no rounds.
You've got no rounds. You got no flows.
But you do have each other.
Yeah.
Well, this is only the second tactical timeout called from Metizport, and with how poorly things have been going, that comes out of my mouth with surprise. Splurge, Tyloo. Get yourself your sidearms. Everybody get a defuse kit. Leave a couple of flashes in spawn. And get ready to send the Swedes down to the 0-2 bucket. Khalil's the saved AK, like U2 once more. Will this be the flawless half for the finish? Window smoke lobbed in. Top Cat follows. Yep, might just go down in the back here if he's not careful.
Do one hell of a spam from Hampus if he gets this crosshair bang on.
But Hampus is the type of guy to slip through a smoke like a madman, so not opting for it this time round.
Well, understandably, considering how important it is for his squad, doesn't want to be giving anything up early.
So that aggressive stance now becomes a bit more standard from the CTs. Attacker tucked in towards the balcony. Orp on A again. Gino and Connector is a possibility. Dips back to the ticket line. For attacker, it's pick your poison. Sandwich, balcony, inside, close ramp. And that's fine. You can have your mid control because you've got 2 mollies, a smoke, a flash, and a HE for your finish, and 56 seconds to do it.
You might very well catch someone early as well, and that is a solid leg shot. Lumi limping. Pincering in. Mozia sprays down 2 out Con. Where's the trade? Isaac gets something eventually. Lumi's going to be locked down by the short duo of Jamyoung and Mercury, trying to progress up Con. Adam pushing through, loses the bomb. Isaac's low, and Metizport. It's a bleak first day in the Blast TV Austin Major. Tyloo at least recovering though. They started slow. A 13-5 versus NRG. They fight back and match it a 13-4. Versus the slow starters of Metizport.
That's a nightmare day at the office. 5 rounds over 2 best-of-1s. Sure, you lose to Wildcard, but you put up absolutely no resistance. These are best-of-1s. This is where you get to the middle ground of the map pool, and you're not even getting close. It's a condemning time for Metizport as They are going to move forward into the 0-2 bucket of teams. They will face elimination tomorrow. Are they able to draw this back? 3 consecutive best-of-3s required to see stage 2. But for Tyloo, another best-of-1. An opportunity in the biggest pool of teams going into the second day of play. Lynn Vision's there, OG, NRG, BetBoom, Nemiga, Legacy, Complexity, and now Tyloo. But that's not going to feel good for the Swedes whatsoever.
No, far from it. But we're going to be leaving it for... That's all from us today. Let's head over to the desk and that beautiful red zone.
The red zone, we're rolling things forward. We are at the end of the day. And, well, Tyloo, they came back with strong form. More what I expected from them. And this is a really solid result.
Good crossfires from them to close things out. The firepower was on display for Mercury, Mozia. I feel like anybody that was involved in a B defense had their moments. They had highlights.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, I'm just struck. Like, the only thing running through my brain right now is the interview with Hampus mentioning how they hadn't really had an official, I think he said in like a month.
Yeah.
Like, that's a lot of ring rust to have to shake off really quick at the major, especially with this format where it's 2 best-of-1s in a day. And
yeah,
I mean, even then the closing statement is what Chad said at the end of the map of, 5 rounds across 2 best-of-1s is just, that's the worst feeling, yeah.
Yeah, it's really sad.
But we can focus on the positives. Tyloo look good.
Again.
Oh, yeah, no, they
Unless
do.
you have a negative you would like to get.
No, I don't have, there's almost nothing negative to say about Tyloo in this game, but to just continue on the Metizport side of things, this is, name value alone, I thought this roster would be a little bit better. I didn't have them in my pick'ems to make it through, but when I looked at Plopsky, he's been at the playoffs of a major.
There's some
Hampus
experience
as well.
in this lineup.
I mean, Isaac, too, has been in the major grand finals. Let's not forget that. I mean, I thought there was going to be more to this roster, but then when I started looking at the results, pouring into them a little bit more, I was like, oh, they've been on a downturn, and the MRQ is almost the one bright spot they've had in this season.
Yeah, which is a shame because, I mean, if you perform like that in the MRQ, if you're Metizport, you're probably like, okay, like we just figured it out in time for like the biggest event and qualification that we're going to have all year, and then you get to the major and it's back, and you're like, ah, dang it. Didn't stick.
Yeah.
I feel like we spoke about name value for Metizport, right, as being one thing, but like when they lost Nilo, obviously he's now not playing at all. Like that's, I think, something they just couldn't recover from. He was the young player with the talent, with the grind, with that star power value.
Yeah.
It's rough.
Nilo and Susp.
Yeah.
Let's be real. Those
two. A little bit before that, was quite a while ago. So
yeah. Okay. Yeah.
It's a lineup trying to figure things out, and no one's going to be playing their best in this like transitional period as they're trying to get things on the same page. Especially someone like Hampus who has so much firepower as an IGL. Like he's probably the most affected individually of feeling like he has to go overboard with the IGLing to make sure everyone's on the same page, and that just takes away from your ability to frag. And we like seeing Hampus frag.
Oh yes.
We like seeing it a lot.
Pimp said at one point he was the best in-game leader out there.
Best fragging IGL.
I think he said fragging IGL.
Ah, yeah.
No. Actually, I think he might have just said best in-game leader.
That had to have been a while ago.
I'll pull up the tweet right now. We're on the red zone. I'll pull up the tweet.
This wasn't today, right?
No, some time ago.
Okay.
But I'm going to find it.
Was it yesterday?
I'm going to find it. Hampus, best. Let's look at.
Oh, you're going to be scrolling for a while. I see there's no pimp tweets at the top of that.
Okay, while Maui's doing this, while he's looking
Yes, sir.
We can start looking at some of our top picks from it.
In 2022, he said it. Hampus is without a shadow of doubt. Hampus is without a shadow of doubt one of, if not the best IGL in the world. Pimp, 2022.
I will say, Pimp tweets so much, you can probably find that about most IGLs and then find a full off.
And then you know their flag. And you know what country they're from because he always puts the flag there too.
Yeah, helpful.
You know what? I'm going to have Pimps back. I would say in 2022, that's probably not the most unreasonable statement to put out there into the world.
True.
I don't really remember what was going on.
Without confirmation of that statement.
But it was a pretty open statement, It wasn't like he is the best. He is one of, or if not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
He's left himself some safety. He's given himself some wiggle room.
Yeah.
Red Zone's got to come back.
I thought it was more recent also than 2022 that he said it, so it's a little bit less of
the fact you're remembering Pimp tweets from 2022 is quite impressive, Mario. I don't know what your brain's doing.
You got to remember the other analysts' takes, okay? You have to know that.
Hold them accountable.
Yeah, you hold them accountable.
One of Moses's from whenever you last was an analyst?
Moses' best take ever to this day is still that bomb sites should just have stuff that changes on them.
Yes.
That's it. That's Moses' best take of all time.
It's the god tier take.
It's the GOAT take for Moses.
And when it catches fire, it's gonna reinvent Counter-Strike as we know.
Yeah.
Have you told this to Valve?
You said it on the podcast.
I did say it on the podcast. I think I've mentioned it to him in the past, but I don't remember exactly what came from the comment. I'll bring it up here when they get
Yes.
Yeah,
I want to find out the answer, then we talk about it again.
Yeah, they'd probably tell me it's a bad idea. But I think it's cool. I mean, just
Yeah, I do too.
Yeah, like I think instead of adding new maps, like you could just change the layout of like the A bomb site on Inferno and change the layout of of just the bomb sites, because the bones, the timings, the structure of the map stay the same, so it's still very familiar. But you get like, you know, a year of a new style of fights, a year of new executions to figure out onto a map. So I think it's like a great middle ground of like changing some of the meta without completely destroying the map.
Yeah, without ruining what we know and love with it all. All right, let's pick out some highlights from the day of matches. What have you got for us, guys? Who wants to go first?
What did we send in? We sent in Wildcard.
I remember one. FlyQuest and BetBoom.
Yeah,
I like FlyQuest and BetBoom. That was insane from Nedic. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, someone wanted a hot take. I mean, Nedic looks like one of the best 5 riflers in this stage right now. Okay. This was absurd, and he's taking down names that are household for people that actually have been watching Counter-Strike for the last few years. I mean, taking down top 5, top 10 riflers in the world, like prodigies in the making, and people like Magna. This is a great look for FlyQuest.
It was really funny as well watching it, because we were even talking, and it's like it felt like more often than not he's putting himself in really bad situations and really like disadvantaged fights, and he just wrecked them.
They didn't expect it. They were not ready for the Nedic full force.
I wasn't ready for it either.
The Nedic effect.
Oh, the Nedic effect. I like that.
Yeah,
we'll use that tomorrow.
He was playing like a risky Bob.
My game.
Quickly moving on. I just didn't like that one. It's just done. What's the most of this game?
But it was more than just the eye test. He passed the stats test too.
He did it all.
Yeah.
My game was Wildcard Lynn Vision, the double overtime game. I love the double overtime, but I mean, I think JBA just popping off the way he did it to close out that game. Like, we saw the great performance there, but JBA was just like every influential round. Anytime Wildcard was close to like losing their grip on this match or close to just losing it all outright, he stepped up and had some kind of an insane sequence. Quad kill with the Deagle in a must-win round, triple kill with the M4 in a must-win round, had like another big clutch or triple kill later on as well. He was just a monster in this game. And you add into the fact that, you know, when we started watching this, I think it was like, it was 5-1 at some point for Lynn Vision, 6-1. No, 5. It had to have been 5-1.
I think it was 5-1 and then it ended 7-5.
Yeah, a huge comeback and calling from Sanazal. So Wildcard is looking like they're getting their groove back just a little bit as the major begins.
All right, we've got our matchup, so that's what everyone's waiting for. You ready to see what we're going to do tomorrow?
Hell yeah.
Let's go.
Let's have a look through it all. Let's get our games for tomorrow to come your way. So I'll give you the breakdown of how it's working from top to bottom. First game of the day tomorrow is going to be BetBoom versus Legacy for the 1-1. Then it's going to be OG versus Tyloo. This is on the A stream. Then on to the best of 3s. We've got Heroic taking on FlyQuest, Imperial versus Metizport.
Complexity NRG.
Oh, wow.
That is a spicy game in the 1-1 matchup. Complexity NRG. I like that.
There's some fire in that one.
Yeah, there really is.
That's on the B stream, so NRG versus Complexity. Then we've got Lynn Vision versus Nemiga. For the 2-0, Bait versus Wildcard. And then for the 0-2, Chinggis versus Fluxo.
That Bait versus Wildcard can be really good as well.
Oh, damn. One of my O3s is secured. Okay. I think a lot of people have Chinggis and Fluxo both as O3s for the stage. I think that was one of the most common just combinations you could put together.
Guilty.
So, yeah, I mean, you got one secured for a lot of those guys.
Not me.
Not you.
Not
you.
me.
I want to just see, really, can Nedic humble Heroic, okay? Because Heroic are... I don't know a single person that doesn't have Heroic as a 3-0 here.
Well, let's have a look at your pick'ems before you start talking. Okay. We can show the pick'ems that you've got, mate.
Oh, we've done that?
I'm getting excited.
Man, I don't like
getting excited.
Oh, you don't like this? Why? Why, Moses? Why don't you like this?
I gotta look at my pick'ems.
Maui's pick'ems.
Okay.
3-0 for Heroic and BB. Well, 1 is okay.
BB's gone on that one.
0-3 Fluxo and NRG, but you said you changed NRG, so...
Yeah, I did change that last night. I tried sending it to production in time, but it is Fluxo and Chinggis for me.
Okay, and then you've got qualifying FlyQuest, OG, Wildcard, Tyloo, Bait, and Cole.
Problem is that we've got a few of those teams in the 3. I mean, Wildcard and Bait are playing each other, so I'm going to miss out on one of those because one of them is going to be 3-0.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's rough.
Unfortunately.
It's rough out there in the pick'ems world.
Jason, on to your ones. I think you'll be next.
Let's rock and roll.
Let's see what Jason's
get it up
got
there.
here.
See the magic. This is what 26 years of North American Counter-Strike will do to you.
Heroic, Complex, and Cole.
Yeah, I rolled the dice on that one. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah,
but you know what? It's what we talked about earlier. They met me halfway. Grim was lighting it up. That was about it, actually.
Against Fluxo.
Did you not want to change it after the new Hulzak was not here? Or you just didn't.
Yeah, that's
no,
the thing.
I actually knew it because I was. Yeah, it was fine. I rolled the dice. I rolled the dice. Well, I was like, there's a world in which Complexity collapses. Like, I think they'll go through, but there's a world in which they collapse. And then I just said, you know what? Maybe Junior's going to have a honeymoon period. I'm not going to lie to you. It wasn't a great pick. I knew that as I did it.
Yeah, no, as soon as I knew that it wasn't Halzerkin Jr., I had this exact same 3-0, but then as soon as I remembered that Halzerk's not there,
I was counting on the extra salt magic.
Oh, the extra salt magic.
Junior coming in. And that was a great team. That's like one of the historic North American Counter-Strike teams.
They were better with OC, though. Yeah.
Anyways.
Mine next.
Okay.
Oh, we didn't go through all mine.
Oh, okay, we can go through
yeah. Wait a second. We got Wildcard, Bait. Oh, Imperial and Legacy.
He just got stuck in goal.
Imperial and Legacy are kind of the ones that I see in your qualification that you didn't include OG.
You put Imperial in.
You didn't include FlyQuest.
About putting Imperial
Hang on.
What is
You didn't include... Okay, you have Bait, though.
Wait, he put Imperial in.
I think this is not my picks. Actually, some of them are. That could be my pick.
He doesn't know what's going on or what he's done.
We're mostly only memeing about the fact that pick'ems are important. We just like to have fun with them.
They're very important. It's everything. You don't get a diamond coin. Like, what are you?
Pretty much, yeah.
You care? Do you know the game?
No, I don't care.
Here's mine.
No, I don't. 3-0 Heroic in BetBoom.
No, Bait.
Bait, sorry.
Bait.
Looks like B. It's an 8. Come on now. 0-3 Chinggis and Legacy.
I mean, Chinggis could work out for you.
Yeah,
Fingers crossed.
Tyloo, Wildcard, Cole, OG, Bait, BB.
No, BB, yeah.
BB. I mean, okay. I mean, yours are looking the best of almost anybody's right now. You could actually hit both of your 3-0s. You could hit your 0-3. You can't hit Legacy, but you could hit all of your qualification ones. Look very possible right now.
Apart from Imperial, who's 0-2 right now, dude.
Oh, yeah, that's true. And also, Wildcard is possibly just going to be a 3-0 team, too. Actually, we're all screwed. It's all over.
I feel like this is a common day
Silver
one
looks good.
pick'ems experience.
Yeah.
I think all of you need to relax. You know, your teams are going to bounce back. They're going to come back stronger. They're going to play their own game for the rest of the event. It's going to be great.
And how many diamond coins do you have to be this confident?
0.
Whoa.
I don't care about pick'ems.
You should. I'm disappointed. I need you to be more invested in this.
That's all you should care about. That's why I
care about having a good time with you guys on this desk. The pick'ems, whatever.
Did you have a good time on this desk?
I did have a good time on this desk today.
Oh,
it was fun.
It was good. It was good first red
nice
zone
warm-up,
experience.
yeah.
It was an interesting warm-up.
We'll start advertising it.
It was an experiment that we've gone through. It did pay off. We're at the end of it all. Thank you very much for watching. If you are still here, hopefully you've enjoyed the opening day of the Blast TV Austin Major. We're over and out. We'll see you tomorrow. There's plenty more games coming your way. And then morning shift will be on to cover it and waiting for us on the evening shift. Keep using the hashtag. Keep enjoying yourself. See you tomorrow.
What's up, everybody? I'm Darth Mike. I'm going to be running around the venue for these next 3 weeks, taking you behind the scenes, showing you a lot of the action, filming a ton of content. We're going to go ahead and take a tour of the studio, see where the magic happens, see where the games are going to be going live. Teams are getting ready to set up, so let's go ahead and let's do it. Welcome in the Blast TV Austin Major Studio. Come on in, guys. Come on in. Come on in. We've got so many beautiful things to look at. This is where the first 3 stages of the Major are going to occur. We got 32 teams rocking up. It's in this studio where everything begins, where we first learn to respect underdog. This is the mix zone. This is where the press will be after the games to catch players as they come off, get their interviews, get their snippet, give you guys a little insight. But here, as we come around the corner, this is where the magic happens. We've got 8 setups. Top of the line Alienware monitors, blacklight chairs, desks, everything you could possibly want to achieve your absolute best as a player. But these setups, we've got 8 of them, and that means that one set of teams can be setting up while the other set of teams is playing, so that we don't have any elongated breaks if everything works as planned. Knock on, that's not wood, but it'll be good enough. So with these 32 teams coming in, there's a lot of rookies. With the expansion of the Major, there's a lot of new faces, a lot of fresh faces coming through. And while the setups do a great job of allowing you to adjust, to tweak, to raise your level, to lower your chair, to do everything you could need to make yourself as comfortable as possible, let's be real. We all know what's on the line. We all know the stakes. It's never going to be as easy as when you're playing at home. We're coming down to the end of the row, and here's where the broadcast magic happens. They don't let me touch the cameras anymore, not since the incident, so we'll leave that alone. I move on in here to the jib. This is my favorite toy. This is how we get all the beautiful sweeping shots. It goes in, it goes out. Every time you see a dope crowd shot, it's thanks to one of these. But again, not since the incident. Welcome in to the desk here at the Blast TV Austin Major, where we have created this marvel of carbon fiber and electronics to bring you the absolute peak of analytical experience here at the Blast TV Austin Major. We have the beautiful Austin skyline on the LED wall behind me. They can change that to anything that they want. They got so much power here. And in between the games, in between the matches, they're going to be breaking down the information. They're going to be bringing you the highlights. They're going to be updating you on the storyline, keeping you abreast of the situation. And if you think to yourself, you know what, I don't get enough, I don't get enough desk. I want to watch more desk. Well, you can watch it all the time now because we've got the Red Zone channel coming your way where they're going to be jumping in between the games, bringing you the biggest moments, the hypest plays, so you can keep track of absolutely everything all together, all at once. And it's from this desk that our analysts can peer all the way down the room at those far setups so they can see the hype moments and maybe critique a player's posture. And if you're wondering why I'm so brilliant and beautiful and tall like these giant skyscrapers behind me, well, I got a little bit of secret. If you look down, this is just a little bit of a box there. That's a lower tech solution. But you know, sometimes everybody needs a bit of a lift. In a minute here, this hall is going to fill back up with players and the games will commence. The screams of triumph, the cries of agony, the noises of defeat, those are all going to ring through the halls of this studio. So without further ado, let the games begin.